On the open ground in front of the cave, a few farmers armed with stone axes and pickaxes were edging forward under the harsh supervision of the Lord. Thwack, the Lord raised his whip, mercilessly striking a farmer. The whip was made from rattan vines, lined with small barbs. A frightening bloody scar appeared on the farmer's back with just one strike of the whip. Hiss, Fang Hao gasped sharply. The fiery pain brought him to immediate alertness. He turned around quickly. There, a man wielding a whip was staring at him with a wicked glare. Get moving, and don't come out without the treasure chest, or I will flay you alive. Thwack, the man roared, slashing the whip in the air again. Before Fang Hao could react, an alert sounded in his ear. Welcome to the game, Universal Lord. Recruit farmers, collect resources, train soldiers, expand your territory, and use anything you can to survive. Your territory is your sanctuary. Developing it will increase your chances of survival. Treat your recruited farmers and soldiers kindly. If their loyalty decreases, they might slacken their work and even desert you. If you encounter others like you, congratulations. You've just caught a fat pig, unless, of course, you're weaker, then you are the fat pig. Newbie Protection Countdown. 6 days, 23 hours, 40 mins. During this period, your territory will not be attacked. For more features, refer to the Book of Lords. Lastly, good luck. Upon hearing the complete prompts, Fang Hao's face drastically changed. He could accept the fact that he had traveled across dimensions. However, his current situation seemed dire. Dressed like a farmer and the sinister man behind him who looked more like a lord. Around his waist hung a brown, leather-bound book, which must be the Book of Lords mentioned in the prompts. Damn it, I'm cannon fodder. Fang Hao cursed silently. The 5 villagers were moving at a measured pace. Farmer at the side pleaded tearfully. Lord, we are just ordinary farmers. We can't steal the treasure chest. However, this plea did not invoke sympathy from the Lord. Shut up, just go in. The Lord cursed loudly. His expression was severe and impatient. The 5 villagers had no choice but to continue their way forward. Fang Hao stayed silent all along and didn't look back. Apparently, the Lord was using the farmers as cannon fodder, betting on their luck to get resources and gain an early advantage. Worst scenario, he would simply sacrifice the farmers, which wouldn't affect him at all. The 5 persons moved forward step by step. Eventually, they entered the cave. The deeper they went into the cave, the darker it got. The breathing of the beast grew louder and clearer. The farmers became even more terrified. Their legs began to tremble, and they had to lean against the wall, dragging their feet forward. With slow and painful steps, they finally saw the cave's occupant when they reached the depths. It was a giant brown tiger. Black stripes, colossal size, much larger than any tiger Fang Hao had seen on television. At that moment, the tiger's sanguine eyes were firmly fixed on them. They radiated a deadly aura and held a grudge. Tiger were doomed. The farmers fell into panic. With their combat power, they stood no chance against a grown tiger. It's injured, Fang Hao whispered. The cave was dim and the smell of blood filled the air. Looking closely, one could see that the tiger was injured, and grievously so. Its abdomen was filled with dark, fresh blood. Let's try to stick to the wall, grab the treasure chest, and leave, suggested one of them timidly. Without retrieving the treasure chest, the Lord would certainly not let them go. They suppressed their fear and carefully tiptoed around the tiger towards the treasure chest in the cave. Hoping in their hearts the tiger would ignore them due to its injury, they moved gingerly along the wall. The tiger's eyes were glued to them, following their steps and shifting with their movement. When the tiger noted that these humans were attempting to sneak past and go straight for the treasure chest, it roared in rage, dragging its bloodied body and entrails towards Fang Hao and his group. Fight it, kill it, or we'll all die, Fang Hao yelled, swinging his stone axe. Suddenly, the cave was filled with the tormented cries of the farmers and the furious roars of the tiger. Several minutes later, bathed in blood, Fang Hao emerged from the cave, waving to a man gazing off into the distance. Has the monster inside been killed? The man called out from afar. Fang Hao nodded. A sudden, irrepressible look of joy crossed the man's face. That's great, that's wonderful. Muttering to himself, he ran towards the cave. Entering the cave, he saw the tiger and the bodies of 4 villagers. Without hesitation, he moved farther into the cave. When he saw the wooden treasure chest, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Why is it already open? Just then, an intense sense of danger swept over him from behind. Thump, a sound like chopping wood echoed in the air. A stone axe, flung with considerable force, slashed across his neck from behind. The blade, carved from stone, wasn't sharp, but it still managed to tear apart his flesh, managing to hack halfway through his sturdy neck. The man's eyes were wide with astonished rage and a look of incredibility. How was this possible? A villager sent by the system, how could he attack himself? Why would this happen? Fang Hao swung his axe a second time. Blood splattered. A head dropped instantly, rolling to one side. As a villager, you've killed the lord of the territory. Your sin value plus 500. Fang Hao took a deep breath. He bent down to pick up the book from the other man's waist. The cover of the book was brown leather, with gorgeous golden designs embossed on it. At the center were 4 large characters, Book of Lords. As he touched the Book of Lords, a notification appeared again. An error in initial Lord data detected. Data correction. Compensation issued, a 100-fold increase. Detected Lord Sin value of 500, automatically assigned to the evil camp, Undead. He was done for. Upon hearing the new prompt, Fang Hao's heart tightened. Because he had killed the Lord just now, he was automatically assigned to the evil camp. Wasn't he now an enemy of all? But in the next instant he calmed down. Even if he was assigned to the evil camp, he did not regret it. It was far better than being a mere villager under this man's rule. He continued to look at the Book of Lords. As he flipped through, each page was marked with a different title. Resources Manufacture Buildings Channel. It was like touching a page of paper, but at the same time like touching a tablet screen. Touching it yielded feedback. He flipped to the first page, Resources. The amount displayed was 0. In the Manufacture section, he had unlocked Hemp Ropestone Axe Stone Pickaxe. In the Building section, he had unlocked Level 1 Cottage. The next moment he opened it, Level 1 Cottage swiftly turned into Level 1 Graveyard. It must have been due to his allocation to the Undead camp. He continued to flip to the channel page. Speaking privileges, 10 instances per day. Information started to stream rapidly. Has anyone left the village? Is it dangerous outside? Someone save me. There's a wild boar near my village as large as a tiger. At this rate, I'll really be killed by a pig. Wow, that's so thrilling. I want the full story. How are your villagers? A few hyenas ran by the village gate a few minutes ago, and now no villager dares to go out to work. I'm doomed. There's a giant python outside my village. It's just swallowed 2 of my villagers. One message after another appeared. Between the lines, the danger of this world was reflected, and most people, it seemed, were trapped in their villages, too afraid to venture out. The lord that he had just killed was actually a ruthless character who had ventured out of the village with his villagers. He had even tried to infiltrate the tiger's lair to steal the treasure chest. Unfortunately, he had ended up dying in the cave. Closing the chat channel, Fang Hao went back to the dead tiger. He had hidden all the items from the chest beneath the gigantic carcass. Level 2 Warcraft Magic Striped Tiger. Do you wish to slaughter it? Yes, slaughter completed. You've obtained 600 meat, 45 beast skins, and 25 beast bones. With the Book of Lords, he had acquired the Lord's abilities. A light enveloped the tiger's corpse, and the next second it was completely dissected. Meat and furs, beast bones automatically separated, neatly placed to one side. The beast bone is not the corpse of the tiger, more like some kind of drop. The tiger's corpse had just left behind a complete white bone. The next second, like sand and stone that had been eroded by the wind for 100 years, finally turned into a powder, after the corpse of the tiger disappeared. It revealed the items hidden beneath. These were the items in the chests inside the cave, which were temporarily hidden under the tiger's corpse to lure and kill this leader. Tier 1 Warehouse Blueprint Hemp Rope 5. The blueprint, transformed into light, drilled into the Book of Lords. It was recorded in the building page. Fang Hao picked up the stone axe and stone pickaxe by the dead farmer, bundled up the meat and fur with hemp rope, and walked out of the cave. The most pressing matter was to leave here and head for the territory. According to the system prompt he heard earlier, every leader has a territory, and the territory has a 7-day novice protection period. It could at least protect his safety. With the residual memory in his brain, he hurried towards the territory. Along the way, he did not dare to pause at all. Finally, he saw the thatched house protected by a transparent light curtain. Tier 1 Lord's Wooden House owned by Fang Hao Territory Building. Tier 1 Underground Cemetery Note, core building of the territory. Materials needed to upgrade, 800 wood, 500 stone, 280 thatch, 60 hemp rope. Not far from the simple house, there is also a semi-underground building. Tier 1 Underground Cemetery Recruitment Limit, 5 can recruit, skeleton-free note. In this building, recruit worker-type troops to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrading, 300 wood, 400 stone. Good grief, everyone in the chat channel is discussing about recruiting farmers. When it comes to him, only skeletons can be summoned. He went straight from the realm of the living to the underworld. Thankfully, the Lord's Hall wasn't made underground, otherwise he would have to sleep in a coffin. Fang Hao didn't delay any longer and directly started recruiting. Can recruit, skeletons 5, would you like to recruit? Confirm recruitment, the system prompt sounded again. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully recruited 505 skeletons. White bony arms extended out from the ground in front of the cemetery, and 5 white skeletons climbed out. Before Fang Hao can react, another flash of light, countless snow-white skeletons filled the territory. Even a portion of them stood outside the protective barrier. Skeleton Worker Tier 1 Faction, Undead Race Attributes, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness, Innate Abilities, Novice Gathering Mastery. Undead, this type of troop is already dead, unable to have morale, emotions, and also immune to poison, disease, blindness, mind magic. Hollow Skeleton, no fatal weaknesses, light weakness. Light magic does 20 bonus damage to self. Note, these skeletons are generally used as laborers and cannon fodder. Don't expect that frail body to do anything big. At this time, Fang Hao was dumbfounded, so this is how the hundredfold amplification he gained was used. Meanwhile, Fang Hao felt relieved. Fortunately, what his quantity amplification procured were skeletons, undead troops that didn't need food. Otherwise, summoning hundreds of farmers, he wouldn't be able to bear the food supply. If he was unable to provide food for the farmers, slack work or rebellion would occur. Who knows, he might even get killed by his own farmers. The skeletons just stood there, staring blankly at him. Your job is to gather resources and collect food. Fang Hao threw the stone axes and pickaxes he had brought back on the ground. The closest few skeletons stepped forward and picked them up. All right, go and work. Remember, don't go too far. Fang Hao issued the order. 500 skeletons turned around, crowding towards the outside of the territory. These skeletons may not be powerful troops, but they won in numbers. Others could only summon 5 farmers, yet my 505 soldiers couldn't compete with them. What a joke! When all the skeletons went off to work, Fang Hao was the only one left in the territory. Sitting on a stone, he pulled out the Book of Lords and casually flipped it open. Stone axe, stone 1, wood 1, rope 1. Stone pickaxe, stone 1, wood 1, rope 1. Rope, straw 2. Letting skeletons strip trees and stones with their bare hands clearly couldn't maximize their potential. He needed to promptly make stone axes and pickaxes. Half an hour later, from a distance came the sounds of footsteps and the scraping of bones. Some skeletons already brought back wood and stone. Resources: wood 50, stone 40, straw 80, meat 800, beast skin 30. The skeletons put down the materials and immediately left. Fang Hao directly opened up production. He used 2 units of straw to make a rope. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully produced rope 101. Damn, even that can be multiplied by 100, Fang Hao exclaimed. Even production could trigger a hundredfold amplification. This was just too powerful. With the mentality of giving it a try, he used 2 units of wood, 2 units of stone, and 2 units of rope to each make a stone axe and a pickaxe. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully produced stone axe 101. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully produced stone pickaxe 101. It worked. The subsequent stone axes and pickaxes produced also enjoyed the same amplification. Fang Hao had now figured out the pattern. The recruitment of troops would trigger a hundredfold amplification, and so would the production of tools. Without any hesitation, he immediately produced again. He made a total of 202 stone axes and 303 stone pickaxes. Mining takes more time, so he made more pickaxes. In an instant, the tools piled up beside the wooden house, forming a small hill of equipment. He walked to the territory gate and called out loudly, "All those without tools, come back and get some, then continue to work." Skeletons didn't have much intelligence, but they could understand basic instructions. They came back in groups, took their tools, and once again walked out of the territory to continue working. Meanwhile, Fang Hao looked at the remaining tools on the ground and frowned slightly. Damn, in such a short time, I've lost more than 20. They couldn't have gotten lost, right? He made tools according to the number of skeletons, but now there are 28 tools left on the ground, meaning more than 20 skeletons hadn't come back. Running away was not possible. These skeletons didn't even have intelligence, let alone the idea of escape, so they either got lost or didn't hear Fang Hao's call, just as he pondered whether to go out and look for them. He saw more than a dozen skeletons approach, carrying a mountain goat. The skeletons looked ragged, covered in dirt. One was missing an arm, another had 2 ribs broken. Turned out they went hunting. Not bad, you did well. Seeing the skeletons in such a sorry state, Fang Hao couldn't help but praise them. But the skeletons showed no reaction. Thump, they tossed the goat's carcass on the ground and turned to leave. Wait, take the tools with you. Fang Hao quickly yelled out to stop them. The skeletons turned around stiffly, picked up the tools, and set out again. Watching the slender white figures fade away, he couldn't help but shake his head, so aloof. In the chat channel, everyone was complaining about their farmers' low stamina. After working for a while, they needed to return to their territory and rest. Fang Hao checked the attributes of his skeletons for this reason. They didn't even have stamina and worked tirelessly, constantly laboring. When they collected a certain amount of materials, they would deliver them back to the base before heading out again to work. Model employees of the modern era. Tier 1 Warcraft Mountain Goat, would you like to butcher it? Butcher it. A light flashed over the mountain goat's body. The useful meat and materials were skillfully dissected. They were neatly arranged on one side. The leftover bones became a pile of white powder. Butchering completed. Obtained meat 500, beast skin 20, beast bone 15. Moreover, they held an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. They are hundreds of times more efficient than the other lords. It wasn't long before. In front of the wooden hut, several basic resources piled up into small hills. This can't go on. Fang Hao looked at the piled-up resources, frowning. There's no room to step foot now, and the skeletons still kept putting materials onto the open space. Resources: timber 420, stone 340, thatch 250, meat 1100, leather 65, beast bone 40. I need to build a warehouse. Fang Hao opens the construct column. Tier 1 warehouse, timber 300, stone 280, thatch 100, hemp rope 50. The hemp rope needed 50 pieces. Fang Hao first used the thatch to make a hemp rope, triggering a 100-fold increase, resulting in 101 hemp ropes. He chose a piece of land next to the Lord's log cabin, then chose to build. Tier 1 warehouse, should it be built? Fang Hao confirmed and held his breath. He wasn't sure if the 100-fold effect would apply, resulting in 100 warehouses. Construction complete. The expected 100 warehouses didn't appear. A warehouse with a wooden framework and thatch roof appeared before his eyes. The remaining materials on the open ground were neatly sorted and put into the warehouse. The skeletons passing by Fang Hao consciously bypassed him, putting the resources into the warehouse instead of piling them onto the open ground. Once the materials ran out, Fang Hao sat down in another spot, looking at netizens blowing all kinds of fancy horns after the resources were consumed. It didn't take long before the resources were raised again, thanks to the hard work of 500 skeletons. The rate at which resources were being gathered was simply terrifying. This time, Fang Hao wanted to upgrade his main city. Tier 1 Lord's Log Cabin Lord, Fang Hao Domain Buildings, Tier 1 Underground Cemetery, Tier 1 Warehouse Note, Core Domain Building. Upgrade material required. Timber 800, stone 300, thatch 100, hemp rope 20. Without much hesitation, he directly clicked upgrade. The resources in the warehouse disappeared and the poor cabin was enveloped by a flood of light. The log cabin expanded a lot and became more sophisticated and stronger. Tier 2 Lord's Log Cabin Lord, Fang Hao Domain Buildings, Tier 1 Underground Cemetery, Tier 1 Warehouse Note, Core Domain Building. Upgrade material required. Timber 1200, stone 600, thatch 300, leather 120, hemp rope 50. World announcement. Congratulations to Lord Fang Hao for being the first in the world to upgrade his main city. Reward, plus 50 influence for all factions, plus 200 influence for your faction, plus 1 Lord skill for your faction, 1 special building blueprint, 1 equipment manufacturing blueprint, plus 200 warfare coins. The world announcement sounded 3 times in the ears of lords all around the world. The group of lords, who were once filled with anxiety due to hardship, boiled over in an instant. What's going on? It hasn't been that long, but he's already accumulated enough resources. How is that possible? Damn it. Unfair. I'm still feeding my farmers vegetable soup to regain their strength, but he's already upgrading his main city. How did the guy above acquire food? I'm so hungry. Wild vegetables, just got them from the roadside. This guy must be cheating. Does anyone know how to report this? There must be a reward for reporting. This isn't a game. Where would you find cheats? Everyone was shocked by this world announcement. Everyone was gathering resources, so how did Fang Hao gather enough so quickly? Everyone crossed over together, so why was he so quick? With the farmers gathering 20 units of wood per hour, to accumulate 800 was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. Not to mention the many external factors interfering, making resource gathering more difficult. Fang Hao shook his head and gave a bitter smile, closed the channel and checked the rewards he received. Bone manipulation technique type, passive skill description. When commanding skeleton undead, mobility +5, all attributes +2. Obtained, green equipment blueprint, 2-handed light crossbow description, a handy and efficient light crossbow. Crafting materials required, timber 5, iron 2, metal parts 3. Obtained, purple special building blueprint, rejuvenation spring. Description: life is conceived in nature, a spring source of life, reminiscent of the taste of mother's milk. Requirements for construction: 1,000 sturdy timber, 2,200 stone bricks, 22 natural gems, 12 traces of the forest, 10 traces of spring water, 8 essences of magic. Seeing the materials needed for the blueprint, Fang Hao was slightly stunned. What a big pile of messy stuff. Of course, the extra reward still made him happy, even if the materials were currently insufficient and couldn't be built. In the future, when more resources are mined, he would gradually collect these materials. The blueprint turned into a beam of light and merged into the Book of Lords. In the production column, the double-handed crossbow was unlocked. In the construction column, the rejuvenation spring was unlocked. It's a pity that there isn't enough material right now so he can only wait to produce when he has enough materials. Just as Fang Hao was studying the rewards, some resources were contributed. In order to expand the advantage, Fang Hao decided to upgrade the underground cemetery. Level 1 underground cemetery materials needed for upgrade, 300 lumber, 400 stone. After confirming the upgrade, the cemetery, which was built on a half underground, expanded a lot, and the attributes of the building also changed. Level 2 underground cemetery recruitment limit, 510 can recruit. Skeletons free note, this building can recruit labor soldiers to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrade, 600 wood, 800 stone, 120 ropes, 2 shadow stones. The recruitment limit has increased from 5 to 10. This setup gave Fang Hao a pleasant surprise. The recruitment limit refers to the number of people who can be recruited using the building, not the total population. Otherwise, even if he built many buildings with 500 skeletons right now, it would be hard to break through the current population size. This recruitment limit allows Fang Hao to recruit another 5 skeletons. He chose to recruit immediately. Recruitment available. 5 skeleton. Do you want to recruit? Recruit 100x multiplier triggered. Successfully recruited 505 skeletons. Wow, once again, a white bone skeleton sea appeared on the open ground in front of him. Fortunately, Fang Hao already adapted and didn't feel any discomfort. Fang Hao continued to use the 100x multiplier to make 202 stone axes and 303 stone picks. 1 for each person. Go out to collect. Howl. Before Fang Hao could finish his sentence, a wolf howl came from outside the territory, interrupting his words. Standing on a stone and looking into the distance, he saw more than 10 robust prairie wolves pounced excitedly on the working skeletons, gnawing and tearing at them non-stop. A few nearby skeletons began to attack, but without the number advantage, they were no match for the prairie wolves. They were torn apart and bones scattered all over the ground. These beasts dared to bully my undead. Fang Hao cursed angrily. He yelled at the skeletons outside working, "Kill these wolves for me." Although Fang Hao shouted loudly, his voice didn't carry far. Even so, nearly 100 skeletons heard Fang Hao's orders. They turned together, looked at the prairie wolves. After a half-second pause, they wielded their weapons and charged at the prairie wolves. The undead are different from humans. They can't feel fear, even if the enemy is stronger than themselves. When the Lord issues an order, they will rush up regardless. For a moment, battles broke out between the groups of skeletons and wolves. The sound of bones breaking and the howls of prairie wolves echoed around them. Soon, more and more skeletons gathered around. 6 wolf carcasses were left behind by the prairie wolves, and the remaining ones broke through the encirclement and escaped. Fang Hao walked out of the territory, looking at the chaotic scene. Bring all the wolf corpses in and pick up the tools that were dropped. The skeletons carried the remaining wolf corpses into the territory, and the rest began to collect the dropped tools. First year Warcraft Prairie Wolf 6, would you like to slaughter? Confirm the slaughter. Slaughtering completed. Gained 2,400 meat, 120 beast skins, 90 beast bones. After the slaughter, he gained quite a bit of meat and beast skins and bones. But Fang Hao was not even a bit happy. Looking at the skeletons that were injured and broken in the battle, his brows furrowed. These prairie wolves are ultimately a danger, hindering the skeletons from working, and maybe one day they would attack himself. Now that the territory's protection is still there, it's the best time to eliminate this hidden danger. Everyone take up arms and follow me. Fang Hao shouted and walked out. Surrounded by over 900 skeletons, they headed in the direction where the wolves had fled. Ahead is a flat prairie whereon the grass lay scattered, not animal bones. Over 20 prairie wolves are lazily sprawled out on the grass, basking in the sun. Several of them bear visible scars, their still wet wounds staining the grass in a dark red hue. Behind the pack of wolves is a natural cave entrance. The cave inside is dim and unclear. Based on former experiences with beast lairs, there should be beasts inside, possibly a small boss. Fang Hao hides in the bushes, watching the pack of wolves from a distance. He feels an indescribable heaviness in his heart. If he didn't possess the ability to amplify by 100 times, like other lords only having 5 farmers, facing these prairie wolves, could he survive? Probably very difficult, truly very difficult. Surround them, then launch an attack together, he instructed the skeletons. However, the skeleton army remained indifferent, showing no expression or response. Okay, go kill all, spare none, Fang Hao said helplessly. Clatter, the skeleton army charged out from the bushes, wielding their weapons and running towards the pack of wolves. There was no need for any tactical deployment. The number of skeletons was too many. They formed a semicircle naturally during their charge, enclosing the wolves and the cave within. The sudden appearance of the skeleton army startled the pack of wolves, but it didn't give the wolves a chance to respond. The fight had already commenced. Despite their ferocity, the prairie wolves were vastly outnumbered. Facing nearly 1,000 skeletons, they seemed extremely vulnerable. With a single, they were drowned in the sea of skeletons. In the blink of an eye, over 20 prairie wolves were killed by chaotic axes. Meanwhile, inside the cave, a pair of luster-green eyes lit up like flickering ghost fires. A formidable prairie wolf king walked out angrily. It stood at the entrance of the cave, roaring loudly. Arrow, ooh, prairie wolf king level 2 skills, bite, pounce. However, the next moment, when it saw the dense skeleton army in front of the cave, the roaring abruptly ceased. Crack, crack, turning their heads, the skeletons stared collectively at the Wolf King. The next second, they all poured into the dark cave, followed by the sounds of battle and crying. Several minutes later, the skeletons that went into the cave all walked out again. A few of the skeletons carried the Wolf King's corpse and a wooden treasure chest. Thump! With a dull sound, they threw the treasure chest directly in front of Fang Hao. You're not stupid. Knowing to bring out the treasure chest and deliver it to Fang Hao showed some intelligence. But the skeletons carrying the treasure chest turned around and left, presenting their back to him. The chest opened. Obtained Level 1 Barracks Blueprint, Common Wooden Shield Blueprint White. The 2 blueprints turned into light and entered the Book of Lords. Although few, they were still ordinary blueprints. Yet Fang Hao couldn't help but feel elated. With the blueprint of the barracks, if he was able to build it, he would be able to recruit soldiers, thus increasing his security. Okay, take all the dropped items, carry all these wolf corpses, let's return to our territory, Fang Hao shouted. The skeletons, 2 by 2, lifted the wolf carcasses overhead, following Fang Hao back to the territory. Returning to the territory, the skeletons threw the extra tools into the warehouse and placed the wolf carcasses on the empty ground. They then turned around and went back out to work. Although the intelligence of the skeletons was low, their diligence and industriousness in not eating or drinking was really not bad. Level 1 Warcraft Prairie Wolf 24, do you wish to slaughter? Confirm slaughter. Slaughter complete. Obtain meat 9600, beast skin 480, beast bone 360. Level 2 Warcraft Prairie Wolf King, do you wish to slaughter? Fang Hao clicked confirm continuously. Slaughter complete. Obtain meat 800, beast skin 50, beast bone 40. After the slaughter, the bodies stacked on the open ground turned into light and flew into the warehouse. In the warehouse, the storage amount of meat exceeded all the other resources. Even if he was a big eater, he still couldn't eat so much meat. With the issue of the wolf carcasses resolved, next was to build the barracks. Level 1 Barracks Blueprint Burial Grounds. Required resources: wood 300, stone 500, rope 60. Undead faction buildings don't use much wood. They consume more stone. Having chosen a location, he started constructing the barracks. With a flash of light, the barracks were built at the burial grounds. Level 1 Burial Grounds Recruiting. Skeleton Soldier, White Bone 300. Note, you can recruit faction soldiers in this building. Higher building levels can unlock new solder types and higher tiers. Upgrade materials required: wood 500, stone 720, leather 80, rope 240, shadow stone 5. The burial's grounds were larger in comparison to the underground cemetery. The underground cemetery resembled a graveyard. The burial grounds, on the other hand, was more like a mass grave. The recruitment conditions surprisingly required 300 beast bones. If it hadn't been for the recent defeat of the wolf pack, the bones wouldn't have been enough. Similarly, someone else in the in-game chat had obtained an item called a soul crystal. It was hard to obtain and was an item used to summon troops. Its function was the same as that of his own white bones. He immediately chose to recruit. After all, they needed to be summoned sooner or later. The sooner they were summoned, the sooner they could work, and the faster his territory could develop. The hundredfold multiplier has been triggered, successfully recruiting 101 skeleton soldiers. A burly skeleton emerged from the underground barracks. Multiple rays of light descended around it, representing the additional 100 skeleton soldiers that had been amplified. Skeleton Soldier Tier 1 Faction. Undead Racial Traits. Undead Hollow Skeleton Light Weakness. Skills: Shield Bash Innate Abilities, Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Swordsmanship Mastery, Basic Shield Mastery. Undead. This unit is already dead and cannot have morale or emotions. At the same time, it is immune to poison, diseases, blindness, and mind-affecting magic. Hollow Skeleton. There is no fatal weakness. Light Weakness. Light magic inflicted on this unit has a 20 damage bonus. Shield Bash. Requires shield smashes the enemy with a shield, causing blunt damage and a chance to stun the target. Note the skeleton soldiers lifting their weapons, their angular bone arms raised high. They have some combat power, but they're still fragile and can't withstand the enemy's continuous attacks. The skeleton soldiers were slightly bigger than the skeleton laborers and weren't just bare white bones. Instead, they wore tattered cloths on their upper bodies that fluttered in the breeze like a bunch of mop shreds. To be honest, The newly joined combat units did not give Fang Hao much surprise. The first three abilities were the same as those of the skeleton laborers, with an additional shield bash skill added at the end. It also required a shield to be effective. Right, today's acquired blueprints were of the shield type. He immediately opened the crafting page in the Book of Lords. Wooden shield, 3 wood, 2 hemp ropes. Craft, hundredfold multiplier activated. Successfully crafted 101 wooden shields. A pile of wooden shields appeared beside him. All right, everyone pick up a wooden shield and a stone axe, Fang Hao commanded. The skeleton soldiers stepped forward, each one picking up equipment. Your mission is to patrol the territory and ensure that the skeleton laborers can work normally. Then gather prey, Fang Hao pointed. The skeleton soldiers received the order and turned to leave. The territory was still in the newbie protection phase. As long as they were within the territory, they wouldn't be attacked by any beasts or enemies, so as long as they huddled up, there would be no danger. On the contrary, those skeleton laborers needed some protection in case of another beast attack. That would disturb their normal work. After issuing all the instructions, the sky gradually darkened. Hunger rumbles reminded him that he, after all, was still human. He hadn't eaten anything all day. There were flintstones inside the Lord's wooden house. He lit a fire, roughly chopped the meat into chunks with his stone axe, stuck them on wooden skewers, and roasted them over the fire. Immediately, the enticing smell of roasting meat filled the air. While waiting for the meat to cook thoroughly, he opened the chat channel out of boredom. Without a mobile phone, this became his only form of entertainment. Who has food? I'm so weak from hunger. Please give me something to eat. I'm starving too, but I don't dare to go out. Who can help me? Who knows how to go back? I'll wire you 5 million instantly if I can go back. Wake up, person above. You better face the reality now. Exchanging supplies for food. The loyalty of my farmers is dropping. If I don't give them food, I'm afraid they will eat me. Anyone who has food, I'll exchange supplies for food. Online begging for food. I'm the campus belle from the film academy. You can exchange supplies. The food behind him was indeed a bit excessive. Rather than waiting for it to spoil, it would be better to exchange it for foods he needed. Action followed thought. After looking into it, he found out how to exchange items on the Book of Lords. Trader, Fang Hao registered item. Meat quantity, 1,000 units. Requirement for 1 unit, 50 units of wood, 40 units of stone, 5 units of iron, or any one of them. Note, if you have any special items, you can private message to increase food quantity. No sooner had he posted the information than the chat channel exploded. Holy crap, someone listed meat, and it's 1,000 units. Boss is incredible, boss. Do you need a leg strap? Fang Hao. Is it the Fang Hao who first upgraded his main city? Wow, it really is him. Damn it, Fang Hao had such a lucky start. That's blatant extortion. A unit of meat costs so many supplies. Are you even human? Boss, I have a gold tooth. Does it count as a special resource? If you want it, I'll break it off right away and give it to you. Save your yellow teeth to ward off mosquitoes, the person above. Boss Fang Hao, I have a gold chain. Can I exchange it for 2 units of food with you? Save your gold chain to hang yourself. Shit, how come it's gone so fast? I didn't get any. Boss, please put some more up. I didn't get any just now. The meat that Fang Hao put up for sale was visibly decreasing in amount, and the 1,000 units of meat were sold out in less than 2 minutes. Then a bunch of private messages came flooding into Fang Hao's inbox. Bro, I didn't get any just now. I have some wood. Can we trade? I'm starving to death, bro. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tier pagoda. Brother Fang Hao, I'm so hungry. I've taken some very private photos. Can I trade them for some food with you? Fang Hao outright ignored those who were hoping to freeload. It's indeed dangerous to hunt outside the territory, but the amount of exchange material he set was absolutely not much. Even you could say everyone could afford to exchange, just that there were too many people who had crossed over and the initial territories didn't have direct methods to get food. Food thus became the scarcest resource. On the contrary, water was not in short supply. Many territories had sources of water nearby, and a river or a freshwater lake was enough for you to sell. No matter how much water you sell, you can't possibly sell out a river, right? So water resources were not expensive. Many people had them for sale. Wood and stone can be slowly gathered. They're always available. But without food, things can get pretty tough. Fang Hao thought for a moment and put another 500 units of meat up for sale, still at the same exchange rate. The channel was once again buzzing. Fuck, buy it quickly. He really put more up. How does the boss have so much meat? He isn't cheating, is he? How many times do I have to say, this is reality, not a game? Boss, take me under your wing. Your little bro is willing to work like a dog. Is handsome Fang Hao short of a girlfriend? When you're out, having one more friend can give you a hand at a crucial moment, and I can give you a few hands. Fuck, the one above is onto something. Watching the various salty comments roll endlessly in the channel, Fang Hao finally realized how scarce meat was. The vast majority of people currently weren't able to leave their territories and hunt wild beasts. Those who did manage to leave and luckily slayed a beast got food, but they only killed one. They might not be willing to sell it, but would want to keep it for themselves and their farmers. On the other hand, Fang Hao had just put up 1,500 units of meat. This proved he still had a lot of stock. The newly put up 500 units of meat also sold out very quickly. 2 transactions in total made him gain 60,000 units of wood, 11,920 units of stone, and 20 units of iron. This number actually surprised Fang Hao a bit. The exchanged material once again filled up the warehouse and all the empty space in the territory. Only a small path remained in the middle for himself and Skeleton to pass normally. Ding, a private message sounded. Bro, see how much meat this can trade for. I don't have much resources. Need to give some more help in the early stage. Then a blueprint was sent over. Simple leather armor blueprint common type. Equipment materials. Beast skin 2, hemp rope 2. Equipment blueprint. Some people are too lucky having equipment blueprints at this time. Even though it's common, it's exactly what's needed in the early stages. Why don't you use it yourself? Fang Hao asked curiously. Soon the other party replied with some helplessness. No way, I've used all the materials to upgrade the building. I and the farmers need food, so I have to sell it for now. Okay, for a common quality, I'll give you 50 units of meat, Fang Hao replied. Thanks bro, I'll start the trade immediately. The other party expressed his thanks repeatedly. It should be said, Fang Hao did not take advantage of people's distress. In times of food shortage, even if Fang Hao offered 10 units, the other party would have to exchange. Both lords and farmers need to eat, but Fang Hao still offered 50 units, quite generous by any standard. Quickly, an equipment blueprint appeared in the designated trade column. Fang Hao also put up the promised 50 units of meat. As soon as he got the blueprint, he immediately collected it in the Book of Lords. A charred smell came from the roast meat on the grill, and Fang Hao had to close the channel to finish his meal. If he kept roasting the meat, it would have turned into charcoal. After a satisfying meal, Fang Hao decided to make the leather armor first. There might not be any danger at night. He reopened the Book of Lords. Simple leather armor, 2 beast skins, 2 hemp ropes. Make it. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully created 101 simple leather armor. Simple leather armor white category, chest armor defense, level 1 defense note. A simple leather armor made of leather and hemp rope can provide a certain level of defense. Not bad. Of course, he couldn't ask for too much. He donned one himself and distributed the rest to his skeleton soldiers. Each skeletal soldier, now clad in leather armor, started to look more like the part. As he finished all these tasks, dusk had fallen. Fang Hao brought a few stacks of straw from the warehouse and spread them out in the Lord's log cabin. He closed the door and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. Though he slept deeply, he woke up with his back and waist aching. It was as if he had lost a kidney. His body wasn't used to sleeping on straw, apparently. Stepping out of the hall, he saw the loyal skeleton workers diligently working, seemingly tireless. He did some quick exercises. He relit the extinguished bonfire from yesterday, continued roasting meat, and had it for breakfast. While turning the roast, he put up 2,000 units of meat for exchange, maintaining the same requirements as yesterday. Fang Hao has put stuff up for exchange, hurry and grab it. Fang Hao, could you share how you got so much food? We're all transmigrants, we should help each other. I suspect there are lots of grass-type animals near where he spawned. When it comes to grass-type animals, teddy bears are the only ones I respect. The rest are just trash. Boss Fang Hao, I'm at sea. Can I exchange some fish for meat with you? It seemed like many people were waiting for Fang Hao. There was a scramble the moment the meat was put up for exchange. This was even fiercer and faster than yesterday. Fang Hao's name appeared to have ingrained itself in people's hearts. The meat that was hard for others to obtain, he was selling it out in thousands. While watching everyone chat, he finished his breakfast. Seeing the materials piled up all over the territory, Fang Hao got up. It was now his time to work. Materials needed for upgrading to a level 2 warehouse: 750 wood, 450 stone, 200 straw, 100 hemp rope. He clicked to upgrade the warehouse directly. With a flash of light, the warehouse was smoothly upgraded to level 2. It had gone from a simple grass shed to a good-sized log cabin that could store more resources better. Level 2 warehouse storage, 3,030,000 note. The resources in the warehouse will be preserved better, and the food stored won't spoil easily. The higher the level of the warehouse, the more resources it can hold, and the better the effect. Materials needed for the upgrade: 1,200 wood, 950 stone, 320 straw, 220 hemp rope, 100 leather. For the next level warehouse, aside from the increased materials, straw had been replaced by leather. He wanted to continue with the upgrade to a level 3 warehouse, but was notified Lord's log cabin must be at level 3, just as Fang Hao was planning to upgrade the Lord's Hall. A private chat notification came up on the Book of Lords. He opened the Book of Lords. Big Brother Fang Hao, I have a special kind of ore here. I want to exchange it for some meat. This person had a pretty nice name, Dong Jiayu. Fang Hao quickly replied, of course, ore was also a resource. Currently in the early stages, special ores were still hard to come by. Shadowstone type, or note, a rare ore required for the construction of undead faction buildings. Fang Hao's eyes brightened upon seeing the attributes. The upgrade for the undead buildings had already demanded Shadowstone. He had also been considering how to obtain Shadowstone and often kept an eye on the chat channel. He was checking if anyone was selling it, but he didn't expect someone to proactively approach him. Point 1. He decided to be somewhat evasive. Their chat came to a sudden halt for a few seconds. Then Dong Jiayu replied, I know, but Fang Hao, I really need food. Could you consider trading a bit less for it? The Shadowstones were of no use to the human alliance. Even though they were a scarce resource, they held no difference from ordinary stones in human hands. Can you tell me how you got these Shadowstones? Asked Fang Hao. He was quite curious about how these Shadowstones were obtained. Sure, I found an ancient underground tomb near my domain. I picked them up in there, Dong Jiayu answered. Fang Hao stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could it be that Shadowstones could only be gained in burial grounds? Would he have to construct not only undead buildings, but also tombs? Brother Hao, are you still there? I can agree to trade for less food, Dong Jiayu said hastily, thinking that Fang Hao might have lost interest in the trade. Just call me by name. How about this? I'll trade you 30 units of meat for each one. If you find more later, we'll stick to this rate. Fang Hao proposed his offer. He was not short on food, and besides, he needed the Shadowstones. Thank you, Brother Hao. I will list the Shadowstones now. Okay. Soon, a Shadowstone appeared in the designated trade zone, although there was only one. He immediately traded 30 units of meat for it. The Shadowstone was now in his possession. Upon completing the trade, Fang Hao continued upgrading his buildings. Thanks to the relentless gathering speed of the skeleton laborers, he had enough resources for the upgrades. Materials needed for level 3 Lord's hut: 1,200 wood, 600 stone, 300 straw, 120 leather, 50 rope. Confirm upgrade. A glow flickered. The main hall of the hut had expanded, becoming more spacious, and it was even more refined and sturdy. Level 3 Lord's hut owner. Fang Hao existing buildings. Level 2 underground cemetery, Level 2 warehouse, Level 1 burial grounds. Note, core building of domain. Materials needed for upgrade: 2,200 wood, 1,000 stone, 200 brick, 240 leather, 180 rope. With leveling up to level 4, a new material, bricks, was now required, which he had yet to acquire. He waited for a while. There was no announcement for a reward, as there had been the first time he upgrades his main city. Feeling a bit disappointed, he continued inspecting the other buildings in his domain. Underground cemetery and burial grounds could not be upgraded due to the lack of Shadowstones. However, the warehouse could be upgraded to level 3. Level 3 warehouse: 1,200 wood, 950 stone, 320 straw, 100 leather, 220 rope. Confirm upgrade. The warehouse was successfully upgraded to level 3. Level 3 warehouse storage: 5,050,000 note. Resources stored in the warehouse are better preserved. Food stored will not spoil easily. The higher the warehouse level, the more resources can be stored and the better the effect. Materials needed for upgrade: 2,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 400 brick, 300 leather, 220 rope. The total storage capacity had increased to 50,000, but the total amount of resources in his domain was still exceeding the warehouse capacity. With the warehouse filled, resources were also piled up all over the open ground. Having finished upgrading, Fang Hao called all his skeleton soldiers back. I should start exploring the surroundings of my domain, he said, tightening his leather armor and picking up a stone axe. As other lords had started exploring their surroundings, he couldn't afford to be confined to his immediate resources. Just like Dong Jiayu, who had explored a tomb nearby and found the Shadowstones. What a pity. Other than Fang Hao, none of the skeletons within his territory possessed the ability to explore and draw maps. He had to do the exploring by himself. Of course, compared to other lords, his forces obviously had an advantage. This made his task less dangerous. Looking at the skeleton soldiers gathered around him, he said, "Follow me. Your task is to protect me." The skeleton soldiers didn't respond, standing still holding their wooden shields and stone axes. Let's go. Fang Hao took the lead, stepping out of the protective shield. The forest in front of his territory had a large space cleared. The skeleton workers were still tirelessly continuing. He led a group of skeleton soldiers through the dense forest and saw a grassland with a clear stream flowing slowly. Fang Hao took out a piece of wood and marked the location of the stream. This place was closer to where he fetched water from, and no danger was observed. It was just that he hadn't brought any containers, otherwise he could fill them up and let the skeletons carry them back to the territory. Following the stream upstream, Fang Hao's face suddenly changed. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down to examine the marks on the ground. Wheel tracks. The soil near the stream was soft, bearing noticeable marks of wheel pressure. A lord. Or another party's. Fang Hao murmured, observing the tracks. Then he urged the skeleton soldiers to follow the direction of the tracks. A sudden appearance of a new neighbor near his territory. It aroused curiosity but also concerns regarding potential danger. Very soon, Fang Hao encountered the owner of these wheel tracks. It was a humanoid creature, with a large dog head and hunched body. On the cart were bloody animal corpses. Knoll Rock Thrower level 2 skills. Sling the Knoll Rock Thrower wasn't very tall, about 1.2 to 1.3 meters. Its skin was gray-white, quite similar to a bald dog's. The group of hundreds of skeletons led by Fang Hao had attracted its attention. After a momentary shock, it let out an ear-splitting howl, swung its sling, and launched an attack. The sling, although primitive, exerted quite a powerful force. Whirring out, it hit the wooden shields, generating large thuds. The first row of charging skeleton soldiers were pushed and jolted around. Attack, kill them, Fang Hao ordered. Clatter, clatter. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers, holding their wooden shields, began to run and charge at the gnolls. The difference in numbers was substantial. Even though the sling was powerful, the skeleton soldiers' wooden shields and leather armor provided substantial protection. They couldn't inflict significant damage. The closely packed army of white skeleton soldiers quickly closed in. There were only about 20 gnolls. When the skeleton soldiers got in close combat, they weren't able to resist effectively. Wielding small daggers, they let out loud cries and futilely waved their weapons, unable to contend with the group of skeleton soldiers. Screams echoed and they all fell beneath the shield bash and chaotic axe. After everything calmed down, Fang Hao stepped forward. He looked at the dead bodies on the ground and several cut-off skeleton bodies. Clean up the battlefield, Fang Hao instructed. The skeletons began to collect the equipment dropped by the Knoll Rock Throwers. He, on the other hand, had his gaze set to the corpses of the dead gnolls. There were white bones resembling vertebrae by their corpses. Wriggling spine type, consumables description, a ritual item of the undead clan, used for recruiting undead troops. It was mentioned in the chat channel. The construction of a barracks was not for unrestricted recruitment of troops. The human camp would drop a consumable item known as the Soul Crystal, a necessary material for recruiting troops. Just like Fang Hao summoning skeleton soldiers, he needed 300 beast bones, but beast bones were slaughter materials, which could be used for recruiting undead troops. They were not the primary recruitment item for the undead camp, but rather a temporary substitute. The wriggling spine was the primary recruitment material for the undead clan, serving the same function as the Soul Crystal. The skeleton soldiers had swiftly cleaned up the battlefield. The supplies had already been gathered. Harvest, 21 iron daggers, 8 wriggling spines, 1 flatbed cart, 2 unicorn corpses, and 1 giant antlered deer corpse. There were more than 20 gnolls, but only 8 wriggling spines had dropped. It seemed there was a certain drop rate, not every corpse had one. Fang Hao had not made the next move, instead he was deep in thought. There was clearly a gnoll stronghold, or perhaps a camp nearby. Otherwise, the gnoll hunting team would not have appeared. Scouting out their location and military strength had become crucial. Fang Hao himself took an iron dagger and strapped it to his waist. Iron dagger white category, dagger attribute, tier 1 damage description, attaching an iron piece to a wooden handle to make a weapon. Is this the product of brain work? You guys switch your weapons. Fang Hao picked out 20 uninjured soldiers, replacing their stone axes. The quality of the stone axes were also white, but the functions were not the same. Although the stone axes had damage, they did not reach tier 1 damage. Their primary function was to cut wood. For combat, they did not cause as much damage as the iron daggers. When the soldiers heard Fang Hao's order, 20 of them immediately came up and changed their weapons. All right, follow me, Fang Hao continued. It was not time to go back yet. They needed to investigate the location and numbers of the gnoll camp. Rather than wait for the enemy to attack him, he preferred to determine the situation, preparing to take the initiative to attack. Identifying their location was not difficult. Besides the cart tracks left on the ground, there was a path that had opened up in the dense forest. Through the deepest part of the forest, they saw a defensive wall made of logs and a towering lookout tower. There was no significant difference from a human village. Many gnolls were coming and going, cutting wood, quarrying stones, and gathering various basic resources. If there was no protective shield, Fang Hao would think this was also a human territory owned by a special race. Regrettably, it was not. There were other knoll hunting teams returning. In addition to the bodies of wild beasts on the flatbed carts, there were also humans. Fang Hao roughly estimated that there were about 500 to 600 people in the camp. In addition to a large number of stone throwers, there were also the knoll warriors with iron swords and the valiant gnolls with iron axes. Let's go back, Fang Hao said, leading the soldiers slowly back. This camp must be eliminated eventually, but not at present. They needed to gather enough manpower to launch an attack. Back at the edge of the forest, along with the previously confiscated flatbed cart and food, they returned to the territory. Upon returning to the territory, the sun was just overhead. You guys continue patrolling, Fang Hao said. After pushing the flatbed cart into the protective shield, the skeleton soldiers returned to their posts, patrolling and protecting the worker skeletons from wild animal attacks. Of course, if there were wild animals, that would also be a good thing, as it could increase the food reserve. Tier 1 Warcraft Unicorns 2, Tier 1 Spotted Deer, Slaughter. Slaughter completed, gained 1200 meat, 90 beast skins, 60 beast bones. Apart from the acquisition of wriggling spine, the cart and food also turned out to be a good harvest today. The most important thing was the discovery a nearby gnoll camp. Thinking of the sizable number of gnolls who were so close to his territory, he felt an unconscious tension arise in his heart. This was not a game. This was reality. People died every day for various reasons. He was not a person who hesitated. He immediately went to the front of the barracks. Level 1 Burial Grounds Recruitable. Skeleton Soldier, Wriggling Spine 1. Note, you can recruit troops of the corresponding faction at this building. Upgrading the building level can unlock new soldier types and higher tier troops. Upgrade materials needed. Wood 500, stone 720, leather 80, hemp rope 240, shadowstone 5. Previously, recruiting a skeleton soldier required 300 beast bones. Now only one wriggling spine is needed. That is to say, one wriggling spine equals to 300. Recruitment available. Skeleton soldier cost. Wriggling spine 8. Do you wish to recruit? Confirm recruitment. The system's prompt sounds off again. Successful recruitment of 808 skeleton soldiers due to hundredfold amplification. All camps throughout the territory were filled with the bright flashes of the 8 skeleton soldiers crawling out from the burial grounds. Seeing this spectacle, Fang Hao wasn't surprised as he had seen it many times before. He continued to manufacture 808 wooden shields and 808 stone axes for them. Some of you go hunting for food, and the rest transport supplies. Take the resources gathered by the worker skeletons to the warehouse, ordered Fang Hao. The group of skeleton soldiers, upon receiving orders, robotically turned around and exited the territory to complete their tasks. After giving these commands, he reignited the extinguished fireplace and began slicing meat using an iron dagger, getting ready to roast the meat. He had already decided to take out the gnoll camp. Before that, however, lunch had to be sorted out. Eat and drink to your fill. Compared to the meat chunks chopped with a stone axe yesterday, slices cut with a dagger were more suitable for grilling. However, they lacked seasonings and happy water. Otherwise, the meal would be even more joyful. Soon the aroma of the meat filled the air, stimulating the appetite. Whilst enjoying the tenderly roasted meat, he opened the chat channel to see what everyone was discussing. Does anyone have soul crystals? Undead appeared outside my territory, willing to trade resources for soul crystals. Same here, a farmer got killed by something, and the rest are now too scared to work, trading resources for weapons, anyone selling weapons. We're all using stone tools. What weapons could we possibly have? I'm Ren Yongning. Whoever can bring me home will be made the CEO of my company. Never heard of you. Who are you exactly? A noodle shop CEO. I'm starving. Is Fang Hao not putting up food this afternoon? My farmers and I have gathered a lot of resources, just waiting to trade for food, calling Fang Hao. Same here. Same here. Seeing the repeated messages flooding the channel, Fang Hao chuckled wryly. The essence of being human is repetition. Even if the chances to speak are precious, they are taken up by repeated statements. Today was the second day after everyone was transported to this new world. From the conversations, you could discern the differing development speeds of the territories. Most people were still in the initial phase, logging and quarrying, gathering resources. Others, through luck or personal abilities, had established military camps. They had begun realizing the importance of soul crystals. In the human camp, only those with soul crystals could recruit troops in the military camps. But regardless of whether they were recruiting troops or not, food was a necessity. Without an adequate food supply, the loyalty of the citizens would decrease, and in severe cases, they might even defect. The larger the population of the territory, the greater the food demand. Hence, food was a fast-selling commodity. With this in mind, Fang Hao directly put up 2,000 units of food for sale. At the same moment, all chatter within the channel abruptly silenced. Following 2 seconds of silence, exclamations filled the air. The boss put up food. Who said that something happened to the boss? What a rotten mouth. Fang Hao is awesome. Fang Hao is awesome. Point 1. The 2,000 units of meat were quickly disappearing, and in the blink of an eye, they had all been sold out. As a result, Fang Hao acquired a large amount of materials. The materials piled up in his territory are growing rapidly, like a mountain. There were too many people in the regional channel. Even 2,000 units of meat were not enough for everyone. Messages started appearing again in the channel of people who missed out, asking if more could be put on sale. Ding. A private chat notification sounded. Upon opening it, it was the young lady who had sold him the Shadow Stone, named Dong Jiayu. Brother Hao, are you there? Dong Jiayu asked directly. Fang Hao immediately replied, I am. Brother Hao, I've gotten 2 more pieces of Shadow Stone. I want to exchange them for some food. Dong Jiayu said. In the morning, the two had already conducted a trade of Shadowstone. 1 piece of Shadowstone was traded for 30 units of food from Fang Hao. Shadowstone is a special building material for the undead faction and is essentially useless and non-marketable in the human factions. Obtaining 30 units already exceeded Dong Jiayu's expectations. She was so thrilled after the first transaction that she cheered for a long time. Sure, you can list them, and I will buy them. Fang Hao said, okay, thank you, Brother Hao. Dong Jiayu agreed and immediately initiated the assigned trade of 2 Shadow Stones. Fang Hao, in return, promptly paid 60 units of meat and made the purchase. Upon completion of the trade, both parties were pleased. Fang Hao acquired the faction-specific material, and Dong Jiayu received 60 units of meat which could last her several days. Moreover, she could potentially exchange these for other resources. If there's one resource that currently acts as a medium of exchange, it would definitely be meat. Having taken care of everything, Fang Hao quickly stuffed the remaining grilled meat into his mouth. After satisfying his hunger, he promptly arrived at the underground cemetery. Level 2 Underground Cemetery Recruitment Cap, 1010 Recruitable, Skeleton-free note, can recruit labor troops at this building to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrade, wood 600, stone 800, hemp 120, shadowstone 2. Previously, he didn't upgrade. Because he lacked shadowstone, in addition to that which he had just traded from Dong Jiayu, he now had exactly 3 shadowstones in his possession, satisfying the upgrade material requirements. Upgrade. With a flash of light, the underground cemetery was successfully upgraded. Level 3 Underground Cemetery Recruitment Cap, 1020 Recruitable, Skeleton-free note, can recruit labor troops at this building to do basic work. Materials needed for upgrade, wood 1200, stone 1600, leather 100, hemp 240, shadowstone 5. After the upgrade, the recruitment cap has increased from 10 to 20. Fang Hao immediately began recruitment. Recruitable, skeleton 10, do you wish to recruit? Confirm recruitment. The system's prompt once again sounded. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully recruited 1010 skeletons. A dense light brightened up and 1010 skeletons crowded around. He then created 1010 sets of stone axes and stone picks, distributing them to the newly recruited skeletons. Next, he began to create leather armor and wooden shields. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully crafted 30 simple leather armors. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully crafted 20 wooden shields. Currently, the number of labor skeletons are around 2,000, of which several were lost in the beast attack. The number of skeleton soldiers is 900, being the main armed force within the territory. He called all the working skeletons outside to gather. Regardless of whether they were skeleton soldiers or labor skeletons, all were uniformly equipped with simple leather armor and wooden shields. As for weapons, apart from the 20 skeleton soldiers who were equipped with iron daggers, the rest were uniformly equipped with stone axes. The Knoll base must be taken down as soon as possible. Whether it's about eliminating hidden threats or strengthening ourselves, the sooner it is done, the more beneficial it is. Fang Hao stood on a large stone, looking at the vast ocean of skeletons below. Bones and dogs, historically incompatible, tonight I shall lead you all to annihilate the Knolls and regain the dignity of us undead. Fang Hao raised his arm and shouted, his expression high-spirited, but around him was still silent. The skeletons dumbfoundedly stared at him, like an array of terracotta soldiers with no movement at all. Oh well, I just want to tell you that this battle is not just for me. Fang Hao jumped down from the large stone, mumbling, sooner or later you'll depress me. Other lords could chat with their peasants. He, on the other hand, had to live with a bunch of skeletons every day. Just on the second day, he already felt a bit autistic. Even his self-proclaimed title has become Us Undead. He's going to stress himself to death sooner or later. All right, let's go, Fang Hao called out. The procession set off majestically, with the weapon-wielding skeletons surrounding Fang Hao in the middle, offering him adequate protection. Even if danger arose, attacking him wouldn't be easy. The procession continued to advance towards the knoll base. In the morning survey, Fang Hao had roughed out a map. Not to mention it's also close by and not hard to find, they could soon see the still bustling knoll base from a distance. Squat down, everyone squat down. Fang Hao half-squatted, letting the bushes conceal everyone from sight. Seeing this, the skeletons mimicked him, squatting down and moving forward, concealing their bodies as much as possible. This wasn't intended as a stealth attack, but rather, since their side lacks long-range troop types, to reduce the distance of attack as much as possible, to reduce casualties on the way to the attack. Fang Hao led the skeleton army to quickly approach their destination. Despite sneaking while squatting, the rustling of the large patches of bushes and grass made quite the noise. In an instant, it caught the attention of the nearby knoll woodcutters. With wide-open eyes, they curiously looked towards the direction where Fang Hao and his men were. Charge, take down the base. Fang Hao issued the command. Upon receiving the command, the skeletons instantly burst out of the bushes and killed in the direction of the base. Ooh, a horn was blown in the knoll base. Facing the attack of the skeleton army, the village gate began to close slowly. Regardless of the gnolls outside the gate shouting, the gate was not opened. In the end, the gnolls were caught up by the charging skeletons, and the chaotic axe ruthlessly turned them into mud. Facing the attack of the skeleton sea, an instant counter-defense was made inside the camp. Gnoll slingers ascended the wooden defense walls and began to swing their slings and throw. The power of the slings was impressive. When it hit the wooden shields and simple leather armors, it could absorb some of the damage. But when it hit the skeleton frame of the labor skeletons, fractures would appear on the hit part, and in worse cases, they would break directly. Fang Hao watched from afar. He was resentful that his troops did not have long-range weapons. Fortunately, he still had an absolute advantage in numbers. At this moment, the skeleton army had already reached the foot of the wall. Like human pyramids, relying on each other's bodies, they successfully climbed up the 3-meter-high wooden defense wall. Seeing this reminded Fang Hao of a scene from a movie he had seen. It was extremely similar to a scene from World War Z. In past battles, they leveraged their numerical advantage and some simple tactics. Their combat strategies were also quite simple, but now, facing an undead army that outnumbered them, they were clearly outmatched. The skeletons piled up against the walls of the village and struck down the gates with fierce blows. The wave of skeletons flooded into the camp like a rampaging torrent, initiating a brutal melee. The gnoll soldiers within the camp did not coordinate with each other. Each one fought their guild's target. Soon, under the relentless assault of the relentless skeletons, the gnolls were overwhelmed. When the camp once again fell silent, the still, unmoving skeletons waited for orders. It was only then that Fang Hao walked over from a distance. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he commanded, "Clean up the battlefield. Gather all the equipment and resources." The skeletons, no longer stationary, began to collect the fallen gear from the ground. Logically, there should be a boss in the camp, perhaps a village or a clan leader. But now, after being pulverized, it became rather difficult to distinguish who were the leaders and who were the followers. In the face of death, all creatures are equal. As the skeletons busied themselves with cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Hao, leading a dozen skeletal soldiers, entered the largest wooden hut of the tribe. This was likely the clan leader's room, or some sort of meeting hall. The furniture was styled in a savage fashion. "We'll take this bearskin rug back. Move the table and chairs out, we'll take them along later," Fang Hao directed from inside the hall. The skeletons began to move, hauling everything outside. All the items would be packed and taken along soon. No helping it, resources were lacking in his territory. The only furniture was a pile of hay, which served as his bed. There was another room behind the hall. Upon opening the door, he saw a large bed in the room, draped with a fur blanket. In the corner of the bedroom, there was a black chest with a metallic sheen. Yay, Fang Hao made a fist in celebration. He now had a bed. As for it being previously used by the gnolls, he didn't mind. Given their current situation, he couldn't afford to be picky. He could just clean up the fur blanket once they got back. At least no longer would he have to sleep on a pile of hay. Once again, he turned his attention towards the chest. The chest in front of him was different from the wooden chests from before. You could tell it was of a higher grade, which also meant that the rewards inside would be more substantial. "Move the bed and fur blanket outside. Be careful not to damage them," he ordered. The skeletons began to haul out the bed. Fang Hao approached the chest, rubbed his hands together, and asked for blessings from the god of luck before opening the chest. Obtained: marketplace building blueprint, cart making blueprint, battle axe making blueprint, 20 warfare coins generous. Just as he had imagined, the reward was generous. He had opened 2 wooden chests before, and their rewards were basically 2 common items. This metal chest contained 3 blueprints, all of which were practical. He even got 20 warfare coins. The camp was quite wealthy. Having received the equipment, he left the building. In the central space of the camp, the collected supplies piled up into a small mountain. Without lingering, Fang Hao continued to the warehouse. The warehouse was stocked with various materials: wood, stone, food, beast skins, and some weapons and tools. Move also the goods from here. Fang Hao commanded the moving operation, while continuing to rummage for other goods. Beyond the living quarters of the clan leader, the rooms of the General Knowles were quite crude. Calling them houses wasn't quite right. They were more like hovels or makeshift shelters. Around the sweep, there wasn't much left to loot. Back in the open space, Fang Hao started to sort out the inventory. Resources: 122 wriggling spines, 55 20 units of wood, 32 20 units of stone, 47 units of iron, 32 25 units of food, 144 units of beast skin, 20 warfare coins. Equipment: 120 iron daggers, 72 single-edged swords, 45 battle axes, 12 flatbed carts. Furniture: 1 large iron cauldron, 1 solid wood table, 6 chairs, 1 double bed, 1 bearskin rug, 1 set of fur blankets, 12 wooden ladders. Blueprints: marketplace building blueprint, cart making blueprint, battle axe making blueprint. As Fang Hao took inventory, a smile spread slowly across his face. As expected, looting was the quickest way to develop. The spoils from seizing this camp would sustain his operations for quite some time. Of course, there were no small losses on his side as well. He lost at least 1/3 of his forces, but this wasn't a problem. Worker skeletons could be summoned for free. There was only a cooldown time, and the situation with the skeletal soldiers was even better. The wriggling spines yielded 122 new additions. If he desired, by using the 100-fold amplification, he could recruit an army of 10,000. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't lose out. All right, start loading up. With the 12 flatbed carts they acquired, it was just right for transporting these things, and it would be more convenient. However, he underestimated the amount of looted goods. The 12 carts weren't able to fit everything. He had no choice but to open the crafting menu and start making more carts. Besides, they would be useful in the future, so he might as well have them made now. Flatbed cart: 22 wood, 8 hemp ropes. Fortunately, only basic materials were required, and they were readily available. Construct: 100-fold amplification triggered. Successfully constructed 101 flatbed carts. As the flatbed carts appeared one after another, the skeletons started to load goods onto the carts and tightly secured them with hemp ropes. Meanwhile, Fang Hao was eyeing this camp again. A few ideas started coming to his mind. His advantage was the large number of skeletons that required no food or sleep and worked tirelessly. The resources in the vicinity of his territory would eventually be depleted. This place was a decent stronghold. Once everything was in place, he could deploy a portion of the worker skeletons here for collection. The warehouses and residences were already in place, so no additional construction was needed. As he was lost in thought, all the goods had been loaded. After boarding up the village gate, the majority of the forces left the Knoll camp and headed back to their own territory. Due to the carts and the cargo, they couldn't cut through the forest like they did when they arrived, so they had to take the main road back. Lying on the flatbed cart, resting on the fur blankets, he opened the Book of Lords to pass the time. This damn stone axe is a piece of crap. It's so slow at cutting trees, and it breaks after a few swings. Stop complaining. This is how it is now. Just gather more and upgrade your buildings quickly. You can also trade the surplus with Boss Hao for some food. Such bad luck, I have a river near my territory. I made a net and I could catch a couple of fish every day, but today when I went to check, I was nearly scared to death. What happened? A net full of bones. I hauled in the net and it was full of skeleton bones. Some skeletons still had stone axes in their arms. It scared the hell out of me, damn it. That's eerie. You aren't near an unmarked grave or something, are you? I don't know. I dug out the fish and buried the bones. I also kowtowed a few times. I dare not eat the fish, so I put them up for sale. The guy above, I bought your fish, you bastard, scammed me. How did I scam you? The fish are fine, still wriggling. Why didn't you eat them then? I was worried they might be poisonous. Damn you, you wait and see. A 1. Zhangbin, there was a stream near the Knoll encampment. From that recent battle, many of his skeletons had perished, and some of their bones had been swept away by the stream. That must have been why Zhangbin saw a ton of bones in his fishing net. It also indicated that their territories were not far apart. Of course, even if he didn't bury the bones, they would eventually disappear over time. After all, this world had become digitized. The army returned to camp in high spirits. No need for manual sorting. All different types of resources were sorted automatically and neatly stored in their respective places. He ordered his skeletons to move the bed into the Lord's wooden cabin. The fur rugs and bedding were sent to the nearby river to be cleaned. He then opened up the manufacturing tab and summoned the iron axe blueprint that he had just acquired. Iron axe, 2 iron, 2 wood. The requirements for making an iron axe were not high, but iron is a relatively scarce resource. Luckily, he had acquired a small amount from wiping out the Knoll camp. The inventory showed 59 iron units, enough to craft an iron axe. Production started immediately. 100x amplification triggered. Successfully crafted 808 iron axes. 100x amplification triggered. Successfully crafted 505 stone pickaxes. Manual laboring skeletons had suffered some losses in the battle. There were a bit more than 1,400 left. Because the undead's building requirements needed more stone than wood, he allocated more manpower to stone mining. With the original remaining tools, along with the newly crafted stone pickaxes, 900 labor skeletons were assigned to mine stone. 500 equipped with iron axes were assigned to continue chopping wood. The remaining iron axes were distributed to skeleton soldiers, replacing their stone axes. With the increased number of skeleton soldiers, there was no longer a need for that many to patrol. 200 skeleton soldiers were reassigned to move carts for transporting supplies. That way, laboring skeletons didn't need to ferry resources back and forth, saving time and increasing overall work efficiency. After settling everything, all the skeletons started their respective tasks according to the plan. Fang Hao propped up a wooden pole. The fur bedding recently washed was draped over it for drying. He looked forward to sleeping on a bed tonight. Just thinking about it made him feel strangely content. He moved the hay from the Lord's house and threw them angrily into the warehouse. A sense of triumph prevailed on his face. I've got a bed now, I won't be needing you anymore. After busying himself for a while, Fang Hao opened the building tab again to examine the newly acquired market building blueprint. So, is this market for trading goods? Level 1 market, 800 wood, 500 stone, 220 hemp. The basic resources needed for a level 1 market weren't excessive. All considered basic resources, there weren't any requirements for exotic or rare items. Construct it. A radiant light flashed, and a 2-story wooden building appeared before his eyes. Next to the small wooden building, a fenced area was set aside as a marketplace. Before Fang Hao could explore the functionality of the new construction, the system message rang out again. Market construction complete. Your undead faction influence has reached 200. Do you accept the trading delegation from your region's skeleton king Audis to set up shop in the market? So that's how it is. Trade between lords can be executed through the Book of Lords. Similar to trading items in the game, irrespective of the distance, the traded items teleport directly into your storage once the trade is completed. Currently, only the regional channel has been opened. Still, it is incredibly convenient and doesn't require any fees. The appearance of the market allows the Earth Lords who had traveled through time to trade with the native forces. Not only did you have to construct a market, but a certain level of influence was also required. Fang Hao, being the first to upgrade his main city, was awarded a faction influence of 200, which just meets the requirement for the undead faction's trading delegation to set up shop. Except, there were no second thoughts. A trading delegation meant no danger. You accepted the request from the Skeleton King, Adi's trading delegation, to set up shop. The skeleton delegation's arrival countdown begins, 11 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Following that, a desolate tombstone suddenly appeared in the fenced area within the market. It emitted a faint green light. The tombstone displayed a synchronized countdown. Damn, are they going to crawl out from there? It gave off an impression, like this delegation of skeletons isn't walking here. Instead, they are going to crawl up directly from this tomb in front of him. Of course, he was just making a facetious remark and wasn't burdened by it. After all, he had seen so many skeletons crawl out of tombs, and he wasn't afraid of it, nor did he feel any sense of burden from it. Not bothering with his own market having a ticking countdown, Fang Hao began to prepare dinner. Although he'd gotten a cooking pot from the Knoll encampment, Fang Hao had no desire to use it. From the food scraps left by the Knolls, he could tell these creatures also treated humans as food. Who knows how many people might have been cooked in that pot? Meat is meat, after all. He decided to continue eating roasted meat. He still lit the fire and continued preparing roasted meat. At the same time, he opened the regional channel, looking forward to a friendly chat with others to kill time. Damn it, I've had enough. These stone axes are like paper mache. They break after just a few uses. Yes, it's so troublesome having to remake them every time they break. Ah, what's the use of complaining? Better to save your energy and chop more wood. Stone tools were not as durable as iron ones. Iron tools withstood more use and rarely broke, while stone tools were consumable. After chopping 2 or 3 trees, they would break and need to be remade. Others don't have the luxury of Fang Hao's 100x amplification. It's very troublesome to craft one by one. Just as everyone was expressing their discontent, a message popped up. Selling iron axes. 1 iron axe for 8 iron or 50 units of meat. As soon as the message was sent, the chat room went abuzz. Gosh, that's a total ripoff. 50 units of meat. Is this a golden axe or what? Wouldn't it be faster just to rob people? It's a tool for gathering resources. Everyone will have it sooner or later. Why are you setting such a high price? This is obviously taking advantage of everyone. Clearly, they are trying to rip people off in the early game. Bro, lower the price, produce more and sell more. Everyone started criticizing him. Indeed, even Fang Hao had the blueprint for the iron axe. The ingredients required were 2 units of iron and 2 units of wood. The resource requirement wasn't high. This person wanted to exchange for 8 units of iron or 50 units of meat, which was no small amount. Even though everyone needed an iron axe, no one would be willing to give up so much food for it. Moreover, it was uncertain how many of them had this much reserve of iron and meat. Facing the crowd's outrage, this person didn't back down. Buy it or don't buy it. If you can't afford it, others can. You all know very well how dangerous this world is. Every second counts. The quicker you gather resources, the higher the chance you have of surviving. Think about whether to buy it or not. He spoke aggressively, but also factually. Every day some people died exploring the map and searching for food. Luckily, Lord still had 7 days of protection. Otherwise, even more people would be dead by now. Therefore, after he spoke, many remained silent. The criticism noticeably died down. Just as Fang Hao was enjoying the show, a private message popped up. Yao Liang, the guy who was just selling iron axes. Fang Hao, are you there? Yes, what is it? Fang Hao replied. Actually, he had some guesses in his heart. Iron axe, 50 units of meat for one, can increase resource gathering speed. How many do you want? Yao Liang's tone was full of confidence. He didn't even ask if Fang Hao would buy, he just asked how many he wanted. It was reasonable to think so, as only Fang Hao would have the meat to spare for an axe. After all, he puts a large amount of food up for sale every day, which clearly showed his ample food reserves. At the same time, this proved that Yao Liang saw him as a rich fool. No wonder he said in the channel that if you guys can't afford it, someone else can. He had set his sights on him a long time ago. Just as Fang Hao was about to decline, he saw Yao Liang post again in the channel. I have already made a deal with Fang Hao. He will purchase a large number of iron axes. There are not many remaining if you want to buy, hurry. What a noise. As soon as his words were out, the channel boiled again. So expensive, only boss Fang Hao can afford it. They're both price gougers, turning a simple tool into a luxury item. Both of them are no good. I'll buy. I hunted 2 unicorns today, we'll get 2. That's right, even Fang Hao knows the importance of early development. Why don't you understand? There aren't many left if you want to buy, hurry. Watching people chat, Fang Hao frowned. He didn't want to get involved in this, but Yao Liang had used him as a tool to make people believe the axes were scarce and accept the price. Truthfully, Yao Liang was smart, a smart but mean person. If Fang Hao had not obtained the blueprint for the iron axe, he would have traded food for a few. However much he traded later wouldn't matter, as long as he made the trade. Yao Liang would use it to his advantage, using Fang Hao as his free advertisement. Fang Hao wasn't one to care about what others thought, but he also didn't want to be used by others. After thinking a bit, he decided to clarify himself in the channel. I Fang Hao have neither bought nor intend to buy his axe, don't blindly trust. Wow, boss Fang Hao spoke. Capture, a living Fang Hao, I knew it. This asshole was messing with us. Boss Fang Hao did not actually buy. Fang Hao's words immediately led to others condemning Yao Liang's shameless behavior. Immediately following this was a private message from Yao Liang. Fang Hao, what the fuck do you mean? Are you trying to undermine me? I never traded with you, so I need to let everyone know. Fang Hao calmly replied. Good, you fucking played me, wait and see. Yao Liang cursed in rage. Fang Hao squinted his eyes, remembering Yao Liang. But he currently didn't know where Yao Liang's territory was, so even being angry didn't help. Both of them cursing each other online would only waste their daily chat limit. After thinking for a bit, Fang Hao thought of a plan to retaliate. He immediately used the 100x multiplier to make 101 iron axes and put them up for sale. Trader, Fang Hao listed item, iron axe quantity, 100 required for 1 unit, 4 units of iron. Note, if you have a blueprint or special materials, you can negotiate price in private chat. Compared to Yao Liang's 8 units of iron, Fang Hao's 4 units seemed very reasonable, and Yao Liang sent another private message. Motherfucker, you wait. At this moment, Yao Liang was furious. Fang Hao had undermined him and made him lose face in the channel. Then he sold iron axes for 4 units after. Those who just bought from Yao Liang were now chasing after him for refunds. There's no law in this world. Even though they didn't know each other's territories, Yao Liang dared not offend so many people. Under pressure, he had no choice but to refund the others. Fang Hao ignored the enraged Yao Liang. In this world, strength is the most important. With the expansion of territories, those who survive will inevitably meet, and by then it wouldn't be about who can curse better. After listing the trade, the stock of iron axes slowly reduced. Private chat rung again. Boss Fang Hao, I have a blueprint. I want to trade it for your iron axes. The blueprint was sent over. Wooden bucket blueprint, white materials for production. 5 wood, 2 hemp rope. I'll give you 2 iron axes for it. Replied Fang Hao. All right, thank you very much. Once the two completed the trade, the blueprint was immediately added to the Book of Lords. Fang Hao immediately started crafting. Triggered hundredfold amplification, received 101 wooden barrels. Just then, a skeleton returned with some supplies. Go fill these barrels with water, said Fang Hao. The skeleton immediately lifted the wooden barrels and set off. At the same time, several private messages came in. All of them wanted to trade blueprints for iron axes. Received white blueprint wooden bench, 5 wood, 2 hemp rope. Note, a simple wooden bench which can accommodate up to 3 people at a time. Received white blueprint drying rack, 3 wood, 2 hemp rope. Note, used for air drying raw meat, handy for long-term storage. Received white blueprint simple single bed, 7 wood, 6 hemp rope, 3 leather. Note, a simple and practical single bed. You can rest assured on it without worrying of falling off. I have a double bed made of solid wood. Fang Hao muttered quietly. Previously there was no bed, and he could only sleep on grass. He always woke up aching all over. Just after getting a big double bed, now he had received a blueprint for a single bed. Why does it always happen this way? Either nothing happens, or everything happens all at once. Apart from the blueprints, Dong Jiayu contacted him too, exchanged Shadowstone for 10 iron axes. After all, the food they exchanged last time was enough for her and the farmers in her territory for quite some time. Next, Fang Hao put 2,000 units of meat for sale, and then returned to the Lord's log house to rest. Next morning, Fang Hao came out of the log house and had a big stretch. Sleeping in a bed is really comfortable. The morning sun cast a warm glow over his face. Dew shimmered on the grass next to it. The breeze carried a faint scent of plants as it passed. Honestly, the air here is much better than the world he left behind. Picking up a plank placed aside, he etched 3 on it, signifying it was his 3rd day in this world. He lit up the fire to prepare breakfast, while also not forgetting to list more food for others to buy. As he waited for the meat to be cooked, Fang Hao began crafting the drying rack. He only received the blueprint for the drying rack last night. There was nothing to dry late at night, so he waited until the day to craft it. 100-fold amplification triggered, received 101 drying racks. 100 drying racks appeared on the ground. He called over a passing skeleton. From now on, you are in charge of drying food. The skeleton put down the iron axe it was carrying, went to the warehouse, picked up a piece of meat, and hung it on the drying rack. These skeletons are peculiar. Even though they are not very intelligent, they are capable of carrying out basic tasks given by Fang Hao. They work efficiently and adeptly. Just like executing a program, they neatly hung 3 pieces of meat on each drying rack to dry. Watching the skeleton busy at work, Fang Hao took the last piece of grilled meat and popped it into his mouth. After swallowing it, he put out the fire. A notification suddenly rang out. Skeleton caravan has arrived at your territory. It's up to the Lord to inspect it. The market that was built yesterday, the indicated time of arrival was 12 hours. After the night passed, it was already time. You guys follow me. To be on the safe side, Fang Hao called a few skeleton soldiers along with him. There's likely no danger, but just in case. A few skeleton soldiers immediately walked over, holding axes and shields and following behind Fang Hao. Upon reaching the market, Fang Hao saw that a tombstone that had been built was now completed. A magnificent-looking skeleton sat beside the tombstone. The skeleton merchant was dressed in rich attire, leaning against a wooden staff in his right hand, and wore a gemstone ring on his scrawny bone finger. His hollow eye sockets shone with a blue light, like that of a ghost fire. Upon seeing that Fang Hao was a human, the blue light in his eye sockets flickered with surprise, but soon it calmed down. He spoke softly. The god of undead accepts the faith of all believers. Seeing Fang Hao approach, he immediately stood up and said, "My lord, Ruer is willing to serve you." Fang Hao was taken aback. Holy shit, this skeleton can talk. Point 1. The skeletons following him were all silent. None of them could talk. Not only could the skeleton in front of him talk, but it also had feelings. He didn't even have flesh on his neck, so how was he speaking? It's not scientifically possible. No, he himself had traveled through time. Science clearly did not apply here. In spite of his surprise, Fang Hao remembered to respond to the other party. "Hello, Mr. Ruer, I welcome your arrival." Fang Hao greeted with a smile. "It's my honor." Skeleton Ruer bowed gracefully. His manners and actions were like those of a well-mannered nobleman, creating a stark contrast against his skeleton form. "Mr. Ruer, where are the goods?" "I'd like to take a look at the caravan's goods first," Fang Hao said. "Of course." Ruer tapped his cane on the ground, and a dark tunnel opened up in the adjacent graveyard, and shelves made of bones rose. 6 items were arranged on the shelves. Iron sword blueprint white level selling price, 5 warfare coins. Leather helmet blueprint white level selling price, 3 warfare coins. Metal parts blueprint white level selling price, 2 warfare coins. Viscera jar green level selling price, 50 warfare coins. Lord skill God's presence undead selling price, 120 warfare coins. Blank map selling price, 2 warfare coins. Caravan stopping time, 4 hours and 26 minutes. The purpose of the first 3 blueprints was obvious. Fang Hao understood their functions. However, he was unsure about the use of the remaining items. Viscera jar green level item type, tool description. The viscera jar is an ancient container of the undead clan with mysterious energy. It can plunder the viscera of powerful creatures to strengthen the army and worship the gods. Seeing the description, Fang Hao understood the function of the viscera jar. In modern society, similar things have been mentioned on television. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt, after being mummified, stored their organs in a type of container. The situation seemed similar. God's presence undead type, active skill description, allows the Lord to inhabit the body of the undead under his command and control it in battle. The lower the level of consciousness of the controlled body, the higher the compatibility. On seeing this skill, Fang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. This skill is quite good. The most significant feature of the fighters under his command is their lack of intelligence and exceptionally low consciousness, so he would definitely have high compatibility. Moreover, with this skill, his safety could also be guaranteed. For dangerous places, he could rely on this skill. Suppressing the feelings of joy in his heart, he continued to inspect the final item, the blank map. Blank map type single-page description. The explored terrain will be recorded on the map, which can be viewed by the Book of Lords. It's also a useful item. The last time he explored the map, when he was heading towards the Knolls camp, he recorded the map on a wooden board. It was inaccurate and very vague. This kind of wooden map, 1 or 2 days later, he could still recall the image and find the recorded points. If it was a long time later, he wouldn't be able to find any places even if he looked at the hand-drawn map. If there was a blank map that could record at any time, then it would be much more convenient. Fang Hao carefully read the product introductions. The skeleton merchant was also observing Fang Hao's territory, a village-level territory, yet it contained both undead and human buildings. It truly was a magical place. Of course, a territory of this level also has limited consumption ability. The goods provided by the caravan directly relate to the territory's level. The current offerings were only of lower-grade goods. "How about it? Do you need anything?" The hoarse voice of Skeleton Ruer was heard. Fang Hao averted his gaze and said, "I'll take everything." The warfare coins in his hand were not many. The system had rewarded him once. He had gained some more from wiping out the Knoll camp. It was just enough to buy all the items. "Thank you for your generosity," Ruer said. Then he took all the items from the shelves and handed them to Fang Hao. 3 white blueprints were directly recorded into the Book of Lords, and they could be viewed under the manufacture page. The blank map also merged into the Book of Lords. When he opened it again, a 5th page had appeared. Resources manufacture building channel and the newly added map. The map was shrouded with mist. Only the territory range could be visible. Lord's skill, God's presence, meet the learning conditions. Do you want to learn? Confirm. The God's presence skill book turned into light entering into Fang Hao's body. Last was the viscera jar. On the earthenware jar, intricate gold patterns were painted. The jar's lid was a metallic skull the size of a fist. It looked strange. "Mr. Ruer, when will the goods be replenished next time?" Fang Hao asked. Although all his warfare coins were spent this time, they greatly assisted him. Money in hand was useless. Only by spending it to enhance his strength could he survive more securely. Therefore, Fang Hao was already looking forward to the next batch of goods. "The caravan will arrive with new goods in your territory after 7 days, Ruer answered. For a lord like Fang Hao, who was so decisive and generous, Ruer was also satisfied. Fang Hao nodded, keeping the number 7 days in mind. "So the time for the store to refresh goods is 7 days. By the way, if I have goods, can I sell it here?" Suddenly Fang Hao had a thought. If he could sell items, with his 100 times amplification skill, couldn't he earn money in return? "Not yet. Only when your territory has a registered caravan can you sell items to the market." Ruer had an answer. "Oh, all right." Fang Hao was helpless. This is to prevent exploiting a bug. After a brief chat, skeleton merchant Ruer, after a slight bow, walked into the crack of the tomb. At the same time, a 7-day countdown appeared above the tomb. The skeleton merchant left, leaving him alone once again. It was hard to find someone who could converse, and they left in just a moment. If he'd known, he would have purchased the items one by one and chatted more with the skeleton. At least he could have asked if they had a family, how skeletons recognize female skeletons, how to reproduce offspring, show some concern to strengthen connections. Now that the person left, if he wanted to chat, he had to wait until after 7 days. Next. Fang Hao went to the burial grounds barracks and planned to recruit soldiers. In yesterday's fight, he acquired 122 wriggling spines, just enough for a full recruitment. Skeleton soldiers don't consume food and won't produce any burden. Naturally, the more the better. Recruit immediately. 122 spines disappeared. A notice immediately appeared in response. 100 times amplification triggered. 12,322 skeleton soldiers recruited. Instantly, the images of skeletons filled the territory. Just as he was about to assign tasks to the newly produced skeleton soldiers, a private chat suddenly rang. It was from Dong Jiayu, who he had traded with in the past. "Brother Hao, are you there? I want to discuss something with you." "I am, go ahead." Fang Hao initially thought that she had more shadow stones to exchange with him. It seemed that it should be something else by now. "I've explored to the 3rd layer of the tomb, and undead creatures have appeared here. I want to advance some iron axes from you for weapons." Her territory was situated near a mountain range. The nearby timber and stone resources were abundant, so she had no worries about mining. In reality, Dong Jiayu's grandfather owned a martial arts studio, and she had learned some martial arts with him since childhood. Therefore, on the 2nd day of crossing into this world, she left her territory and began exploring her surroundings. She found an ancient tomb in a valley. Soon, she discovered some blueprints and shadow stones from the tomb. She kept the blueprints for the development of her territory and sold the shadow stones to Fang Hao to acquire resources. Among the lords who came over with her, she was progressing quite well. But today, while leading militiamen to explore the 2nd layer of the ancient tomb, many undead creatures suddenly appeared. Not only did 2 militiamen die, she was also injured. She had no choice but to retreat to her territory and reconsider her strategies. The ancient tomb was the basis of her life, and despite the danger, she had to continue exploring it. After much thought, she decided to come to Fang Hao, hoping to advance some weapons and equipment. Dong Jiayu was not aware that Fang Hao had iron weapons. She just thought that iron axes would be more lethal than stone ones and wanted to advance some iron axes. "You want to advance some iron axes for fight?" Fang Hao asked in surprise. "Ah, is that all right?" Dong Jiayu was somewhat uncertain because every resource now was extremely important, affecting one's own development and survival. She hurriedly added, "Let's consider it as an advance reward for the shadow stones, okay?" Fang Hao asked again, "What are the types of soldiers you have? What weapons and equipment are they using?" He was not familiar with the information about human soldiers. "Just ordinary militiamen, there aren't any special troops yet," Dong Jiayu replied. She thought that Fang Hao would know about the militiamen. After all, everyone was a cross-world traveler from Earth and belonged to the human camp. They naturally knew about the soldiers recruited by humans. "How many people do you have?" 3. Previously, she had several Tier 1 militiamen. 2 of them died in the previous battle, leaving only 3. Including her, there were 4. Fang Hao didn't hesitate much. He replied, "I can provide you with weapons and equipment. Whenever you find valuable items during your exploration, prioritize trading them with me." "Great, thank you, Brother Hao. Thank you for your trust." Jiayue quickly expressed her gratitude. This was not just a trade, but also showed Fang Hao's trust in her. This kind of trust was especially precious in a place like this. "Okay, list a unit of wood or something so that I can trade the items to you," Fang Hao said. The system only allowed trading, not gifting. However, there were many workarounds. Listing a rock from the ground to be exchanged for gold was allowed. "Okay." Soon, Dong Jiayu listed a unit of wood in the designated trade. Fang Hao gave her 4 single-edged knives and 4 wooden shields. When Dong Jiayu saw that she had actually received real weapons instead of iron axes, she was amazed. Just how far had Fang Hao's territory developed? On just the 3rd day, he had already acquired real weapons. If he was able to give those weapons to her, that implied that such equipment was not scarce in his place. At this moment, Dong Jiayu's impression of Fang Hao was even more profound and unfathomable. She immediately sent another message to Fang Hao to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Hao." "Okay, be careful. Survival gives hope," Fang Hao advised. Shadowstone, it was a necessary material to upgrade an undead building. At present, only Dong Jiayu could obtain it. Thus, she must be supported to continue exploring the tomb. Of course, after several transactions, although they hadn't become friends, Fang Hao had a pretty good impression of Dong Jiayu. He didn't want her to face any danger. After the transaction was over, both of them started getting busy again. Fang Hao brought up the production page and started producing weapons and shields for over 10,000 skeleton soldiers. Iron sword, wood 3, iron 3, leather 1. When he wiped out the Knoll camp, he had gained 47 units of iron, and through selling iron axes over the past couple of days, he had earned more than 300 units of iron. It may not be much, but with the hundredfold amplification, there's enough to equip this team. Make them. Hundredfold amplification triggered. You have obtained 13,130 iron swords. Hundredfold amplification triggered. You have obtained 13,130 wooden shields. Hundredfold amplification triggered. You have obtained 13,130 simple leather armors. Hundredfold amplification triggered. You have obtained 14,140 leather helmets. All right, everyone, pick up your weapons and equipment. Fang Hao shouted loudly. All the skeleton soldiers he had recruited stepped forward, picked up the weapons and equipment that had been made and put them on. You don't go. Fang Hao casually grabbed a skeleton soldier who was about to leave. He was using the God's Presence skill directly. Everything went black before his eyes. The body of Fang Hao, sitting on the stone steps, instantly fell backward. And the dumbfounded skeleton soldier standing nearby in his hollow pupils suddenly flamed two ghastly blue ghost fires, similar to the skeleton merchant who just left. God's Presence on target, skeleton soldier, compatibility 72. Fang Hao's consciousness transferred to the skeleton, surprised. He looked at the skeletal limbs, then looked at his own body beside. You too, carry me into the room, place me on the bed. The skeleton's voice sounded dry and hoarse. It sounded very eerie. Two skeletons picked up the body of Fang Hao and headed toward the Lord's wooden house. The skeleton used its skull to hit open the wooden door before they dumped him on the bed. Seeing this, Fang Hao was so angry he kicked the two skeletons on their backsides with his bone leg. You two are trying to kill me. Both kicked skeletons staggered, still standing there in a daze. Next, Fang Hao assigned work, some to patrol, some to help the workers gather resources. He, however, selected about 2,000 skeleton soldiers for exploration of the surrounding territories. The Book of Lords had added a new page map. Any places that had been explored would automatically record the terrain and topography. Places which had been explored before would need to be re-explored to have the map record them. Follow me. Calling out to the 2,000 skeleton soldiers behind him, they headed out of the village. The territory was still under protection. The protection shield could ensure his safety. Adventuring while possessing the skeleton seemed like a sure win. Meanwhile, Knoll camp. Knoll, with a saber slung about his waist, had a gloomy face full of rage. He sat on a large stone waiting for the news from the scouts. He had led a team to the Orc Bazaar for trading, but upon return found his den had been wiped out. All resources and items had been moved out. Not even a chair was left behind. Fuming with anger, he had no choice but to order someone to fetch a stone for him to sit on while waiting for news. Leader, there's news. A few gnolls ran over hastily, shouting loudly. Despite not being very intelligent, gnolls still belonged to the intelligent races. Occasionally, one or two gnoll priests would appear, their intelligence not inferior to humans. Speak, the leader ordered wrathfully. We followed the cart tracks and found an undead village. There are lots of undead there. How many? From what I saw, at least several thousand. Hearing this number, the leader's face turned even grimmer. The enemy's numbers were too great. They were not something they could withstand. Contact the Fireblade tribe. Tell them we've found a wealthy village and invite them to loot together. Point 1. He still leads the team to explore the surrounding maps. Even if the Book of Lords is in his original body's hands, the places that he explores with the control of the skeleton would also be recorded normally. He explored for 2 hours. The skeleton exploration team had already harvested 5 wild boars and 3 unicorns. The beasts of this world are far more powerful than the creatures of Earth. 2 wild boars already fill a flatbed cart. It takes the combined efforts of 2 skeleton soldiers to push the cart at the same speed as the team. Wielding his iron sword, he cuts down the thorns in front of him. Because he has inhabited a skeleton body under God's presence, he feels like he's playing an adventure game, fighting monsters without any real danger. After passing through a dense forest, he hadn't yet fully seen the situation. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from the front. Roar. Then the ground began to tremble slightly and the trees shivered. Looking up, a giant bear with red hair all over its body came towards him. Jungle Giant Bear Tier 3. Everything happened so suddenly. By the time Fang Hao noticed, the giant bear had already charged to his side, slapping with its palm, raising his shield in haste. The giant bear stood up on its hind legs and its claws hit the wooden shield heavily. After a thunderous sound, Fang Hao felt himself flying, with the wind whistling in his ears. Another dull sound, Fang Hao hit a tree and slowly slid down. On his left arm, only half of the wooden shield remained. He quickly checked his body, finding that 2 of his ribs had broken. Fortunately, Fang Hao couldn't feel any pain. Even with 2 broken ribs, it didn't hinder his actions. The remaining skeleton soldiers have started fighting the giant bear. The newly replaced equipment already had lethal power. They swarmed, continuously slashing and hacking at the bear's body, while also using their shields to bash the bear. The giant bear's strength was also considerable, and each swing of its paw would send skeleton soldiers flying, breaking their bones. Fang Hao stood up, discarding the broken wooden shield in his hand. He drew his sword and charged once more. He joined the frenzied melee. Even if the bear had great strength and was fierce, it couldn't withstand such an intensive attack. In the end, Fang Hao seized the moment, stabbing the bear's weak point under its tail. He twisted and stirred his sword, killing it once and for all. Damn, that was intense. Even though he possessed a skeleton's body and couldn't feel fatigue or pain, the ferocity of the giant bear still left him feeling shocked. Had he been inhabiting his own body, leading the map exploration team, that hit just now could have gravely wounded, if not killed him. There are no hospitals here. Being heavily wounded is a death sentence. Loaded on the cart, it took 5 skeleton soldiers to throw the giant bear's corpse onto the flatbed cart. After it's transported back to the territory, it will be butchered. Let's go. There should be a den nearby, Fang Hao called out as the team continued to move forward. According to their experiences with Warcraft and prairie wolves, the beast's lair should also contain a treasure chest. They searched around and indeed found the giant bear's cave. Just as they entered, they encountered several humanoid and animal skeletons. Just as he thought of going in deeper, he was attracted by a skeleton. Adventurer's skeleton type, remains description. This is the corpse of an unfortunate adventurer. Next to the corpse was a tattered backpack. As soon as Fang Hao picked it up, the leather backpack fell apart. A piece of paper with patterns drawn on it fell out. Map, Tomb of the Dragon type, single-page map description. An adventurer-made map recording the routes and terrain of the Tomb of the Dragon. Such a guy. This poor adventurer died at the hands of this giant bear while on the way. Bury him. At least that's a proper burial, Fang Hao said. 2 skeleton soldiers stepped forward, trying to lift the turn-it-into-white bone corpse. The moment the two put in some force, clatter, bones were scattered all over the ground, and the skeleton soldiers began picking up the fallen bones to bury outside the cave. Fang Hao entered the cave and saw a wooden treasure chest. He opened the chest. Acquired Stonehoe Blueprint, Bathtub Blueprint, Natural Gem 1, Natural Gem Category, Rare Resource Note, Essential Rare Resource for recruiting advanced troops and constructing special buildings. What a good item. It's a pity we're the bad guys though, Fang Hao murmured, holding the natural gem. The natural gem was a rare and precious resource. The name was clearly at odds with the undead clan. Shadowstone would have been a name more suitable for the undead, he thought. All useful resources were quickly packed and stored away. They began the return journey. The loaded team returned to the territory. Fang Hao deactivated God's Presence mode, and the skeleton soldiers turned back to their usual dull selves, going to the warehouse, picking up a new shield, instinctively joining the patrol team as if nothing had happened. After his soul returned to his body, Fang Hao sat up on his bed, touched the top of his head. There was a bump. It was caused by the skeleton hitting his head against the door when they were carrying him. Next time, he thought to himself, he should lay down properly to avoid becoming injured. He left the room. He went over to the loot. Tier 1 Iron Boar 5, do you wish to slaughter? Slaughter completed. Acquired 2500 meat, 100 beast skin, 75 beast bone. Tier 1 Unicorn 3, do you wish to slaughter? Slaughter completed. Acquired 1500 meat, 60 beast skin, 45 beast bone. Tier 3 Jungle Giant Bear, do you wish to slaughter? Slaughter completed. Acquired 900 meat, 55 beast skin, 30 beast bone. Throughout the hunt, Fang Hao slowly added to the diminishing meat storage again. The hunting abilities of the skeleton soldiers were quite weak. Although a hunting squad was formed, there were very few times they brought back game. This time, Fang Hao led the team himself. The efficiency of hunting was greatly improved. He slaughtered several games. We took out a couple more blueprints and maps. The Stonehoe Blueprint, Bathtub Blueprint automatically got recorded into a page in the Book of Lords craft section. And the moment the Tomb of the Dragon map came in contact with the Book of Lords, it fused with his territory's map. In the north of the territory's map, a mountain range emerged slowly, the location of the Tomb of the Dragon. Well, it was quite user-friendly, he thought. However, the Tomb of the Dragon was quite far from his territory. Trying to cross the fog and reach the Tomb of the Dragon directly seemed unrealistic. The day was busy, and it was already dusk. He provided the others with food first. After all, there were still many people waiting for Fang Hao to provide food every day. As the development of various territories progressed, the demand for food remained huge. Some lucky lords got the blueprint for the barracks and could recruit militiamen. However, hunting was still difficult. If they encountered groups of high-level warcraft, it wasn't even clear who the prey was. Now, once Fang Hao was late in providing food. People would privately chat him to urge him, asking whether Fang Hao was in trouble and why he hadn't provided the food yet. Thousands of units were still in short supply. In a blink of an eye, completely sold out. Ding, a private chat rang. Brother Fang, I have blueprints here. Want to exchange for some iron axes. Fang Hao remembered this person. He was the one who exchanged the simple leather armor blueprint with him. Of course, you can send them to me so I can take a look. Fang Hao replied. They had traded before, so they were much more familiar with each other this time. Iron pot blueprint, wood 6, stone 6, iron 3, so it's an iron pot. Well, I'll give you 3 iron axes, what do you think? Fang Hao thought for a moment and proposed his exchange number. Moreover, there's already an iron pot in my inventory, obtained from a raid on the Knoll camp. However, given the psychological burden of having previously cooked human flesh in it, it has been sitting unused. Now someone is selling an iron pot blueprint, so I can manufacture a brand new one. Can do. The other party replies, then added, Brother Fang Hao, once you've learned the blueprint, I could provide the materials. Could you make me a pot, hee. Fang Hao immediately understood his intention. Pretty smart idea. At the current level of the domain, 1 iron pot is enough. He sells the blueprint to me in return for 3 iron axes, then asks Fang Hao to make him another pot. He's taking no loss at all. Of course, sell me more blueprints next time, Fang Hao generously says. He wasn't particularly bothered about it. With a 100-fold increase, it's impossible for any deal to constitute a loss. One set of materials can create 100 products. It's the blueprint that is hard to come by, not the materials. Thank you, brother, I'll list it right away. Soon an iron pot blueprint appeared in the designated transaction list. After giving the other party 3 iron axes, Fang Hao received the iron pot blueprint. Iron pot, wood 6, stone 6, iron 3. Craft triggered 100-fold increase, received 101 iron pots. A flash of light occurred. 101 iron pots appeared on the open space in front of me. The new iron pots are different from the ones seized from the knolls. The newly crafted pots were one piece, with a wooden pile below and an iron pot on top. He chose one and gave it to the other party, fulfilling their agreement. He kept 3 pots for himself and put the rest, along with the remaining knoll iron pots, up for sale. Trader, Fang Hao registered item, iron pot quantity, 98, required for 5 units of iron ore. Note, if there are special resources, blueprints, or items, we can have a private chat. Finished off all the work, Fang Hao summoned a skeleton. You will be in charge of boiling water. The skeleton proceeded as instructed, bringing the stone materials to the warehouse to start boiling the water. There were 101 buckets of stored water in the domain, no need to fetch it from a distance anymore. Fang Hao continued to open the Book of Lords and navigated to the manufacture page. He selected a bath bucket. Bath bucket, wood 5, hemp rope 3. Manufacture. Triggered 100-fold increase, received 101 bath buckets. The iron pots had not all been sold yet when a large number of bath buckets appeared again. He would offer the extra buckets for sale, but not at present. Prolifically selling a large number of items could attract attention from potential buyers. There's no rush, he could sell them in broad daylight the next day. Guided the skeleton to move the buckets to the open space next door. Water was boiling now. After adjusting the water temperature, he quickly took a bath. Having taken a bath, he felt rejuvenated, full of spirit, and relaxed. Stepping out of the bath, he spread his arms wide, waiting for his body to air dry. The feeling of complete relaxation, while basking in breezes, felt pleasantly good. Next, he started preparing dinner, boiling a pot of meat soup. He idly switched on the area channel to pass time. Hey, have any of you used Brother Fang Hao's pots yet? Any special situations? Nothing at all, wise. I foraged for some mushrooms and wild veggies and made a pot of soup. I didn't even add any meat, so why is there oil floating in it? And that meaty aroma, it's like I've boiled a pot full of meat. Stop bragging, man. Is it real or fake? I also made mushroom soup, but it's clear as water. It is true. I just tasted it, and it does taste like meat soup. Damn, brother, you found a treasure. Isn't this a daily meat soup? I suspect your pot has a hidden attribute. Would you sell it? I'd buy it at high price. In an instant, the channel was filled with discussions about iron pots. The iron pots listed for sale were rapidly selling out. Some people need a pot. Others buy it, hoping to get an iron pot capable of brewing a vegetable broth. Fang Hao did not expect such a thing to happen. The pot for cooking green vegetables, which produces oil, should be the iron pot from the Knoll camp. After all, years of cooking meat in it can leave some traces of grease, having arranged everything. He went to bed to rest. The next day, early in the morning, he stepped out of the Lord's wooden house. He yawned and marked the 4th day on the side. He cooked breakfast on the fire. After breakfast, he jogged around the boundary of his territory, doing some basic exercises such as sit-ups. His physique was originally quite decent. He had muscles all over his body. but after crossing over, he found that his muscles were increasingly slack. This wasn't a good sign. Thus, he arranged for morning exercises first thing in the day. Having done everything, he changed into a more comfortable position on the bed. He used the God's presence skill to possess the body of a skeleton soldier. Today's task was the same as yesterday's, to continue exploring the surrounding terrain. He chose 2,000 skeleton soldiers and led the team out of his territory with big strides. They passed through a plain to the west. Fang Hao abruptly stopped and signaled for the team to halt. He stared solemnly ahead. Several humanoid creatures were wandering about. Their bodies were entwined like vines, with green sprouts growing in some parts of their bodies. Lost wood element servant spirit rank 3 type. Summon creature masterless abilities, entangle, revival. Description: servant spirits who have lost their masters gradually lose their purpose. They wander here, attacking all passing creatures. These are rank 3 soldiers. Moreover, there are 3 of them wandering ahead. After glancing at the skeleton soldiers behind him, he gave the command to attack. Attack. 2,000 skeleton soldiers raised their weapons and launched an attack. The massive charge quickly drew the attention of the wood element servant spirits. They glowed faintly with green light. Vines grew from beneath the skeleton's feet, writhing and entwining like pythons, grabbing the nearby skeletons to restrict their movements. But the number of skeletons was too large. The entanglement had no effect at all. Soon, the skeleton soldiers rushed up to them. The wood servant spirits transformed their arms into whip-like vines and started fighting the skeletons. The wood servant spirits demonstrated considerable combat power. However, faced with the numerous skeletons, concentrated and disordered attacks, the wood servant spirits found it hard to hold on. In the end, they turned into green lights and scattered in the air. They even dropped items after death, a natural gem and 3 units of trace of the earth. He collected everything. Search the area, see if there are any chests nearby. The skeletons quickly dispersed. After a while, they actually brought over a black iron chest. Fang Hao immediately opened it. Obtained: spiritual field blueprint green, mindful necklace green, natural gemstone 5, trace of the forest 1, warfare coin 15, in addition to some materials. This time he actually obtained a green blueprint and a piece of green equipment. Mindful necklace green category, neck ornament item effect, increases spiritual power recovery. Description: a necklace that keeps you full of energy. Many items in this world have been digitalized. Unlike in games, there is no clear display of health and spiritual power. However, when using the God's presence skill to possess the body of a skeleton soldier, he could clearly feel mental fatigue. This necklace, although not as exciting as a good weapon, was exactly what he needed. Spiritual field blueprint green type, building blueprint description. Build a spiritual field in a suitable location to grow crops, enhancing their growth speed. Point 1. Under normal understanding, a spiritual field has better soil quality, so crops grow better and mature faster. It's been the 4th day since coming to this world. Although there's no worry about food and drink, having barbecued meat without seasoning for every meal is indeed a bit monotonous. The presence of a spiritual field could perhaps allow for the cultivation of crops, which could change the monotony of his diet. You guys, switch out your shields, Fang Hao ordered. The skeleton soldiers who were called upon discarded their broken shields and picked up the equipment of their fallen comrades. In the recent battle, despite the undead having an overwhelming numerical advantage, they still lost 8 skeleton soldiers. They were replaced by those with the best shields among the 8. After getting equipped, the team continued on their journey, further exploring the map. Inside the knoll camp, the once raised encampment was welcoming a new batch of troops. They stood around 2 meters tall, their gaping mouths and fierce appearances emanating an air of barbarity and violent bravery. Unlike the gnolls, these were real orc warriors. Inherently aggressive, war and looting were their only pleasures. Inside the clan leader's hall, the gnoll clan leader stood nervously to one side, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. He never expected that his call for reinforcements would bring the notoriously volatile Kido. Kido was a young orc, both the leader of the tribe and the son of the Fireblade tribe clan leader. At this moment, the gnoll clan leader wasn't sure if calling for backup from the Fireblade tribe was the right decision. So you're saying that, during your absence, your camp was attacked by these undead? Kido asked in a deep voice. Yes, the gnoll hastily replied. This village is very rich. I haven't heard of undead having any valuables, Kido asked again. He came here leading a team, certainly not to avenge the gnoll camp. The survival of these weak creatures didn't matter to them in the slightest. They had heard that the village was very rich and came hoping to loot it. Very wealthy, the gnoll clan leader simpered. Better be if I find out you dared to deceive me. I'll turn your skull into a decorative piece and hang it on my wall. Kido's warning carried a deadly threat. The gnoll clan leader broke out into more sweat and dared not utter a word. At that moment, the scout who had been sent to investigate the situation returned and entered the hall. "My lord, the situation has been surveyed. Indeed, there is an undead village, but it's under the protection of an energy shield," the scout reported in a solemn voice. Kito's face gradually darkened as he listened. After the scout left, he roared out in rage, "You dare deceive me. I'll cut off your head to use as a chamber pot." The Fireblade tribe were familiar with energy shields. The energy shield perfectly protected the village, and no matter how powerful their machinery was, they could not break through it. This signified that they made a wasted trip. Even if the village's defenses were low, they couldn't get in. The Knoll clan leader jumped at Kito's roar. He didn't know the function of the energy shield and had only thought of calling the Fireblade tribe for revenge. I didn't dare. Just as Kito was about to grab his battle axe and behead the Knoll, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Commander Kito, I have a way to take the village," a voice proposed. All eyes in the room suddenly turned to the speaker. This was a human, wearing a Nike sports jacket over a piece of leather armor, with a brown book dangling from his waist. Kito's commanding presence was so strong no one had noticed there was a human standing in the orc tribe's hall. Kito suppressed his anger and asked in a cold voice, "What's your plan?" With that, he slouched back in his seat with a nonchalant air. "If there's a protective shield, it's likely one of my kind. If we can't break into the village, we can lure them out and kill them. Once they die, the shield will naturally disappear," said the human with a smile. "This man's name is Zhuang Hong. Unfortunately, the day after he crossed over, his territory was discovered by the Fireblade tribe. Though his domain had a protective shield, and the orcs could not break in, they still blockaded the entrance, hindering the development of the domain. The farmers couldn't leave and resources couldn't be gathered. Zhuang Hong proved to have some wit about him. He negotiated with the orcs and made the village a vassal of the tribe. There was no need for military development. All they had to do was continually collect resources for the Fireblade tribe. He came today with Kito, and when he heard the sound of an energy shield, he guessed it was another lord. And this lord will be the gift he presents to Kito. Are you confident?" After hearing Zhuang Hong's plan, Kito's eyes light up. Orcs aren't good or particularly fond of strategic scheming, but they could acknowledge that this plan might work. "We can give it a try," said Zhuang Hong. "Good, as long as you succeed. I'll speak to my father to give you more power." "Thank you," said Zhuang Hong with joy in his heart, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. As dusk approached, Fang Hao led his team back into his territory. In addition to exploring nearby maps, they also hunted a large number of beasts, increasing the reserve of meat and beast skins. After all, every day there's a great crowd roaring to be fed, waiting for him to serve up food. Cancelled the god's present status and slaughtered all the beasts. Slaughter completed, gained 7,500 meat, 450 beast skins, 300 beast bones. On the fourth day of crossing over, the demand for meat still existed. He could tolerate a little more hardship, eat a little less, but farmers and soldiers also needed to be provided with food to replenish energy and increase loyalty. Imported the spiritual field blueprint into the Book of Lords. Materials required for a level 1 spiritual field: 1,500 wood, 800 stone, 300 hemp ropes, 5 natural gems, 1 trace of the earth. The requirements for a green quality blueprint were high. Among them, natural gems and the trace of the earth were rare resources that were hard to come by. Luckily, the warehouse had these materials. With the Book of Lords in hand, he chose to build on a flat, open space outside the village. A wooden fence enclosed a piece of empty ground. The wild grass disappeared and the soil was loose, not as hard as before. He stood on the outside, measured the distance with his stride. It was approximately a 10-meter by 10-meter square field. However, they had no crop seeds yet. Returned to his territory. He sat down on a bench in front of a wooden hut, concocting soup while opening the area channel. A lot of information scrolled on the surface. Does anyone know how to bandage a wound? I've been bitten by a wolf. What should I do? Could I get rabies? Dinner's ready. I'm sitting at the kids' table. Seriously, guys, I really got bitten. The wound is deep. Don't mess around. Immediately rinse the wound with water, then squeeze out the contaminated blood. Can I use river water? It's best to use clean water so as not to infect the wound. Okay, thank you, brother. Then Fang Hao's private chat soon followed up. He opened it and saw it was the Lord who just asked for advice on how to treat a wound. Is brother Fang Hao there? Lifesaver, can I exchange a pot with you? I'd like to boil some water. Even though some people use their attempts to chat and joke around, most lords are quite restrained. If there isn't anything important to discuss, they won't waste words in the chat channel. This lord is probably quite desperate. He's almost used up all his chat opportunities. Sure, you can shelve it and I'll give it to you. Fang Hao isn't a good person, but he's not a cold-hearted one either. He wouldn't play the saintly figure by doing charity, but if someone else was in trouble, he wouldn't stand idly by, laughing at their misfortunes. Therefore, Fang Hao didn't demand anything in return, planning to give the Lord a pot. "Thank you, boss." Then the other party promptly shelved the item in a private chat, exchanging a bone arrow blueprint for an iron pot. Bone arrow type, arrow damage, level 1 damage description, an arrow made from sharpened bones, very fragile. The bone arrowhead will shatter upon hitting the target. It turns out the other party didn't expect to get something for nothing. It's just that the effect of this bone arrow is somewhat negligible. This is the lowest level type of arrow, similar to the stone axe among weapons. Fang Hao didn't say much and directly clicked to confirm the exchange. The iron pot he put up for trade disappeared, and he got a bone arrow blueprint in return. He entered the blueprint and filed it under the manufacturing tab. At the same time, he remembered the double-handed light crossbow blueprint he received earlier. Ever since the skeleton merchant appeared and he exchanged the metal part blueprint, he had met the production conditions. However, there hadn't been any battles so far, and the occasional beasts that showed up could easily be dealt with by his skeleton soldiers. On second thoughts, the double-handed light crossbow weapon was perfect for the single-minded skeleton workers. The attack power didn't rely on the combat power of the skeleton laborers, but on the destructive power of the crossbow itself. In any case, leave it for later. It's not needed at the moment. While having dinner, he listed 5,000 units of food for the people on the channel. After thinking for a while, he posted in the channel, "Who has seeds for crops? If you have some, you can quote me in a private chat." The moment Fang Hao posted, the chat feed froze for a few seconds. Then, it began to boil over like a pot of stew. Holy shit, is Lord Fang Hao developing agriculture now? What's going on? Are we all in the same world? While we're still eating raw meat and drinking animal blood, the boss has already entered the farming age, asking for guidance. "I planted a seed a couple of days ago. I've been fertilizing it daily, but it's not sprouting. To the guy above, based on many years of clinical experience, your shit is poisonous. How do you know? Did you get mouth ulcers because of this?" Puke tilde. The topics in the channel gradually started to get weirder. It moved from agriculture to fertilizers, and finally turned into a food safety issue. The daily limit of 10 chat posts was still unable to stop everyone's wild imaginings and teasing. It brought a touch of joy into this dangerous world. Soon, someone initiated a private chat with a price offer. "Boss, are you there? I have 20 potatoes. Do you want them?" Potatoes are tuberous plants. They don't have seeds. You can plant them simply by cutting them into pieces. "Yes, what do you want to exchange for them?" Asked Fang Hao. "Boss, how does 8 units of meat sound?" The other party asked cautiously. He was worried that if Fang Hao disagreed, it would be awkward for both of them after rejection. Looking at the current situation, Fang Hao had considerable popularity throughout the entire region. Many people were purchasing food as well as tools like iron axes and pots from him. No one knew when they would need Fang Hao's help. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend him. Similarly, Fang Hao wouldn't be petty over minor differences. "Sure, you can put it up." "Okay." The other party happily agreed and promptly shelved the item. Fang Hao completed the trade and obtained 20 potatoes. Then it was time to make hoes. He had obtained a stone hoe blueprint yesterday while exploring the map and defeating a giant bear to open a treasure chest. Stone hoe, wood 2, stone 2, hemp rope 2. Create, triggered hundredfold amplification, obtained 101 stone hoes. Sigh, there's only so much farmland, creating over 100 hoes seems a bit overkill. He halted a diligent skeleton worker who was chopping trees with a stone axe and said, "You'll be responsible for farming from now on. Plant these potatoes first." The skeleton laid down its stone axe, picked up the hoe and potatoes, and mechanically walked towards the outskirts of the village. Fang Hao followed behind, feeling somewhat nervous. To be honest, he had lived in the city up until now and didn't know much about farming. He only knew about digging holes, burying seeds in soil, watering them, and then waiting. But farming is definitely not that simple. If the skeletons didn't know how to do it and he himself did not know how to do it, there would be a real issue. He would have farmland and tools but wouldn't be able to farm. But it turned out all of Fang Hao's worries were unfounded. The skeleton arrived at the spiritual field and skillfully tilled the ground, cutting the potatoes into pieces and planting them one by one. Its movements were proficient. Simultaneously, a faint glow appeared on the planted spots, showing a countdown. Time until maturity, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Nice, this spiritual field is amazing. It takes only 7 days for crops to mature. Doesn't this mean that he can eat potatoes after 7 days? Soon after, more people privately contacted Fang Hao, selling him garlic and chili pepper seeds. After trading for the seeds, which weren't many, he he handed them over to the skeleton farmer for planting. After taking care of everything, he did a few laps around his domain and did some sit-ups. Now he had plenty of food and water, and he was developing at a pace faster than many others. Next up was the competition of lifespan. He should not let his body fail him when his domain was doing well. Therefore, proper exercise was still necessary. While he was midway through his third set of sit-ups, two skeletons approached him. They held up a wild boar's carcass. Thump, they dropped it right beside him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fang Hao, who was in the middle of doing a push-up, got a face full of dust. "Are you sick? Can't you see there's a person here?" bellowed Fang Hao. The skeletons paid no heed and just walked off. Meanwhile, Fang Hao's attention was drawn to the wild boar's carcass. There were several fatal wounds on the boar, but what caught his attention was a smooth piece of beast skin tied to its tail. It read, "Brother, I'm a lord nearby. Let's meet and chat. We can help each other out. I'll be waiting for you in front of the forest to the east." The words were in Chinese, and you could tell that the other party wasn't merely imitating. They were actually proficient in using these characters. It seems like another lord nearby had discovered his territory. Fearing an attack from the skeletons, they decided to get this message to him in this way. Looking at the time, he felt even more puzzled. Normally, there would be some distance between domains, definitely not too close. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the fourth day before the other party discovered his domain. At this moment, it was getting dark. After he finished his dinner and exercises, he would be going to sleep. And yet, the other lord chose this time to ask for a meeting. Even if he agreed to meet, how would the other party return? The night was much more dangerous than the day. It could be deduced that the other lord had a place to stay nearby, to the east and near his territory. Without thinking, Fang Hao instinctively thought of the knoll camp. There is still a chance to look over the body before it gets butchered. Once it's butchered, meat and materials are separated automatically, and the parts that can't be eaten will vanish on their own. The wound is deep, indicating that the person who killed the wild boar was very strong. Yet a human lord should not possess such strength. It must be the work of his soldiers. Among the splinters of the boar's broken tusk, a red hair has been found. This hair is thicker and stiffer than a human's, looking similar to the boar's fur. Could he be of a special faction or have special soldiers? Fang Hao frowned and muttered, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. It doesn't feel like a simple mutual aid agreement. It falls before the trees to the east. A torchlight illuminates the area. Zhuanghang is holding a torch, waiting for the arrival of the lord from afar. There are more than just him in the forest. Nearby in the shrubs, nearly 2,000 Beast Clan warriors are hidden. Zhuanghang, it seems your plan didn't work. Orc Kido spoke from the side. Zhuanghang had proposed a plan to lure the lord, who is under protection, out and kill him. The low-ranking skeletons are completely incapable of communication. They killed a wild boar, had Zhuanghang write a letter to meet, and delivered it to the hands of the opposing lord, agreeing to meet here. But the sky is getting dark, and the opposing lord has not yet shown up. "Let's wait a little longer, he should come," Zhuanghang insisted, undeterred. If his plan were to fail, with Kido's temperament, he would surely punish him. Even the simple whipping punishment of the orcs would be too much for him to bear. Just then, as the two were talking, a group of people walked out from the territory in the distance. Under the bright moonlight, they could see the figure of the other party. "They're here, you all hide," Zhuanghang urged. Kido also noticed the people coming from afar, waved his hand, and had all the orcs hide. Once the other party is killed, the protection will disappear. Soon, under Zhuanghang's gaze, a man, completely wrapped in clothes, approached. Behind him were two skeletons dressed in leather, wielding swords and shields. Zhuanghang squinted, surprised at the opposing iron sword, but also greedy for it. "Brother, you finally made it," Zhuanghang greeted warmly. Fang Hao looked at Zhuanghang and spoke in a low voice. How should I address you?" His voice was hoarse and low, sounding very uncomfortable. "Zhuanghang, what about you, brother?" Zhuanghang stepped forward to greet. "Who I am isn't important. Where are the people you've hidden?" "You can have them come out now." Fang Hao spoke directly. There was still a little uncertainty in his heart before. Seeing Zhuanghang standing alone here, he was certain of the other party's ill intention. Who would dare to stand here alone? Even Fang Hao wouldn't dare to stand here in the night, just to wait for someone purely. "What do you mean?" "Stop pretending I'm already here. There's no need for you to keep up the act," Fang Hao continued. Just then, a gust of wind was heard. A cold light flew out from the bushes next to them. Crack! With a crisp sound, an iron knife pierced through Fang Hao's body and nailed him to the tree behind him. At the same moment, a large group of orcs rushed out, slaughtering the two skeleton soldiers with their knives. HMPH. A smart fool, he guessed there was an ambush, but still dared to come. Kido sneered as he walked out from the bushes. the Knoll clan leader, courteously took the hatchet that was nailed to the trunk and respectfully handed it to Kido. He didn't forget to flatter, "Lord Kido, you're amazing," killing him with one move. "Shut up with your nonsense." Kido snapped angrily. The Knoll clan leader smiled obsequiously. "Yes, yes, I shouldn't talk nonsense." Kido, who was initially immersed in the joy of victory, suddenly became serious. The protective dome around the distant territory hadn't disappeared. The skeletons working outside also began to retreat. They stopped their work and returned to the territory. "What's going on?" Kido's voice dropped a few degrees colder. The Knoll, who had been chattering nonstop, shrank back, shutting his mouth, and silently retreated to one side. Zhuang Hong, expression solemn, walked up, uncovered the corpse, and carefully examined the body pierced by a battle sword. Upon seeing the face, Zhuang Hong's complexion took a drastic turn. "Lord Kido, look." Kido and the orcs around him looked over. This was no human clan lord, but just like the other two skeleton foot soldiers, it was a skeletal figure, stuffed with straw to make it look plump. "We've been fooled. Let's go, we'll head back to camp and arrange for guards to stand by the entrance tomorrow," Kido ordered. It was unknown how they had used skeletons to probe, but clearly they hadn't lost their lives. They started to gather their forces and hid inside a protective shield, leaving the orcs helpless against them. They could only go back to camp and wait for other opportunities tomorrow. The beasts lit their torches and began to retreat in large groups, and behind them, a small skeleton followed the light of their torches from a distance. Late at night, Fang Hao sat up from his bed. With a rub of his temple, he looked slightly weary. He had been tailing the retreating orcs and had confirmed that their destination was the Knoll's campsite. At the same time, he was also aware that their plan this time had not succeeded. The orcs surely wouldn't let him off, and conversely, Fang Hao wouldn't allow such a dangerous, uncontrollable group to exist near him. He walked out of the room and lit a bonfire. He started to make tools by the firelight. Metal parts, metal 1, create. Triggered hundredfold amplification, received metal parts 101. Light crossbow, wood 5, iron 2, metal parts 3. He directly selected 20. Triggered hundredfold amplification, received light crossbows 2020. Light crossbow, green category, dual-handed distance damage, second level damage description, handy and convenient light crossbow. He picked a skeleton to test shoot. It functioned fine, no issues at all. Bone arrow, wood 1, beast bone 2. Bone arrows are consumables. He selected 100, triggered hundredfold amplification, received bone arrows 10,100. In an instant, the weapons on the empty field formed a small mountain. Load the bone arrows on the carts. All working skeletons pick up the light crossbows. Fang Hao shouted the order. A few carts were pushed over. Bundles of bone arrows were loaded onto the cart. The working skeletons cast aside their tools and picked up the light crossbows beside them. Meanwhile, he inspected all the skeleton foot soldiers, weapons and armor, selected a few skeletons and swapped their shields and armor. Everything was ready. He returned to his room, laid down and cast God's presence. The next second, a ghastly blue flame rose from a skeleton foot soldier's chest. "Advance." The ghostly flame flickered as Fang Hao issued the command. The White Bone Army left their camp, marching in the direction of the goblins' camp. The Knoll's houses could hardly accommodate the bulky orcs. In the center of the clearing, crude beast skin tents were set up. Over 2,000 robust orcs gathered at the central space of the camp, having their dinner. They had been busy since earlier trying to lure and kill Fang Hao, but they ended up returning fruitlessly. Inside the clan leader's hall, Kido the orc and Zhuang Hong were eating meat from their plates. Facing the unusually sticky meat soup, Zhuang Hong had some difficulty swallowing. "Lord Kido, although we failed this time, it also proves the feasibility of this plan. If we come across other human clan lords, we'll surely succeed." Zhuang Hong put down the soup and spoke softly. Kido remained silent, while the Knoll clan leader gave Zhuang Hong a strange look. The Beast clan respected strength above all. It was common to see infighting among their own kind. However, it was rare to see someone like Zhuang Hong such keen on providing ideas to foreign races and plotting against his own kind. The plan just now had been perfect. His appearance proves the feasibility of the plan, but they had clearly underestimated that lord, one who had a unique faction and the ability to control skeletons. The failure in the ambush made Zhuang Hong feel extremely uneasy. For now, he was a pawn at their mercy. He was in a situation where he relied on the orcs who had the power to decide his life or death, hence the need to act with caution and appeasement. "If you weren't still of use, I would have killed you long ago," Kido said coldly. Zhuang Hong's territory was now a subsidiary village of the Fireblade tribe. They were gathering resources for the tribe every day. Killing such a free labor force would indeed be a waste. Yes, yes, I will do my best," Zhuang Hong kept wiping his sweat, repeatedly promising. "Humph, you'd better prove your worth." Just then, the sound of wind breaking sounded intensively from outside the room. after which it was the painful howls of the orc warriors. Kido briskly stood up and walked out. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw arrows falling towards him. Pat, 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 arrows fell like rain, forming a gigantic net that covered the entire campsite. The arrows tore through the tent and orcs kept falling. Bone arrow. Kido picked up one of the arrows fallen outside the door. The bone arrowhead shattered upon touch with the ground, leaving only some bones on the shaft. Find cover, don't run aimlessly, Kido yelled. The orcs running around began to look for shelters to dodge the arrows. There wasn't much cover in the campsite. Those who squeezed into the shelters survived, while those who didn't, the rain of arrows continued for more than 10 minutes. Besides a few who used their companions' bodies as shields, many orcs were killed under the bone arrows. Never had they seen such a relentless and rain-like barrage of arrows. When the rain of arrows ceased, Kido and the others went out of the hall and climbed on the city wall. Seeing the skeletons holding crossbows under the moonlight outside, Kido couldn't contain his rage anymore. He roared, "It's those damn skeletons. Warriors of the Fireblade tribe, pick up your weapons and follow me to wipe them out." Roar, 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 roar. The morale of the orcs was ignited. They picked up their weapons and roared loudly. Over 1,000 Beast Clan warriors, like angry beasts, charged towards the skeletons in the front. Their eyes glowed red, seemingly frenzy, carrying a heavy sense of oppression. However, as the orcs rushed out of the camp, a large number of skeleton soldiers appeared from the sides of the road. Looking around, the whole forest was filled with skeletons holding sharp blades. No orders were needed. The next second, the two sides started clashing, 2,000 against 1,000. The moment they clashed, the skeleton sea drowned the 1,000 or so orcs, making it impossible to see any signs of them. Only the furious and unwilling roars of the orcs were heard, half an hour later. The battle came to an end, with all the orcs killed, including Kido, who was hacked to death. No one survived. Fang Hao, controlling the skeleton soldiers, walked into the camp stepping on blood plasma. Zhuang Hong was hiding in the corner, his body trembling constantly. He was done for. If he had known better, he wouldn't have provoked this person. Why did he have to stand up and advise the orcs on how to provoke this person? Zhuang Hong, right, I don't think I got your name wrong. Any last words? Fang Hao came to him and asked softly, "No, don't kill me, I was wrong, I'm willing to give you my territory. We're from the same place, please don't kill me." Zhuang Hong begged loudly. He could negotiate with orcs and he could negotiate with humans. Even though the person in front of him was now just a skeleton, he could confirm that it was once a human. Zhuang Hong still held onto a glimmer of hope, but his words were of no use to Fang Hao. "So this is your last words." "I understand." He then raised the iron sword in his hand. Zhuang Hong shuddered, yelling out loud, "What else could I do? My territory is near the orc tribe. I just wanted to survive. What else could I do if not to submit to them? Is it wrong for me to want to live? I just wanted to live in the end." Zhuang Hong began to cry profusely. Everyone has different experiences. Zhuang Hong thought he had a rough start, but Fang Hao's beginning was even more precarious. Zhuang Hong's fault was choosing the wrong path, choosing to kill Fang Hao. "I get it. If you can go back to Earth after you die, remember to send me a dream." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hao swung his sword, effortlessly slashing his throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhuang Hong's face was filled with terror, his hands desperately clutching at his throat, trying to stay alive. But it was all in vain. He could only collapse weakly to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually fading. The victor is king while the losers are bandits. If he had believed Zhuang Hong's words from the beginning and went to meet him in person, then it would be him who had died, and Zhuang Hong would be the victor, someone who had defeated his enemy with strategies. Now it was the same. Fang Hao was the victor. He would not show any mercy to him. "The so-called I was wrong, I won't do it again, we are compatriots." They were just excuses made by the losers. Such people would only hold on to their grievances, waiting for a new opportunity. Therefore, killing Zhuang Hong, just like killing the lord who initially drove him out of his cave to steal his treasure chest, did not create any psychological burden. He bent down to pick up the Book of Lords from Zhuang Hong. He flipped it open to take a look. Perhaps due to an unrecognizable identity, the current skeleton soldier's body couldn't be used. He put away the Book of Lords. He continued controlling the skeleton to squat down and began to undress Zhuang Hong. In a few moments, Zhuang Hong was stripped bare, quite pale. This wasn't some kind of special fetish of Fang Hao's, but he genuinely needed those clothes. Everyone came here with their original clothes, but changing them had become a troublesome task. Since Zhuang Hong was already dead, these clothes would now become his. As for the taboo of wearing a dead man's clothes, this didn't apply to Fang Hao. In this world, it's kill or be killed. If he dared to kill people, why would he be afraid to wear clothes? He took off the blood-stained clothes, trousers, and sneakers and put them to one side. The sneakers were genuinely decent. They looked expensive at first glance. "Someone bury him." 2 skeleton soldiers entered, picked up Zhuanghong's body, and headed outside. At least he'll be at peace underground. Hopefully it's all a dream, and after we wake up, everyone will return to their original world. He left the clan leader's hall. The stars in the sky still shone, and a trace of dawn appeared on the horizon. He estimated that it should be around 3 or 4 in the morning. The skeletons were still busy. They were stripping the dead orcs of their equipment and collecting them. Standing in the doorway of the hall, a sharp pain in Fang Hao's head hit him. It was as if someone was flicking at his brain nerves, one tap at a time, causing intermittent bursts of pain. It was a mixture of fatigue from fighting through the night and the exhaustion of spiritual power from using God's presence ability for a prolonged time. He gave some instructions to the skeletons and immediately deactivated the God's presence ability, returning back to himself. After drinking a mouthful of water, he fell into a deep sleep. He had slept straight through to noon. The rumbling in his stomach, protesting against the hunger, reminded him that it was time to eat. The surroundings of his territory were quiet. All of his skeleton soldiers were still at the knoll camp and had not returned yet. Inside his territory, mountains of resources were stacked. He lit a fire and made some barbecue. He opened the Book of Lords and found the chat constantly updating. There were several private messages as well. "Boss, you're not in trouble. I've prepared a lot of resources, waiting to trade them for food with you. Boss Fang Hao, why haven't you put the food on the market today? Boss, if something happens to you, let me know the location of your territory. I want a share of the legacy." There were many similar messages, including ones from those who had traded blueprints with him before. They were all asking if something had happened to Fang Hao. Otherwise, why hadn't he put the food on the market at this time? Fang Hao yawned twice. He put the food on the market, proof that he was alive and well. In the chat channel, people were still making idle talk. "Let me tell you, today I pulled up a net full of skeletons again, a lot more than last time. That's scary. You should switch to a different river. This one must be poisonous. No wonder no one is buying the fish you sell. Is your river the river Styx? You keep fishing up skeleton bones. Are there any piranhas in the river? No, listen to me. I found several sets of leather armor and helmets among the skeletons. They're great for equipping my soldiers. Wow, how lucky. I'm so envious I don't have soldiers or leather armor. How many sets did you find? Are you willing to sell them? I can trade resources, not selling. I'm walking upstream along the river, waiting to find more. Then I'll sell them to you. This must be that Zhang Bin again. The last time there was a battle with the knoll camp, he said that he had fished up a bunch of skeletons in his net. At that time, Fang Hao had the feeling that this guy's territory was downstream from the knoll camp, along the nearby creek. Another battle had taken place last night. Now he said he had fished out more skeletons, along with leather armor and helmets. It became clearer that his territory was not far from the knoll camp. Watching the others chat and joke, Fang Hao finished his barbecue. After a few mouthfuls, he went back to his room, selected his troops, and used the God's presence skill. The next second, Fang Hao appeared in the knoll camp. The skeleton soldiers had finished cleaning up the battlefield. Without new orders, they stood stiffly in place like terracotta warriors. After a glance around, Fang Hao went to the stack of resources in the center. Resource type: Wriggling Spine 1742 pieces, Iron 120 units, Beast Skin 80 units, Warfare Coin 50 pieces. Equipment type: Orc Machete 2012 pieces, Orc Leather Armor 842 pieces, Orc Leather Helmet 655 pieces, Orc Leather Boots 1055 pairs, Orc Iron Armor 32 pieces, Orc Iron Helmet 11 pieces, Flatbed Cart 12 units. Miscellaneous: 4 baskets of fruit, 42 units of salt, man and market map. Truth be told, only war can bring rapid development to Fang Hao. To support war with war under the boost of a 100-fold increase, every battle leads to a burst in the number of soldiers. This time another 1742 wriggling spines were obtained. Under the 100-fold increase, the number of soldiers would reach a horrifying level. Massive amounts of orc equipment could also enhance the combat power of the skeletons. As for the fruits and salt, no need to elaborate, just some improvements in the diet. Man and market category, single blueprint description, a peaceful market established by orcs, where all fights and looting are prohibited. This was similar to the previous Dragon Tomb map that he had obtained. On the single piece of map was a route leading to the orc market. This suddenly reminded him of his own market. In 5 days' time, the skeleton merchant would bring new merchandise to his territory, and he had not yet prepared enough warfare coins. Maybe he could try out this orc market to get some warfare coins. Next to the pile of supplies was a set of equipment neatly displayed. Bloodthirsty helmet, bloodthirsty chest armor, bloodthirsty gauntlets, bloodthirsty boots. Bloodthirsty set purple category, body defense, level 5 defense set effect, berserker. For every enemy eliminated or assisted in elimination, strength increases by 1 for 8 seconds. This effect can stack up to 50 times. Description: the sound of the armor rubbing together is like thick, fresh blood being spilled on the ground. Fang Hao had some impression of this equipment. That was Kido's equipment, and it seems that it is still a rare set. The chest armor was a metal plate wrapped tightly in a layer of black leather, with intricate patterns carved on the leather. The bloodthirsty set was a treasure of the Fireblade tribe, previously worn by the Orc clan leader, Fireblade. This time, Kido went on the expedition as one of the most favored sons of the Fireblade chief. He was allowed to wear this bloodthirsty set for safety. But who could have expected that they all underestimated this undead village without even a city wall? Kido ended up staying here for good. Picking up the bloodthirsty gloves and flipping them over, a mangled orc finger fell out of the glove. Needless to imagine, the equipment was too difficult to remove and the skeleton's movements were rather rigid. They simply yanked it off along with the finger. Thinking of this, Fang Hao shook both the glove and the boots. Fortunately, there were no remaining limbs. All right, secure the cargo. We are heading back to the territory. The skeletons loaded all the spoils of war onto the cart. After securing them with ropes, the large group set off again, majestically returning to their territory. After a few hours of journey, the group finally returned to their territory. They unloaded all the supplies according to their locations, then had all the skeletons return to their posts and continue their work. Life had to continue. To counter the possible dangers that may arise in the future, the pace of development could not slacken. Fang Hao deactivated the god's present state and walked out of the Lord's cabin. Looking at the world through the skeleton's body and through his own eyes are quite different experiences. The world is grim and colorless in the skeleton's eyes, giving off an underworld feeling. It was better for him to see the world himself. It surely felt good to be alive. This time, although the fight was involuntary, the gains were quite substantial. Not only did he acquire a large quantity of orc equipment, but also over 1,000 wriggling spines. As a novice protection coming to an end, these spines could be of help to increase the safety of the territory after he starts to enlisting soldiers. Skeleton soldiers do not need food, unlike other lords. When recruiting troops, they need to consider their food reserves. In addition to this, there's Zhuanghong's Book of Lords and Kido's purple level set. Both were precious treasures. Fang Hao descended the steps and drew near the supplies. System prompts followed immediately. Book of Lords can be consumed. As follows, Zhuanghong's Book of Lords, just like a blueprint, turned into specks of starlight and integrated into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. You have acquired the decision power over Zhuanghong's territory. Occupy, discard, occupy will become your subordinating territory, can continue to develop. Discard will receive 50-80 of the territorial resources of this territory, and this territory will be abandoned. After devouring Zhuanghong's Book of Lords, according to the rules, Fang Hao had now taken over Zhuanghong's territory and became the new lord. And the Book of Lords, it is more like a lord's certificate. After being devoured, he gained the decision-making power of this territory. On the map, the location of Zhuanghong's territory appeared to the east of his own territory. This distance is really not close. With his current strength, he simply can't divide soldiers to manage, especially since Zhuanghong said that the territory is very close to the Orc tribe. In name, it had also become a subsidiary village of the Orcs. After deliberation, he finally chose to abandon it. The most important thing is to develop steadily. He has a 100-fold amplification and can regain it in the future. You have abandoned the subsidiary territory. You will get 80 of the territory resources. 50 of the territory building resources will be returned. The light flickered. A large number of materials appeared, transported from Zhuanghong's territory. They were placed on the open space in the territory. And on the map of the Book of Lords, the territories that had been lit up were once again shrouded in mist, unable to be observed. The Lord has risen to level 2, marching speed +1, resource gathering +2, the number of daily speeches in the regional channel +10. Unlock new blueprints, torch production blueprint, ranch building blueprint, logging yard building blueprint. Fang Hao didn't know if he was the first person to kill other lords and devour the Book of Lords. But what can be confirmed is that most people still do not know that the Book of Lords can be devoured and upgraded, in addition to obtaining the opponent's resources. The Book of Lords can also be upgraded, thereby unlocking more features and permissions. The increase in marching speed and gathering speed is no less tempting than top-notch equipment. If this rule is made public, it may intensify conflicts among lords. Even the lords who do not want to participate in the battle are wary of others' covetousness. The newly unlocked blueprints on the Book of Lords. It's also a considerable gain. Zhuanghong, as a subsidiary territory of the Orcs. In order to better mine resources for the Orcs, the tribe also provided some aid. It includes blueprints for facilities like ranches and logging yards. Zhuanghang did not disappoint the orcs. He did indeed mine a large amount of resources for them every day. Now it has been directly abandoned by Fang Hao, and the blueprint has been integrated into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. When checking the Book of Lords, the regional channel was still continuously scrolling the information, and one of them has to do with Zhang Bin, who always catches skeletons in the net. Bro, sell me a few sets of leather armor, you can't use that many. Yeah, Mr. Zhang Bin, sell the extra ones to us. Little brother Zhang Bin, there are many wild beasts outside my village. If you give me 2 sets, I will reward you well when I meet you, okay? Bin is awesome, can you accept me as your little follower? Fang Hao looked at the people in the channel shouting awesome boss. His mind went blank for a moment. Going up along the chat record, he finally found the reason for this. It turned out that Zhang Bin got several pieces of leather armor from the skeleton washed up by the net, so he simply followed the river upstream with his militia. He got quite a harvest, and got more than 10 pieces of leather armor and helmet. He boasted about it in the channel, which led to that scene. A bunch of people were shouting that the boss is awesome. In addition, due to Fang Hao's silence these 2 days, some people have already drawn an equality line between Zhang Bin and Fang Hao, thinking that Zhang Bin is the second new boss. They even think that he has surpassed Fang Hao. Seeing all this, Fang Hao could only smile bitterly and shake his head. These folks were really not ambitious. It's just a few pieces of ordinary armor. Is it necessary to flood the channel? Moreover, these ordinary equipment were dropped by his skeleton and washed away by the river. If these people knew that he had hundreds of orc armors and a set of purple equipment, will they flood the channel? Highly shouting that he is awesome. Wait, it seems like they have shouted it several times before. At this moment, private chat rang out. It was from Dong Jiayu. She had disappeared for 2 days. Fang Hao even suspected that she was in danger. Brother Hao, are you still alive? What kind of speech is that? Fang Hao was flipping through the chat, so he responded very quickly. Brother Hao, I got a couple more shadow stones. Do you still want them? Shadow stones are useless for others, but Fang Hao is willing to exchange it for resources. Yes, how many do you have? Fang Hao responded quickly. His territory was developing well, but he hadn't found a way to get shadow stones, and Dong Jiayu became his only way to get shadow stones. I have 5 here, I'll trade them with you. Speaking, she directly posted the specific transaction. What do you want in exchange? More grain. Fang Hao asked. Last time I borrowed weapons in advance, it's okay. Shadow stones are useless to me, and I also managed to harvest some. Dong Jiayu replied again. Last time she had borrowed several weapons from Fang Hao in advance. This time's transaction is considered to be a repayment for those weapons. Fang Hao smiled slightly, didn't refuse, and continued to ask, so it sounds like those weapons were a bit useful. Things are going smoothly. As he said, he put 150 units of meat in the shadow stone exchange column. He didn't take advantage of Dong Jiayu either. I'm totally depending on these weapons. Then, Dong Jiayu clarified about her experience exploring the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb was divided into individual burial chambers. The first 2 burial chambers were relatively simple and not too dangerous. She got shadow stones and some blueprints from there, but the tomb rooms to come weren't as easy, as some undead skeletons emerged. Thanks to the weapons Fang Hao had supplied, she probably wouldn't have been able to continue exploring further. That's good, be careful. Surviving to develop steadily is the key. Fang Hao's tone was like that of an elderly father. In Dong Jiayu's ancient tomb, only ordinary undead skeletons had appeared so far. Low-level skeletons had low intelligence and only pursued basic actions. It isn't difficult to defeat them, especially skeletons without a leader. Fang Hao's skeletons were like this, but their advantage was also very apparent: large numbers and unified command. Otherwise, these low-intelligence skeletons could hardly exert effective combat power. By the way, Brother Hao, do you have any armors? Anything will do. Dong Jiayu asked again. Yes, you need armor. Fang Hao replied, you really do have it. That's great, Dong Jiayu exclaimed. While contacting Fang Hao, she was also in touch with Zhang Bin. After all, the channel was all about Zhang Bin getting a lot of armors. But Dong Jiayu's offered price didn't satisfy Zhang Bin, so they didn't close the deal. When she was chatting with Fang Hao, she casually asked a question. She did not expect that Fang Hao really did have some. How many do you need? I'll prepare it for you, Fang Hao replied. Please recommend collect 1. She never thought that Fang Hao had such a substantial fortune. He not only sells massive amounts of food every day, but now he also owns iron weapons and even armor. Moreover, his generous offer of asking how much she needed was surprising. Zhang Bin had collected some leather armor and already attracted a large number of fans. Even now on the regional channel, people were hailing Zhang Bin as a big shot, hoping that when he found more, he would sell to them first. If these people knew that Fang Hao not only had armor, but also weapons, they would probably flood the regional channel with their admiration. 7 sets, can I pay with food and lumber? Dong Jiayu asked. Fang Hao looked behind him at the mountainous piles of lumber and stone resources. He replied, I will lend you first. You can repay me with good items after you finish exploring. He was not short of basic materials. If he wanted to, Fang Hao could use the hundredfold magnification to produce weapons and armor in exchange for these materials. But there really was no need. There were just too many resources within his territory. He had already enclosed a vacant lot behind the Lord's cabin with wooden fences. It was used specifically for storing these basic resources. What he needed now were special resources, special tools, or various blueprints. That works too, thank you, Brother Hao, Dong Jiayu hastily said in gratitude. She felt somewhat relieved that the person she knew was Fang Hao. I will list them, check them out when you can. Okay. Fang Hao listed 6 pieces of simple leather armor and helmets, and 1 orc iron armor set and helmet. The orc iron armor was a level 2nd armor, naturally meant for Dong Jiayu to wear, because she would be the key to obtaining more shadowstones in the future. Wow, Brother Hao, you're awesome. Even though she was prepared, when she saw the orc iron armor, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They each ended their conversation and got back to their work. Fang Hao returned to his loot. He picked up the bloodthirsty chest armor. The bloodthirsty chest armor is internally made of metal plate armor, and the exterior is wrapped with a layer of red leather ornated with embossed patterns. Bright red, exquisite. It's extremely heavy to hold, just like carrying a heavy piece of iron. Even with his current body, he wouldn't be able to fight if he wore it. Fang Hao again used God's presence to control a skeleton soldier and tried to put on the armor. But the situation was similar to his. The weight of the armor affected normal movement in combat. There is indeed a difference between reality and the game. In the game, anyone could put on any armor, but in reality, one must consider one's physical strength. Wearing this armor is like carrying an ox, and it's challenging to fight. Damn, even if I take 10 pounds of protein powder, I won't reach the strength of an orc. Fang Hao cursed. This armor could only be put away for now. He will bring it out when his strength reaches par, or when he acquires higher-level soldiers. As the skeletons wash and dry the acquired clothing by the river, he left the territory. The newly unlocked blueprints needs to be produced as soon as possible. Level 1 ranch, lumber 1000, stone 800, straw 500, hemp rope 200. Outside the territory, he chose a flat piece of land. He began to build. Wooden fences fenced off the plot, and a simple wooden shed was built in the middle. But right now, the ranch is still empty, with no animals at all. It seems he needed to capture some gentle animals for breeding next time. Having settled the construction of the ranch, he continued to look for a location to build the lumberyard. He had initially planned to build the lumberyard at the Knoll camp, but after careful consideration, he decided to abandon this plan for now. The issue with the orc tribe had not been completely resolved. Better to be on the safe side. He chose a location near the forest to build the lumberyard. Level 1 lumberyard, wood 2000, stone 1200, straw 200, hemp rope 550, iron 120. Description: lumberyard area +5 wood gathering efficiency. Directly choose to build. A lumberyard appears before your eyes. The skeleton laborers who are chopping trees nearby begin to work around the lumberyard. After assigning a few skeleton soldiers to guard the building against beast attacks, he returns to his territory. 2 out of the 3 blueprints have already been built. There's only a torch left, which Fang Hao feels is unnecessary. He simply rests at night, for the skeletons, as undead creatures, do not need torches for light when they work in the dark. If he needed one later, it wouldn't be too late to make it then. Apart from the blueprints and equipment, the biggest gain is more than 1,700 wriggling spines. This means that if Fang Hao is willing, he could recruit an army of 100,000 skeletons, enough to vastly outstrip the average lord. For now, Fang Hao does not plan to recruit. An army of 100,000 skeletons is too much and would easily attract unnecessary trouble. It's not conducive to the development of the current territory. After tidying everything up, there's still time. He can continue exploring the map. Fang Hao again uses God's presence and enters the body of a skeleton soldier. The battle with the orcs is just the beginning. The days to come will be more dangerous. To survive safely in this world, exploration and development must not be halted. Setting off with 2,000 skeleton soldiers, he continues to explore the surrounding map. Crossing the southern valley, the trees and plants become denser. Drawing the iron sword from his waist, he chops off the branches and thorns in front of him. Fang Hao notes this place down as a backup wood gathering point. Thinking of this, his footsteps suddenly stop. Instinctively, he squats down, staying hidden. All the skeleton soldiers behind him also stop. Though they don't squat, they rigidly stand in place. Head in a clearing, a young unicorn sheep lazily munches on grass. There are plenty of game in the forest, so food is abundant. It's easy to come across creatures grazing or strolling around. Fang Hao crouches further low, glancing under the unicorn sheep's belly. Great, it's a female, we'll have sheep's milk in the future. The ranch has just been established. Young wild animals can be caught and raised. In the future, he'd be able to drink sheep milk. Quick, surround it, capture it alive, don't hurt it. Fang Hao instructs the skeletons behind him. He fears these simple-minded subordinates might rush up and slaughter it upon sight. The stunned skeletons, upon receiving the order, slowly disperse, gradually surrounding it. The woolly creature idly grazing perks its ears up, abruptly lifting its head to look in all directions. The next moment, it bolts in one direction. Quick, catch it, Fang Hao shouts out loud. The skeletons surrounding it on all sides no longer hide, chasing after the fleeing unicorn sheep. A muffled noise. A skeleton trying to block the path of the unicorn sheep gets hit square in the chest. It is flung back like it was hit by a cannon, snapping branches and bushes on its way back. It ends up in a rather sorry state. Capturing it alive is way more difficult than killing. Chase, catch it alive. The unicorn sheep runs in front while a bunch of skeletons chase it frenetically from behind. After about 20 minutes of chasing, the unicorn sheep completely disappeared. Before their eyes stands an ancient castle surrounded by thorns and roses. Shadowwind Castle. The towering gray walls were covered in dark green vines, giving it an old, ominous feeling. All focus was on the ancient castle, letting the whereabouts of the unicorn be completely forgot. The fact that none of his 2,000 skeleton soldiers were lost gave him a little bit more confidence. Open the doors, commanded Fang Hao. Screech, dust swirling up alongside a piercing sound. Under the combined effort of the skeletons, the corroded, mottled door was slowly pushed open. No matter how dangerous this ancient castle might be, its proximity to his own territory required an investigation. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a lone ancient castle within the dense forest drenches one in unease. As the door creaked open, the scene within revealed itself to Fang Hao. Behind the door was the courtyard of the castle. The courtyard was covered in fallen leaves, with wild grass growing everywhere. Weeds entwined around gravestones, coiling and intertwining with the miscellaneous vegetation. Damn, I knew it wasn't a living world's building. Who could predict that the courtyard of this castle would be a graveyard? Now, it could also be seen that there were walls in front of the courtyard, connected by stone steps and a brick archway. Suddenly, Fang Hao's gaze was drawn to a gray-white crystal stone beside a grave. Shadow stone. Fang Hao unconsciously gasped. The crystal stone not far away looked exactly like the shadow stone he and Dong Jiayu had traded for. Also, Dong Jiayu did mention that this type of crystal stone was obtained in ancient tombs. What was in front of him did somewhat match with that. Upon closer inspection, there were several others nearby. Go and bring those shadow stones over here, Fang Hao said. A skeleton soldier immediately stepped forward, walking through the weeds along the blue brick road towards the shadow stone. The skeleton soldier walked towards the gravestone, just about to take the shadow stone. Suddenly, like boiling water, the ground in the courtyard began to tremble violently. Following that, one after another, corpses infested with maggots crawled up through the cracked ground. I knew it, Fang Hao muttered under his breath. According to what Dong Jiayu said, while obtaining the shadow stone, they encountered some undead creatures. He conjectured that this might be a similar situation. Turns out what you fear, you attract. Fang Hao called back the skeleton soldier who had gone in, standing at the entrance, watching as one after another corpses crawled out. These bodies must have been buried underground for many years, their messy hair mixed with leaves and dirt. Their skin was long decayed, emitting a repulsive stench. Their wide-open mouths and chalk-white eyes seemed to echo with roars of anger. At this moment, Fang Hao felt rather fortunate that his troops were skeletons. At least they looked clean and didn't give off the smell of decay. Rotten Corpse Tier 1. Description: cannon fodder within the Eternal Night Legion. Their bodies are brittle and fragile. Individually, they possess very low combat abilities, so they attack in groups, proving that they pose a significant threat. Eternal Night, the name does have an impressive ring to it. As Fang Hao pondered, the number of rotten corpses had already increased to more than 100. Watching as they raised their weapons and headed towards him, Fang Hao tentatively said, "We're all dead here, why don't we all sit and chat?" The rotten corpses didn't respond, but instead sped up towards him. "Charge, kill them," Fang Hao ordered. The skeleton soldiers charged forward. Fang Hao also struck down at a rotten corpse that had rushed in front of him with his sword. The rotten corpse didn't dodge or evade, and let Fang Hao's sword strike its forehead, splitting open a crack. Even with its skull cracked, it showed no reaction. Its machete struck downward, slashing towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao dodged and smashed his shield into its skull, executing the shield strike skill. With a dull, the rotten corpse stumbled and fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. Fang Hao saw his opportunity and hacked at its neck several times with his iron sword, severing the head. Dead once and for all. The battles involving other skeletons were also nearing an end, as Fang Hao's usual fighting style was to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. The number of skeleton foot soldiers was naturally large. They were equipped with iron swords, wooden shields, and various other full sets of armor. How could these newly risen rotten corpses compare? After an onslaught, all the rotten corpses were annihilated. Clean up the battlefield and collect the shadow stones and equipment, Fang Hao loudly commanded. The skeletons immediately began to act, collecting shadow stones and stripping equipment from the bodies of the rotten corpses. Soon, the loot was gathered. 5 shadow stones, 1 death, trace 122 broken single-bladed knives in her castle key, gaining 5 shadow stones made Fang Hao elated. They were important materials for undead clan buildings. Their value was even more important than the equipment gained. The exact use of death trace was not clear, but it was also a special material and very rare. In successive battles, Fang Hao's side always overwhelmed the enemy with sheer numbers. At the same time, Fang Hao also realized his own deficiencies. It was the low-level status of his soldiers. A level 2 soldier can often fight against 4 to 5 level 1s without suffering a defeat, so the level of the soldier is particularly important in a battle. The only way to upgrade troops is to improve their building standard. Broken single-bladed knife category, weapon damage, level 1 damage description, corroded broken single-bladed knife, watch out for tetanus. Well then, Fang Hao suddenly felt relieved, thankful that he and his skeleton soldiers were not human. Otherwise, if he was a human lord leading human soldiers, and they were subject to this small amount of damage with the added risk of bacterial attack, who could sustain it? In this environment, how many people understood medical treatment? If they got sick, were infected, I'm afraid few people could make it through. Key Shadowin Castle category, equipment description, the key to the 2nd floor of Shadowin Castle, where the Eternal Night servants have slept for a long time, await your next game, a game. Everyone here is sly, it's not certain who's playing who. Fang Hao was not scared in the slightest. If they consider this a game, then why shouldn't he consider this place as a mission? Isn't possessing skeleton soldiers just like controlling characters to kill monsters in games? He should be more qualified to use the word game. Gather up, prepare to move to the next zone, Fang Hao shouted. The skeleton soldiers gathered around him. He ascended the stone steps, arriving at the gate to the 2nd floor. He inserted the key and turned it gently. The rusty metal heavy doors creaked open. The group walked in. There wasn't much distinction between the 1st and 2nd floors, but to proceed to the next level, the path was no longer a city wall, but the gate to an old castle. The castle was markedly Western, constructed entirely from stone, with white roses climbing the walls, some even spreading into the windows, adding to the gloominess. He stepped into the castle, leading his group. This time they were not greeted by the rotten corpses of the 1st level. Instead, they were met by undead spearwielders. Zombie Spearman Tier 2 ability, fight skills, thrust, charge, defense. Description: zombie spearmen are not clumsy like rotten corpses. Having received the baptism of Eternal Night, they will fulfill their duties to the end. These zombies were in better condition than the rotten corpses. They were clad in rusty, decaying armor and clung on to a metallic spear. They arose from their tombs after a moment of silence, fell into formation and raised a battered flag, the design of which was obscured by its wear and tear. Once they were ready, they locked eyes on Fang Hao and his group and began a spirited advance. Spread out, prepare to fight. While still rigid, they silently followed their former formations and tactics. The current scene was just like that. The spear soldiers autonomously formed a square formation, thrusting out their long spears to create forwards-facing spear phalanx. It somewhat resembled a scaladown, or simplistic version of the Macedonian phalanx. Spread out, surround them, spread out now, Fang Hao roared. Slightly startled, the skeleton foot soldiers dispersed, trapping the zombies' square formation in the middle. There weren't many zombie spearmen, about 300 or so in total. Seeing their enemies encircling them, they halted their attack, evidently puzzled. Their spear targets kept shifting, like the hands of a clock, changing directions on the spot. Indeed, they can't manage without directions, Fang Hao noted, somewhat amused. Despite the zombie spearmen's ability to form a phalanx in an instant, their intelligence was still abysmally low. Without instructions, they didn't know how to respond to being surrounded by the enemy. Their formation kept changing direction. Fang Hao didn't waste any more words. When the time was right, he gave the command. Attack! The skeleton foot soldiers launched an attack, pouncing on their target like beasts from all directions. The ones attacking from the front were sent flying high into the air by the protruding spears. The spear tip got stuck in the skeleton's ribs, lifting it high into the sky, both parties showing off their claws and teeth, venting their rage. And on the other three sides of the spear formation, the skeleton foot soldiers closed in, slashing out with swords and daggers. Fang Hao initiated his attack from the side, grabbing a spear that had been swung around, his iron sword slashing towards the opponent's neck. Splat! The iron sword smoothly cut open the opponent's throat. The dark-colored blood hung on the wound like thick syrup, not even a drop falling down. Damn it, Fang Hao cursed softly. He tilted his head to avoid the opponent's attack, constantly swinging his iron sword. The wound on his opponent's neck grew and grew until he eventually cut through their bone. The fight was rather intense. Zombie spearmen belonged to level 2 and thus, they had higher basic attributes than the skeleton foot soldiers. When all the zombie spearmen were wiped out, more than 30 skeleton foot soldiers had been injured or killed. Even the soldier controlled by Fang Hao had his left shoulder bone broken by a spear. It hung limp, unable to lift the wooden shield. Fortunately, skeletons didn't feel pain, otherwise he would have a lot to endure. Clean up the battlefield. Damn, these zombies are fierce, Fang Hao shouted, tearing off a strip from the zombie's rotten flag and attempting to bind it around the ribs. The skeleton soldiers began to clear the battlefield. The spoils were collected. 7 Shadowstones, 2 Death Traces blueprint, Iron Spear, 324 rusty iron spears, ancient castle key. Besides the Shadowstones and Death Traces, a blueprint for an iron spear was also obtained. In this world, the rule of production was granted to lords. Blueprints became particularly important. Whether a designer or blacksmith, as long as you had a blueprint, you could forge the desired equipment and items. Even though they gained more than 300 iron spears, it couldn't compare to the worth of the blueprint. Having collated all the spoils from the battle, they reached the ancient castle. After inserting the key, skeletal foot soldiers pushed the door open with a concerted effort. Entering the ancient castle, Fang Hao's eyes widened instantly. Unlike the dour exterior, the central hall of the castle was exceedingly bright and luxurious. He felt like he was in a miniature palace. The smooth floor shone with a gleam, the wooden wall panels on the walls were adorned with intricate patterns, and the crystal stones on the copper lampstands radiated a faint light. This made the interior of the ancient castle still brightly lit. Inside the castle was a red carpet. Extending along the carpet every few steps stood a stone pillar. The stone pillars were carved with lifelike patterns, and atop each stone pillar sat a creature like a giant bat. With eyes closed and immobile, they were like sculptures. The bodies of the bats were comparable to those of adult wild beasts. They were huge with twisted muscles all over their bodies. Through the gaps in the flesh wings, one could see their enormous claws and sharp, curved nails. There was no need for any natural alertness nor any understanding of these creatures. Having experienced 2 rounds of battles outside, it was clear that these were new monsters. However, these bat-like creatures kept their eyes closed, completely unmoving, making it hard for Fang Hao to tell if they were sleeping or dead. "Go scout," Fang Hao said. The skeleton soldiers in front walked forward along the red carpet, after only a few steps. Suddenly, a giant bat on a stone pillar opened its eyes sharply, let out a howl, and sprang down from the stone pillar. With its wide wings unfolding and aided by the gliding speed, it grabbed the advancing skeleton soldier into the air. Before the skeleton soldier could react, he was torn to shreds by the giant claws. Scattered bones fell from the sky, strewn all over the ground. Bloodthirsty wolfbats level 5 ability, combat skills, flight, bloodlust description. When the bloodthirsty wolfbats bare their sharp fangs, it means they have lost all reason. They will tear flesh, bone marrow, and sate their desires in the most cruel manner. When the wolfbats swoop down and get close, Fang Hao could clearly see their attributes. Seeing that it was a level 5 combatant, his heart skipped a beat. How did the level of these creatures suddenly increase so much? With the first wolfbat tearing the skeleton soldiers to pieces, the other bloodthirsty wolfbats opened their eyes one after another. When their rage-filled, bloodthirsty red eyes turned towards Fang Hao and the others who had intruded, they began to howl continuously, leaped down from the stone pillars and pounced. "Fight, kill these creatures," Fang Hao roared. Upon receiving the order, the skeletons swung their iron swords to initiate an attack. The space in the castle hall was limited. Only a portion of the skeleton soldiers could squeeze in. The rest were blocked outside the castle, unable to enter, nor able to use their numerical advantage. There were a total of 6 bloodthirsty wolfbats. They swooped down and plunged directly into the horde of skeletons, tearing open the defensive armor with giant claws and biting the skulls of the skeletons with their large mouths. Once the bloodthirsty wolfbats were injured, they would fly into the air, waiting for their wounds to slowly dry up. Then they would continue to charge down and battle with the skeletons. "Close in, don't scatter," Fang Hao continued to command. The scattered skeletons began to converge towards Fang Hao, using the wall behind them as a defensive point, to avoid being dispersed once again. But Fang Hao's command also attracted the attention of the wolf bats. The nearest wolf bat dropped the skeleton it was holding and charged straight towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao dared not make a head-to-head confrontation. His body instantly fell to one side to evade the attack. The wolf bat knocked several skeletons flying, and its own body crashed into the wall behind it. The huge recoil caused the wolf bat to succumb to a brief dizziness. It shook its head, its body wobbly. "Idiot, kill it for me." Fang Hao cursed and attacked at once. The nearby skeleton soldiers lunged at the same time, swinging their iron swords. Wounds began to appear on the body of the wolf bat, and bright red blood flowed out. With a wail of agony, it took to the air with its bleeding body. Fang Hao cursed his luck silently. It survived such an attack, what a tenacious life force. Looking at the situation on the field, the loss of the skeleton soldiers had already reached hundreds. Continuing to fight would only increase the casualties. Get out and close the door on them. The skeletons retreated back to the outside of the castle without looking back, closing the huge doors of the castle before the other side could react. "A few of you block the main door. I'm going to get reinforcements." After having a sip of cold water, he walked out of the Lord's cabin directly. Outside, the worker skeletons were still busily doing their work, and the skeleton soldiers were patrolling and hunting. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the production section. Bone arrow, 1 wood, 2 beast bones. He set the quantity to 100 and chose to make them. 100-time amplification triggered, successfully made 10,100 bone arrows. Bundles of bone arrows appeared, piled to a side. Prepare 10 carts, load the double-handed light crossbows from the warehouse, and bring the knoll daggers. Fang Hao ordered loudly. A few skeletons nearby immediately put down their work and went to the warehouse to load the carts. Fang Hao had been thinking about countermeasures after the recent battle. Considering the higher rank and better physical abilities of the bloodthirsty wolf bats, they far exceeded the skeleton soldiers, but most importantly, they flew. The skeleton soldiers, swords and shields, could only strike when the wolf bats landed to attack. However, the wolf bats were too quick. It was difficult for the skeleton soldiers to follow their speed, so Fang Hao decided to change tactics. If they couldn't catch up, then they would abandon their swords and shields. He made more than 10,000 bone arrows, which, while limited in their attack, could potentially whittle down the enemies. Soon, the carts loaded with 2,000 double-handed light crossbows and over 200 knoll daggers were pushed over. These double-handed light crossbows were crafted when dealing with the orc troops. They had been carefully preserved in the warehouse. This saved Fang Hao from wasting materials to craft more. Once again, Fang Hao sent skeletons to look for over 200 elongated wooden poles. He tied knoll daggers to the tops of the poles with sturdy hemp ropes, making them into makeshift spears. This was somewhat awkward. Fang Hao had already obtained the blueprint for iron spears, but the blueprint was at Shadowin Castle, and making them would require the Book of Lords. In other words, he could only make them after the Book of Lords had recorded the blueprint when the skeletons from the Shadowin Castle returned. Fang Hao didn't want to delay until the evening, so he skipped one of the steps. He simply mounted the daggers on long wooden poles, serving as makeshift spears. Soon, 200 spear daggers were made. Load the bone arrows and the spears onto the carts, Fang Hao said as he moved back to his room. Once again, he used God's presence and possessed a skeleton soldier standing outside the door. The 10,000 bone arrows, 200 spears, and the 2,000 double-handed light crossbows grabbed from the warehouse were all loaded onto the carts. Everything was ready. Fang Hao led 3,000 skeleton soldiers and pushed the carts towards Shadowin Castle. The road was clear. When they arrived at Shadowin Castle, more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers were still guarding the fortress's gate. They showed no signs of slackening. "Okay, 2,000 of you need to abandon your shields. Take up the double-handed light crossbows, and a few of you take the spears," said Fang Hao. 221 Nolldagger spears, 324. Rusty iron spears. A total of 545 spears could be gathered. It was plain to see Fang Hao's reasoning. The diving attack of the bloodthirsty wolf bats was fierce, cumulatively knocking down large numbers of skeletons. If they failed to handle the diving attack, then the crossbowmen would struggle to perform effectively. After thinking for a long time, Fang Hao thought of the spears, to thwart the damage of the diving attacks. However, to see if the idea was feasible, they needed to verify it in combat. With everything set, Fang Hao said, "Open the gate." The castle gate was open ajar and Fang Hao peered inside. The grand hall of the castle was a mess after the earlier battle. The 6 bloodthirsty wolf bats had once again returned to the 6 massive pillars, motionless as if they were statues. "Good, let's move in," Fang Hao urged. Armed skeletons flooded the great hall with their weapons and the accumulated pile of 10,000 bone arrows. The hall was limited in space and became instantly crowded as the skeletons entered. leaving even more behind outside. The actions of Fang Hao and the others stirred the bloodthirsty wolf bats, which were just resting. When the bloodthirsty wolf bats opened their eyes to discover it was still these low-grade skeletons, their rage became difficult to contain. An angry roar resounded through the air. Naima, fire! The bloodthirsty wolf bats had only just taken off when the skeletons wielding light crossbows had already pulled their triggers. A dense flurry of bone arrows, like a large net, fired at the bats. Due to the suddenness of the event in the confined space, the bats didn't have time to find cover. In an instant, every bat was assailed by bone arrows, inflicting pain beyond bearability. The bats, furious, dived to attack just as the crossbowmen were reloading. Fang Hao was waiting for just this moment. Spears, the skeleton soldiers thrust their iron spears at the diving bats. The lead bat, seeing the oncoming spears, realized with dread that it was too late to break. Instantly charging into the forest of spears, its wings were pierced, making it slide into the heart of the skeletons. The skeletons with swords and shields, naturally, took advantage of this opportunity to kick them while they're down. With each swing of their sword, they hacked its head into a mash. The remaining 5 bloodthirsty wolf bats watched the scene in front of them in terror. They never imagined that these skeletons, who had just exited and re-entered, managed to kill one of their companions, blood of the deceased still glistening broodingly on the iron spears, just a few seconds later. New bolts were reloaded once more. Fire, the rain of arrows again surged out, staking the bodies of the bats, making them look like porcupines. While the damage of the bone arrows was limited, they were still able to penetrate the bats. Occasionally, a few arrows even pierced their wings, shooting through to form a hole. The bats, bathed in blood, attempted to dive for an attack but were immediately repelled by the spears. Fire, fire! After the 4th volley of arrows, the bats could no longer endure. Bleeding profusely, they recklessly charged forward. The spears once again stabbed out, piercing their bodies while the other sword and shield bearers finished them off. Soon, the battle that had lasted almost an hour finally ended. Throw the bodies out, Fang Hao ordered. The deaths of the ferocious Tier 5 wolf bats were indeed a little stifling. Despite possessing overwhelming strength, they were slain by Fang Hao's combined arms approach. The massive bodies of the 6 wolf bats were dragged outside, leaving trails of fresh blood along the way. Once again, the hall lapsed into silence. Fang Hao trod upon the arrow shafts strewn across the floor, as if walking on dry grass, causing a cracking noise with each step. This battle deeply impressed upon Fang Hao the importance of troop tiers. Tier 5 bloodthirsty wolf bats, fighting hundreds of Tier 1 skeleton soldiers, left the soldiers with no means to fight back. Yet the eventual victory relied heavily on Fang Hao's mastery and opportunism. Any other lord would find it hard to achieve the same outcome. If they encountered the bloodthirsty wolf bats in the early stages of their domain, they would be left with only one path: death. Search, see if there's anything good on the first floor, Fang Hao loudly ordered. If he was given 6 Tier 5 troops, he refused to believe there was nothing of value here. Soon, the skeleton soldiers had turned the first floor upside down. A few items were presented before Fang Hao. Acquired building blueprint, skeleton conversion field, 1. Description: the skeleton conversion field can transform buried creaturespawns into skeleton soldiers, unlocking troops, and can use a corresponding number of offerings for recruitment. As expected, Fang Hao was not disappointed. After defeating a Tier 5 troop, he obtained a blue architectural blueprint. Looking at the introduction, it's not bad. It can bury dead creatures and transform them into corresponding skeleton soldiers. After the first transformation, the building will keep a record, and then you can use the corresponding number of offerings for recruitment. The offerings refer to the wriggling spine. Whether there will be new recruiting offerings in the future is currently unknown. This is a pretty good blueprint. It's just that now the Book of Lords is not with him, so he can only keep it safe and record it when he goes back. There were no other spoils in the hall. Some decorative items like carpets and lampstands will be searched when leaving. Follow me to the second floor. Fang Hao took 10 skeletons, went up the stairs, and headed to the second floor. It's not that he didn't want to bring more manpower, but the space on the second floor was narrow and divided into many rooms. There weren't enough people to fit, and even if a fight broke out, it would be difficult to fight with sheer numbers. Fang Hao took a few skeletons, searched each room one by one. The second floor room is nicely furnished, but it can be seen that it has not been lived in for a long time. There was a thick layer of dust on the furniture. Came to the last room on the second floor. It was a study with beautifully carved tables and chairs and heavy blue curtains, showing the love of the castle owner for this study room. After confirming that there was no danger, Fang Hao stepped in. The bookshelf was neatly filled with books, as well as some ornaments that the original owner liked. A golden lampstand and a half-read book were placed on the desk. There was a luminous stone on the lampstand, same as the light fixtures on the staircase. Nightstone category, or remark, an ore with the function of light accumulation, can emit a soft glow at night or in darkness. Wow, it's a night pearl. Search around, see if there are any other good things." Fang Hao said as he casually picked up a book from the table to glance at. When the lords came to this world, they were also endowed with certain abilities by the system. They could communicate normally with various races and understand the language of many races, so they wouldn't come here and be completely disconnected from this world. The skeleton soldiers started to search around. Fang Hao was attracted by the first sentence in the book. "Life is a cancer, but I have found a cure for it." Prompt then sounded. Collected a clue to the elixir of immortality. 15. This suddenly interested Fang Hao. For humans, immortality has always been attractive. If he saw such a statement in his original world, Fang Hao would decisively throw it aside and phone the police. But after coming to this world, filled with different races and powerful creatures, he belonged to the undead faction, where even skeletons could talk, so the elixir of immortality was not a lie. So, under circumstances allowed by strength, perhaps clues to the elixir of immortality can be collected. He roughly browsed through the book and gathered some information about this world. Like the previously encountered Eternal Night Legion, the Eternal Night represents the vampire faction, and his own faction, the undead, is known as immortal. The two manipulate undead creatures, but the factions are different. After browsing through, he put this book away and also started searching for items. The skeleton's search was not exactly polite, to say the least. Maybe for them, the order of searching was only to find treasure, and did not include handling things carefully. The room quickly became a mess, and Fang Hao had 2 more items in his hands. Directional teleportation, scroll, healing potion, warfare coin 27, bloodstone 5. There weren't many precious spoils in the study apart from the furniture. He obtained a magic scroll. Teleportation scroll category. Magic scroll description. Can record a target point used to teleport to target area. The teleportation scroll, resembling the town portal scroll he'd used in games before. Once used, it would teleport him to a specified location. It was pretty decent, you never know when it might come in handy. He stowed away the teleportation scroll and continued to examine the next item. Healing potion category. Potion description. Can heal certain injuries. Fang Hao looked at it and quickly stowed it away. In this world they've crossed into, there were no hospitals or doctors. Even slight ailments could prove fatal here, just like a player who was attacked by prairie wolves outside the territory before. Despite rushing into the protective barrier alive, he'd sustained serious injuries. If there had been a healing potion then, it would have been extremely helpful, allowing the injuries to heal faster and better. One more protection. There were 27 warfare coins in the desk drawer. To live in such a huge castle yet only leave this much money, really frugal. Bloodstone type, or description. Rare ore required for Blood Clan building construction. The function of the Bloodstone was similar to that of the Shadowstone. The difference was that Shadowstone was used for undead building construction materials, while Bloodstone was for the Blood Clan. Alright, follow me upstairs. The castle only had 3 floors, but every floor's framework was much taller than a normal building. Framework of the first floor hall was around 6 to 7 meters. Each room on the second floor was over 4 meters. The skeleton troopers put down the items in their hands and followed Fang Hao out of the room. They continued upwards along the stairs. At the entrance of the staircase to the 3rd floor, there stood 2 statues with open mouths, baring their fangs. They somewhat resembled the bloodthirsty wolf-bats encountered on the 1st floor, but were much smaller and their bodies weren't overly huge. Though the statues looked fierce, due to a long period without cleaning, a layer of dust had settled on them. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he proceeded a few steps forward. He stopped in front of a room. The large door of the room was engraved with exquisite patterns, including various flowers and plants and different human figures. Though not as big as the castle gate, it was still huge and solid. This door looks valuable. He exerted a bit of force, but the wooden door didn't budge, except for the dust on it which fell onto Fang Hao's head due to the shake. Together, pushed the door open. Fang Hao retreated a step, allowing the skeletons behind him to do the work. There was no need to do the work if so much help was available. The skeletons behind him stepped forward and together, they pushed the door open. Accompanied by a shower of dust, a thin slit opened in the door. Fang Hao tilted his head, peering in through the slit. Housed within was a gigantic black coffin. "Stop," Fang Hao whispered. Based on the creatures they'd previously encountered, item descriptions, and the portraits hanging on the castle walls, he could determine that the owner of this castle belonged to the Blood Clan of the Eternal Night Clan. Therefore, in this grand main bedroom, such an exquisite coffin unavoidably made him suspicious. Could a vampire be sleeping inside? But with the intense fighting outside, even the castle doors were torn. Even someone hard of hearing for the past 10 years should have heard it, right? "You all wait at the door." Fang Hao walked lightly towards the curtains after entering through the door's slit. The bedroom was spacious and lavishly decorated. In the middle of the room, there was an unusually extravagant black and gold coffin. It was rare to see a coffin crafted with such grandeur. Even though Fang Hao was not familiar with coffins, he could tell from the materials and craftsmanship that this was a fine one. After giving it a quick glance, Fang Hao paced towards the windows of the room. His idea was simple. He intended to open all the curtains in the room and let the sunlight shine in. If there were truly a vampire inside, he would let the sun punish it. Fang Hao vaguely remembered that vampires were afraid of sunlight. He wondered whether garlic and silverware would help. If time allowed, he would consider going back to pick a huge amount of garlic to hang around the coffin, leaving no chance for the vampire. Swift, with this in mind, Fang Hao pulled the heavy curtain open. Seeing the window, however, Fang Hao slightly paused. The windows of the castle were not translucent, but like the main door, had two shut panels. He opened the panels again, allowing the sunlight to flood into the room. And as the sun entered, the nightstones mounted on the walls and ceiling gradually dimmed. Having opened all windows, the dazzling sunlight instantly brightened the room. "Come in," Fang Hao called out, and the skeleton soldiers outside the door quickly came in and stood still. "Open the coffin." The skeletons stood on each side of the lid, gripping the cover with their hands. They heaved, and a crack in the lid was opened. Fang Hao quickly peered inside. Empty. The coffin was fully opened, yet there was no vampire inside, just an empty coffin. Indeed, with such a commotion, the vampire should have woken up even if it was afraid of sunlight. Exquisite corpse rejuvenation, coffin blue category. Corpse rejuvenation, coffin description. The corpse rejuvenation coffin of the Eternal Night clan that calms you instantly when you lie in and has the function of nourishing spiritual power. Wow, the coffin had attributes. However, this offered luck somewhat ominously. Unsure of its effects on spiritual power, Fang Hao concluded that this sealed coffin would definitely suffocate anyone once its lid was shut, meaning you could be buried directly. Very convenient indeed. Cover it. Said Fang Hao, the coffin was a rare blue quality item, but there was no use for him. Maybe he could sell it to another vampire later. Next, it was time to gather the items. The skeletons found a dark room next door. There was a treasure chest made of gold inside. Wow, it's gold. In the center of the dark room, there was a treasure chest emanating a faint golden glow. This was Fang Hao's first encounter with a gold chest since he came to this world. The best he had seen before was an iron chest. This sudden upgrade to gold took him by surprise. He rubbed his hands, praying silently in his heart for good fortune to open excellent items. He opened the treasure chest. Obtain wall construction blueprint, guard tower construction blueprint, exquisite corpse rejuvenation, coffin manufacturing blueprint blue, hardwood plank manufacturing blueprint, flame ring blue, warfare coins plus 120, bloodstone plus 40. The golden treasure chest did not disappoint. He got 3 blueprints and a blue equipment, plus 120 warfare coins. With the advent of the marketplace, warfare coins came to serve a purpose. However, Fang Hao had not yet found a stable way to obtain them. Level 1 wall construction blueprint, lumber 1200, stone 500, thatch 300, hemp rope 800. The number of materials required for building level 1 walls was more than for other constructions. But it made sense, considering that walls needed to enclose buildings within a property, thereby requiring more resources. Guard tower category, special construction required materials, wood 500, stone 300, thatch 120, hemp rope 100. Description: Troopsheros stationed in the guard tower will gain +2 in all attributes and can detect all dangers in the guarded area. The guard tower is a special construction. The term guard doesn't specifically refer to guarding the territory, but rather to guarding specific locations. That is, building a guard tower in a key area allows troops or heroes to be stationed there to guard that area. If Fang Hao were to build a tower, the place he would consider first is right in front of the Lord's wooden tower. By the time the territory's protective shield disappears, his own safety would have significantly improved. Hardwood board, wood 2. Exquisite corpse rejuvenation coffin, hardwood board 12, leather 6, cotton 5, high-quality fabric 6. Well, looks like they're planning for me to open a coffin shop. I wonder if the funeral industry is booming in this world. Flame ring blue category, ring skill, flame fireball description, a ring imbued with destructive energy. Flame fireball, shoots a fierce fireball at the target, causing level 3 damage and continuous burning damage, cooldown 1 hour. It's actually a magic ring. It allows the use of a magic skill called flame fireball. Fang Hao was absolutely thrilled. He finally had some attack power. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this adventure in the ancient fortress. Not only did he obtain the much-needed shadow stones, but he also acquired numerous blueprints and a flame ring. This significantly enhanced his strength and chances of survival. Fang Hao carefully stored his items and descended the stairs. All of you come in, take everything you can carry out to the courtyard. Fang Hao ordered the waiting skeleton soldiers. The territory resembled an old, run-down village. Everything they saw seemed valuable, so naturally they wanted to take it all. the skeleton soldiers entered and started moving items out of the fortress. While leaving the hall, Fang Hao tripped over a stone slab under his foot. Despite not feeling any pain in his skeletal body, he could tell the force was quite strong. Stone brick construction material, A thought crossed Fang Hao's mind. He traced the source of the stone brick and looked upwards. A piece was missing from the top of the entrance. It must have fallen during the battle with the bloodthirsty wolf bats. Due to the limited space indoors, the skeleton army struggled to demonstrate their advantage in numbers. So, Fang Hao gave the order to break down the fortress's main gate. Because of the improper dismantling, the stone brick fell off. So do I have upgrade materials now? Fang Hao muttered as an idea struck him. The materials required to upgrade to a level 4 Lord's wooden house were stone bricks, but he hadn't obtained the blueprint for stone bricks yet, and no one in the channel had mentioned obtaining stone bricks or blueprints either. So, seeing the stone bricks sparked an idea to dismantle the fortress. If he took apart such a large fortress, wouldn't he get a lot of stone bricks? As he thought about it, he deactivated the god's present state again. He woke up in his bedroom. Fang Hao rubbed his tired temples. The god's present state was too demanding, especially when it involved continuous combat. He left his house and started rallying all the busy laborer skeletons. The laborer skeletons had participated in the earlier battles. The original number of 2,000 had decreased to about 1,700. Despite this, Fang Hao still had a far superior workforce compared to other lords. The number of farmers other lords had ranged only from 5 to 10. Compared to 1,700, it was simply insignificant. Grab your tools and flatbed carts and follow me. 1. The team was a long, thin dragon carrying pushcarts and tools, heading towards Shadowin Castle. Within the territory, the quantity of wood and stone far exceeded the need. The skeletons mining, plus the material from food sales every day, it far exceeded what was needed for the development of the territory. Fang Hao had even specifically cordoned off a vacant lot outside his territory with wooden fences, just for storing the surplus basic supplies. Since no one would steal or take these supplies, there was no fear of loss. So when Fang Hao discovered a way to get stone bricks, he called up all the laboring skeletons, except the farmers. He suspended the collection of basic resources and provided the castle with bricks instead. This time Fang Hao chose not to utilize God's presence, but led the team to the castle himself. Previously, controlling the skeletons in combat had put a huge strain on his spiritual power. Plus, all the monsters in the castle had already been eliminated, so there was no need to worry about any danger. He lay on the cart, guiding the skeletons in the right direction. Soon, the group arrived at the castle. The castle courtyard was now in total chaos. All the furniture and items in the castle had been taken out, piled up into a small mountain. A crushed copper lampstand was yanked out from the piled junk, apparently scrapped. It was obvious that the skeleton soldiers could execute the order to loot, but were unable to discern the value of the items or how to place them without damaging them. But there was no way around it. The intelligence of these skeletons wasn't high. To be able to do as much as this was already quite commendable. All the retrieved blueprints were entered into the Book of Lords. The collected scrolls, bloodstones, and other items were put into a bag. The bag wasn't a system bag. He'd made it himself from leather ropes. As for the flame ring, it was worn directly on his left hand. He spread out his left palm and thought, flame fireball. A fireball the size of a fist, with flames swirling around it, floated above his palm, exuding intense heat. But his left hand felt no heat or burning sensation. Go, aiming at a dilapidated steel not far away, he swung his left hand upwards and the fireball flew out. A dull the flame fireball instantly hit the targeted steel. The terrifying destructive power snapped the steel in half, and the surface of the steel caught fire and burned for about 3 minutes, even though there was nothing flammable. Not bad, impressive power. Fang Hao was satisfied with the power of the fireball. After using it, the flame fireball went into a 1-hour skill cooldown. After testing the power of the ring, Fang Hao turned his attention back to the laboring skeletons standing by. He stepped up onto a raised platform and shouted to the skeletons below. All right, your job now is to dismantle the castle and sort the materials. He'd rallied all the laborers here to acquire enough materials to upgrade as soon as possible. The laboring skeletons got moving, taking up the hose on the cart. You guys are in charge of the cart. Transport all the goods back to the territory. Fang Hao kept 5,000 skeleton soldiers. Among them, 1,000 were responsible for transporting the materials gathered by the laboring skeletons back to the territory. The remaining ones were in charge of the nearby area's safety. There were some wandering beasts and warcrafts around, which might come to harass. The skeleton soldiers loaded the furniture in the castle courtyard onto carts and headed towards the territory. Fang Hao got back into the cart, opened the Book of Lords and passed the time. As soon as he opened the Book of Lords, several private messages popped up. Fang Hao bro, do you have any more iron pots? Can I get one with trace of the earth? Trace of the earth, a necessary material when building a blue-grade spiritual field, had been encountered. However, most people were still unaware of the use of this material. Once they got it, they didn't know where to use it. Fang Hao thought for a while and said, there are many materials needed to make an iron pot. If you add a piece of iron, I can make it for you when I get back. The other party fell silent for a while and then replied, okay, when can it be? In about 20 minutes. I'm currently in the field. I'll do it when I return. Okay, thank you, Fang Hao bro. Right now, blueprints are still scarce, and scarce blueprints for manufactured items became in great demand. Some people got a rare blueprint, made a product, and then quoted a high price. Compared to these people, the things Fang Hao sold seemed logical. What they didn't know was that, with the bolster of 100-fold amplification, no matter how Fang Hao sold, there was a profit to be made. He disconnected from the first person and then received the second private chat. Handsome, I want to exchange some iron axes with you. Handsome. Are you there? Handsome, you didn't get into trouble, did you? Due to his previous state of invoking God's presence, controlling the skeleton soldiers to fight against the monsters in the castle, he didn't notice the messages. This person actually sent several messages in a row, seeming quite hurried. I am here. Iron axes can be exchanged. How many do you want to get? Fang Hao replied at this time, 15 iron axes. Based on the price, that's 4 to 5 units of iron, right? The other party responded instantly. It seemed like they're also using the Book of Lords. Hearing the other party's offer, Fang Hao was slightly startled. Even though he's been in this world for a few days, it's still rare for someone to pull out so much iron all at once. It seemed that the other party had found a way to steadily obtain iron resources. No problem. It will take about 20 minutes. I'll make them when I return to my territory. Fang Hao said, okay. By the way, can you reveal how you got so much iron ore? Fang Hao asked again. Though iron was not considered a scarce resource, it was difficult to obtain at present. There's nothing to hide about that. I found an iron deposit near my territory, and I can mine some resources from there. By the way, do you have an iron pickaxe? I can trade for it. After the explanation, he added another sentence. Not all of the 15 traded iron axes were used for logging. Some were used to arm the militia soldiers. After all, to them, the iron axe was considered a weapon. I don't have the blueprint for the iron pickaxe at the moment. Once the iron axes are made, I'll contact you. Okay, thanks. He ended the chat with the two people. The convoy was now nearing the territory. Just as he was about to check what everyone was chatting on the public channel, angry shouts of battle were heard from a distance. The skeletons near his territory wouldn't be shouting like this. In other words, a battle was happening nearby. Fang Hao felt a tightness in his chest. He immediately stood on the roof of the cart, looking in the direction of the noise. As expected, near his territory, a team driving a horse carriage was already surrounded by skeletons from the territory. A fierce battle was taking place. In the face of the ruthless and fearless fighting of the skeleton soldiers, the other party suffered heavy casualties. Complete annihilation was only a matter of time. You take the spoils back to the storage area outside the territory. Fang Hao jumped off the cart, having given the order. The skeleton soldiers carrying the goods continued to head towards the territory. Meanwhile, Fang Hao went towards where the battle was taking place. All right, stop the attack and surround them. Fang Hao's voice rang out. All the skeleton soldiers stopped their hacking action and enclosed the enemies in the middle. They pant heavily from the recent battle. Their eyes are crimson as they glare at the surrounding skeleton soldiers. They are a merchant group from a village. They were on their way to exchange and sell the goods from their village at the manhwarecaps market. On their way here, they noticed this territory and the bulk of supplies corralled by wooden fences beyond it. Greedy pig-headed humans concocted a devious plan to steal some goods and sell them at a generous price in the market. Unbeknownst to them, they were discovered by the patrolling skeleton soldiers while pilfering the resources. The battle ensued. The intense combat attracted the other nearby skeleton soldiers. By the time the pig-headed humans were able to react, they were already surrounded by an alarming number of skeletons. Regardless of how much they retaliated, they could not break the encirclement. During the ongoing battle, their ranks suffered heavy casualties, and their troop of 100 had shrunk to just over 20. Just as they resigned to their fate, prepared to surrender and die, the skeletons stopped their attack and stood rigidly in place, forming a circle around them. The pig-headed humans look at each other, bewildered. Just as they began to consider breaking free, the skeleton soldiers in front abruptly parted, opening up a path for someone to pass through. The next second, shock appeared in the eyes of the pigmen. A young human male walked through the crowd of skeletons, ultimately standing in front of them, curiously inspecting them. Why are you here? Fang Hao asked solemnly. The pig-headed humans, despite their appearances, were not stupid. Seeing how the undead soldiers treated this human, they immediately realized that he might be their chance at survival. After carefully choosing his words, one spoke, "Respected sir, my name is Parker. We are a merchant group passing through here and have unfortunately had a misunderstanding with your, soldiers." This pigman named Parker had beady eyes that kept shifting, scrutinizing Fang Hao and the skeleton soldiers. He was also wondering why a human could command so many undead soldiers. Oh, really? Fang Hao gave a slight smile, his gaze falling onto their carriages. There were 5 carriages in total with the pigmen. 4 were covered by oilcloths to protect from the sun, while the last was loosely holding some miscellaneous items. There were furs, leather armors, bathtubs, and a big pile of tools. Obviously, the cause of the battle was not as simple as Parker had stated. The pigmen had stolen goods from the territory and were subsequently ambushed by the patrolling skeletons, leading to the fight. Parker noticed Fang Hao's gaze and realized that he couldn't continue lying. He quickly explained, "Sir, we did not know these goods belonged to you. We made a wrong decision and we are willing to compensate." Fearing any unnecessary triggers, Parker directly offered compensation. Orcs are greedy and warlike. Many tribes don't bother with farming or mining, instead relying on plundering for growth and expansion. Thus, most orcs believe in one universal law, that is brute force. If someone is more powerful than you, you endure their beatings. If they are weaker, you ravage, kill, and loot without mercy. "Let's talk somewhere else," Fang Hao suggested. Corpses of the pig-headed humans littered the ground. Blood turned the soil a dark red, and the scent of blood saturated the air. Fang Hao turned around and walked towards his territory. Parker and the others followed, flanked and watched by many skeleton soldiers. When they arrived at an open area in front of the territory, Fang Hao sat on a rock. Parker and the others respectfully stood on the side, their gigantic pig heads stealing occasional glances at Fang Hao's territory. "You're a merchant group?" Fang Hao curiously asked. "Yes, sir," Parker replied. "Where do you come from?" That a small village up north," Parker eventually answered. "The goods on the carriage are yours." "Where are you taking them?" Fang Hao continued. He still didn't know enough about this world. Communicating with the locals as much as possible would help him gather more information. "We plan to take the goods to Manham Market and exchange them for other goods," Parker answered diligently. "Manham Market." Fang Hao was slightly taken aback. He seemed to remember the name, having seen it on an acquired map that was found in a knoll camp. The map was actually of the Manham Market. As he looked at the Book of Lords, sure enough, the location of Manham Market had been marked on the map page. Yes, a peaceful trade market established by the orcs. Orcs live to fight, and they have a fondness for looting and combat. While tribes did interact with each other, they would also attack each other. Thus, the Manham Orc Market was established, with its own set of rules. It forbade fighting and looting within the market, and all transactions had to be voluntary and mutual. Orcs followed these rules, bringing their tribes' surplus goods to the market for exchange, either for other goods or currency. "Can anyone go to this market?" Fang Hao asked, intrigued by the orc market. Parker glanced at Fang Hao and the crowd of undead skeletons around them, nervously replying, "This might be difficult." Fang Hao nodded in understanding and said, "All right, let's talk about compensation. You stole my property and killed so many of my soldiers. I can't let you leave without some repercussions." Fang Hao's voice grew stern. Parker glanced at the surrounding skeletons again. His heart thumped loudly in his chest as he boldly declared, "Sir, we are willing to leave 1 carriage of goods as compensation." "Ha!" Fang Hao couldn't help but laugh. "If I kill you all the goods are mine. What makes you think I would spare you for a single carriage of goods?" The faces of the pigmen began to perspire profusely. Fang Hao's words silenced their arguments. The most valuable part of their group was the contents of the carriages. If these goods were not enough to serve as compensation, what else could they offer to convince him to spare their lives? "Sir, you see our goods," Parker attempted to say something. Fang Hao cut him off, not permitting him to continue. "I'll give you 1 final minute. If you can't provide what I want, you won't need to leave." After saying this, Fang closed his mouth. All of the pigmen fell silent. Sweat poured from their foreheads like raindrops as they felt the intense fear of death, their minds blank. Soon 1 minute had passed. "All right, time's up. Kill them," Fang Hao ordered straightforwardly. "Wait, sir, warfare coins, we can give you warfare coins." Parker let out a howl in desperation. Fang Hao's expression hardened, ceased the attack. The skeleton soldiers, ready to strike, returned their weapons to their previous positions. "Continue," Fang Hao ordered. Wiping the droplet of sweat falling into his eye, Parker hurriedly said, "Sir, warfare coins are the universal currency here. If you're willing, we can give you warfare coins to earn your forgiveness." He needed to amass enough warfare coins to buy the blueprints before the next visit of the skeleton merchant. However, It seemed that acquiring warfare coins was not as easy as he had thought. Do any of you have warfare coins? He asked. Yes, we do, Parker responded in haste. Well, bring them all out then. Let's see if it's enough to buy your lives. We don't have them on us, Parker stammered. Fang Hao's expression turned icy instantly. Are you playing me? No, sir, let me explain, Parker hastily replied. This is your last chance to speak, said Fang Hao. Sir, we have some warfare coins in our village. We are willing to leave someone here as a collateral while we get the money for you, Parker quickly proposed. The proposal seemed somewhat appealing to Fang Hao. Given the small scale of the pig-headed humans' caravan, their tribe couldn't pose much of a threat to him. If they were really willing to trade their lives with warfare coins, it would be a decent deal indeed. After all, in comparison to killing a few pig-headed humans for food, warfare coins were of greater value to Fang Hao. So how much are you willing to pay to save your lives? Fang Hao continued to probe. Parker, noticing that Fang Hao was easing up, came to his senses. He replied, Sir, we're from a small village. We don't have many warfare coins. We could probably scrape together 100. All of it can be yours. Fang Hao mulled it over. Over 100 warfare coins was a fair deal. With some more comms added from his treasure chest, it should be enough to purchase goods from the skeleton merchant during his next visit. If the other party was willing to pay compensation, he didn't have to kill them just yet. All right, I agree. But how can I be certain you won't take off and never return? Fang Hao inquired further. Sir, our old commander was injured on the leg during the journey and can't move around much. We can leave him here while we go to fetch the money. Once you have the money, we'll take our commander and leave, Parker hastily offered. He then rolled back the tarpaulin atop the last of the carts. On the cart laden with pelts lay a weakened pig-headed human, his leg wrapped in bandages, still oozing with blood. Fang Hao rose, examining the pelts on the carts before approaching the injured pig-headed man. You must be their former commander. Fang Hao asked. The pig-headed human was evidently weak but managed to respond, Yes, I am. Are you willing to stay here, waiting for them to ransom you? Fang Hao inquired. Before the injured man could respond, Parker eagerly answered, Captain Bolton, you're injured and might delay us. We will come back for you as soon as we get the money. The injured man glanced at Parker and looked at the other pig-headed humans. All right, I will stay here, he finally said. Good, I agree to this. If you don't bring the money by tomorrow morning, I will kill him and come after you in your village, Fang Hao stated, not wanting to waste any more time with them. Yes. Sir, we will leave now and return with your money, Parker, his huge head bobbing like a tambourine, responded. Off you go and remember the time I set, Fang Hao stated. All right, Parker didn't hesitate any longer, and along with the other pig-headed humans left swiftly. They reached a considerable distance before greedily eyeing the goods discarded within the territory. There were carpets, portraits, furniture, and the rare nightstone among them. All these superior goods were left out in the open by that human kid. The pig-headed humans gradually moved further away. Captain, are we really going back to fetch the money? Won't Captain Bolton be killed? One pig-headed human came closer, questioning with dissatisfaction. A sharp glare flashed across Parker's eyes as he said in a merciless tone, I am now the captain, and this matter isn't over. Tonight, we're going to retrieve everything we've lost and then some. The hasty compensation promise was merely a life-saving tactic. A true orc warrior will never relinquish his goals just because of a temporary setback. As for Bolton, the left-behind former commander, he scoffed. How could he, Parker, secure the position of captain if Bolton was still breathing? Bolton's death, seemingly instigated by humans, would suit his purpose perfectly. Hide in the forest till nightfall. Well, take everything back, with interest, Parker instructed. All right. The pig-headed humans echoed in unison and sprung into action. On the other side, Fang Hao studied the pig-headed human left behind. He summoned 20 skeleton soldiers, instructing them, watch him. If he gets near the warehouse or attempts to leave, kill him. Then he returned to his territory and sat down on a bench. The goods the pig-headed humans brought had added 120 units of iron and 1125 units of pelts to his supply. These additional resources increased his total stockpile. Without further delay, he began crafting iron pots. On the way back, he promised to trade iron pots and axes he produced. There were some spare axes in the warehouse, so he could put those up for sale directly. However, he needed to manufacture the iron pots. Ayuk's effect triggered successfully crafted iron potsioi. He sent private messages to the two interested parties, listing the promised goods for transaction. After returning to his bedroom for a sip of water, he proceeded to develop the territory. His recent experience with the ancient castle had filled many gaps in the upgrade materials. Now he had enough shadowstones to elevate the level of the burial grounds. Level 2 burial grounds, wood 500, stone 720, leather 80, hemp rope 120, shadowstone 5. shadow stones were truly scarce. Based on Fang Hao's preliminary understanding, shadow stones only appeared in places where people were buried, indirectly hampering the development of the territory, without giving it a second thought. Fang Hao immediately chose to upgrade. Under the flickering of light, the upgrade of the burial grounds was completed. Level 2 burial grounds recruitment available. Skeleton soldier, wriggling spine. Note, the corresponding army soldiers of the territory can be recruited in this building. Upgrading the building can unlock new soldier types and higher-level soldiers. Required materials for upgrade: wood 700, stone 1200, leather 120, hemp rope 300, shadowstone 8. After upgrading, Fang Hao was left with 13 shadow stones. That was exactly what he needed for another upgrade. He chose to upgrade again. Once again, the burial grounds was bathed in light. A few seconds later, the upgrade was completed. Level 3 burial grounds recruitment available. Skeleton soldier, skeleton spearman, skeleton soldier, wriggling spine. Note, the corresponding army soldiers of the territory can be recruited in this building. Upgrading the building can unlock new soldier types and higher-level soldiers. Required materials for upgrade: wood 1700, stone 2200, leather 350, hemp rope 500, shadowstone 12. Great. Upon seeing the newly added skeleton spearman to the recruitment list, Fang Hao couldn't help but feel delighted. First, he decided to recruit one to check its attributes. Do you want to use one wriggling spine to recruit skeleton spearman? Recruit. Iux effect triggered, successfully recruited skeleton spearman 101. Skills: spear stab innate abilities, basic combat mastery, basic spear mastery, basic shield mastery. Undead. This type of soldier is already dead, hence they are void of morale, emotions, and immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, and mental magic. Hollow skeleton has no fatal weak points. Light weakness. Light magic deals an additional 20 damage to itself. Spear stab. Requires a spear stabs at the target with a spear, dealing substantial damage. Note, skeleton soldiers that have undergone preservation treatment and are armed with spears can confront any charging troops, ignoring all charge bonuses. From the exterior, the skeleton spearmen and skeleton infantry have not much difference, but their properties have changed. The innate ability of the skeleton infantry is sword and shield mastery, meaning they are more familiar with the sword and shield. On the other hand, the skeleton spearmen have switched to the combination of spear and shield, gaining attribute bonuses when armed with a spear and shield. During the castle raid, the advantages of troop combination have already been demonstrated. The skeleton infantry, relying solely on the sword and shield combination, was defenseless against the bloodthirsty wolfbats. But with a slight change, swapping some of the infantrymen's weapons for long spears and light crossbows, the situation on the battlefield transformed. From being pressured, they started to pressure the bloodthirsty wolfbats, eventually killing them all. It goes to say the higher the tier of troops the better, but the combination of each troop type is equally crucial. They can produce significant advantages and effects on the battlefield. Next, Fang Hao conducted 5 more recruitments. 100 times amplification triggered, successfully recruited skeleton spearman 505. He crafted enough wood shields and iron spears to equip the 606 skeleton spearmen. All right, go patrol the surrounding areas. Hunt any beasts you encounter and bring them back, Fang Hao commanded. The skeleton spearmen turned around and left the territory. Once all the skeletons had left, Fang Hao reopened his Book of Lords. He had obtained several blueprints in the castle. Level 1 wall construction blueprint, wood 1200, stone 500, straw 300, hemp rope 800. Walls are of utmost importance to a city. In 2 days, when the protective shield vanishes, it will be the last line of defense for the territory. Therefore, the earlier and higher the walls are built, the better. He chose to build it right away. A square of light covered the territory, and the next moment, a 2-meter-tall wooden fence was erected, protecting the territory. So a level 1 wall is made of wood. It seems that in order to make the wall stronger, the level of the wall needs to be raised. Level 2 wall, wood 2400, stone 1600, straw 500, hemp rope 1600. The materials needed have doubled. Thankfully, Fang Hao had many skeleton laborers. If he were an ordinary lord, he would have to save up resources for construction for a long time. The level 2 wall was completed. The wall was significantly thicker and taller, adding nearly 5 meters in height. Level 3 wall, wood 3600, stone 3000, straw 1000, hemp rope 2800. The materials for a level 3 wall have increased significantly. The amount of wood and stone has risen by over 1,000 units each. It's simply terrifying. Click to upgrade. 5 minutes later, construction of the level 3 wall was completed. The wall stands about 5 meters high, with its material changed from solid wood to a mix of wood and stone. The bottom 3 meters are made of stone, while the top is still constructed from stout logs. Patrol and defense personnel can now be arranged on top of the wall. After the construction was completed, Fang Hao continued to inspect the new architectural blueprints he had acquired. Guardian Watchtower category, special building description. The soldier sharrows stationed in the Guardian Watchtower have their attributes increased by 2 and can sense all dangers within the guarded area. Required materials: wood 500, stone 300, straw 120, hemp rope 2. In Fang Hao's view, the role of the Guardian Watchtower is more like a gatekeeper, or perhaps a guardian deity of the gate. It can protect a specific area, and the soldiers or heroes stationed there will have their attributes increased by 2. Although not high, all buildings can be upgraded. When the building's level is increased, the added attributes will naturally increase significantly. After some thought, he decided to build the Guardian Watchtower in front of his lord's log house. He was the only living person within his territory at the moment, and the skeleton soldiers didn't need any special protection. He was the one that needed the most protection. Confirm construction. The light appeared, and a simple wooden watchtower emerged in the open space in front of the lord's log house. Please choose a building to guard. Level 3 Lord's House, Level 3 Warehouse. The Guardian Watchtower automatically detects nearby buildings for it to choose to protect. Choose the Lord's Log House. The Guardian Watchtower emitted light once again, enveloping the Lord's log house with a ripple of light. Please select the troops to be stationed. 2 soldiers, 1 hero. Skeleton infantry. The tier of the troops he had at hand were all tier 1. Among infantrymen and spearmen, which one would be a better gatekeeper? Obviously, the spear weapon of spearmen might not be suitable for deployment in this watchtower, so he chose the skeleton infantry. 2 skeleton infantry quietly walked over and stationed themselves on both sides, guarding the lord's log house. Fang Hao circled around the watchtower to inspect it. It felt fairly good. When the territory is further developed, the watchtower will be placed a bit to the side. Next, he wanted to construct a skeleton conversion field, but his stomach released rumbling sounds of protest. Looking at the sky, he found that it was nearing dusk. The setting sun broke through the cracks in the clouds, spilling trails of rosy light. It's already this late. He lit up a fire, sliced the meat from the warehouse. The spiritual field had been built already, with skeletons assigned to watch over it every day. In a few more days, he'd be able to eat vegetables. Eating meat every day was somewhat unbearable, especially without any seasonings, just plain meat. While flipping the meat slices on the grill, he opened the regional channel to see people chatting. What weapons do your soldiers use? Today I trapped a prairie wolf in a trap. It took a long time and quite a bit of effort for me and my soldiers to kill it. 2 of them even got injured. Don't even mention it, I'm worse off than you. I boiled a pot of mushroom soup, went out to use the bathroom, came back and found all my farmers lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. I'm now acting like a nursemaid, following Dr. Zhang's instructions to detoxify them. Doctors here refer to a new type of vocation. These people have some medical knowledge that ordinary people do not have. When you encounter problems, you can pay resources to consult them, and they provide guidance based on their knowledge. I feel pity for the brother upstairs. Haven't had any mushrooms for a long time. Is that a lady on the floor above? Where's your territory? Do you want to develop together? Don't listen to him, miss. Let's discuss the problem of enlarging mushrooms in private. No more nonsense. I'm in urgent need of long spears and bows to kill the warcraft in the water. I'm willing to trade a hard wooden shield blueprint. Only serious people welcome. 1. Even for items that possess the same white attribute, there's still a range of quality and capability. The shields that Fang Hao currently provided to his skeletons are at the lower end of the white attribute, made out of common wood. In contrast, hardwood shields, which also have a white attribute, are significantly stronger than their wood counterparts. As Fang Hao was enjoying his grilled meat, he became interested in the other party's message. After giving it some thought, he decided to ask for the other player's asking price. Immediately, he privately messaged the other player, asking, "What do you want to trade for it?" Holy shit, Fang Hao, big boss. If it's a trade, it would depend on the type of spear you have. The other player replied, "Spears come in different varieties." Currently, the market offers a wood spear, bone spear, and stone spear, all of which possess a white attribute of quality. Of course, they also come in different degrees of quality. Without giving it much thought, Fang Hao replied, "Iron spear." Holy shit, the big boss already has iron weapons. Damn. Upon hearing that Fang Hao obtained a blueprint for an iron spear, the other player couldn't help but get excited. What would you like to trade? Let me consider, Fang Hao asked again. It seemed the other player was lost in thought as there was a pause before they replied, "I have 12 militia. Can I exchange them for 13 iron spears?" A white color blueprint isn't worth that many iron spears, Fang Hao responded. Iron spear, serves 2 wood, 2 iron. If manufactured according to the recipe, crafting 13 iron spears would require 26 units of iron. At present in the region, no lord has reported the discovery of an iron mine, hence iron resources remain scarce. Although Fang Hao enjoys the benefits of hundredfold amplification, he has to be careful not to disrupt the market rules with his abilities. Transactions should still generally adhere to the market price. Big boss, I genuinely need these weapons. Please help a brother out and advise how many you can give. Understanding his initial ask was high, the other player urged Fang Hao to name his price after the initial refusal. After a moment of pondering, Fang Hao responded, I can only give you 3 iron spears, but if you have 5 units of iron, I can give you 10 damaged iron spears as a temporary measure. Fang Hao then sent the characteristics of the damaged iron spear. The damaged iron spear, a spoil of war from defeating the zombie spearmen in the old castle. It's quite different from a regular iron spear and is already full of rust, worn out heavily. Since there were no blacksmiths in his territory, nobody could repair the equipment, so it would be better to sell them. However, even in their damaged state, they are still stronger and more lethal than ordinary wood or bone spears. Big boss, can you cut me some slack? I only have 3 units of iron. Can we do the deal with that? I'll repay the remaining 2 units later, he pleaded. Okay, list them. The 2 players via a dedicated channel quickly completed the trade. 3 iron spears and 10 damaged iron spears disappeared, and Fang Hao ended up with a blueprint of a hardwood shield and 3 pieces of iron. After saving it to his Book of Lords, the conditions to make the hardwood shield were lit up. Both players ended their private chat and switched back to public chat. The hardwood shield blueprint has already been traded with Big Boss Fang Hao. No need to PM me anymore. By the way, Big Boss Fang Hao is awesome. What's going on? Did you get the OK? You seem so excited. What the hell did you exchange? I just upgraded to a stone spear. Did Big Boss Fang Hao already have iron spears? Shit, Big Boss is awesome. I also want iron weapons. Big Boss is awesome. Fang Hao swallowed his last piece of grilled meat and closed the chat. Clearly, his development speed far exceeded most lords. Although it's an encouraging sign, he can't get arrogant and complacent. There were too many people from different walks of life crossing over into this world, with countless professionals among them. People die here every day. If he wanted to survive and thrive, he should keep improving himself and his territory tirelessly. After taking a sip of water to rinse his mouth, he instructed a few skeletons to boil some water as he planned to take a good bath before bed. He did not have the luxury before, but now he did. He had all the amenities now, so he could afford to relax a bit. Fang Hao rose from his chair, brushed his butt. He walked around his territory before stopping by an open space near burial grounds. He planned to build the skeleton transformation field here. Skeleton transformation field rare. Serves 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 hemp ropes, 5 shadow stones. Description: the skeleton transformation field can convert the buried organisms into skeletal soldiers. Depending on the type of organism, the required number of offerings will be consumed for recruiting. The skeleton transformation field was fundamentally different from a barrack. It required you to capture creatures to unlock related soldier types. Once you have unlocked, you can sacrifice offerings to recruit. After selecting the location, Fang Hao started the construction. A ray of light ascended, and a building appeared before Fang Hao. The skeleton transformation field had a tombstone about 2 meters high, and in front of it was a pool circled by stones, around 5 meters in diameter. Inside the pool was soft soil, uneven and rugged. It looked like a dry swimming pool. Go and bring the corpses of bloodthirsty wolfbats here, Fang Hao commanded. 2 skeleton soldiers went to the resource pile. In a few trips, they brought the corpses of 6 bloodthirsty wolfbats. Throw 1 corpse in, Fang Hao continued. He was curious to see how exactly the transformation field works. What would a corpse transform into? Obeying Fang Hao's command, the 2 skeleton soldiers tossed one of the bloodthirsty wolfbat corpses into the pool. Bloodthirsty wolfbat corpse, confirmed to transform into skeleton soldier type. Transform, the next second the soil in the pool became soft like marshland. The corpse of the bloodthirsty wolfbat sank slowly, bit by bit, swallowed by the earth. A minute later, the transformation was completed. Transformation completed. Gain skeleton giant bat soldier type the next moment. A skeleton giant bat suddenly flew out from the soil and landed on an open space nearby. The giant bat was made up entirely of white bones, except for its wings. The semi-transparent meat membrane was still intact, providing the ability to fly. Skeleton giant bat tier 3 faction. Undead racial traits. Undead, hollow skeleton, vulnerability to light skills. Dive attack innate abilities. Intermediate flight mastery remark. skeleton soldiers transformed from corpses retain the characteristics and attack style of their previous life. Previously, the bloodthirsty wolf bat was as large as a grown wolf, with a wingspan reaching about 3 meters. The current skeleton giant bat, however, was noticeably smaller, more the size of a vulture, and the soldier rank was reduced from Tier 5 to 3. It seemed that the transformation field downgrades the strength during the transformation process. Most importantly, the transformed soldier couldn't trigger the hundredfold augmentation, and Fang Hao only got one skeleton giant bat. "Throw all the corpses in," Fang Hao commanded. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 5 corpses of the bloodthirsty wolf bats were thrown into the transformation field. In a short while, 5 other Tier 3 skeleton giant bats came out and landed nearby. Not bad. Fang Hao nodded, satisfied. Although it fell short of his expectation, it filled the gap in his air combat unit. Bare-skinned, he stood on the open space, letting the wind dry the water droplets from his body. Although it was late, the night breeze was not cold, but rather pleasant. Wait till his body was dry. He then put on his clothes and walked back to the Lord's wooden house. The Lord's wooden house had undergone substantial changes. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, all the furniture had been transformed, and the nightstone chandeliers emitted a gentle glow. Even at night, it provided sufficient illumination. All these items had been procured from the ancient castle. He planned to decorate the other rooms when there was time in the following day. The Lord's wooden house was an important building in the region, the main hall, along with 3 bedrooms. Currently, as the only living person in the territory, Fang Hao occupied just one master room. Resting in bed, he casually browsed the regional channel. Finding no interesting news, he instantly turned it off again. He stared for a moment and then cast God's Presence, possessing the skeleton giant bat. God's target, skeleton giant bat. Compatibility 45. The lower the compatibility, the more that body rejected you, and the greater the spiritual power consumed. The higher the compatibility, the better you controlled that body, consuming less spiritual power. Fortunately, Fang Hao only wanted to experience the sensation of flight, not planning to stay for long. Fang Hao looked around, finding himself on the roof of the warehouse. Spreading out the skeletal wings, he attempted to lift off into the sky. Flight was not difficult, but maintaining stable flight and accurately maneuvering past obstacles was somewhat hard. Trying a few times, he got slightly familiar with the controls. Steering the giant bat through the obstacles felt similar to a VR flight simulation. Woo. With a surge of his wings, Fang Hao shot straight into the sky and headed for the outskirts of his territory. The skeleton soldiers were on their patrol duty. The labor skeletons were tending to the fields, waiting for the potatoes to mature. Fang Hao flew around, observing the surrounding territory under the cover of the night. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye. Looking carefully in that direction, he noticed a flicker of firelight in the distant woods. Fang Hao thought to himself, a fire in the vicinity of his territory might not be a good sign. Skeletons don't need any light, so the presence of firelight implied that other people might be there, or perhaps something else remaining in the forest. With this thought, Fang Hao changed his direction and flew towards where the firelight was coming from. On his way, he spotted some wheel tracks left on the ground. Fang Hao suddenly remembered the pig-headed human merchant team that had passed through his territory and headed in this direction. They still haven't left. Very soon his suspicion was confirmed. The woods were dense. During the day, the pig-headed humans surrounded the fire pit, whispering among themselves. "Captain, wouldn't this fire attract that kid's attention?" One of the pig-headed humans asked. Captain Parker, fully armed, heard the words and scoffed. "That kid is not strong enough himself. He's hiding in his territory and wouldn't dare to come out. Those low-level skeletons can't make out what the fire is all about." So don't worry, he had observed Fang Hao and the skeleton soldiers quite thoroughly. The other pig-headed humans nodded after hearing his words. They stuffed the roasted food from the fire pit into their mouths. While eating, one of them asked, "Captain, what should we do next?" "I have watched the route of the skeleton patrols. We will avoid them, take away all the valuable things, and set everything else on fire in the end. We will not spare him anything." Parker sketched a simple operational map on the ground with a stick and explained softly. The pig-headed humans on the side listened and nodded constantly, indicating they understood. "Captain, won't this final fire attract their attention?" Someone asked. Stealing was one thing, but setting a fire in the end seemed a bit too much. You see, a large part of that resource storage place is made of wood. This final fire could burn for several days. If the human territory wasn't protected by some shield, the whole territory could be reduced to ashes. "We lost so many men. Do we let them die in vain?" "Don't you think the human kid deserves some lessons?" Parker chastised softly. "Oh yes, we will go along with whatever you say, Captain," one of the pig-headed humans said, shrinking his neck. Pig-headed human Captain Parker looked at the sky. "All right, check your equipment. It's time to move out." Parker kicked out the fire pit, and several pig-headed humans rushed to prep. Fang Hao stood on a tree branch, listening to their conversation without missing a word. Flapping his wings, he dashed into the sky and headed back to his territory. The night was pitch black. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, leaving only a few stars twinkling constantly. The pig-headed humans rushed out from the edge of the woods, carrying packages on their backs as they quickly advanced toward Fang Hao's territory. After dodging several skeleton patrols, they smoothly arrived at the resource storage area. Pack up the valuable things, the nightstones, carpets, portraits, quickly. Parker urged quietly. The rest of the pig-headed humans were excited. These things were worth much more money than selling furs. They rolled up their sleeves, selecting valuable items that they could carry away, just as they were enjoying the loot. Ha! Suddenly, a yawn sounded from nearby. Caught in the act, the pig-headed humans froze, nervously watching in the direction of the sound. The moonlight was hazy. They saw a man sitting not too far away, calmly watching them. It was Fang Hao, the lord of the territory. Meanwhile, the supposedly relaxed skeleton patrol began to converge on their location, surrounding all the pig-headed humans. How long have you been sitting there? Parker asked seriously. The pig-headed humans were unsure if Fang Hao had been there all along without them noticing, or if he had arrived later. Just a little late after you, Fang Hao responded calmly. You knew we were coming. Pig-headed humans backed up against each other, being cautious of the advancing skeletons. Kinda. Besides, I found out later, we admit our defeat this time. Let us go and we will leave right away. We will bring you the money when we return. How does that sound? Parker said earnestly. The skeletons holding spears formed a circle. The spearheads were pointing at them, gradually closing in. You think this is child's play, a game. I gave you a chance, but you took my generosity for stupidity. Fang Hao's voice dropped a few degrees. No, Parker attempted to explain, but Fang Hao didn't give him any opportunity. He directly ordered, kill them all. The standby skeletons attacked instantly, like a roaring tsunami upon the pig-headed humans. Break out, quick, Parker yelled simultaneously. As a group, they charged one side, trying to find a breakthrough point and fight their way out. For a moment, the sound of fighting and cries filled the night air. Parker, leading two pig-headed humans and covered in wounds, broke through the besieging skeletons and rushed towards the forest. As long as they made it to the dense woods, they might have a chance of survival, trying to escape. Fang Hao gave a cold laugh, stood up, and raised his left hand. A blazing fireball appeared out of thin air and flew in the direction where Parker and the others were fleeing. Parker, soaked in blood, kept running without daring to look back. Suddenly, intense heat from behind forced him to take a glance. Seeing the magical fireball, his face turned paler with fear. Before Parker could react, he was struck and sent flying by the fireball. Captain. The two other pig-headed humans, who were running away, cried out in shock. But Parker lay there motionless, his body engulfed by flames. The two pig-headed humans, realizing that their leader was dead, exchanged a glance and continued to flee. However, they had only managed a few steps when several large skeleton bats swooped down from the sky, knocked them over, and ate them alive. Only after all the pig-headed humans had perished did Fang Hao leave his territory. The sizzling smell of roasting flesh wafted from Parker's far-off corpse, suddenly making him feel hungry. Collect the spoils of war and throw the corpses into the conversion field, Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeletons leaped into action. The pig-headed humans were stripped clean of valuable materials, their corpses thrown into the conversion field to be transformed into Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. Acquired orc singlage knife 27 pieces, wriggling spine 8 pieces. Restore all the goods to their original places, Fang Hao ordered. The skeletons promptly returned the items that the pig-headed men had scattered back to their designated area. Inside the territory, Fang Hao sat on a bench, watching the pig-headed man with an injured leg in front of him. He was left behind as a hostage. Now he was the only one alive. All your members have just been killed by me. Have you anything to say? Fang Hao prodded. It was late in the day, and he was running out of patience for dealing with these pig people. I know, I heard Parker's shouts. They were still coveting your wealth. They brought this on themselves, the weak pig human managed. I'm curious, what's your relationship with them? Weren't they afraid I'd kill you straight out if they stole the goods? Fang Hao couldn't help but ask the nagging question in his mind. The pig-headed man coughed twice before continuing. I was originally the captain of this team, and Parker was my deputy. The injured pighuman began his tale. They hailed from a pighuman tribe in the north. Their mission was to transport several months' worth of supplies collected from the pigman village to the Manham orc market for sale. En route, his deputy Parker suddenly led a mutiny, wounding him and placing him under house arrest. If he wasn't more familiar with the route to the Manham market than Parker, he would have probably been murdered and dumped in the wilderness by now. And now, the goods are gone. Parker handed him over to Fang Hao, conveniently using him to dispose of a threat. He then assumed leadership unopposed. Knowing Parker's intentions, why would you stay and wait for death? Fang Hao pressed further. There are too few people in the pigman village. If they all died here, the village would be in even more trouble. It's better that I stay and exchange their lives for mine, the pigman suggested. Quite the saint, Fang Hao muttered. Surprisingly, this elder pigman was willing to cooperate with Parker's charade and serve as the hostage due to this line of thinking. The pigman didn't understand what saint meant, yet he continued, "Sir, I apologize for Parker and his crew's actions toward you, but these were individual acts. Please don't take it out on our village." Fang Hao remained quiet, single-mindedly mulling over the old pigman's words. Man market, with the hundredfold amplification boost, he gained the ability to mass produce. An open orc market might just be what he needs to make a splash and earn warfare coins. You told a good story. I suppose I could spare your village, Fang Hao finally responded. Thank you, sir. Dragging his injured leg, the pigman knelt before Fang Hao and expressed his gratitude. But there's a condition. Stay outside my territory for the night. I'll tell you what to do tomorrow. Don't even think about escaping, or your fate will be far worse than your companions, Fang Hao warned coldly. Yes, sir. Fang Hao left the pigman a blanket and ordered the skeleton soldiers to keep an eye on him. He then returned to his room for rest. The following morning at daybreak, a light fog rose from the woods, shrouding the land. Fang Hao had rested well the previous night. He stepped out of his home and stretched himself. On the wooden board at the door, he marked down his 6th day in this world. Tomorrow would be the 7th day when the newbie protection period would end. Each time he thought about it, he was overcome with a sense of urgency. He drew in a deep breath to steady himself. And then he started his morning exercise routine. First a few laps around his territory, followed by 5 sets of push-ups and sit-ups. After finishing all his exercises, he was slightly drenched in sweat. He commanded the skeletons to boil water for a bath while he prepared breakfast by the fire. He also remembered to supply food to everyone in his domain. Even though the skeletons were not efficient hunters, they still managed to butcher 5 or 6 beasts daily. This ensured an abundant food supply. Bring in the pigman from outside the territory, Fang Hao casually ordered as he turned the meat on the spit. A skeleton promptly left to fetch him. Authorize non-territory resident Bolton to enter the territory. The protection barrier required the Lord's permission for non-residents to enter the territory. Authorize. Soon enough, the pigman from yesterday, with a spear pointed at his back and a grim expression, was brought in. Walking briskly to Fang Hao's side, he respectfully said, Sir, you asked for me. I forgot to ask yesterday, what's your name? Fang Hao indicated for him to sit. My name is Bolton, sir. Bolton nervously sat down, starting to speculate why Fang Hao wanted him. Not killing him, but not letting him go either. What was the meaning of this? Fang Hao put the roasted meat in front of him and asked, Is the Manham market only open for the orc tribes to trade? Oh. Bolton was slightly stunned and understood somewhat. He wasn't killed because he was interested in the Manham market. After a moment of thought, he quickly responded, Not quite. There were humans and dwarves who used to trade here, but that was a long time ago. Now it's only between the orc tribes. Fang Hao fell silent, his mind quickly working. When he went back to his room to rest the previous night, he seriously thought about the orc market. Today was the 6th day, and the protection shield would be gone tomorrow. Once their territory lost this protection, it wouldn't be good for them, the transmigrators. So while the protection shield was still there, he had better go to the Manham market to observe and see if he could trade some supplies. Therefore, he asked for Bolton first thing this morning to gain more understanding. What about the undead clan? One Fang Hao continued to ask. It would be best to go to the Manham market in human form. Going as an undead might make things more difficult. Bolton hastily answered. Fang Hao nodded, noticing that the other had not touched the meat in front of him. Why? Don't eat meat. No, not the case. Bolton shook his head. Pig-headed humans are omnivores who eat everything. And their digestive system is very good. They are known as iron stomachs. Naturally, they eat meat. Go ahead and eat. Having a full meal can help recovery. I have an ample supply of meat in my territory. Thank you, sir. Bolton carefully looked at Fang Hao and picked up the roasted meat with his hands to eat. Fang Hao continued his inquiries. At the Manham market, what sells well? Slaves, weapons, food crops, they all sell well, then minerals, furs and such, Bolton explained as he ate. Orcs are not good at forging, nor are they good at farming, so weapons and crops sell very well. Oh, Fang Hao responded and began to eat his meal. The two ate quickly. When Fang Hao was full, Bolton also put down his food, indicating that he was full as well. He put out the fire and cleaned up everything. Fang Hao handed over an iron sword and hardwood shield from a passing soldier to Bolton. Can this equipment be sold for money? There were skeleton soldiers guarding all around, so he wasn't worried about Bolton doing anything with the weapon. Bolton carefully looked at the iron sword and shield. He said, such ordinary equipment wouldn't fetch a high price in the orc market, but it sells fast. If the quantity is large, it could be sold for a good price. Fang Hao nodded and stated his intention. Bolton, I want to go to the Manham market to sell a batch of goods. You will act as my guide. After selling the goods, I will let you go and also pay you a reward. What do you say? Fang Hao had a map to the Manham market, but it would be less troublesome if Bolton accompanied him. After all, Manham was an orc market. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Bolton's face was bitter. Did he have room to choose? They had captured him and interrogated him. It was just a more gentle command. But he still hoped that Fang Hao would keep his promise and not make it too difficult for him. I am willing to be your guide, sir, Bolton said. Good, you wait outside the territory for a while. We'll set off together later, Fang Hao said. Bolton nodded, and under the watch of the skeleton soldiers, he exited the territory. Once Bolton walked out, the tall city walls blocked the outside view. No need to worry about Bolton discovering Fang Hao's secret. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and began to make iron swords. Iron sword, wood 3, iron 3, leather 1. Set the quantity to 10 pieces. Start crafting. Hundredfold amplification activated. Acquired 10 iron swords. A massive number of iron swords appeared on the empty ground in front of him. Bring the carts over and bundle and load the iron swords, Fang Hao ordered. In a short while, the 5 carts left behind by the pig-headed humans were brought over. The horses were quite well behaved, and they didn't react excessively despite being surrounded by the undead. The carts were parked aside, and the skeletons loaded the iron swords onto them according to Fang Hao's instructions. Then he went to the burial grounds, intending to recruit some soldiers. Hundredfold amplification activated, recruited 10,100 skeleton infantry. Hundredfold amplification activated, recruited 20,200 skeleton spearmen. From the previous war with the orcs of the Fireblade tribe, he collected 1,700 spines, which were still stored in the warehouse and not used yet. Now it was enough for him to squander. He continued to forge iron swords, iron spears, hardwood shields, armor, equipping the newly recruited soldiers, getting everything ready. With over 30,000 soldiers accompanying the 5 carts, they left their territory. Outside the territory, Bolton saw the tens of thousands of skeleton army emerging from the territory with his eyes wide, finding it hard to believe. He had just had breakfast with Fang Hao, and there wasn't such a large army in the territory at that time. Where did they come from? Bolton, get in the cart. We'll need you to lead the way from here, Fang Hao invited from atop the cart. The crowded skeleton army parted a path. Bolton, feeling apprehensive, climbed onto the cart, settling in at the back. Sir, so many undead might cause panic, Bolton quietly reminded. A small tribe only has a few hundred people. Only a large tribe could rival the population of 10,000. Mobilizing tens of thousands of soldiers to escort the supplies on these carts, only Fang Hao could do something like this. No problem, Fang Hao did not explain further. The cart advanced, heading towards the direction of Manham Market. At the same time, to the east of the territory, Fireblade tribe, the pig-headed human clan leader, who had been wiped out by Fang Hao twice in a row, was now kneeling in the center of the orc hall, shivering uncontrollably. 2 nights ago. Over 2,000 orc warriors were overwhelmed by the undead army. He was familiar with the camp's terrain, hiding in the excrement dump of the camp, narrowly escaping death. Outside the territory, he hesitated for a long time, eventually choosing to come to the Fireblade tribe to bring back the news of Kito's death and ask the Fireblade for revenge. At the same time, he might face the Fireblade's wrath. But he couldn't think of so much at this point. For revenge, he could only rely on the power of the Fireblade tribe. You say Kito is dead. A deep voice suddenly sounded. In the seat ahead, a burly orc was sitting. His upper body was naked, revealing a dark red tattoo, along with numerous scars. His beard was whitening, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, was staring dead at the pig-headed human clan leader. This was the clan leader of the Fireblade tribe, Kent. In the face of the overwhelming pressure that was flooding in like a tide, the pig-headed human's body began to tremble uncontrollably, trembling as he answered, Yes, Lord Kito was killed by those evil undead. All other members also perished in battle. Kent slammed a fist, and the stone table in front of him instantly shattered. Why didn't you die? 1. All this time, he had been raised as the heir apparent of the tribe. In the tribe, he was second only to 1 and above all others. But when Kent heard the news of his son's death, he was instantly furious, with crimson in his eyes. Why didn't you die? Kent roared furiously. Kito had left the tribe this time in response to a call for help from the Knoll camp. They said there was a small village nearby the camp, and all the loot from pillaging it would belong to the Fireblade tribe. The Fireblade tribe was the largest orc tribe in the nearby region. What threat could a village pose? So he let his son lead the team to it. But in the end, his son died, and the Knoll clan leader survived, which made Kent suspect something was amiss. The Knoll clan leader looked even more uncomfortable. If he said that he had hidden himself and thus escaped, he would definitely be blamed and killed directly. So he simply made up a lie that was easy for the other party to accept. It was Lord Keto. Lord Keto hid me. He said I was small and not easy to find, so he told me to bring the news to you so you can avenge them. Gnolls were small in stature, so this explanation seemed plausible. What else did Keto say? Kent closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. Keto said you are a great father, a great warrior, and that you would avenge him. The Gnoll continued to shout loudly. Phew. Kent let out a heavy sigh, continuing, all right, talk about that undead village. Okay. Then the Gnoll told Kent all about discovering the village and the human lord. You're saying a human can command an undead army? Kent found it hard to believe. Yes, everyone saw it. The leader of the other side was a human, the Gnoll said loudly. Come here, Kent beckoned loudly. An orc immediately came in. Kent continued, mark the location of the undead village. I'll arrange for someone to investigate. Oh, okay. The Gnoll quickly drew a simple map. The orc soldier took the map and turned to leave. Kent thought for a moment, then continued, you are still of some use, I won't kill you, but Keto and 2,000 warriors died because of the information you provided. At these words, the Gnoll's heart jumped. Kent continued, bring him out and flog him. An orc soldier immediately came in, grabbed the Gnoll and dragged him out. The Gnoll was startled and cried out, Lord Kent, I still have use, I know that village, I'll be useful for sure. This sentence was indeed of some use. Kent said to the departing soldier, don't let him die. Soon after, the sound of loud whips and the painful wails from the Gnoll could be heard outside the house. Meanwhile, the pig-headed Bolton had indeed served as a guide. Leading the caravan, he found a more easily navigable route, thereby avoiding several large beast lairs. You could say that just having a map of the Manham market was not enough. You also needed to know the optimal route to get there. Fang Hao lay in the carriage. Using God's presence, he incarnated into a skeleton giant bat, soaring into the sky and overlooking the land. And in the distance, he could already see the silhouette of a city. With caravans going in and out, that must be the Manham market. Controlling the giant bat to land on the carriage, Fang Hao returned to his own body and opened his eyes. Bolton, we're almost there, right? Fang Hao called out. Bolton was in the first carriage, while Fang Hao was in the third, so he needed to raise his voice to talk. Bolton's massive pig head looked back, and he also called out, yes sir, it's just ahead, but I'm afraid your army won't be able to enter the city. This huge undead army. It would not just be an issue of entering the city, even approaching it could cause panic. If the other party was alarmed and a fight broke out, it would be difficult to retreat peacefully. You said Manham doesn't allow fights and looting. Does this apply to humans too? Fang Hao asked. It applies to everyone, but it has been many years since a human caravan appeared in Manham Market, so you might attract some attention, Bolton said. Fang Hao nodded. Let the army camp nearby. When the time comes, you take me in. All right, Bolton nodded. Fang Hao had also considered this before. Fighting was not allowed inside the Manham Market, and every orc obeyed this rule. Moreover, Fang Hao had ways to protect himself. He had a teleportation scroll in his hand, which he could use to escape in case of danger, when they were still a distance away from the Manham Market. The caravan stopped, the skeletons began to set up camp, and built a simple defensive position. The 5 carriages were already hitched together. Bolton and Fang Hao, driving the carriage, continued to head to the Manham Market. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Manham City. The unspectacular grey wall was clad in weeds that sprouted from the mortar between the bricks. 2 Tauren guards stood at the gate, checking the incoming and outgoing vehicles. This place is governed by the Tauren tribe, led by the 5th-tier hero Telek. That's why no one dares to cause trouble here, Bolton explained softly. There was an absolute difference between heroes and ordinary soldiers. Heroes were more powerful and had more talents and abilities. They were often the leaders, or the backbone of a force. By bringing this up, Bolton was not only introducing Telek to Fang Hao, but also indirectly reminding him not to get into conflicts here. Picking a fight with a 5th-tier hero was not a wise thing to do. Fang Hao nodded, showing that he understood. When the caravan arrived at the city gate, the muscular, bare-chested Tauren guards, wielding their battle axes, strode over. Bolton, here to sell goods, huh? One of the guards called out. Bolton flashed a smile and pointed at Fang Hao. I'm guiding a friend this time. He's brought goods and sincerity. The 2 Tauren guards' attention fell on Fang Hao. When they saw that he was a young human, the vast Tauren eyes were filled with surprise. A human. It has been a while since a human came to Manham, one of the guards said quietly. Yes, otherwise he wouldn't need me as a guide, Bolton chuckled beside him. The Tauren guards gave a cursory check of the goods and didn't say much more. He threw over a wooden plate and said, "Teach him the rules, don't cause trouble in the city." "Yes." Bolton hastily agreed. Upon entering the city, the caravan went straight to the market. The sudden appearance of a human in the city attracted a lot of orcs' attention. Many followed closely behind the caravan, intending to see what goods this human would sell. By the time they reached the market and exchanged the wooden plate for a stall, there was already a crowd of orcs gathered behind the carriage. Lifting the oilcloth over the carriages revealed rows of iron swords. "Come look, weapons from the human clan. You can buy them with money or trade them with blueprints or special materials. Come take a look." Bolton began loudly hawking his wares. This immediately caught the attention of the surrounding orcs. They all gazed curiously. "Bolton, when did your tribe start getting cozy with humans?" An orc in the crowd shouted out. Bolton didn't take offense but replied, helping a friend sell some goods, all top-notch weapons. "Come take a look if interested." Orcs are experts in warfare and looting. Most of the time, they are either engaging in battle or looking for fights. The demand for weapons and equipment has always been high. "What's the price?" One of the orcs stepped forward, picking up an iron sword and swinging it twice. "1 warfare coin each. You can also trade with blueprints and special materials. We can negotiate." Bolton continued to shout. "These are just ordinary equipment, and you dare ask for a warfare coin each. Are you not too greedy?" Someone else questioned loudly. Several other people in the vicinity chimed in agreement. "Everyone knows the market rate. 1 warfare coin each, no bargaining," Bolton hollered. The crowd fell into a brief silence. Soon someone shouted, "I'll take 100. "All right, please come this way for payment and then you can take your goods." The orc went up to Fang Hao, opened his bag made from beast skin, and handed him 2 warfare coins. Fang Hao took out 100 iron swords from the car and let the buyer take them away. The common currency among the orc tribes is beasthead gold, but due to inferior craftsmanship, the gold content varies greatly. Warfare coins, on the other hand, are universal. They are used in both large trade markets and private transactions. Warfare coins are always the mainstream transaction currency, so there's no need to worry about not being able to spend them. Once someone started buying, other orcs who needed weapons also began to make purchases. In less than half an hour, more than 300 had been sold. The amount of warfare coins in the wooden box behind Fang Hao quickly accumulated. Just a few days ago, Fang Hao was worried about where to get warfare coins, yet making money seemed so easy now. "I want 50 iron swords." An orc stepped forward, pulled out his wallet, and hesitated. "Can I trade with blueprints?" "It depends on the blueprint. I don't need all of them." Fang Hao responded. "Well, see for yourself." The orc took out a blueprint and handed it over. Fang Hao took it and glanced at it. "Arrow Tower building blueprint, white, that one was all right." Fang Hao didn't have it yet. 10 swords. Fang Hao quoted a price. "Really? I'll trade it then and buy the remaining weapons with warfare coins." The orc seemed pleased. That left Fang Hao feeling like he had made a loss. The orc pulled out 40 more warfare coins and took 50 iron swords. "I also have a blueprint. Let's see how many swords you'll give me for it." The next orc pulled out a blueprint. "Beast skin boot blueprint, white, 5 swords." Fang Hao quoted a price. His price was somewhat higher than that of the skeleton merchant. Fang Hao had his own plans for this. He could motivate more orcs to trade blueprints, thus increasing his own collection. "All right," the orc traded for 5 iron swords. Another orc approached. "See how much these are worth," he said, handing over some items. "Essence of magic, a trace of spring water." Fang Hao frowned as he looked at the items in his hand. Both the essence and traces were very rare resources. For those in need, these were very valuable, 5 swords each. Fang Hao named the same price as for the white blueprints. The orc sunk into contemplation, evidently dissatisfied with the price. As the other orcs began to get impatient, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll trade." Plus 40 swords paid with warfare coins. Fang Hao nodded, collected the money, and made the trade. As more trades proceeded smoothly, those who came with blueprints and special resources had a clearer sense of the procedure. Everyone who traded was accepting of the price. At that moment, a figure was thrown at Fang Hao's feet. How much can she be exchanged for? The speaker was a traditional orc with a wicked-looking face, sporting a curved knife at his waist. At his feet was a female. She had a slender figure, a pretty face, and particularly noticeable were the pair of long ears on top of her head. It reminded Fang Hao of the occupational term bunny girl from movies. The bunny girl appeared to be young, curled up on the ground in terror, her face ghostly white, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was wearing coarse clothes that barely covered her body. The neckline was very low, revealing her full breasts. "You want to sell her?" Fang Hao asked. "Of course, tell me how much you want for her. It will save me taking her to your human city," the orc said loudly. Human and orc aesthetics vary. In the orc kingdom, human-looking and physically frail breeds like the rabbit clan aren't favored by males. They are almost considered alien. However, these bunny girls are very popular in human camps. They can bring a good price if sold to a wealthy nobleman or someone eager to taste an orcish flavor. Therefore, women of the rabbit clan become slaves and are taken to humans for sale. How many are you hoping for? Fang Hao asked back. With his 100-fold amplification, any trade would be beneficial to him. However, he was unsure how to appraise a person's worth and lacked any reference case. 100 swords, and this woman is yours. Have fun with her once you get back, the orc said lasciviously. That's too much, 50 swords. An orc slave isn't worth 100 warfare coins. Fang Hao shook his head slightly. Although he wasn't sure about the price, he knew the orc was definitely inflating it. Based on his experience from the market, having the asking price was reasonable enough. The orc pondered. He said, "Stop screwing around. Don't you want to have a taste of an orc? She just came of age and has never been touched by a man. 50, no more. 90, 50. Stop joking around. It would be better to sell her to a human city. My final price is 60. The orc finally gave his lowest price. All right, Fang Hao nodded in agreement. Haha, okay, she's yours now. The orc laughed loudly. He pushed the bunny girl towards Fang Hao, along with a slave identification card for the bunny girl. The bunny girl stumbled until she was standing next to Fang Hao, her head lowered, her face pale as a ghost. Her eyes were filled with tears as she bit her lips to prevent herself from crying. The bunny girl's appearance might not satisfy orc aesthetics, but she fulfilled all of a man's fantasies about women. Cute face, full bust, perky backside, standing at about 1.7 meters, a pair of straight, killer legs that really turned heads. The pair of rabbit ears on her head and the white bunny tail on her rear end were enough to kill. All right, stop crying. What's your name and can you count? Fang Hao tried to sound as gentle as possible. Master, my name is Ira, and yes, I can count. Ira replied in a small voice, still sobbing softly. Ira, your job is to bundle up the weapons for the customers. Yes, master. As she wiped away her tears, she responded. On the side, Ira, the rabbit girl, bundled up the iron swords purchased by the customers with hemp rope for easy carrying. For a while, the three formed a certain understanding. The number of iron swords on the cart decreased rapidly. 3 hours later, the iron swords on the cart were finally sold out, replaced by boxes of warfare coins and supplies. Fang Hao took stock of his earnings. Warfare coins 742, blueprint of arrow tower, blueprint of harvest statue, blueprint for beast skin boots, blueprint for longbow, blueprint for iron arrow. Natural gems 12, essence of magic, 3, trace of the spring, 4, trace of the earth, 2, trace of hunting, 1. Looking at the list of earnings, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, only by leaving the mountains can one find the path to wealth. These white-quality iron swords, while not of high value individually, became exceedingly profitable in large quantities. With all the goods sold out, Fang Hao saw no reason to linger. After all, this is orc territory. Safety is always a concern. Bolton, what do you plan to do? Stay here or come back with me. Fang Hao asked Bolton, who was standing by his side. He then took out 50 warfare coins, put them in a leather purse, and threw it to Bolton. Bolton had played a significant role in making this a smooth sail. As agreed, upon reaching this place, Bolton was free to leave. Thank you, sir. With this money, I plan to buy some supplies and return to my tribe, Bolton said with delight as he caught the money bag. This money compensated for the lost goods. Good, be careful on your way back. Fang Hao didn't insist on him staying. Bolton looked a little embarrassed. To him, a human who can control an army of the undead was more dangerous than anything else. He wished he could quickly please his master and then be allowed to leave. Yes, sir, I will be careful, Bolton said softly. Fang Hao nodded, driving the carriage, ready to leave with Ira. He planned to meet up with his undead army and return to his territory as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave, an approaching squad of Tauren stopped his carriage in the middle of the road. This human guest, the chieftain wishes to see you. He awaits you in the chieftain's hall, said one of the Tauren. Fang Hao furrowed his brows, beginning to ponder their intentions. From their attitude, it didn't seem like they wanted to rob him of his money, but he didn't seem to have any contact with the Tauren chieftain. My goods. Fang Hao looked hesitant as he glanced over his shoulder to the goods on his cart. The wooden crates on the cart held over 700 warfare coins and precious materials. Rest assured, we shall look after them. There will be no problems, continued the Tauren guard. Since they said this, Fang Hao didn't really have any good reason to refuse, and he was rather curious about these heroes. Fine, lead the way, Fang Hao said. The Tauren led the way into the innermost part of the city. The place truly looked like a city, with taverns, smithies, and busy orcs, each preoccupied with their tasks. He led Fang Hao further to a building brimming with tribal aura. Chieftain, the guest has arrived, reported the guard standing by the door. Let him in then. A deep voice rang out from inside the room. The Tauren guards cleared the path, allowing Fang Hao to stride in. The chief's hall was very spacious. At the head of the hall sat a gigantic Tauren. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, his bronze skin gave off a faint metallic sheen. His chest muscles, block-like in shape, exuded immense power. Fang Hao didn't doubt that this guy could kill him with a single punch. Bronze Bull Talok Purpletier 5-star hero. There was a brief silence in the hall. Fang Hao scanned the Tauren while the latter similarly observed him. Talok certainly hadn't expected the human who arrived here alone to be so young and thin. Please have a seat, Talok said in a deep voice. Thank you. Fang Hao sat down on a nearby large seat. Human friend, my name is Talok. How should I address you? Talok's attitude was very friendly. My name is Fang Hao. Nice to meet you, Chief Talok. Haha, I like you, intelligent human. Talok burst into laughter, his voice echoing like a resonant bell and somewhat ear-piercing. Fang Hao gave a faint smile. By the way, are these equipment you for? Talok picked up an iron sword from the ground. Held in his hand, it looked more like a dagger. It happened to be one of the iron swords that Fang Hao had just sold in the market. Talok had also arranged for someone to buy one. Yes, Chief Talok, Fang Hao answered. So you mean to say your territory has many blacksmiths, able to produce numerous weapons with similar workmanship? Talok continued to inquire. Well, Fang Hao found it hard to respond. As a lord who had traveled through time, he could use the Book of Lords to create weapons. Creating the same type of item meant that the quality was fairly similar, even identical in some cases. Indeed, I can mass-produce certain equipment. Fang Hao replied vaguely. Good, then I'll be straightforward. I want to place an order for a batch of weapons and pay with warfare coins. Talok went on. Fang Hao was intrigued. So there were customers who took the initiative to come forward. Iron swords. No, these weapons are too light for us. I want to order battle axes, 3,000 of them. Fang Hao was suddenly in a dilemma. He didn't have blueprints for battle axes. Chief Talok, I don't have any suitable blueprints for the battle axes that you need. Fang Hao said, slightly embarrassed. A customer was giving you money, but you couldn't produce what he wanted. He wasn't being a competent seller. Haha, that's not a problem. I have battle axe blueprints here. If you're willing to take the order, they can serve as your advance payment. Talok let out a hearty laugh. Fang Hao's eyes brightened up. Could there be such a good deal? What's the price? What kind of price are you willing to offer for a battle axe? 8 warfire coins. When can you deliver? Talok's smile faded, and he fixed his gaze on Fang Hao. 3 days, I'll deliver the goods to you in 3 days. Is that acceptable? Fang Hao replied calmly. Hearing the 3-day delivery, Talok took a deep look at him. 3,000 battle axes can be completed in 3 days. Just how many blacksmiths did he have in his hands? Are you sure you can deliver them in 3 days? Yes, Fang Hao responded confidently. Good. Talok had someone bring the blueprint and handed it to Fang Hao. Battle axe green, wood, 3 iron, 12 leather, 2. A green tier equipment, it looked rather decent. Also, to suit the large stature of the Tauren, the iron consumption for this type of battle axe was several times that of regular ironwork. Then I'll be going back now and have your weapons ready and delivered as soon as possible, Fang Hao said. Good, don't forget about the schedule. Fang Hao exited the chief's hall. Ira was still sitting on the cart, waiting for him. Master, Ira whispered, nobody has stolen our money, right? Fang Hao climbed onto the cart and casually inquired. No, good, let's go then. Driving the cart, they set off for the city's outskirts, to avoid causing panic and unnecessary troubles among the orcs. The camping spot of the skeleton army was a 20-minute journey from Manham Market. Now they were on their way to the camping site to rendezvous with the skeleton army. On the road, Ira kept her head low, appearing cautious and careful the entire time. How did you become a slave? Fang Hao casually asked. There was indeed a lack of human presence in his territory. Being constantly surrounded by cardboard cutout skeletons was something Fang Hao had grown tired of, and this was also why he agreed to purchase Ira. Who could resist the addition of a charming bunny girl? Our village was attacked, the survivors scattered. I was captured and became a slave, Ira explained softly. The orc tribe only respects strength. All rules are based on power. For weak races like the Rabbitman clan, even if they were willing to become a vassal of other tribes, few powerful tribes would accept them. Once a village was wiped out, there would be people hunting for valuable folks, branding them as slaves. Slave masters would train their slaves to not resist against their masters, making them easier to sell. Do you have any family left or any kin? Fang Hao continued to ask. Ira shook her head, indicating that she had no family left. Being members of the Rabbitman clan, they were weak and not suited to the orc lifestyle. Interestingly, I'm alone too. No worries, we need to look forward. Fang Hao drove the horse cart and murmured. Only then did Ira lift up her head, looking curiously at Fang Hao before quickly lowering it again. The Rabbitman clan's Ira's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. Current loyalty is 75. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Loyalty. Right, the system had mentioned loyalty on the first day after Fang Hao's arrival. If loyalty was too low, farmers or soldiers would become unproductive or even desert. He had been dealing with not intelligent skeletons all along and almost forgot about this matter. But he didn't really say anything just now, yet her loyalty increased. He immediately checked Ira's attributes. Ira Tier 1 Faction, Orcs Race Traits, Living Creature, Agile Alert, Skills, Half Moon Kick, Head Cook, Innate Abilities, Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Sword Mastery. Living Creature, this type can be healed, affected by morale, emotion, etc., is immune to bone manipulation technique and similar abilities. Agility, Agile Body, has far superior speed than average, capable of performing difficult moves. Alert, Rabbitman clan, naturally alert, can sense danger. Head Cook, familiar with cooking recipes, has capability to innovate in cooking. Food can increase the morale of living creatures. Half Moon Kick, spins in midair, kicks in a half-moon pattern causing damage to the enemy. Description: Rabbitman clan differs from other orcs. They don't believe in strike first, think later, rather they prefer to think first. Not bad at all. Although only Tier 1, Fang Hao had no expectations of her participating in battles. The cart continued to move forward. They were nearing the skeleton camp. Once past the hillock ahead, they would reach the location of the skeleton camp. After all, undead creatures had a bad reputation, so they chose a rather hidden place when setting up the camp. At that point, Ira's pristine rabbit ears twitched suddenly. Her head jolted up instantaneously, her eyes filled with horror as she looked to the left. What's wrong? Fang Hao noticed Ira's action. Master, a crowd is approaching rapidly, Ira said anxiously. What? Fang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't heard anything. He looked to his left, but the forest blocked his view and he couldn't see anyone. However, Fang Hao knew that given Ira's character, she wouldn't joke around at a time like this, and her innate ability of alertness suggested that someone was indeed approaching. Watch me, Fang Hao said, then immediately deployed God's presence. Ira didn't understand what Fang Hao was saying, but the next second she saw him collapse weakly. She swiftly caught Fang Hao and took hold of the horse cart reins, continuing to drive it forward. A skeleton camp in the mountain valley. Blue flames ignited within the body of the skeleton giant bat. God's presence target, skeleton giant bat, compatibility 45. The next second, Fang Hao, controlling the skeleton giant bat, soared into the sky. Looking down on the earth, Ira could be seen driving the horse cart, slowly approaching this place, and indeed, behind the forest on the left of the cart, dozens of orcs were rapidly closing in, and their target was his horse cart. Greed truly is a death warrant, Fang Hao muttered. These orcs were clearly coveting the wealth Fang Hao had acquired. Unable to make a move in Manhwarecaps market, they planned to stop Fang Hao's convoy on the road. After all, the party consisted of only Fang Hao and Ira. It was as vulnerable as a sheep. After clarifying the situation, Fang Hao descended and started directing the skeleton army, making preparations. The 5 horse carts moving together had significantly slowed their speed. Meanwhile, orc figures were now visible emerging from the forest on the left, running towards the direction of the cart. Fang Hao canceled his God's presence, directed the cart away from the main path, and moved towards the front right. He charged into the mountain recess. However, the incoming orcs had blocked Fang Hao's route, surrounding the convoy. Looking at the mob of orcs, Fang Hao was not at all nervous and said calmly, "The rules of the manhwarecaps market prohibit any force from looting. Are you planning to break the rules?" If we kill you too, who will know we did it?" An orc sneered. His gaze, however, was continuously scanning the boxes on the horse cart. The convoy was surrounded by the orc party who blocked Fang Hao's way out. They knew that the dilapidated wooden box was filled with warfare coins. If they could rob it, they would amass a fortune. How could they not be tempted? So no room for negotiation. Fang Hao unflinchingly asked. Haha, interesting human, you think you could still make it out alive? The orcs laughed arrogantly. We will skin you alive, chop you to pieces, make a stew out of you and share it among ourselves. The orc licked his lips. You won't even have a body left who would know how you died. The orcs chuckled and laughed as if they were teasing their prey. Remember to throw away his brains, he's a dumbass. Eating it might affect our intelligence, another orc loudly added. On the main road, the orcs were somewhat cautious, but they didn't expect this human to be an idiot, driving the horse cart into this recess of the mountains. What a good place to kill and loot. While the orcs were discussing their menu, deciding how to cook the two of them, Ira asked with a trembling voice, Ma's master, what should we do? She thought to herself how unlucky she was. She had just been sold to a human being and had run into such trouble. Don't worry, they are merely sacrifices, Fang Hao said with a smile. The noisy surroundings suddenly went silent. Anger surfaced on the faces of the orcs. They found this human incredibly arrogant. They considered his insults towards them even while facing death quite outrageous. Kid, you're asking for death, let's get him. The money will be equally shared amongst us, ordered the leading orc coldly. The rest of the orcs, roaring angrily, prepared to slaughter this presumptuous human. Creak, creak, creak. Then a series of intensive sounds like the rubbing of bones echoed around them. Next, undead skeletons, equipped with armor and weapons, emerged from behind the hollow, surrounding everyone. 1. Why are there so many undead here? The orcs' faces changed dramatically, but no one was able to provide an effective answer. More than 20 orcs, relying on each other, watched solemnly as the skeletons gradually tightened their encirclement. It was only when they noticed that a group of skeleton soldiers were protecting a human that they realized that all this was a trick of this human. Boy, who the hell are you? The orc shouted. Fang Hao gave a faint smile and said, "It doesn't matter. Have you guys figured out how to eat me? My brain might taste good, and it might not make you dumber if you eat it." The undead soldiers continued to close in on them. The orcs, however, were not in the mood to discuss whether they should eat brains. Kill, let's break out together. The orc shouted. The rest of the orcs nodded in agreement. Of course, Fang Hao also had no wish to delay any longer and simply commanded, "Kill them all." Whoosh! The moment the command was issued, the skeletons launched an attack, flooding the orc forces instantly. After less than 5 minutes of battle, the world returned to calm. Collect the loot, bury the bodies, Fang Hao ordered indifferently. This sort of thing happened too often. To him, these 20-something individuals were merely a one-sided slaughter. Soon the bodies were buried and the spoils transferred onto the cart. Rewards: 8 wriggling spines, 22 orc weapons, 15 orc armor, 43 warfare coins. Well, it counts as a small harvest. The orc weapons and orc armor weren't of much use to Fang Hao. The most useful things were the wriggling spines and the warfare coins. All right, let's go back to our territory, Fang Hao said. Numerous skeleton soldiers surrounded the cart and headed in the direction of their territory. Ira's eyes bulged as she watched the scene unfold in disbelief. Sitting in the back of the cart, it took her a while to make sense of everything. What's going on? Her master didn't seem to be an ordinary human. He commanded such an enormous skeleton army. Could he be disguised as a human, yet part of the undead clan? Would she be turned into one of these skeletons if she followed him back? Thinking of this, Ira's body involuntarily trembled again. Loyalty of Rabbitmen clan's Ira towards you has decreased by 5 points, currently at 70. The task of driving the carriage had been handed over to the skeletons. Fang Hao was lying in the cart resting when he suddenly got notified that Ira's loyalty had decreased, which caused him to feel slightly taken aback. When they were surrounded by orcs just now, Ira's loyalty did not change, and she seemed to be ready to share the danger and adversity with him. Now that the danger was over, why did her loyalty decrease? What's wrong? Are you hungry? When have some dried meat here, you can eat some first, Fang Hao said, tossing the bag of dried meat over to her. Ira held it in her arms, her large eyes shifting a little. Right, do you eat meat? Fang Hao suddenly remembered, do rabbits eat meat? Thank you, master, I eat anything and very little of it, Ira answered in a crisp voice, opening the bag and putting a small piece of dried meat in her mouth to chew. Rabbitmen weren't rabbits. Their eating habits weren't much different from that of humans. They're omnivores. Well, you don't have to worry too much. I'm not one of those slave traders. I won't harm you, Fang Hao explained on the side. Ira nibbled on her dried meat, her large eyes occasionally stealing glances at Fang Hao. The Rabbitmen and human clan had similar aesthetics. Looking closely at Fang Hao now, his eyes were deep, his features distinct. He was actually quite attractive. Master, will you turn me into a skeleton too? Ira raised her head, looking at Fang Hao. Large, moist eyes filled with a pitiful expression. At her words, Fang Hao was taken aback. Black Square, do you want to become a skeleton? Fang Hao asked in surprise. No, Ira doesn't want to become a skeleton. Ira will behave and serve the master well. Please don't turn Ira into a skeleton. Ira directly kneeled in front of Fang Hao, her forehead lowered deeply. The clothes barely covering her skin fell slightly, revealing a large part of her delicate skin. No wonder the slave master had demanded such a steep price. This rabbitman had an appearance that truly satisfied the demands of human males. Fang Hao lightly coughed, turning his gaze away and said, "All right, get up. I have no plans to turn you into a skeleton, you don't have to worry. Really." Ira raised her head, glanced around at the neatly arranged skeleton army. Black, why would I lie to you? You don't have to be too formal. No one in the territory would bully you. You can live comfortably and do things you like, Fang Hao said casually. Thank you, master. I will definitely take good care of the master. Ira's furrowed brows finally relaxed, revealing a smile. Fang Hao's face warmed slightly. Being addressed as master by a bunny girl was somewhat embarrassing. Rabbitman Ira's loyalty towards you has increased by 10 points, currently at 80. All right, rest for a bit. If you are hungry, eat some jerky. It will be better once we reach the territory. Having said that, Fang Hao laid down on the cart, opening the Book of Lords to pass the time. As he opened the local channel, he saw a message. Fuck, can the Book of Lords take pictures? There is a huge army of skeletons passing by not far from my territory, easily tens of thousands. Respect to the soldiers, I'd advise you to show some respect. I knelt and watched them leave. How else should I show respect? I'm Zhang Kilin, 500 lumber, one offer you a drop of kitten blood. I'm disciple of Uncle 9, 400 resources, I offer you fortune ettaling. I'm Diga watching the frenzied scrolling of messages. Fang Hao looked around. Indeed, in the rear he saw a territory protected by a shield. The territory had no walls, but was simply surrounded by wood. Figures could be seen looking his direction, but the faces were unclear. Having seen this, Fang Hao paid it no more attention. As dusk approached, the massive convoy finally returned to the territory. Only when the carriage entered the territory did Ira realize the terrifying number of skeletons present within Fang Hao's domain, patrolling squads, those farming, those transporting resources. All were skeletons. This wasn't a human city, it was an undead gathering place. Black, move all these into the hall. Be careful not to break them. Fang Hao pointed to the crates holding warfare coins. The crates weren't large, and it was safest to keep them in the Lord's wooden house. The remaining resources were sent to the warehouse for storage. Ira, master your orders. Ira immediately approached, replying respectfully. There's meat in the warehouse, prepare dinner. It's just for the two of us, they don't need to eat, Fang Hao said. Yes, understood, master, Ira replied immediately, busying herself with the task. She began to light the fire, preparing dinner, and Fang Hao, after drinking a sip of water, began to continue building with the resources he obtained today. Level 1 Arrow Tower, Lumber 50, Stone 350, Thatch 280, Hemp Rope 200. Description: the Arrow Tower is one of the important parts of defending a base. It can be placed within the castle for early detection of enemy movement and also conduct ranged firepower attacks against enemies within its range. After looking around at his territory, he finally chose the four corners of the city walls as the positions to place the arrow towers. The Lord's cottage had just reached level 3, and the area of the city was about the scale of a larger village. It was not like a giant city, where one side of the city wall extended for hundreds of meters. Building 4 arrow towers was enough for now. The number could be increased after the city wall is upgraded and expanded. After choosing the location, he directly chose to build corner of the city walls. One after another, their radiance lit up. 4 arrow towers were successfully built. About 5 meters tall, it has a stone base and a wooden platform at the top. Archers could be stationed there for guard duty and long-range attacks. Level 1 arrow tower placement. 3 materials needed for upgrading. Wood 750, stone 600, straw 150, hemp ropes 330. He then upgraded all 4 level 1 arrow towers to level 3. Level 3 arrow tower placement. 4 materials needed for upgrading. Wood 1500, stone 1300, hemp ropes 800, bricks 400. Description: the arrow tower is one of the important parts of a base's defense. They can be placed within the castle to observe the enemy's actions earlier and also provide firepower attacks against enemies within the range. The level 3 arrow tower's height was close to 7 meters, standing towering high. Ideally, you can place 4 archers on each tower to scout the enemy outside the territory and attack. But Fang Hao had no archers, so he had to assign skeleton soldiers temporarily as crossbowmen. You guys go to the warehouse and switch your weapons to crossbows. Fang Hao selected 16 skeleton soldiers and asked them to change their weapons. The skeleton soldiers patrolling mechanically stopped their steps. They turned and headed towards the warehouse. Fang Hao took this opportunity to open the Book of Lords and start crafting iron arrows. Among the blueprints exchanged from the orc market, there was a blueprint production for iron arrows which had been recorded in the Book of Lords. Iron arrow, wood 1, iron 1. Quantity selected was 10. Produce, 100 times amplification triggered, obtained 10 iron arrows. Just as the production was completed, the 16 skeleton soldiers appeared with crossbows in their hands. Take the arrows and get to the arrow tower. The skeleton soldiers picked up the bundles of arrows on the ground and climbed up the arrow tower in groups of 4. After constructing the arrow towers, Fang Hao continued to flip through the Book of Lords. Check the buildings that can be built. Harvest statue blue type, unique building effect, planting, gathering +10 description. The The goddess blessed this piece of land, abundant leaves and fruits, and a rich yield of grains. Construction requires wood 320, stone 1200, natural gem 5, essence of magic 2, trace of the earth 3, trace of the forest 3. Oh my god, seeing the blueprint attribute, Fang Hao exclaimed. He had not noticed before, it seemed he had found a treasure. The harvest statue incredibly enhanced the planting and gathering in the territory. This effect was as good as a top-notch equipment, suppressing the joy in his heart. After making a round within his territory, Fang Hao decided to place the statue in the center of the territory. Fortunately, there were enough materials, so he straightaway chose to build. A blue light ascended, slowly unveiling the outline of the statue. This construction took a full 5 minutes. When the light dissipated, there stood a delicately sculpted goddess statue right before his eyes. The pedestal was about 3 meters high, on top of which was the image of a beautiful mother goddess wearing a crown with a serious expression, stretching her arms forward as if bestowing the earth. Then a faint light brightened, spreading and stretching across the entire territory. The statue's self-effect also came into effect at this moment. Considering the current situation, the development of the territory was quite good. There were enough people, and defensive structures like city walls and arrow towers had also been built. Even without the protection of the newbie protective shield, there was certain self-protection ability. When encountered with forces like the Knoll Camp, or about 10,000, whose ranks were not much different, Fang Hao also had enough self-protection ability. For the undead, war is a sufficient source of nourishment. Unless in a battle, Fang Hao is completely killed. Otherwise, with the wriggling spine, combined with the ability of a hundredfold amplification, it would be like a snowball. The more people, the stronger, growing fast and large in wars. Master, dinner is ready, you can eat now. As Fang Hao was daydreaming, Ira had already prepared dinner. Fang Hao walked over and could already smell the aroma permeating the air. On the table there was vegetable soup and meat steak. Not only was the aroma pronounced, but everything also looked quite good. Seeing it just made you want to eat more. He sat on the bench, took a bite of the meat, and nodded in satisfaction. The cooking was just right and very delicious. It was better than his cooking just a little bit. Just as he was about to take the second bite, he noticed that Ira was standing to the side, eagerly looking at the food, constantly swallowing. What are you looking at? Sit down and eat, Fang Hao curiously said. He remembered Ira saying that the Rabbitmen clan also eat meat. Why is she not eating now? Ira is not hungry. I will eat after the master finishes, said Ira softly. The treatment of slaves was not as good as Fang Hao's. There were not a few who starved to death alive, let alone eating meat. It was a difficult thing to even fill the belly. And also, slaves were not allowed to dine with their masters. Regardless, Ira kept saying she wasn't hungry. Her eyes were fixed on the food in the pot and she kept swallowing. All right, there are no such rules here. Sit down and eat together. Only if you have eaten enough you can do well at work, Fang Hao said. Ira still hesitated. She took a step forward but then retracted it. Come on, sit down and eat, Fang Hao continued to urge. Only then did Ira sit down carefully. She was as obedient as a wronged child. She scooped up a bowl of vegetable soup and stole a few glances at Fang Hao, then put it in her mouth and began to eat. Seeing Ira quietly eating, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and checked today's chat channel. As soon as he opened it, chat records constantly emerged. It's over, something really happened to Lord Fang Hao. No food has been put up this afternoon, and none in the evening either. Yeah, I constructed a barracks and was waiting to exchange food with Lord Fang Hao to recruit soldiers. I hope nothing has actually happened. Why do people keep saying Fang Hao is in trouble? I have been crossing for 6 days. I hear it every day. Can't you wish him some luck? Exactly, why are your mouths so foul, always saying someone else is in trouble or in distress? Oh, the person above is anxious. Why are you in a hurry when someone mentions Fang Hao? Is he Fang Hao's good son? As soon as you mention Fang Hao, his son would definitely pounce on you and bite you. Humph, just that dumbass Fang Hao doing things so ostentatiously. If he didn't die outside, if I ran into him, I would exterminate him. Is there really a need to spew such venomous words? When exactly, the meat and various tools that Fang Hao sells have helped a lot of people. There's no need for you to hurl such abuses. Many of us in this area have survived thanks to Boss Fang Hao. Have you guys lost all your consciousness? Hey, I'm confused. Why do you care if we criticize Fang Hao? Is he your father or your mother? Exactly, Fang Hao could be dead now. You guys have been praising him so much. Are you planning to die with him? A fierce argument broke out between those who defended Fang Hao and those who cursed at him. Fang Hao was surprised to find such a thing happening, but soon he figured out the reason behind it. In the initial stages after everyone crossed over, people lacked food and tools. Even if they didn't trade with Fang Hao, people wouldn't deliberately offend him. Today was the 6th day since crossing over. Those who had survived so far were already familiar with this world and had figured out the basics of survival. The food and items like iron axes and bathtubs that Fang Hao sold in the channel were no longer indispensable. Therefore, some people started to come out and began to verbally slander Fang Hao. After all, cursing others does not come with the sense of accomplishment that comes from defying the powerful. Ding, a private chat notification sounded. It was from Dong Jiayu. Brother Hao, are you okay? I'm fine, just had dinner. Oh, as long as you are okay. Don't take to heart what people say in the channel. You don't have to bother with those annoying people, Dong Jiayu comforted. She was worried that Fang Hao might be disillusioned by the incessant abuses on the channel. Who are these people? I don't seem to have offended them, right? Fang Hao asked casually. He didn't take it very seriously, but he was still curious to know why. And then, by watching the chat, he could tell. Only a few people were cursely abusing him for no apparent reason, almost as if they had specifically planned this. Dong Jiayu paused for a moment, then replied softly, I'm not sure, but a few days ago people in the chat were discussing you. There seemed to be some resentment in their words. Ah. For what reason? It seems to be because the prices of your products are low, so they cannot make any profits. Fang Hao was not in the business of hiking up prices. The goods he sold were sold to make a profit, but also priced so that others could afford them. For example, the iron axes he sold. Typically, making an iron axe would cost 2 iron and 2 wood, while Fang Hao sold them for just 3 iron. Price was kept low so those who suddenly got the blueprint for the iron axe could not make huge profits by selling theirs. Since Fang Hao had a higher reputation, if people wanted to buy, they would choose to come to him first. Even if these people sold at the same price, no one would buy their products. Ah, so it's business competition. I was wondering if I had offended them. Fang Hao exclaimed. Yes, it should be these people. I'm not sure, but the one who stands out to me is Yao Liang, although he hasn't said anything today, Dong Jiayu continued. Yao Liang. Seeing this name, Fang Hao instantly remembered who this person was. He had previously obtained the blueprint for the iron axe and was busted by Fang Hao for trying to use his advertising in the channel. At the time, Yao Liang had angrily sent a private message cursing Fang Hao and wishing him ill. Considering this, it's plausible Yao Liang would organize people to verbally attack him. Okay, I get it now, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. I haven't repaid you for the weapon you lent me. The two ended their conversation. Notifications for private chats kept ringing. Many people were confirming if Fang Hao was safe and asking about the dispute in the channel. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then opened the world channel and gave a response. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. I've seen what's happening in the channel. Please don't waste your messages on these people. I've added a few people to my refused trades list and won't conduct any transactions with them in the future. Thank you all. At the same time, he put up for sale 1,000 units of meat for people to purchase. Fang Hao's announcement and the food he has put up for sale provoked another uproar in the channel. See, Fang Hao is fine. If you're so tough, don't buy Fang Hao's meat. Oh right, you can't even if you wanted to. People were saying Fang Hao is in trouble. Looks like the real trouble is with all of you. He's not in any trouble. Whoa there, he's just selling some food. Look how riled up you all are. You bunch of sycophants. The moment Fang Hao passes gas, you all celebrate like you've won the lottery. You must be used to being sons. Fang Hao made a statement. Instead of calming people down, the channel grew even more chaotic. At this stage, food was no longer an absolute necessity. People could build barracks, recruit soldiers, and go hunting. Perhaps they didn't have enough to sell, but they had enough to feed themselves and the villagers. So even if Fang Hao blacklisted these people, they weren't afraid and continued to mock him. When the channel started arguing again, the long-awaited system prompt rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations on surviving. The newbie protection period lasts for another 10 hours. When the protection period ends, all surviving Lord territories will enter a beast-frenzied state, prompting attacks from surrounding warcrafts. Frenzy of Beast. All wild beasts will enter a bloodthirsty state. All attributes increase by 30. Duration is 24 hours. Best of luck. As soon as the system finished speaking, another sound echoed in Fang Hao's ears. Novice task changed. Due to the special nature of your territory, your novice task has been changed to subjugation of Fireblade tribe. The original task has been cancelled. Task description. You killed the son of Chieftain Kent of Fireblade tribe. The tribe will retaliate with 30,000 warriors against your territory. Best of luck. The change in task made Fang Hao frown deeply. Others were under attack by beasts, but he was facing an attack from orcs, not to mention 30,000 of them. The number is significant indeed. Of course, when he wiped out that orc team, he had anticipated that their tribe would seek revenge, but he did not expect it to collide with the novice task, thereby causing a change in mission. It looks like I need to improve my defenses and increase my troops. Fang Hao still had 1372 wriggling spines and a current force of 150,000. Even though they were still Tier 1 soldiers, he wasn't fazed by the onslaught of orcs. With such many troops, he could exhaust them to death. He switched back to the regional channel. Damn, I have to set traps to hunt a single warcraft. This beast frenzy is going to be the death of me. Exchanging wall blueprints, who has won. Offering a higher price, hurry up. I don't need walls, who has wooden fence blueprints. I'll exchange it with iron. Confronted with the frenzy of beasts, everyone's first thought was to fortify their lands before launching an attack. Walls are the most effective, but even with the blueprints, the vast resources required are more than most people can afford. Some people opted for a lesser alternative and decided to build wooden fences instead, trading resources for equipment, exchanging for weapons now. Yeah, who has iron weapons? I'm still using a bone spear. I remember a few days ago, someone exchanged a blueprint for an iron spear from a beast he caught in the river. Anyone remember who he swapped with? Oh right, I think that happened. I remember he used a hardwood shield blueprint to exchange weapons from Fang Hao. Should be an iron spear. Damn, so that means Fang Hao has got iron spears and hardwood shields. It gives people the illusion that they've adapted to this world. They assume that as long as there is enough food to satisfy the farmers and the militia, they can steadily develop. But all these are mere human assumptions. The emergence of a mandatory task and the beast horde attack that will occur in 10 hours have harshly brought everyone back to reality. This time, with the protective shield gone, the attacking beast horde will benefit from the beast's blood boiling, a 30 increase in all attributes. Once again, people realize the danger of life and death they will face. The most effective way to improve their combat power is to change their weapons and equipment. A brave warrior, wielding only a stone axe, can hardly show his true strength. Once they remembered that Fang Hao had once sold iron spears, all the conversations are once again redirected to Fang Hao. Is brother Fang Hao here? I want to order some equipment. Big brother, it's urgent. Please sell some weapons. The heated argument just now instantly quelled. Everyone is calling out to brother Fang Hao, asking him to sell some equipment. The threat of death hangs over everyone's head. Fang Hao watches the channel, saying nothing. This mandatory task provides a good opportunity for Fang Hao to sell the equipment in his warehouse. There are mainly two types of equipment backlogged in the warehouse. Some of them are made using his own blueprints and were replaced in the process of equipment upgrade, while others are spoils from several battles. There are weapons from the orcs, as well as weapons that fell when zombies in the castle were killed. These equipments generally have low durability and are old. After a quick sorting out, weapons were promptly put up for sale. Assorted weapons 1142 pieces, wooden shields 4212 pieces, each piece required. Wood 300, stone 150, iron 5, special resources 2. Any kind assorted weapons include a variety of spoils, such as broken single-edged swords, broken spears, and orc weapons. The wooden shields are from one of Fang Hao's earliest blueprints. Long ago it was considered obsolete and has been piled in the warehouse. These weapons still have lethality, but their durability is not high and the degree of damage varies. Then, Fang Hao gave skeleton soldiers new weapons to replace the damaged ones. He also puts those replaced weapons up for sale on the channel. The mandatory task tomorrow is like a sword hanging over everyone's head. Even those who are greedy will choose to spend all their savings to replace a batch of equipment for survival in the imminent battle. After all, only surviving now can talk about the future. If you die, having lots of resources will be useless. So Fang Hao has the right to set the price for weapons. Not to mention that his prices are reasonable. Even if he doubles or triples the price, these people have to grit their teeth and buy them. This is to increase their chances of survival. Big brother is awesome. These weapons can save many people. Why are there so many more wooden shields than iron spears? Stop talking nonsense. There's a lot of wood in storage, of course. There will be more made. How much iron ore can there be? You're right, brother Fang Hao. Did you mistake me for someone else? I didn't say anything bad about you. I've been banned from trading. I am innocent, more wrong than Dewey. Stop acting. You were the worst with the snide remarks. Now you're playing the victim. Dewey, very unlucky. Brother Fang Hao, I was wrong. I was just messing around. I beg for your forgiveness. Please remove the trading ban. Brother Fang Hao, you're my biological father. I was wrong. I'm slapping my own face. The beasts are coming tomorrow. Please let me buy some weapons. I beg you. A complete reversal of the situation occurred. People are praising Fang Hao for being awesome. Those people who insulted him are now apologizing and regretting their actions. They appear sincerely willing to change and start over. Of course, Fang Hao has no intention of lifting the ban, especially since he knows some of them have formed an organization. The sooner these people expose themselves, the better. This way, Fang Hao can identify who is against him. At the same time, he has received a number of private messages. Big brother, could you check out this blueprint? How many weapons can it exchange for? Wooden cup production blueprint, white wooden cup, white, 1 wood, 1 hemp rope. Description: a simple water container made. This seems to be of not much use, said Fang Hao. The cup Fang Hao uses for drinking is also made of wood. It was made by carving a groove into a block of wood and was used for drinking water. So this wooden cup blueprint really does not have much use. Even its existence is trivial. Big brother, let's exchange it for another one. Just consider it as a blueprint reserve, the other party quickly said. He was worried that Fang Hao would refuse. What do you want? Iron spears. Fang Hao didn't worry about it. As long as it was about the same and the other party's demands were not high, we can make a deal. All right, put it up for sale. I'll give you one. Soon the two completed the deal, and Fang Hao got the wooden cup blueprint. After that, Fang Hao got many more blueprints and some rare materials. Woven wooden window production blueprint, white. Beast skin pants production blueprint, white. Bell production blueprint, green. Trading blueprints is actually quite difficult. After getting a blueprint, most people would directly record it with the Book of Lords. Once recorded, the blueprint disappeared and could no longer be traded. The blueprints that stayed behind were either kept for later sale or duplicates of what they already had, so blueprints have the least traded volume. Soon, the weapons on the shelf were snapped up. Fang Hao also gained a huge amount of materials and a lot of special resources. In addition to the natural gems and traces of the earth that he had seen before, there were also some materials such as copper ore and saltpeter for the first time. After everything ended, there's a brief calm in the channel. The battle due tomorrow forced everyone to strengthen their territory. Fang Hao and Ira are finishing dinner. Ira is cleaning up the dinner table. Fang Hao opens the Book of Lords, flips to the production tab, and chooses to make a wooden cup. Wooden cup, white, 1 wood, 1 hemp rope. Make 1. 100 times increase triggered. Received wooden cup 101 pieces. Piles of wooden cups suddenly appear out of thin air on the table in front of Fang Hao. It gave Ira a start. She quickly reached out to catch a few cups that were about to fall. At the same time, she widened her eyes in surprise at the sudden appearance of the cups. Don't mention my abilities to outsiders, Fang Hao answered. Yes, sir, I absolutely won't tell anyone, Ira promised loudly. There are only 2 of them in the territory. There's no place to tell anyone else. Let's keep a few of these cups for our use and throw the rest into the warehouse. Yes, master. He gets up and continues to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Bell green, 200 wood, 50 iron, 10 copper, 5 hemp rope. Description: the bell can be placed in watchtower-type buildings to ring the alarm. If it weren't for the materials he just exchanged, which included copper, he would not have been able to build it. Since the materials were just enough, he chose to make it. Ayuk's amplification triggered, obtained 101 warning bells. In an instant, 101 warning bells appeared in front of Fang Hao. The bell was not large, about 40 cm in diameter at the bottom and 50 cm tall. The whole body was iron green with complex patterns carved on surface. Inside the bell, a clapper hung that could hit the bell with a gentle swing. He summoned several patrolling skeletons, placed these 4 on the arrow towers. The warning bell can be placed on the arrow towers, alerting others by ringing the bell when danger is detected. The few skeletons struggled to carry them onto the arrow towers. Fang Hao followed behind and waited for it to be installed. He looked at the warning bell and then looked at the materials used to make it. Among them were 50 iron and 10 copper. Having such little copper content, he somewhat doubted whether the bell could ring. He lifted the clapper inside the copper bell, swung it lightly, and hit the bell. Ding! A loud bell ringing echoed, vibrating Fang Hao's brain, scattering the flock of birds in the distant forest. Now he knows that the copper bell can ring, and quite audibly so. He descended from the arrow tower. Looking at the blueprint, he could also build a spiritual field and a logging site, but these 2 were both outside the castle and the orcs were to attack tomorrow. Now is not the time to increase the numbers. Wait until after the big battle. It won't be too late to build them. Next, he continued to prepare for the battle. He came to the skeleton conversion field. The skeleton conversion field had already unlocked 2 types of soldiers. One was the Tier 3 skeleton giant bat, and the other was the Tier 1 skeleton pig-headed man. The attributes of the skeleton pig-headed man had no differences from the skeleton soldiers. So there was actually no need to specifically recruit skeleton pig-headed men, just need to recruit skeleton giant bats to supplement the shortage of aerial combat units. Fang Hao directly set the recruitment number to 300, confirm recruitment. The system's prompt sound rang again. Luke's amplification triggered, successfully recruited 30,300 skeleton giant bats. In an instant, 30,000 skeleton giant bats emerged in the light and landed all around his territory. Go and stand by outside the territory. said Fang Hao. The skeleton giant bat soared into the sky, flew out of the territory, and landed on the open ground to stand by. After consuming 300 wriggling spines, there were still 1,072 wriggling spines left. According to the prompt, there were 30,000 orcs attacking. And the number of troops he recruited with Luke's amplification was enough to crowd out and tire out the enemy's 30,000 troops to death. Next, he came to the burial grounds again to continue recruiting soldiers. Available recruits: skeleton soldiers 500, consumption, 500 wriggling spines, recruit. Ayuk's amplification triggered, recruited 50,500 skeleton soldiers. Available recruits: skeleton lancemen 572, consumption, 572 wriggling spines, recruit. Ayuk's amplification triggered, recruited 57,772 skeleton lancemen. Shua, countless skeletons appeared. The number of over 100,000 skeletons had already far exceeded the capacity of the territory, so the skeletons stood still in the same spot, stacked upon each other, like a human pyramid. Seeing this, Fang Hao promptly began to make equipment for them. He crafted 55,000 sets of sword and shield, and 58,000 sets of spear and shield. He also made 110,000 sets of leather armor for all the newly recruited skeletons to wear. They then remained standing by in the open area outside the city. Now that he had acquired the beast's skin boots from the orc market, he finally managed to collect all the pieces of protective gear. Ira. Fang Hao called softly. He looked around, only to find Ira hiding in the Lord's wooden house, with just half her head peeking out, looking terrified. Summoning hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers had scared the timid rabbit girl significantly. She was cautiously observing the outside world, her face full of fear. Only when she heard Fang Hao call her did she hesitantly come out, saying, "Master, change your boots," Fang Hao said. Ira's shoes were worn out but clean. They didn't fit, and it was clear they were discarded by someone else. Beast skin boots crafted from the Book of Lords might not be the most comfortable footwear, but they were far superior to Ira's shoes. "Oh, thank you, Master," Ira responded immediately. She took off her old shoes with holes in them, revealing her fair, small feet. Her toes were as white as tender lotus sprouts. She slipped on a pair of beast skin boots, lightly stepping on the ground. Apparently pleased with her new footwear, a content smile crossed her face. "Wear these for now. I'll get you a better pair later," he said. "Thank you, Master. These are great," Ira replied hastily, clearly satisfied with her new boots. This world did not have sneakers or basketball shoes. Even the orcs wore leather boots. Having endured a long period of enslavement, Ira was quite content with the boots. The sky was gradually dimming. "Come, I'll show you your room," Fang Hao continued. There were no ordinary houses in the territory, and neither was there a blueprint for constructing housing. The only residential building was his own wooden lord's house. Fortunately, the wooden house had 3 rooms. Fang Hao occupied one. One was the study. The remaining room could be allocated to Ira. He took Ira to the room and said, "Ira, I'll make a single bed for you in a while. From now on, this will be your room." Ira, who was following behind him, now stood there with her eyes wide open, staring in surprise at what soon would be her room. She had never dared to hope for a room of her own. It was enough for her not to be caged anymore. But now, not only did she have her own room, it was also incredibly luxurious. The floor was covered with a beast skin rug. Thick and heavy silk curtains hung at the windows. A table and chairs were set up against the wall, and a huge wardrobe with beautifully carved designs was also present. Even when she was not enslaved, she had never lived in such luxury. "Get used to this place while I make your bed," Fang Hao said, slapping his forehead. The furniture in the room had all been moved from the castle. The castle had several rooms, all with tables and wardrobes, but no beds. Luckily, he had a blueprint for a single bed, so Ira would not have to sleep on the floor. After finishing his instructions, Fang Hao went out to make the single bed and wooden grid window. He had just exchanged for the blueprint for the window. He could now install one in every room of the Lord's wooden house. Within a short time, the single bed and wooden window were done, and he instructed 2 skeletons to carry them in. Upon entering, he saw Ira barefoot, her shoes off, her feet on the carpet. Seeing Fang Hao return, she stood warily to one side. He directed the skeletons to set up the single bed and wooden grid window. Fang Hao smiled slightly and said, "Okay, you can rest now. No one here will bully you. If there's any physical work to do, you can direct these skeletons." "Yes, Master, Ira understands," she replied. "Good, rest early," Fang Hao said and then left the room. He had just walked up to the second floor. Then the prompt sounded. The loyalty of Ira from the Rabbitman clan increases by 10, current loyalty is 90. Lying in bed, he went through all his plans in his mind once again. Tomorrow, after the novice protection shield disappears, the Orcs' Fireblade tribe will launch an attack on his territory. This was no game, it was a real war. If he died, everything would be over. He used all his gathered wriggling spines to recruit troops, to ensure absolute dominance in this war. The development of his territory had already surpassed the other lords, so he simply could not afford to fail at this point. He lay in bed, opened the regional channel. It was quite quiet today. The few people that were speaking were exchanging items. It seemed that the sudden compulsory task had put a significant amount of pressure on everyone. Everyone was preoccupied with the arrangements in their own territories and no longer had the energy to chat in the channel. He closed the channel and immediately entered the God's Presence state. God's Presence target, skeleton giant bat, compatibility 45. When he opened his eyes again, he had already possessed the skeleton giant bat. He flapped his wings and flew to the sky, scouting the surroundings of his territory to ensure there were no enemies that night. After patrolling one round, he found that there was no danger nearby his territory. He then released the God's Presence state, lay down on the bed, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Master, the not yet awake Fang Hao felt someone talking near his ear. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ira bending over and whispering softly. Her upper body was leaning low, which caused her already barely covered clothing to open wide and reveal a considerable amount of smooth skin. It was a feast for the eyes. Ah, Fang Hao replied instinctively. Master, didn't you say you have an important thing to do today, and that you wanted to get up early? Ira explained softly from the side. Right, today was the day when the orcs would attack. Yes. Fang Hao immediately sat up and put on his clothes. After quickly freshening up, he walked out of his room and climbed up the city wall to look into the distance. The Knoll camp was to the east of the territory, so the Fireblade tribe would also come from the east. Standing on the Arrow Tower, he saw nothing. The territory outside was still covered by a large forest, possibly hiding the opponent who could be on their way. Fang Hao directly sat on the ground of the Arrow Tower, activated the God's Presence. God's Presence target, skeleton giant bat, compatibility 45. Outside the territory, in a place where troops were gathered, a skeleton giant bat with pale blue light emanating from its eyes flapped its wings and flew to the east. Flying over the mountains, he indeed saw a large group of orc troops approaching. He estimated that in about an hour they would reach the foot of his city. Fang Hao let the skeleton giant bat perch on a big tree. He continued to use the God's Presence to monitor the movement and types of troops of the orcs while deploying his own forces. Fireblade tribe. Last night, the orc scout relayed back the news about the enemy territory. Indeed, there were undead troops patrolling near the territory, but it was not as exaggerated as the Knoll clan leader had said. He roughly estimated there were 5,000 or 6,000 in total, and they were all Tier 1 skeletons. Chief Kent, after hearing the information brought back by the scout, directly ordered to execute the Knoll clan leader. Early in the morning, the entire tribe set off, hastily marching towards the undead territory. They aimed to flatten this territory before nightfall, to avenge Keto, and to loot all resources from the village. Chief, we can see the enemy territory now. A wolf-mounted cavalry whispered to the chief's chariot. Chief Kent of the Fireblade tribe, on a chariot pulled by 2 wolves, was meditating. Hearing the report from his subordinate, he barely opened his eyes. Did we spot their human lord? We didn't see their lord. He must be hiding within their city walls, but their forces have increased since yesterday. They have also built walls and defense towers. Are they still those skeleton frames? Yes, these are all the lowest grade of undead troops. Humph, speed up. We want to bring back the resources of this territory to our tribe before dark. Kent ordered. Yes, the cavalry answered and passed on the chieftain's order. The Fireblade tribe was a nation of warriors, more so now than ever before. Pedestrians were 20,000, spearhand were 7,000, wolf riders were 3,000. With such a strong combat force, they were not afraid of those inferior skeletons. Kent held his chin, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was already thinking, once he caught that human lord, what kind of torture he should use on him. He couldn't just let him die easily. He'd torture him until the very end, then chop him into pieces and feed them to the wolves for food. The team rapidly approached and could see the skeleton army arranged under the enemy's city when they drew near the local territory. The skeletons were shining white, wearing armor, with weapons and shields in their hands. The number was not small, around 2,000, prepared to attack. After secretly laughing at the enemy's self-defeating move, Kent ordered loudly. On top of the city wall, Fang Hao looked at the orc army below the city with a serious look on his face. Even though he had made full arrangements and calculated countless times in his heart, yet with the major battle approaching, he felt nervous, depressed, and all kinds of emotions were rising in his heart. Fang Hao looked at the countdown on the Book of Lords, waiting for the enemy to initiate the attack. When the countdown reached 0, the system prompt also sounded again. The novice protection period officially ends. Wishing you all good luck. The protective shield above the territory gradually disappeared like a burst balloon. The orc army in the distance also blew the home of attack. Wow tilde, the horn sounded. The orcs, as if they were injected with chicken blood, became quite crazy. They shouted loudly and initiated the attack instantly. There was no particular strategy to speak of. All types of soldiers rushed forward together, but due to different speeds, the ranks were broken up. The ones who rushed to the front were the wolf riders. They wanted to use their rapid movement to launch the first wave of charge attack. Archers can attack now. Fang Hao issued the command. On the city wall, Fang Hao had placed 1,000 light crossbow-holding crossbowmen, who lifted their crossbows to aim at the advancing wolf riders when they heard Fang Hao's command. The abrupt rain of arrows took the wolf riders by surprise. Their formation was instantly broken up, with them spreading out from each other, but the assault continued unabated. Fang Hao stood on the city wall, watching the cavalry's changes. Ira. Fang Hao murmured under his breaths. Ira was also in full leather armor, her face full of fear. "My lord, take care of my body, don't let it get bumped or scratched." Fang Hao sat down on the ground. Before Ira could understand what was happening, Fang Hao's body went limp and fell backward. Ira caught the limp Fang Hao and was at a loss for what to do. Down the city, target for divination, skeleton spearman, compatibility 75. Spearmen, step forward 2 steps, be ready to meet the enemy. Fang Hao commanded loudly. All the spearmen stepped forward 2 steps, aiming their spears at the advancing wolf riders. Those wolf-riding cavalry, who originally planned to charge quickly. Seeing their welcoming party holding forward stabbing spears, they immediately pulled their reins, preventing their mounts, the wolves, from moving further. If they were to charge, it was equivalent to speeding themselves up into a sharp blade. There was no difference between that and giving up their lives. But just as they stopped, another hail of arrows had fallen, injuring a large number of cavalry and mount wolves, causing them to scream in pain. The failure of the cavalry in the front did not deter the orc army behind from keeping up their assault. The dark mass of orc infantry, roaring angrily, continued to charge forward. When the orc spearcasters were 400 meters away, they stopped, took out the short spears from their backs, and threw them into the skeleton troops. After Fang Hao had finished arranging the setup of the skeleton spearmen, he deactivated the god's present state. He got up from Ira's arms and looked at the movements of the orcs under the city again. Before Ira could say anything, he slumped and fell again. God's presence target, skeleton giant bat, compatibility 45. 30,000 skeleton giant bats, hidden by Fang Hao in the woods. When 30,000 skeleton giant bats, like dark clouds, appeared in the sky above the battlefield, a large shadow quickly moved. Then they flew over the orc spearcasters. With wings folded, the 30,000 giant bats dive-bombed like bullets into the ranks of orc spearcasters, starting a battle. The nearby orc warriors rushed to aid, but the mobility of the skeleton giant bats was higher than that of the cavalry. After one wave of attack, they flew high, not staying long. This boy had arranged ambushes. Watch out for these skeleton bats, speed up the attack. Chief Kent commanded loudly, urging the attack pace. The orcs charged even more crazily. Fang Hao woke up again, ignoring the soft touch of Ira's body. He looked at the overall battle situation under the city again. It was like playing a real-time strategy game on a computer, but instead, he needed to repeatedly activate God's presence, which wasn't as convenient as a simple mouse click. By then, the orcs were already at the city gate, just 300 meters from the wall. "It's time to close the net," Fang Hao said and fell again. Ira held Fang Hao in her arms, watching the battle in the city nervously. The furious roars from the orcs in the city made her trembling involuntarily. Just yesterday, she was thanking her luck for being sold to a good master. She was fed well and given a comfortable room, but today they were attacked by orcs. She knew about the brutality and fighting style of the orcs, and reckoned that this city would hardly be able to withstand their attack. Just when Ira was feeling sad, and was feeling reluctant to let go of her new master, Fang Hao, the tide of the battle on the field suddenly changed. A large number of skeleton troops popped up again in the orcs' back, and on both sides. The skeletons arranged in a neat and orderly manner, with the spearmen and soldiers interspersed in positions, they started to shrink the encirclement quickly in a pincer movement. Skeleton giant bats in the sky kept harassing, with orc soldiers constantly being grabbed and dragged into the sky. They were ripped apart by a cluster of skeleton giant bats. The sight of countless undead troops caused chaos among the roaring orcs. Morale began to plummet. The fierce and warlike orc army began to suffer heavy casualties upon encountering the undead army who knew neither life nor death nor pain, their numbers quickly reducing. Chieftain Kent stood on the wolf war chariot, his face an extremely grim sight to behold. The number of enemy undead was dozens of times larger than the intelligence he had received. This kind of battle that traded life for life could drain all his warriors. He pulled the reins of the wolf war chariot tightly and yelled, "Everyone rally tome." Kent wore an iron armor, wielding a long blade. Each swipe brought out a flaming sword light, killing a large number of skeleton soldiers. Fang Hao also noticed Kent at this time. After all, looking down from the wall, whether it was the wolf war chariot or the void surrounding him was too noticeable. Flame Blade, Kent Blue Tier 3 hero, so he was Fireblade, and a Tier 3 hero at that. In the orc market, Fang Hao had encountered his first orc hero. It was the Tauren chieftain, Bronze Bull Talok. Unexpectedly, the chieftain of the Fireblade tribe was also a hero, just of a slightly lower rank compared to Bronze Bull. Nevertheless, he still demonstrated a combat power far beyond regular troops. Seated in his wolf chariot, Kent broke through a barricade made by a squad of skeletons. Hordes of skeleton soldiers were knocked down and crushed by the chariot. Breaking through the skeleton blockade, he rushed straight to the city gates, lifted a battle axe, and slashed with all his might. A solid crimson blade glow marked the swing of his axe, and the next second, it directly chopped down on the city gate. The whole city wall shook violently, leaving a massive crack on the gate. Such a level of attack, the level 4 wooden gate wouldn't hold up for long. Watching the orcish hero prepare for another hit, Fang Hao's expression immediately darkened. We must delay his breaching of the city. The skeleton army on the battlefield had already gained an advantage. Wiping out the orcish force was now a matter of time. We had to prevent the orcish hero from breaking open the gates until there were enough skeletons to swarm and kill him. Fang Hao hid on the city wall, peering through the cracks at the enemy. Seeing that he hadn't been spotted, he extended his left hand immediately. A scorching fireball began to form. It was the flame fireball, a skill brought by the flame ring. Burned to death. He gave it a gentle push, and the fireball whizzed out towards the orcish hero. Kent was gathering his strength. Just as he prepared to strike again, a surge of heat descended from above. Without any hesitation, driven by his dangerous intuition, he swung his blade upwards, casting a bloody red blade glow. The blade glow collided with the fireball, creating an explosive noise. It was enough to make one's head swell. Meanwhile, the archers on the wall, under Fang Hao's command, attacked Kent. All 2,000 archers focused on one single target. The black tightlying arrows were like a dark net cast down from above. Kent swiftly waved his blade, knocking down the incoming arrows, but the wolves pulling his chariot weren't as lucky. Under such a dense attack of arrows, they instantly became porcupines. Filled with arrows, they fell to the ground lifeless. And so, the distant, non-stop harassment continued. It continued until the end of the battlefield skirmishes. The skeleton soldiers, using their sheer numbers, filled in the gap in tiers, killing every orcish soldier. Both injured and intact skeleton warriors were left, totaling 50,000. Nearly 200,000 troops were reduced to just 50,000, truly a deadly battle. The upcoming battle did not require any further direction from Fang Hao. The only one left was Orc Chieftain Kent. Without the mobility of his wolf chariot, he was surrounded by the skeletons. Even with his amazing combat power, even with his savage attacks and all. After 30 minutes of being besieged, he let out a final roar of unwillingness before being completely submerged by the skeleton sea. The intense war finally came to an end, with the undead victorious. The battlefield was a mess. A dense collection of carcasses and white bones blanketed the whole battlefield, severed limbs and flowing blood. Droplets of blood seeped into the soil, staining the ground black and red. Standing on top of the city wall, Fang Hao and Ira quietly observed the sight before them. They remained silent for a while. Fang Hao descended from the wall, and the broken city gates swung open once again. Clean up the battlefield, collect all the spoils of war, and toss the bodies into the skeleton conversion field. Fang Hao stepped out and issued the order loudly. The skeletons, which had previously stood motionless, once again sprang into action, stripping the bodies of all their equipment and throwing them into the skeleton conversion field. The transformation of the bodies in the field took some time. As more and more bodies were placed inside, the conversion time kept stacking up. Soon all the spoils of war had been collected. The orc chieftain was also given special treatment by Fang Hao. The skeleton soldiers stripped him bare, even prying open his mouth to check if he had any gold teeth or such items. Gains: 35,720 orc weapons, 27,420 sets of orc leather armor, 8,300 sets of orc iron armor. Additionally, 18,867 wriggling spines, war horn, bloodthirsty blade. War horn blue tier category, horn attribute. When blown, boosts allied units morale by 5, movement speed by 10, and attack by 2. Description: the art of war depends on the initial momentum. Not bad, the boost to morale is useless for skeleton troops. As soldiers of the skeleton faction, they feel no emotions. They do not know fear or death, so naturally, there's no concept of morale boosting. But increased movement speed and attack are still very valuable attribute enhancements. No wonder the orc army seemed to be injected with adrenaline when the horn sounded, rushing from afar. Especially the wolf riders, their speed was incredibly high. Other than the mobility of the cavalry, this horn also greatly improved the movement speed. Bloodthirsty Blade Purple Tier Category, Giant Sword Damage, Level 4 Damage Set Effect, Berserker. For each enemy killed or assisted in killing, increase strength by 1 for 8 seconds. This effect can stack up to 50 times. Description: the thick, fresh blood compels you to commit heinous acts. Fang Hao was all too familiar with the Bloodthirsty set. Previously, when he killed Kido, he had obtained part of the Bloodthirsty armor set. It was because the Bloodthirsty set was incomplete that Kent, a third-tier hero, couldn't unleash his real strength. Otherwise, relying on the damage stacked by killing skeletons, he could have killed his way through, and even broken the city gate and invaded the territory. But all of that has already been set in stone. This test was still won by Fang Hao in the end. He has collected all pieces of the Bloodthirsty set, though he can't wear them now. Lastly, there were 18,867 wriggling spines. Compared to the orc equipment he collected, the number of spines excited Fang Hao even more. If he wished, he could summon a massive skeleton army again to continue fighting for him. Self-sustaining through warfare was his best strategy. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Hao began to regroup his forces again. After the battle, there was a more important task at hand: scouring the opponent's territory. Since the enemy had thrown everything they had, there probably weren't many soldiers left in their domain. Perhaps it was even an empty city now. If Fang Hao didn't seize the resources in the orc territory soon, other nearby lords could take advantage of it. By then, transporting resources would become a big hassle. Ira, I'm going to lead troops to these people's territories and transport back all useful resources. I'll leave some forces with you, but don't open the city gate for anyone other than me, Fang Hao instructed Ira. Fang Hao had considered using God's presence, possessing a skeleton to go there. But the deployment of God's presence has a distance requirement between himself and the troops. The farther the distance, the more spiritual power it consumes, growing exponentially. Moreover, in the recent battle, Fang Hao frequently used God's presence consecutively, which left him in a state of exhaustion. He could not undertake the task of leading troops to the orc territory. After some consideration, he decided to go there himself. "Oh, okay, I understand, Master," Ira replied in a small voice. Her heart raced when she heard Fang Hao was leaving her alone to command a group of skeletons to guard the city, but her obedience to her master as a slave made her grit her teeth and agree to it. Wait for my return." Fang Hao patted her shoulder gently and left with his troops. The moment Fang Hao departed with his 30,000 troops, the gates of the territory sealed immediately. Ira stood on the city wall, watching Fang Hao and his troops disappear into the distance. Fang Hao did not know the location of Fireblade's territory, but the orc army had left obvious traces along the way as they advanced. As long as he followed these traces, it would not be difficult to find their location. The undead army advanced swiftly while Fang Hao lay on a cart, not daring to recklessly consume his spiritual power through God's presence. He simply opened the Book of Lords to check everyone's battle situation. As expected, it was not as lively as usual. "My territory soon can't be defended. I've lit the signal fire. Are there any nearby brothers that can save me? I'll give you all of my resources. Brother, I see you. Can you come and reinforce me, and then we can take back your territory together? Damn, I'm trapped with my soldiers in a hut. How can I reinforce you? Help, I'm so scared I want to go home. Red, I don't know if you are here in this world, but if you can see this, I want you to know I love you, Wang Zhu. I love you. I hope you can be happy in the end. Yang Meng, what the hell?" The chat group instantly turned into a large-scale confession scene, with men and women's names appearing one after another. It seemed that everyone had a partner, someone they liked. Damn it. The battle just now did not wound him as deeply as this. All the blood he transported here, yet he had to watch these people indirectly showing off their love. Inwardly cursing, Fang Hao sat up and glanced around. He did not see any signal fire, so it seemed he was still far from the others. He had been on the move for several hours. Fortunately, only he needed to eat, drink, and relieve himself. The skeleton soldiers did not require these, which saved time. The Fireblade camp had exceeded the village boundary. It would be more appropriate to describe it as a small city. The tall stone walls stood high. Through the open city gates, he could see the buildings inside. The orc territory was not an empty city like Fang Hao imagined, as more than a dozen orcs were left there. "Go take over the city directly," Fang Hao commanded and then sounded the war horn. Woo! The clear sound of the horn rang out, and various attribute enhancements were applied to the skeleton soldiers. They rushed towards the territory at a fast pace. The orcs who remained in the city changed their faces when they heard the horn and saw the skeletons rushing towards their territory. Closing the city gate could not stop the invasion of the skeleton army. Like a towering formation, they stormed the city wall and seized the city. When Fang Hao arrived from the rear, the city gate was slowly pushed open by the skeleton soldiers, welcoming his arrival. Collect all that can be taken, Fang Hao issued the looting order. They began to gather any resources that could be taken away. Fang Hao surveyed the entire territory. When he saw the chieftain's hall in the central position, his eyes lit up. In general, the chieftain possesses the greatest wealth of the tribe, so some valuable items were bound to be unearthed. Moreover, this kind of territory, home to tens of thousands, undoubtedly had some high-quality treasure chests. You guys don't need to search anymore. Stay with me, Fang Hao called over a few skeletons. It was uncertain whether there would be any special dangers inside, so it would be better to be cautious. 6 skeletons immediately stopped their work and quietly followed behind Fang Hao. The chieftain's hall was still a combination of ordinary stone and wood, not like the stone brick construction of the castle. This left Fang Hao feeling somewhat regretful. If this place was also a stone brick construction, he would have arranged for people to dismantle it and obtain the stone bricks. Stepping into the hall, it was spacious and bright. Take down all these curtains and lamps, but be careful not to damage them. Fang Hao started ordering as soon as he entered the house. The skeletons got to work. The orc camp was obviously not as wealthy as the vampire castle. Antler chandeliers bearing candles burned halfway were hung around, not the nightstones found in the vampire castle. Of course, Fang Hao wasn't discriminative and planned to take them all. The skeletons began to carry the furniture out of the room, while Fang Hao sat in the chair in the center, scrutinizing it from left to right. This chair was undoubtedly Chief Kent's. Orcs were robust in size, but when Fang Hao sat down, it seemed somewhat oversized. All right, carry it out. Fang Hao rose and instructed for the chair to be carried out as well. No matter whether it could be used or not, it would be transported back first. The hall was soon emptied. Fang Hao then continued to raid a few bedrooms. All kinds of furniture, ornaments, curtains, and quilts were moved out, waiting to be transported away collectively, inside the master bedroom. While the skeletons carried the goods, Fang Hao's gaze landed on a golden treasure chest placed against the wall. This was the second golden treasure chest he had seen. His heart felt a strange sense of excitement. Heavens above, earth below. As the decree of the venerable Lord Taisheng says, evil be gone, fortune come, and great wealth to the entire household. After silently chanting for a while, Fang Hao directly opened the treasure chest. Obtained, cavalry training camp blueprint, fine single-edged blade blueprint green, quarry building blueprint, leather saddle blueprint white, warfare coin plus 320, beast tooth plus 35. The harvest wasn't too bad. Even though there weren't any particularly surprising items, there were a cavalry training camp blueprint and a green equipment blueprint. Once cavalry units were recruited and green single-edged blades produced, the overall strength of the territory would be greatly enhanced. Beast tooth category, or description, a rare ore required for building construction by the orc clan. It was shaped like a crescent moon, like a beast's tooth. Fang Hao had collected a fair amount of ores from different races. Shadowstone from the Undead clan, Bloodstone from the Blood clan, and now Beast Tooth from the Orc clan. All the blueprints were added to the Book of Lords, and the warfare coins and Beast Tooth were packed into the bag. He then got up and left the chieftain's hall. Inside the hall, except for the house, all the furniture and utensils had been moved outside. The skeletons were still sweeping through the territory. Fang Hao's gaze, on the other hand, landed on a pasture not far away. It was the pasture of the War Axe tribe, where hundreds of unicorns had been tamed and kept in the corral. These unicorns were obviously domesticated, eating and resting peacefully, oblivious to the invasion of their territory. Even when the skeletons passed by the corral, the unicorns only lazily glanced over. They continued their meals and naps as usual. Seeing these unicorns, Fang Hao's heart immediately filled with joy once again. He remembered the last time he had to capture a wild unicorn. He and his skeletons had spent over an hour chasing it down. In the end, the unicorn managed to escape. Now I've successfully domesticated both male and female orcs. Take all the sheep away, Fang Hao instructed the skeleton, and after a thought, he added worriedly, I want them alive, all tied up and brought back to my territory. The skeleton entered the sheepfold and began to tie up the unicorns one by one. When all the resources were transported out, Fang Hao started to tally them up. Resources: 3 wriggling spines, 51,208 wood, 28,503 stone, 8575 thatch, 111,850 leather, 842 iron, 520 copper, 524 warfare coins. Miscellaneous: 442 baskets of fruits, 95,520 units of meat, 1120 units of salt, 324 unicorns. Furniture: 20,000 simple wooden beds, 8,000 various cabinets, 4,000 sets of tables and chairs, 4 antler chandeliers, various pots, bowls, spoons, and pans, assorted curtains and fabrics. The amount gathered this time was quite substantial. If it wasn't for the limited number of soldiers he had brought with him, Fang Hao would have wanted to dismantle the doors and windows of the orcs' dwelling and take everything away. Fang Hao brought out the Book of Lords and immediately used the hundredfold amplification to create 30,000 carts, onto which he secured all the acquired materials. However, he soon realized that even so, this batch couldn't transport all the resources back. It seemed a second trip was needed. Luckily, it was still early and there was plenty of time. He picked several carts of important materials for the first trip and decided to return to his territory. Let's go back home. Leaving the gates of the battle axe territory slightly ajar, the team majestically returned to their own territory. From a distance, watching Fang Hao leading the team back, Ira ordered the skeleton soldiers to open the city gates and welcome them. "Master," Ira called out joyfully. It was far better to stay with Fang Hao than with these skeletons. Thankfully, she was no longer as scared as she initially was when she realized the skeleton soldiers wouldn't hurt her. These are all the spoils from the orcs' territory. Replace your bed and look around to see what else you need and arrange them yourself," Fang Hao said, while directing the skeleton soldiers to unload the goods at the designated spots. Ira's eyes widened as she looked at the piles of items on the carts of the skeleton troops. And the hundreds of unicorns grazing leisurely. It was as if they had raided a house. How did they bring back so much from just one trip? "Oh, okay," Ira responded. Fang Hao nodded, ordering the skeletons to lead the unicorns into the paddock. Because of its festival status, the paddock was immediately crowded with more than 300 unicorns. With ample resources, he immediately upgraded the paddock. Level 2 paddock, 1500 wood, 1200 stone, 800 thatch, 400 hemp ropes. Level 3 paddock, 2200 wood, 1800 stone, 1600 thatch, 800 hemp ropes, 200 leather. The paddock was upgraded to level 3 and instantly became twice as large, in no way inferior to the orc's paddock. After all the hustle, Fang Hao told Ira, "I need to make another trip. You continue to look after the house." After saying this, he led the skeletons, who had finished unloading, on their way. They returned to the orcs' territory to continue transporting the remaining goods. Nearing twilight, they started to return to their territory with the second batch of goods. The marching speed of these infantrymen, especially the skeleton infantry, was too slow, and most of the time was wasted on the road. Once he recruits cavalry, the marching speed will increase. Lying on one of the carts, he chose a comfortable position and opened the Book of Lords to see how everyone else was doing. They had been fighting from morning till evening. It should have ended by now. After all, they couldn't keep up a battle of attrition for a whole day. Indeed, the surviving lords were discussing their victories and gains. As long as they survived, the meat from the slain beasts was enough to feed their territories for several days. Suddenly, a message caught Fang Hao's attention. It was from Zhang Bin, whose territory was not far from his own and always encountered skeletons while fishing in the river. "Can someone please save me? I can't hold on any longer. I am willing to give you all my resources. Please, someone help me." Wild beasts, infuriated by raging fury, launched a frantic attack on the territory. All defensive measures within the territory were destroyed. Zhang Bin, along with all his citizens and soldiers, made a last stand at the Lord's cabin, desperately fending off the beasts' onslaught. But the long battle left him and his soldiers utterly exhausted. They barely held on, driven by instinct and desperation alone. Everyone knew they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Without reinforcements or some other kind of help, they would all become prey for the beasts by the end of the day. Having been replaced by the militia, Zhang Bin once again opened the Book of Lords, pleading, "Could any brother lend a hand? I swear if we survive this, I, Zhang Bin, will never forget your good deed." There was more at stake now than merely exchanging weapons and food. Unless you're able to exchange for rocket launchers enough to blow up the swarming beasts outside, a weapon or two would not make much difference. They could only hope that some nearby lord who had already completed their defenses would have the time to come to their aid. However, Zhang Bin's plea did not elicit much of a response in the channel. Such pleas had become all too common that day, and hardly anyone paid them any mind. Even the lords who had been victorious in the great battle had their own losses. Where would they find the resources to aid him? Zhang Bin was glued to the Book of Lords. As he failed to elicit any sort of response or aid, his spirit instantly wilted. Sunken in defeat, his energy and focus depleted substantially. What use was their desperate clinging to life now? It seemed there was little difference between dying now or later. "Lord, what's wrong with you? You must hang in there, everyone's counting on you," a soldier next to him shouted aloud. The soldier was clad in simple leather armor with an iron spear in hand. He was drenched in blood, looking akin to a blood demon. The blood came from the beasts, but also from himself and his fallen comrades. No one wanted to die, not even the recruited villagers and soldiers. It's all over, it's all over. Why did I come here? Why did I come here? Zhang Bin muttered to himself continuously under his breath. Seeing Zhang Bin's predicament, the soldiers knew they were doomed. The Lord had already lost his will to fight. how could they continue combat? The morale of every soldier and villager plummeted in an instant, crushing any remaining determination to continue their stand. The beasts launched an even more ferocious attack. Just as Zhang Bin and the villagers braced themselves for death, there came a flurry of rapid footsteps from outside the room. The sound of these footsteps was crystal clear, sounding akin to a rumbling horde approaching. "Lord, there's a troop fighting with the beasts." A soldier guarding the door cried out in joy. Zhang Bin's spirits lifted. Perhaps a nearby lord had come to their aid after all. He got up and came to the door, peering through a crack. But one look at what was happening outside immediately replaced his joy with panic and fear. Indeed, a formidable army was battling the beast horde, but it was not composed of humans. Instead, it was an array of skeletons, each decked out in armor, brandishing weapons. These skeletal soldiers, whether in movies, novels, or games, have always been antagonists to mankind. This was like jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Everyone squished against the windows or crevices, staring out. The skeleton horde clashed fiercely with the beasts, but the number of skeletons was simply overwhelming. Against their sheer multitude, which looked like a vast skeleton sea, the several hundreds of beasts stood no chance. In a brief moment, the beasts were swallowed whole. The battle ended swiftly, with every frenzy-induced beast slaughtered. The skeleton army began to clear the battlefield. Zhang Bin and the others watched in silence, their hearts pounding in their chest. They held their breath and dared not make a sound. They were afraid that the slightest noise would draw the attention of these skeletons and prompt them to attack. If they were no match for the beasts, fending off these undead troops would be impossible. Just then, a soldier whispered, "Lord, what is that skeleton doing?" Zhang Bin jumped, shooting the soldier a stern look to keep him silent, but he also noticed the skeleton in question, quickly changing his position to see what it was doing. He saw the skeleton walk straight to the warehouse, take a careful look around, then pack all the gemstones in his backpack. Seeing the rare materials he had gathered being placed into the skeleton's backpack didn't bring much reaction from Zhang Bin. If there was a rescuer, he would have given these materials away. If the skeleton was taking them, so be it, as long as he and his people were left unharmed. Just when everyone was hoping for these undead creatures to leave soon, that skeleton, who had taken the gemstone, stood in front of the Lord's cabin. There was knocking at the door. Damn, Zhang Bin and others shuddered, almost falling over from fright. A few villagers clung to each other, their faces deathly pale. Just as expected, the skeletons really wouldn't let them off. Fang Hao manipulated the skeleton to stand in front of the cabin, gently knocking on the door. He had no other intentions, just wanted to see if there was anything good inside the Lord's cabin. After all, Zhang Bin had promised in the channel that whoever saved him would receive all his resources. He didn't need all the resources, nor could he use them all. To choose some gemstones and things he liked wouldn't be too much to ask for. However, although Fang Hao had knocked on the door, all he heard from inside was a startled exclaim, and then silence. Fang Hao didn't wait. He kicked the door open with one foot, and met the terror-stricken gazes of everyone inside. One of them had the Book of Lords hanging at his waist. Needless to say, he must be the local lord Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin knelt directly in front of Fang Hao, shouting loudly, "Great undead, we're just ordinary humans. We didn't disturb your sleep. Please don't harm us." Fang Hao wrinkled his brow. What gibberish. He pushed him aside and continued examining Zhang Bin's cabin. The cabin was probably level 3, as there was a second-floor bedroom, but the decor was rather ordinary, just some simple chairs and tables made of wood. Under the suspicious gaze of Zhang Bin and others, Fang Hao continued upstairs, examining each room. His eyes eventually fell on one item. Exquisite weapon rack, green type, prop function. Weapons placed on the rack slowly recover from damage. Description: you can dislike it, but you cannot ignore its existence. Goodness, he didn't know where Zhang Bin found this treasure. It's actually pretty good. He picked it up and carried it in his arms. He directly descended the stairs. Looking at the still nervous Zhang Bin and others, he lightly patted their shoulders and walked out of the Lord's cabin. The skeletons group left, carrying more than 100 beast corpses. Zhang Bin and the others' eyes were full of confusion as they watched the undead troops gradually drift away. What just happened? What did they come for? They took 2 materials and a prop rack they picked up themselves and just left. Lord, we've won. We can start cleaning the battlefield now. Night is coming. Zhang Bin responded immediately, loudly saying, "Yes, hurry, clean up the battlefield. We're eating meat tonight, it'll fill us up." The skeleton troops had taken some of the beast corpses, but they left plenty, enough to eat for several days. Good. Everyone responded excitedly, as if they were survivors of a disaster. Fang Hao returned to his territory with the last of the supplies. The sky was dim. Ira had prepared dinner, only waiting for Fang Hao's return. Just as he commanded the skeletons to unload the cargo, a system prompt suddenly sounded. "Congratulations to the lords, the Blood Bowl challenge has ended. Rewards will be distributed based on the points scored in the challenge. The Blood Boiled challenge has ended. The beast, still in attack mode, lost the blood-boiled state and automatically retreated back into the forest. World announcement. Congratulations to Lord Fang Hao for ranking first in this round of points accumulation. Reward. Influence on all factions plus 100. Influence on affiliated faction plus 300. 1 hero recruitment scroll. 1 special building blueprint. 1 item crafting blueprint. And 300 warfare coins. The system announced it 3 times consecutively. Whether you wanted to hear it or not, it kept broadcasting. As expected. Once again, Fang Hao is the world's #1. The Book of Systems private messages started to ring out. Brother Hao, you're still the most powerful. Great Lord Fang Hao, you are truly formidable. Congratulations, Grand Lord, on becoming the world's #1. Those who had exchanged blueprints and materials with him all sent congratulatory private messages. Fang Hao thanked them all one by one. Meanwhile, the regional channel was also filled with exclaimed surprise. Our region's big boy is the world's #1. Lord Fang Hao is outstanding. Not only is he the #1 in our region, but also the world. Thanks to Lord Fang Hao's weapons, I survived. If anyone dares to speak ill of the big boy, they become my enemy. The channel was filled with conversations about Fang Hao's achievement as the world's #1 player. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, after eating dinner, started checking his received rewards. Hero recruitment scroll, your faction category. Recruitment scroll description. Used to randomly recruit a hero from your faction. Fang Hao clenched his fist, absolutely thrilled inside. In these past few days, he had really seen the power of heroes. Bronze Bull Talok, the chieftain of the Tauren, in charge of man and market. Even the most arrogant orc must abide by Talok's rules. From this, you can see his own strength. The same goes for Fireblade Tekken, who he fought today. One man is equal to an army. By his power alone, a vacuum zone was created amidst an undead army. Fang Hao only managed to kill him by relying on the sheer number of his skeletons. It can be said that there's a complete conceptual difference between heroes and troops. They are more powerful, each one being the powerhouse occupying a region. With this recruitment scroll, he can have heroes too. He suppressed his curiosity and continued checking his other rewards. An orange special building blueprint, Wishing Pool blueprint orange category, special building blueprint prerequisites, 4 statues of the gods, 14 required materials. Wood 5,200, stone 3,500, tough hemp rope 1,200, bricks 3,000, natural gems 120, trace of the forest 120, coral crystals 50, tears of the ocean 50, breeze white coral 50, dawn blue coral 50, essence of magic 10, perfect essence 5, tears of a Sha 1. Description: a finite amount of basic resources can be consumed weekly to make a wish, with a chance of getting a wish reward. Oh, I see. An orange building blueprint. Last time, he's yet to collect all the materials for the system, rewards purple blueprint. This orange blueprint has come now, but the description of this special building is indeed powerful. Once a week, there's an opportunity to consume basic resources to make a wish, and there's a chance to get the wished item. The prerequisite is to construct 4 statues of the gods, one of which is the goddess of harvest in his territory. He needs to collect 3 more statues of the gods. Moreover, it will take some effort to get these weird materials. Dwarven Fire Gun making blueprint blue category. Fire gun required materials. 5 composite boards, 3 cold forged steels, 12 precision parts. Description: its straightforward triggering method and formidable attack power have made the dwarven long-range weapon famous. Another decent item. For the rigid and stiff undead skeleton troops, a simple triggering method is especially important. He remembers how he tried to have the skeleton infantry mimic gnolls, using a sling to launch attacks. But the results were disastrous. The stray stones not only knocked down a few comrades, but barely missed his head as well. All the sling weapons were immediately dismantled by him, turned into stones and ropes. Ira came over, holding freshly washed fruits. As she approached, she saw Fang Hao sitting there chuckling to himself. Ira didn't know that Fang Hao was looking at the reward attributes. She just assumed something good happened, and he was laughing quietly to himself. "Master, the fruit is washed, please have it." She sat kneeling on the side, presenting the fruit to Fang Hao. The fruit still had droplets on it, giving it a clear and transparent look, very appetizing. "Get up, don't kneel all the time. These legs are wasted. No, I mean just do your job as usual. There's no need for constantly bowing and kneeling," Fang Hao said softly. It's Ira's second day here. After a full day of combat, she's not that scared of skeletons anymore. She even directed the skeleton to replace her room with a solid wooden double bed. However, when facing Fang Hao, she always kneels down, looking oppressed. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Ira stood up from the ground. Her pale knees were slightly red. Fang Hao picked up a piece of fruit and took a bite. The taste was similar to pear, very juicy, but tasted average. "What's this fruit called?" Fang Hao asked. Red fruit, Ira answered. All right, the name probably came from the color of the fruit's skin. You should also eat. We harvested a lot of this fruit. It's just the two of us. We won't be able to finish them before they spoil. Fang Hao handed the fruit to Ira and softly said, from the orc tribe they brought back hundreds of baskets, each holding more than 20 fruits. If they can't finish the fruits, they will all spoil soon. Ira carefully accepted the fruit, looked at Fang Hao, and took a bite. Instantly, the sweet juice flooded into her mouth. Thank you, master. Ira swallowed the fruit and wore a satisfied smile. Fang Hao smiled slightly. Okay, if you like it, eat more. After saying that, he held the recruitment scroll in his hand and walked out. Rather than savoring fruit here, he'd rather use the recruitment scroll to recruit his first hero. Walking out of the wooden lord's house. The sky was dim and the bright moon was high in the sky. With the hero recruitment scroll in hand, Fang Hao mindlessly thought of numerous famous generals from ancient times. Then he realized this is not the same world. The figures he was thinking about most likely wouldn't appear here. He could only pray for a high-grade, powerful, and invincible hero. That way he could sit back and relax as a salted fish lord. It seems like he's already quite a salted fish. Would you like to use the faction hero recruitment scroll? Once used, a random faction hero will be recruited. Deep breath in. Use it. Following that, the recruitment scroll emitted a faint light in his hand, slowly drifting away as if the paper burned out. Next second, a complex magic array appeared in the space in front of him. Encased in an orange glow, a figure slowly rose from the ground. Holy crap, a legendary golden. The light dispersed. A tall and thin figure appeared before him. Successful recruitment, the corpse witch Nelson Orange Tier 7 hero. He was over 1.8 meters tall and slightly hunched over, looking like an old man. Unlike ordinary skeleton soldiers who appeared bareboned, he wore a decent-looking robe outside of his skeleton frame, holding a magic wand in his hand. As Fang Hao was observing him, Nelson was observing Fang Hao as well. He couldn't believe that the one who summoned him from the void was a human. This seemed somewhat against the rules. What should he do next? Should he serve a human? His abilities, however, did not seem suitable for a human. The corpse witch, Nelson's loyalty to you has decreased by 10 points. Current loyalty is 60. The system's notification startled Fang Hao awake. Damn, I haven't even done anything. How come it's dropped? He murmured in his hearts. Clearing his throat, Fang Hao said, I am Lord Fang Hao. Welcome to the team, Mr. Nelson. Nelson hastily bowed. Greetings, my lord. Fang Hao slightly nodded his head. Nelson stood up straight, surveyed the territory surrounding him, and curiously asked, my lord, aren't you afraid of me? Clearly, he was referring to his skeleton body. Most creatures in this world would not willingly deal with the undead. Fang Hao was remarkably composed for a young man encountering such a sight. Fang Hao smiled faintly. The god of undead accepts all believers. He had heard this line from a skeleton merchant once. It sounded cool at the time, so he remembered it. Nelson was moved. He bowed again. Nelson pays his respect to the Lord. May you be mighty and undying. The corpse witch, Nelson's loyalty to you has increased by 20. Current loyalty is 80. Haha, there is no need to be so respectful, Nelson. Our territory is still in its growth stage and will require your abilities in the future, said Fang Hao with a smile. He felt secretly delighted. The line worked wonders. Whenever other undead join, he could start off with that line to avoid fluctuations in loyalty. Fang Hao also took this opportunity to check Nelson's attributes. The corpse witch Nelson Orange Tier 7 hero faction, undead template, orange racial traits, undead hollow skeleton weak to light, legion talent, magic power storm ranged command mage commander, skills, royal funeral, viscera collector, viscera museum scholar, cheating death, mass burial, magic power emanation. Inherent abilities, domain darkness mastery, advanced magic mastery, advanced tactical mastery, advanced command mastery. Magic power storm, increases the magic power of the commanded unit by 35 and magic recovery by 15. Ranged command, increases the attack power of ranged units by 15. Mage commander, increases the attack power of mage units by 25. Royal funeral, holder of the secret of reincarnation from the funeral rituals scholars, skilled in cleaning your corpse, removing viscera, dehydration, reshaping, casting spells, and preservation. Viscera collector, sealed viscera jar has no number limit. Viscera Museum Scholar, comes with a blueprint of the Viscera Museum, automatically unlocks the building blueprint once the hero is recruited. Cheating death, as long as he is willing, the dead will become undying. Mass burial, earth elemental magic, raging earth imprisoning and squeezing the enemy's body into mud. Magic power emanation, constantly replenishes magic power. Description, the holder of ancient knowledge, the guardian of the secret of immortality. This was somewhat different from Fang Hao's initial thought. He had wanted to recruit a hero with strong martial prowess, but he ended up recruiting a corpse witch instead. Looking at his attributes, he seemed to be more of a scholar than a warrior, an official once responsible for conducting royal funerals. To be honest, Fang Hao felt that he was becoming more and more distant from the living, but the path of the undead seemed to broaden as he advanced. Of course, being a civilian did not necessarily mean he wasn't powerful. It just meant that his power was more pronounced in development or internal affairs. Nelson belonged to the category of funeral heroes, and he also knew a simple earth elemental magic. The spell Grand Burial seemed more like something to facilitate the last stage of burial. Nelson, what kind of building is the Viscera Museum? Fang Hao asked again. All of Nelson's characteristics were clear, except for the blueprint of the Viscera Museum, which had no detailed introduction. The museum is a very important type of building in a royal funeral. Combined with the energistering viscera jars, it can give our forces powerful abilities. The funeral ritual group can also make powerful and unique items here, Nelson replied casually. Fang Hao nodded, somewhat understanding but not completely. Then let's build the museum first, Fang Hao said, opening the Book of Lords once again. According to the instructions, Nelson's included blueprint could also be viewed on it. Viscera Museum, wood 12,000, stone 10,000, hemp rope 4,200, leather 800, shadowstone 10, death trace 5. The resources it consumed were indeed a considerable amount. The basic materials exceeded tens of thousands, and the shadowstones and death traces were barely enough. He was saving the shadowstones for upgrading the barracks, but it seemed that he had to use them here first. Master Nelson, where do you think would be a suitable location? Fang Hao asked in a low voice. I think somewhere near there would be nice. Nelson pointed in a direction not far away. It was the burial grounds, the gathering place for the skeleton conversion field, giving off an aura of death. All right, let's build it here for now. Fang Hao chose a location right next to the skeleton conversion field and began to construct the building. Soon, a large outline of a building appeared out of thin air. The construction, however, required half an hour. This came as a surprise to Fang Hao. He knew that previous buildings, the slowest ones, had taken only about 5 minutes. The fastest ones had been completed in an instant, as the two made light conversation while waiting for the construction to complete. Clank, a light sound rang out from the side. They looked over only to see Ira holding a wooden bucket, staring wide-eyed at Nelson. For this strangely dressed, talking skeleton, she was full of disbelief. Ira, come here, Fang Hao called out softly. Ira was a little scared but still forced herself to walk over. Ira, this is Master Nelson, a scholar who just joined our territory. Fang Hao lavished his words, using terms like master and scholar at every turn. Hello, Master Scholar. Ira kept her head down, not daring to look at Nelson's face. Or to be more accurate, nobody wanted to look at a skeleton frame with flickering ghost fire. Nelson was also curious. How had another member of the Orc clan appeared, and a very weak rabbit at that? Master Nelson, this is my maid, Ira. If you need anything in your daily life, feel free to tell me or her. Fang Hao continued to introduce. Nelson, on the contrary, showed enough respect, saying, Miss Ira, I am pleased to meet you. All the inhabitants of the territory had now met and become acquainted with each other. While their number of troops was sufficient, the population of the territory was still too small. Fang Hao continued to chat with Nelson, understanding more about his past. Nelson still retained many of his professional skills, but his past memories were very vague. Without realizing it, the museum was slowly constructed and completed. Viscera Museum collected viscera jars. 20 Note: placing viscera jars that have stored various types of energy can give powerful abilities to the troops and produce special weapons. Materials needed for upgrade: wood 25,000, stone 20,000, stone bricks 12,000, hemp rope 8,500, leather 1,600, shadowstone 20, death trace 15. Requires that the Lord's Hall reaches the stone castle level. 1. The walls were colorfully painted with a variety of ritual symbols, lively and vivid. My lord, would you like to visit? Nelson extended an invitation. Gazing at the colossal architecture in front of him, Fang Hao was filled with curiosity. The museum was only one floor, but its footprint far exceeded that of Fang Hao's lord cabin. It had become the largest structure in his territory. Lead the way. Fang Hao gave a light smile and walked in stride with Nelson. The interior of the building was very spacious, almost like a real museum, divided into areas of different sizes. Each of them even had labels. Underground cemetery burial grounds. They were 2 undead buildings within Fang Hao's territory. My lord, once we acquire viscera jars with special abilities, they can be placed in the corresponding areas as offerings, which can bestow powerful and special abilities onto our troops. Nelson whispered an explanation from the side. If he were outside, Fang Hao might not understand Nelson's explanation. However, being on the scene, he now understood Nelson's explanation. It's like runes for heroes in a game. The viscera jars were the runes that could grant special abilities to chosen troops. Looking now, it seemed like he had stumbled on treasure. This enhanced the strength of whole units, which was much more powerful than just a warrior hero. He had 100-fold reinforcement. Mass army production was his advantage. How can we obtain viscera jars? Fang Hao asked further. He had one empty viscera jar that he had purchased from the skeleton trader. They could be fired in a pottery kiln or purchased, Nelson continued. Oh, certainly the pottery kiln would require blueprints, and purchasing them meant buying from the skeleton trader. There was not much to explain. The two continued on, and the second hall was somewhat smaller. In the center was a large, long stone table. The surface of the stone table was smooth and polished. My lord, when the day comes that you wish to shed this mortal coil, a ceremony can be conducted here, Nelson said softly, leaning on his magic wand. Fang Hao was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood Nelson's implication. Crap, this table was for mummification. He instinctively wanted to step back, but immediately stopped and calmly said, "There's no rush." Nelson didn't say anything more. Moving further inside was Nelson's living space. It was convenient that the museum had a room for him, sparing Fang Hao the trouble of arranging accommodations. After touring the museum, they headed outside. All right, Nelson, when you have time, you can stroll around the territory to familiarize yourself with the environment. Yes, my lord, Nelson responded. Fang Hao left the museum with Ira waiting at the door. Seeing him return, she immediately followed him towards the lord's cabin. The next day, early morning. Because of last night's late hours, he didn't get up as early today. He had a lazy morning. Ira didn't wake him, letting him sleep in. After stretching, he walked out of his bedroom. As soon as he went downstairs, he heard Ira humming a tune in the room. It seemed she was in a good mood today. Fang Hao cracked a small smile, just about to leave when Ira opened the door. They almost collided into each other. Ah, master, you're awake. Hair damp, Ira was wrapped in a leather blanket, barely covering her chest and buttocks. The bare skin exposed was flushed from steam, adorably so. Ira abruptly curtsied, causing the already scant leather blanket to seem even more insufficient. It made Fang Hao's heart race this early in the morning. Are you having a shower? There are curtains, don't catch a cold. Fang Hao quickly diverted his gaze. The territory indeed didn't have the resources to make bath towels or cloth. But why not scavenge some curtains from the old castle and orc camp? Those were good fabrics that could easily serve as bath towels. The skeleton had been cleaned several times and was very clean. The curtains are really nice. I've stored them away to be used when needed, Ira said softly. She really knew how to manage things. All right, just don't catch a cold. After your bath, get ready for breakfast, Fang Hao said. All right, master, I'll prepare breakfast right away, Ira replied eagerly. Fang Hao watched Ira's swaying buttocks from behind and shook his head slightly. This was really a fox spirit. Who knows how many episodes she would survive in the journey to the west. He walked out of the lord's cottage. As usual, he did some aerobic exercises, running and push-ups until he was slightly sweaty. The physique was the capital of the revolution. Seeing the charm of the Rabbitman clan, his body could not afford to break down earlier than planned. After finishing the exercises, Ira began to make breakfast. Fang Hao decided to construct the cavalry training ground, recruiting cavalry units early on. He walked to the gathering place of the military buildings, opened the Book of Lords, and found the blueprint. Once cavalry training ground was input into the Book of Lords, its name changed due to the faction relationship. It was called the Corridor of the Undead. Corridor of the Undead, 500 wood, 700 stone, 500 straw, 120 hemp ropes. Construct. A flash of light and a long, narrow corridor appeared before Fang Hao. Level 1 Corridor of the Undead Recruitment. Skeleton Scout, 1 wriggling spine note. It is possible to recruit cavalry units from the affiliated faction in this building. Upgrading the building will unlock new soldier types and high-ranking units. Upgrade materials required. 1,000 wood, 1,200 stone, 950 straw, 300 leather, 250 hemp ropes, 10 shadow stones. Being able to recruit cavalry made Fang Hao happy, of course. However, all the accumulated shadow stones were consumed when building the Viscera Museum last night. He couldn't continue upgrading the Corridor of the Dead, but it doesn't matter. Based on his experience in upgrading barracks, the second level is only a transition and does not unlock new units. So there's no rush to upgrade the units now. Directly recruit the units first to see what the cavalry look like. Recruitment available. 1 skeleton scout cost, 1 wriggling spine. Confirm recruitment. Confirm recruitment. The system's prompt sounded again. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully recruited 101 skeleton scouts. The next second, a skeleton soldier riding a skeleton horse slowly walked out from the corridor, and on the vacant land next to it, light flickered and 100 skeleton scouts of the same appearance appeared. This is not right. Supposedly, recruiting a skeleton soldier requires a spine, doesn't it? Does this mean recruiting cavalry comes with a skeleton horse? So isn't it more suitable to recruit cavalry? Fang Hao analyzed by himself. Skeleton Scout Level 2 Faction, Undead Racial Characteristics, Undead Hollow Skeleton Weakness to Light, Skills Charge, Innate Abilities, Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Swordsmanship Mastery, Basic Riding Skill Mastery. Charge, mounted status can charge towards the target, quickly closing in or dispersing formation, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. Note, mounted skeleton scouts make up for their lack of mobility, possessing effective mobility and a remarkable charge ability. The skeleton horse clomped on the ground, making a series of clip-a-tick-clip noises. Looking at the scouts, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. After several battles, it was clear to see the importance of weapons and equipment. The quality of equipment can significantly influence the course of a battle. Flipping the Book of Lords to the manufacturing page, he directly selected the newly acquired blueprint. Fine single-edged blade green, wood 5, iron 10, leather 3. The fine single-edged blade was green equipment, the second green weapon blueprint in Fang Hao's hands. The first one was the axe blueprint given to him after he took a Tauran order. At this thought, Fang Hao suddenly remembered the order he had signed with the Bronze Bull. He had promised to deliver 3,000 axes to the Bronze Bull after 3 days, and today was already the second day. Tomorrow would be the third day, and he should start preparing to deliver the goods to the Bronze Bull. He set the number of fine single-edged blades to 10. Select manufacture. 100-fold amplification triggered, off to a fine single-edged blade 1010. Fang Hao had only recruited 100 skeleton cavalry, but the skeleton conversion field had converted quite a few werewolf cavalry, which had now become skeletons and were also under Fang Hao's command. The rest were still being converted. After making the single-edged blades, he continued to make saddles. Leather saddle, iron 2, leather 5, manufacture quantity 10. 100-fold amplification triggered, 1010 leather saddles obtained. Leather saddle white category, saddle function, stability +2, horse speed +5 degrees O. Description, a low-quality saddle made of ordinary leather. Just as all the cavalry were being fitted with equipment, Ira's voice came from behind him, "Master, it's time to eat." Fang Hao responded, turning his head. He was indeed a little hungry. He told the cavalry to stand by at the gate and went back to the Lord's wooden house to eat. On the way, he happened to see the newly recruited hero from yesterday, the corpse witch Nelson, at the Viscera Museum. "Nelson, Ira made breakfast. Would you like to join?" Fang Hao asked. "Thank you, Lord, but I won't need to," Nelson replied. Being of undead nature, he naturally didn't need to eat. "You can look around the territory," Fang Hao said with a smile. Nelson nodded slightly, not refusing. When he arrived at the dining table, Ira had already prepared breakfast and the water cup was full, showing her great consideration. "Let's eat together." After sitting down, Fang Hao started eating. This time, Ira did not refuse and obediently sat down and started eating as well. After these 2 days of interaction, Ira had gradually understood Fang Hao and become familiar with the territory. She started to accept her current life and was not as nervous and reserved. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords while eating. Checked the chat channel. "Damn it, the meat stored in the warehouse was stolen. I lost more than 300 units. I'm freaking out. Last night my territory was also visited by beasts. Although they did not attack people, the villagers and I did not sleep well all night. We were scared. Hey, now that the defense shield is gone, our territory is no different than the wilderness. Don't store food in the warehouse, put it all in the Lord's wooden house. And one more thing, don't light a fire at night." The crowd chatted. The disappearance of the shield had left those territories without walls vulnerable to the visits of beasts or unknown creatures. This situation was causing great concern. Who knows if any creature might appear in the night and snap your neck while you slept. The chat continued in the channel. The creatures visiting at night are mostly wild animals. If you build a wall, you can prevent 90 of them. Isn't the guy above talking nonsense? If I had a blueprint for a wall, would I lose food? Indeed, I guess now 80 of the people don't have the blueprint for a wall. Even if they did, materials would be a problem. I don't have a wall blueprint either, but I had the farmers use logs to encircle the primary buildings, and it worked well. You guys could try that. That makes sense. Right now, I'll have the villagers go logging and also enclose our residences and warehouses. I'll do that too, it's too dangerous otherwise. Calling Fang Hao, I would like to buy iron axes. Damn it, I also want to buy iron axes. Don't fucking snatch, one said it first. As he was picking up his food, Fang Hao paused for a moment. Why was it that no matter where the conversation went, it always ended up involving him? But on second thought, it made sense. The mandatory task had already ended. The surviving lords all had ample food to support their farmers and soldiers. From now on, their goal was to develop their territory and get a head start. Even if they didn't have to cut wood for the walls, many people would buy tools such as iron axes from him for efficiency's sake. Fang Hao quickly filled his stomach with a few bites. "Ira, eat slowly, don't waste." Fang Hao stood up and casually said. Ira opened her big eyes wide and nodded her head. She didn't know why Fang Hao was always so busy. Fang Hao walked over to the side and directly manufactured 1010 iron axes for selling. When the 1010 axes were put up for sale, the channel again erupted into a frenzy. "Holy shit, the big shot is watching us chat. Does Fang Hao have OCD? Every time it's either 101 or 1010, is there some hidden meaning here? Hurry and grab them, they'll be gone soon. Damn you beasts, you're even grabbing tools." In the region, Fang Hao wasn't the only one with an iron axe blueprint, but only Fang Hao was able to sell them in such large quantities. After all, the effect of the 100-fold amplification gave him an advantage others could not compare with. In just a few minutes, all the axes were sold out. Apart from the huge amount of iron resources Fang Hao received, he didn't receive any blueprints but did get some rare materials. It seemed that after the battle yesterday, everyone had not gone out to explore and collect blueprints. The reason Fang Hao would put up items in response to what the channel needed was simple. Firstly, everyone had come together, and he was unwilling to see others in trouble. And secondly, he also needed the others to improve their capabilities. Currently, Fang Hao had ample resources and could make lots of equipment, but there were few in the channel who could offer items of equivalent exchange. What they could offer, he already had. In other words, the other lords in the region were too poor. Only by letting them become slightly richer could he earn their rare materials and blueprints. After everything was done, Fang Hao returned to his room. He flopped down on the bed and began to use the god's presence. The next second, Fang Hao was sitting on a skeleton horse. His bony fingers gripped the reins tightly. God's presence target, Skeleton Scout, compatibility 50. The compatibility was not high, but it wasn't a major issue. Fang Hao would not be using God's presence for a long time, so not much mental exhaustion would be incurred. "All scouts follow me." With a pull of the reins, the skeleton horseman stood up, sprinting away the next second. All the skeleton scouts, following Fang Hao's command, started to run, heading south. 1. Fang Hao led his cavalry, galloping his steeds swiftly. In no time at all, they arrived at Shadowwind Castle. Traveling on horseback halved the journey, significantly boosting efficiency. Shadowwind Castle. The once quiet and vacant castle was now bustling like a large construction site. The pickaxes never ceased striking the walls, removing intact bricks of stone. Fang Hao had stationed a large number of skeletons here. Aside from the laborer skeletons that were dismantling the walls, there were numerous skeleton soldiers responsible for transportation and support. Even so, the efficiency of the laborer skeletons was still not high. The tools they wielded were the relatively outdated pickaxes, which needed constant replacement. 2 days later, the number of finished stone bricks collected was only 167 units. Many of the bricks that were dismantled were already shattered, turning into ordinary stones. Fang Hao dismounted to check the stockpile of pickaxes and the number of carts available. This was to ensure there were sufficient logistical reserves, so as not to hinder the work of the skeletons. After inspecting the area, he mounted his horse and left. Fang Hao did not return to his territory with his troops, but continued southwest. Even the areas explored by the current skeleton bodies would be automatically recorded on the map in the Book of Lords. This was the perfect opportunity to use the cavalry's mobility to quickly expand the map area. The cavalry spurred their horses to hurry along the journey. They would cross any area that was not too dense with trees. Tree branches constantly whipped against their armor. "Stop." Fang Hao pulled the reins, signaling the cavalry behind him to halt their advance. Through the gaps in the trees, one could see the creatures roaming ahead. Lost Wood Elemental Attendant Tier 3 type. Summoned creature no master ability. Manipulating plants, promoting growth. Description: these attendants, having lost their masters, gradually lost their objective and roamed around attacking any creature that passed. Fang Hao had cleared this type of lost elemental attendant before. Their attributes and capabilities were the same, and they were also located on the western side of the territory. Who's the thoughtless jerk summoning so many attendants and dumping them all over the place? Don't they have any sense of public decency? Fang Hao cursed quietly. From the description, it could be seen these attendants didn't appear naturally, but were summoned. They were discarded by their master, and thus slowly lost their spirituality and became wandering monsters that attack passers-by. Compared to the few that he encountered last time, there were quite a few this time around, 15 or 16 of them. Prepare for battle. All the cavalry silently pulled out the long swords at their waists, and the aura of slaughter spread. Charge! Fang Hao let out a low roar, and his skeletal horse immediately burst out of the woods, leading all the cavalry towards the wood elemental attendants. When closing in to about 100 meters, all the cavalry initiated a charge. By the time the wood elemental attendants noticed the enemy, the cavalry had already pierced through their forces like a razor-sharp blade. Facing such a surprise attack, the wood elemental attendants had no means to defend. Their innate abilities had yet to be launched, when half of them had already fallen to their blades. After the cavalry had passed through the field, they circled back and charged again. This time, the wood elemental attendants launched an attack, but their numbers were too few to withstand the enemy's onslaught. After 2 rounds of charging, all of them eventually perished under the hooves. Clean up the battlefield and look for any chests. Fang Hao gave the order. All the cavalry immediately scattered, searching for the spoils of war. Fang Hao dismounted, and next to the body of the fallen wood elemental attendant, he picked up 2 essences of nature. After remounting, he started looking for other treasures, too. Based on past experience, there should be a treasure chest nearby. Very quickly, Fang Hao found his target. Before him was a corpse dressed in a robe, sitting against a tree. It was unclear how long the person had been dead. The robe on the body had decayed, leaving only the ruined upper half of the corpse, which was covered in new-grown vines. If it wasn't for Fang Hao's sharp eyes, it would be quite difficult to spot this corpse. Mage's skeleton type, remains description. This is the remains of a mage who succumbed to a backfire of his own magic and was ultimately buried in the wilderness. Those skeletons whose properties could be checked usually harbored secrets or possessed special items. Previously, in a bear cave, he had found the skeleton of an adventurer from which he acquired a single-page map to the Tomb of the Dragon. It could be considered an exciting chance encounter in the wild. Hand me that backpack. Fang Hao pointed to a backpack beside the corpse. The cavalry dismounted and passed the backpack to Fang Hao. The backpack was also tattered, just a slightly rough handling could tear the fabric apart. He rummaged inside it. The rotting journal had turned into a lump of mud, a potion, a scroll, and 120 warfare coins. Enlightening potion for magic power category. Potion effect. Acquire a mage's constitution. Description. An enlightening potion created by a master alchemist. After consumption, it stimulates the body's potential and enables the perception of the existence of magic power. Fang Hao looked at it again and finally understood the meaning of the potion. That is, after consuming this potion, one's potential would be awakened and one would gain a mage's constitution. Meaning, after drinking it, one could become a mage, a professional rather than a common person. Doesn't this thing have an expiration date? Fang Hao wiped the dirt off the bottle, looking it over and over. This person had probably been dead for many years. His clothes and shoes were all rotten. The potion wouldn't have expired as well, would it? Although he really wanted to become a mage, he couldn't just gulp down anything. If it ended up perforating his stomach, that would be a truly pathetic way to die. The second item was a skill scroll. Elemental Guardian Wood category. Skill scroll ability. The ability to summon 2 wood element attendants to fight alongside, lasting for 30 minutes. Description: war is never about fighting alone. Use the natural energy around you. Summon an attendant to launch an attack on the enemy. Certainly, Fang Hao absolutely agreed that war isn't a solo fight. At the same time, it also alleviated his guilt for outnumbering his opponents in every fight. Whether in a war or fight, it all comes down to the number and strength of the people. If everything should be balanced, it would be better for everyone to sit down and have a literary contest, perhaps even result in a couple of classic couplets. The scroll of Elemental Guardian Wood was his third skill. The previous 2 were faction skills, bone manipulation technique, and God's presence. This skill might just unlock the door to his career. Having stowed away his loot, Fang Hao continued, bury him, let him rest in peace. Reaching this point, Fang Hao let out a sigh. Only the chest cavity and above were left of the remains. The rest had completely decayed and disappeared. Otherwise, he could have tried throwing it in the conversion field. The skeleton rider used the back of his knife to dig a hole under the tree large enough for the burial of the corpse. The corpse was lifted by 2 skeletons, its arm fell, and an object fell from the palm. Pick that up and show it to me, Fang Hao said quietly. One of the skeletons went forward, picked up the dropped object, and once again handed it to Fang Hao. Fang Hao held it in the palm of his hand, examining it carefully. The size of a $1 coin, made of metal, covered in dirt. It seems to be a pendant, except its chain is gone. From the side he saw a small bulge which he pressed lightly. Click, the lid of the pendant instantly flipped open, revealing an inner layer. Inside were engraved the 4 letters, Grigoria. Silver pendant type, necklace description. A common pendant almost worthless, yet it carries a father's full longing. You can either sell it or return it to Grigoria. Fang Hao held the pendant, a thought coming to mind. This looked like a task. A task of returning a lost item. Based on his past gaming experience, returning the pendant might reward him with something special. Whatever, this pendant was worthless anyway, and did not even have additional attributes. It was useless to him. If he ran into this Grigoria in the future, he would give the pendant back to her. The skeleton threw the body straight in and started covering it up. Speaking of which, the wood element spirits wandering around were quite useful. Otherwise here, the body would have been nibbled down to nothing long ago, and even this pendant might have ended up in someone's belly. Having done everything, Fang Hao, along with his cavalry, left once again. After obtaining the enlightening potion, Fang Hao had no further interest in patrolling. He made a round with the cavalry and then directly returned to his territory. After assigning a patrol mission to the cavalry, he immediately canceled the god's present state. He woke up from the bed, took a sip of water, and got up. When he came out of the wooden house, he saw Ira airing the washed rug. "Ira, go get Nelson," Fang Hao said softly. "Okay," Ira replied and went towards the Viscera Museum. She was truly terrified of Nelson, the undead hero. However, she could not refute Fang Hao's command, so she tiptoed to the front of the Viscera Museum and called out softly, "Scholar Nelson, the Lord asks for you." Her voice echoed in the museum hall, making Ira unsure if Nelson heard her or not. Just when she was about to call again, the sound of approaching footsteps rang. Hero skeleton Nelson, leaning on his cane, hobbled out. "All right, where's the Lord?" Nelson asked softly, his empty eye sockets emitting a faint blue light. "He's in the Lord's hall." Ira spoke with her head bowed, somewhat scared to look at Nelson. "I see, tell the Lord I'll be right there." "All right." After replying, Ira quickly walked away. Fang Hao sat on the bench in front of the wooden house, looking at the enlightening potion in his hand. "I wonder if it has an expiration date." From the 2 times he got the world's first, it's apparent that Fang Hao is ahead of other lords. However, in this world, that's not enough. Only by gradually stacking all the advantages can he survive better and more safely. So he was interested in the enlightening potion, which could greatly enhance his strength. While he was pondering, Ira and Nelson almost stepped in one after the other. "Lord, you called for me," Nelson said softly. Fang Hao didn't bother with formalities and directly handed the potion to him. "Check if this can still be drunk." "Is it expired?" Nelson, as an immortal undead, had been around for a long time and naturally recognized this kind of potion. He immediately recognized it as soon as he took it in his hand. "My lord, this is a potion made by an alchemist, of course it's drinkable." Nelson handed back the potion. "No matter the potion, it only works on living creatures. Even if an undead were to drink it, it would only clean the interior of their bones. Has it expired?" Fang Hao was still a bit uneasy. "Expired? You mean, is the potion dirty?" Nelson didn't quite understand the meaning of the word. Although the mud on the potion bottle was wiped off, you could still see dark scratches on the glass. I mean, is the potency still there? Will I get sick if I drink it?" Fang Hao pondered for a moment, then explained what he meant by expired. "It will not, you can rest assured about that." Nelson was confident. Once Fang Hao received confirmation from Nelson, he no longer hesitated. He uncorked the potion, took a sniff, then drank it all in one gulp. The potion left a taste that reminded him of soap water, which was rather unpleasant. Immediately after, a warm sensation spread from his stomach, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Fang Hao realized something changed within him, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. "Your magic and spiritual power has increased, giving you a deeper understanding of the elements." It was indeed a success. Besides the initial warm sensation, there were no unusual occurrences. When he took out the skill scroll again, a prompt immediately popped up. "Would you like to learn the skill, Elemental Guardian?" Learned, the scroll transformed into a beam of light which charged into his body. Having learnt a new skill, Fang Hao couldn't wait to give it a try. A surge of energy rose within him. In the next moment, 2 wooden elemental guardians appeared in front of him. Wood element 3rd tier type, Guardian Spirit race traits. Wood elemental affinity, Spirit body. Skills, Entangle, Revive. Innate abilities, Intermediate element mastery, Basic battle mastery. Wood elemental affinity, decreases damage from wood elemental magic by 50, immune to negative wood magic, increases damage against antagonistic elements by 50. Spirit body, a magical construct, immune to poison, mental, resurrection, and other living creature statuses, has a duration. Entangle, grows vines beneath enemies' feet to restrict their movements. Revive, heals life. Under Revive status, the guardian spirit cannot move, attack, or perform any other action. Description: one of the most common guardians of summoners. You can trust your guardians fully, they will never betray you. The wooden guardian spirits were tall and possessed humanoid bodies and appearances. However, their bodies were made up of entwined trees, with green plant buds growing out of them. Wow. Master, you're amazing. Did you summon them? Ira let out an exaggerated scream. When faced with the wooden guardian spirits, Ira, who was normally faint-hearted, did not display her usual fear. Instead, she screamed in surprise. Keep it down, keep it low-key, Fang Hao hurriedly said. Skills don't oppress the body. If he can learn one more skill, Fang Hao would be fairly satisfied, even though he had quite a few troops under his command. Oh, Ira obediently shut her mouth. Lift this, Fang Hao pointed to a wooden bench in front of him. One of the wooden guardian spirits stepped forward, and with its arm, grew writhing vines that wrapped around and lifted the bench. Damn, wow, Fang Hao and Ira were both astonished. The bench was not light and usually required the combined strength of 4 skeletons to lift. Now that a single wooden guardian spirit had easily lifted it, the level of strength it displayed was rather surprising. Try lifting this, Fang Hao pointed to another heavy object. Then after 30 minutes, the summoning period for the wooden spirit came to an end. It dissipated immediately afterwards. As for the wooden spirit, Fang Hao was relatively satisfied. Its strength and skills were both very impressive. The only downside was that only 2 could be summoned at a time, which didn't give him the same reassurance as his vast skeleton army. The skeleton army was still key for major battles, with the wooden spirits serving as supports or could be used to protect himself. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Ira had prepared lunch. Sitting at the table, he chatted with Ira a bit and then habitually opened the chat channel in the Book of Lords. This had become a habit of Fang Hao's. Not only could he pass the time, but he could also stay updated on other people's progress and stay in the loop on various information. Today, I cleared out a cave with my soldiers. Once again, holding the machete in my hand, I was reminded of the times when I was fighting in Tongluoan. Quit boasting or we won't sell you any materials. Damn, sorry. Instead of a direct confrontation, I feel like setting traps is a safer option. It significantly reduces the risk of face-to-face encounters. There's a hunter among us. Please teach me how to set traps. I'm too weak for hunting. I second that. How should I set traps? Selling simple animal traps, exchange for blueprints or rare resources. Damn, he spent all that time just to advertise his product. Damn it, I was about to take notes, but it turns out he's selling animal traps. XDM, I found that dual daggers are really useful, light and flexible, directly fatal with one attack. The legend of 2 daggers style. Damn it, more and more people are adapting to this world. Those who can't adapt and are weak have already failed during the trial on the 7th day, permanently disappearing from this world. The ones who survived all have some abilities and opportunities. More and more lords are leaving their territories and starting to participate in hunting and fighting. The daily discussion topic has shifted from needing food every day to discussing hunting and fighting. After lunch, Fang Hao continued leading the exploration in nearby areas and didn't return to his territory until dusk. Just stepping into the territory and before ending his god's present state, he saw Nelson walking towards him. My lord, yes, what's the matter, Nelson? Fang Hao dismounted and asked quietly. He was still a skeleton cavalryman at this moment and had never told Nelson about the god's presence ability. Yet Nelson recognized him immediately. My lord, I found the body of an orc hero in the skeleton conversion field. I feel it would be a bit wasteful to directly turn it into a soldier. Nelson got straight to the point. Last time during the battle against the orcs, over 30,000 orcs were killed. Adhering to the principle of zero waste, Fang Hao ordered all the bodies to be thrown into the skeleton conversion field for transformation. This included the body of the orc hero, Kent. However, with more than 30,000 bodies, the conversion field needed to slowly convert them one by one, taking more than 100 hours in total. Well, I'm aware of this orc body. Do you have any good suggestions? As the two walked side by side, Fang Hao asked. If Nelson mentioned it, there must be a better way to handle the body. When it came to handling skeletons, Nelson, the expert in funeral rites, was the true professional. When a hero dies, their consciousness does not perish. I can use a ceremony to revive them, so they can serve the god of undead as an undead hero and work for the Lord, Nelson explained softly. Undead hero. Will he become a hero for our territory? Fang Hao became interested. The power of a hero needs no further elaboration. If he could make them become his own heroes, the strength of his territory would also be enhanced. Yes, my lord, they will become your powerful and loyal servants, Nelson calmly explained. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao's eyes brightened. It seemed like a deal that would not cause him a loss. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, then what's the difference between this and the skeleton conversion field? The skeleton conversion field could also turn a body into a skeleton, and he could then summon more skeletons. Moreover, he had a hundredfold amplification, by which he could summon a large group at a time. Isn't it better than creating one by Nelson's method? As Nelson walked with Fang Hao, he began to explain. The skeleton conversion field would degrade the original orc into a maximum of 8 th-tiered skeleton soldier. However, the ceremony would allow us to retain the original strength and wisdom of the body. Nelson did not exhibit any impatience with Fang Hao's lack of knowledge. The skeleton conversion field was just a blue special building. The converted body not only dropped in strength, but also had a maximum limit. A level 1 skeleton conversion field had a maximum limit of the 8th tiered soldier. No matter how strong the hero was, once it entered the conversion field, it would follow the basic conversion principles and would become an 8th tiered soldier at the very flag representation, and its skills would also disappear. In this flag representation, it was indeed a bit wasteful to throw the hero into the conversion field. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back, Fang Hao told Nelson and deactivated his god's present state. Then he walked out of the Lord's cabin. You mean to say if I hand this body to you, you can retain its original rank and abilities, and it will also have normal wisdom, right? Fang Hao asked while sitting on the bench. Sitting down on a chair, Nelson said, yes, it's no different from when it was alive. This is the advantage of the immortal clan. Lucky him. Having an elder around is truly like having a treasure. In the future, the heroes he defeats could all become his own heroes. Won't he have more and more heroes then? No wonder the immortal undead has a bad reputation on the continent. The heroes that died now become the heroes of the undead clan. You tell me, isn't that annoying? Fang Hao thought about it hard for a while and found Nelson's idea to have no downsides, so he nodded and agreed, fine, then let's leave it to you. Yes, my lord, rest assured, 5 days later, I will present the new undead hero to you, Nelson said. All right, thank you, scholar. Nelson nodded slightly and returned to the Viscera Museum. Fang Hao returned to his cabin. While Ira was preparing dinner, Fang Hao ran 3 laps around his territory. Throughout the day, he only exercised in the morning and evening. The rest of the time, he was in the state of God's presence and barely moved himself. His muscles were about to atrophy from the lack of movement. After dinner, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, early in the morning, as the first ray of sunlight entered the room, Fang Hao sat up in bed. Pushing open the lattice window, he breathed in the fresh morning air. He stretched himself to the max, activating his body. He opened the door and went downstairs. Ira was still waking up earlier than Fang Hao and was currently humming a tune while cleaning the hall on the first floor. Seeing Fang Hao coming down, she quickly said, Master, you're up. I have prepared fresh water for you to wash your face. Fang Hao shook his head. I can wash my face myself. You prepare breakfast. We're going to deliver the goods to Manham Market today. Today was the day of his appointment with the bronze bull. He needed to deliver 3,000 axes to him. Oh, okay, Ira responded and put down her tools to prepare breakfast. For him and Ira, it's somewhat surplus. As the lords now all have food, meat is no longer a hot commodity in the channel and is hard to sell. Fang Hao roughly calculated it. This situation will probably continue for about a week or so. Only when people have consumed all the meat obtained from the frenzied beast's blood, the price of meat will rise on the market. Fang Hao is not in a hurry either. Although not many people buy meat, basic equipment such as iron axes and wooden shields are still selling well. For him as a merchant, the impact is basically negligible. However, everyone is still poor and there are not many resources to exchange. They like to use the excuse that we are all fellow earthlings and freeload Fang Hao's items. Such you, Ago. Ooh. Fang Hao inspected the territory. Master, breakfast is ready, Ira called out. Fang Hao returned to the wooden house and sat down at the table. Today's breakfast is a slice of steak and a bowl of vegetable soup. The vegetables were obtained from the orc's territory and are their reserves. Now they are his. With plenty of ingredients, Ira can cook more and more lavish food. Just having meat will get tiring to eat sooner or later. Master, are you still going to sell iron swords at the Manham Market? Ira asked softly with her big eyes wide open. Having got familiar with Fang Hao, she was no longer as reserved as before. I promised Bronze Bull to make a batch of goods for him. Today is the delivery day, Fang Hao replied while eating. Oh, Master, we are running low on seasoning in the storeroom. When you go to the market this time, we need to replenish some seasoning, Ira said. All right, remind me at that time, Fang Hao responded. Okay, Ira agreed. The previous sauces were all obtained from the orc's camp. Although it's only been 2 days, they were consumed quite fast. We can take this opportunity to buy some seasonings when we go to the orc market, after finishing breakfast. Fang Hao asked Ira to bring the wagon, and he began to craft axe hammers. Axe hammer green, wood 3, iron 12, leather 2. The crafting of the axe hammer consumes a hefty amount of iron. If not for his 100-fold amplification counting as a manual labor fee, he might not profit from this trade. Of course, trading with Bronze Bull, Taluk has benefits beyond just making money. Getting in touch with a market manager is precisely what Fang Hao needs. The materials are plentiful. He sets the crafting quantity to 30 pieces. 100-fold amplification triggered, received 30 axe hammers. The next second, a pile of heavy axe hammers sprung up around Fang Hao. The axe hammer is heavier than an ordinary battle axe. The large fan-shaped axe face, carved with totem-like patterns, is full of violent aesthetics. When Ira led the horse-drawn carriage over, she was also startled by the sight before her. She was only away for a few minutes. How did so many weapons appear? "We can load up the car now," Ira said. Okay, Feng Hao commanded the skeletons to start loading the carriage, while Ira jumped onto the roof of the carriage to secure all the goods with hemp rope. Even so, Feng Hao still underestimated the weight of the axe hammers. 5 carriages couldn't carry 3,000 axe hammers at all. He had no choice but to call for 5 more flat cars, each drawn by a skeleton wolf. After the goods were loaded, Feng Hao counted 30,000 skeletons to defend, and they left the territory in a grand fashion. The management of the territory was handed over to Nelson. Of course, it's just a day's journey. There's not much to manage. With previous experience, this trip to the Manhwa market was a familiar one. After a few hours of travel, they could see the outline of the city. "Master, you can see the Manhwa market," Ira said. "We're here." Feng Hao sat up and immediately closed the Book of Lords. The orcs harbor hostility towards the undead. Especially with a group of tens of thousands approaching the city, it would surely cause great panic. If that happens, smooth trading would be difficult. "Change direction," Feng Hao said. The team began to change direction and set up camp again under the cliff where they camped last time. All the skeletons were left behind. He and Ira rushed the 5 carriages ahead to the Manhwa market. Soon they arrived at the city gate. 2 strong Taurens stared at them both. "I told Chieftain Talok that I would come to deliver goods today," Feng Hao stated indifferently. The Tauren nodded. "Okay, go in." The chieftain ordered that if you come, you should see him directly. Feng Hao looked at the Tauren. All looked the same, but the Tauren remembered Feng Hao's appearance. After all these years, only one human came. That made recognition not so difficult. "Can you arrange for someone to transport these 5 carriages of goods in first?" "We need to go back for another 5 carriages," Feng Hao said, due to the quantity and weight of the goods. This time, a total of 10 carriages were used, 5 of which were horses, and the other 5 were skeleton wolves. After sending this trip, another trip is needed to get the remaining goods. The Tauren guard looked at them both with confusion but didn't ask too much. He arranged for workers to unload the goods from the carriage and transport them to the chief's hall. Meanwhile, Feng Hao and Ira returned to the camping place with an empty carriage and took another 5 carriages of goods. 2 round trips wasted a lot of time. Only then was all the cargo delivered. Feng Hao returned to the chief's great hall once again and saw the old bronze hero, Bronze Bull, Talok. "Chieftain Talok, how about it? Are you satisfied with the quality of the goods?" Feng Hao asked with a smile. After changing his physique and learning magic, the pressure brought by Bronze Bull didn't feel as intense as before. His speech was also more casual. "Very good, I am very satisfied with this trade," Talok said loudly. Before Feng Hao's second batch of goods arrived, he had already checked the goods. The quality was very good, and so were all of them. This made him very satisfied with this batch of goods. "Haha, thank you, chieftain, for your trust." Then this trade is considered achieved. Feng Hao was also very satisfied. Talok naturally understood what Feng Hao was saying. With a clap of his hands, a Tauren came in from the side door, holding a wooden box in his arms. As the Tauren approached, they could hear the sound of gold coins colliding inside the box. Thump. The box was placed at Feng Hao's feet with a dull sound. "Warfare coins, 24,000 pieces. Okay, let's talk about the next trade," Talok said loudly. The first trade between the two sides can be considered as a mutual test. Each other's sincerity, strength are all within the scope of each other's consideration. Feng Hao delivered 3,000 quality axe hammers in 3 days, which pleased Talok greatly. Similarly, the fact that Talok so readily took out 24,000 warfare coins also surprised Feng Hao at Bronze Bull's currency reserve. The trade can continue. Of course, Feng Hao smiled and replied, "This time I want 3,000 sets of armor. How long will you need to deliver?" 5 days. Are you sure? Hearing Feng Hao quoting 5 days again, Talok's bovine eyes widened in disbelief. 1. The Taurens had their own blacksmiths. If they chose to order from Feng Hao regardless, the speed of crafting the equipment was the crucial reason. 3,000 sets were no small number. Delivering them in only 5 days was almost unimaginable. Seeing the widened eyes of Telek, Feng Hao was taken aback. He was afraid that Telek's eyeballs might pop out from surprise, and that he would have to help him look for them on the ground. "Chieftain, rest assured, I will deliver on time as promised," Feng Hao assured him. He had the Book of Lords and the ability to increase production by 100-fold, which allowed him to deliver at any time. However, there were some things that he also couldn't overdo. Exceeding the Tauren's understanding might cause unexpected issues in the transaction. Telek glanced at him again and came back to his seat. "All right, as long as you have a plan. Sech Yuo, I'll go." I will deliver the armor on time, but I still need the blueprint from you, chieftain, Fang Hao stated. Don't worry, I can provide you with the blueprint, Telek lightly responded. For all lords, the importance of a blueprint goes far beyond a single piece of equipment. Soon, a Tauren brought the blueprint and handed it to Fang Hao. Plate armor crafting blueprint green, armlet crafting blueprint green plate armor, 12 leather, 6 iron, 4 iron plates armlet, 5 leather, 3 iron, 2 iron plates. Fang Hao was excited. They were 2 green equipment. He could produce them in bulk and upgrade all his skeleton army to green equipment, enhancing their combat power. What's the price, chieftain? At what price do you plan to purchase this batch of goods? 25 warfare coins each set, Telek gave his price. Fang Hao shook his head, quite dissatisfied with the price. A set referred to 2 pieces, both of which were green equipment. The materials required must be quite a lot, especially the third kind, iron plate, a new material that needed a blueprint. Even though he had a 100-fold increase, he still couldn't lower the price too much. Chieftain Telek, this price won't even cover the labor cost. It's hard for me to agree. Fang Hao placed the blueprint back on the table, pretending to consider. Telek knew he offered a low price, so he asked, what price do you think is right? 70 warfare coins for 1 set. Fang Hao emphasized the 3 words warfare coin. 70 is too high. Let's each take a step back and make it 50, Telek stated in a deep voice. Chieftain Telek, with only 5 days and a guarantee on the quality, I'm also under great pressure. 60 warfare coins, no less, or else I'd be suffering losses. Fang Hao added 10 to his asking price. Telek started to ponder. He seemed to be considering whether to accept this price. After a long thought, he slammed the table. All right, I agree. 1 good, I will deliver on time in 5 days. Fang Hao revealed a smile, picked up the blueprint again from the table. He didn't claim the blueprint in front of Telek, because it was better not to expose too many secrets. By the way, Chieftain Telek, where can I buy some horses and spices? Fang Hao asked again. The 10 horses in his territory were not enough to deliver goods, especially this time with the 3,000 sets of armor. More horses would be necessary. He plans to buy more to avoid a shortage when needed. You can buy those in the market. You can take a look around, don't worry about safety. No one dares to cause trouble in Manham, Telek said gravely. All right, then I won't disturb your rest, chieftain. Fang Hao left the chieftain's hall, and the 24,000 warfare coins were temporarily kept by Telek for safekeeping. After he finished his shopping, he would take the coins away. Outside the door, Ira was quietly waiting. Seeing Fang Hao come out, she happily greeted him. Master, did it go well? Ira asked in her crisp voice. It went well, made a good profit, and accepted a bigger order. Fang Hao confidently answered while walking. Where are we going next? Ira followed Fang Hao's steps and continued to ask. From his direction, he wasn't going to where the carriage was parked, but instead he was heading to the market. I'm going to buy some horses and spices you suggested, Fang Hao stated. Okay, Ira replied and silently followed behind. The 2 of them arrived at the market. This was the busiest area in Manham. The entire area was full of various stalls. Vendors were hawking their goods. A leisurely human in the orc market certainly attracted a lot of attention. Greedy eyes measured Fang Hao up and down. Fang Hao disregarded them, continuing to saunter around casually. Ira, however, was a bit timid and closely followed behind him. The 2 of them wandered around the market, choosing what they were fond of. Soon, Fang Hao discovered that although the orc market seemed to have many stalls, the variety of goods was quite scarce. Many vendors spread a cloth in front of them, placed 2 pieces of animal skin or unidentified ore, and began selling it. How much for these stones? Fang Hao squatted down in front of a female ore stall, examining the resources on display. Beast Tooth 55, Natural Gem 22, Trace of the Earth 3, Trace of Brutality 5, Trace of Violence 5. The rest were animal skin products, which Fang Hao didn't need, so he didn't pay them much attention. What are you interested in? These are resources, not just rocks, the female orc corrected him. The female orc belonged to the demon orc lineage. She had a large mouth with prominent tusks and her body was covered with robust muscles. Sitting cross-legged, her bare thighs were covered with thick hair as if she was wearing fur pants. I'll take all these, Fang stated, pointing at Beast Tooth, Natural Gem, and all the other resources. All of them. The female orc asked surprisingly. Yes, if you give me a discount, I'll consider buying all. Fang Hao smiled. It was very rare to encounter someone selling so many rare resources at once. He had enough money and could use it either to upgrade buildings or for storage. Are you paying with money or bartering? Warfare coins. All right, wait a moment. The female orc was silent, trying to calculate a reasonable price without scaring off the potential customer. It's 55 warfare coins to take all. How about that? After a while, the female orc spoke again. I don't like dealing with pennies. 50 warfare coins and I'll take them all. Deal. The female orc was straightforward and agreed right away. After exchanging money and goods, the transaction was completed. Meanwhile, a crowd of orcs had gathered around Fang Hao. As soon as he stood up, someone came up and asked, "Sir, do you need these gems?" "I have a few natural gems. I will give you a discount. I have some too. You should have a look." People gathered around him from all sides, pushing their resources onto him. Soon, he received hundreds of rare resources and spotted a blueprint unintentionally. Wooden Enhancer Blueprint, Bone Powder 5, Tree Sap 4, Waterl. Description: material that makes wooden planks more sturdy. Soon, they saw a stall selling horses up ahead. How much for these horses? Fang Hao approached the horse stall and asked. There are many types of mounts for orcs. Horses and seat wolves are among them. It all depends on how the troops are paired. The orc selling horses looked up and down at the humans before him. When his gaze slid to the coin purse around the waist that felt weightless, he displayed a disdainful look. However, when his gaze fell on the flame ring in Fang Hao's hand, his expression changed immediately. Based on his many years of experience in the market, this ring was definitely not ordinary. It could even be a rare licensed magic ring. If the other party did not have money, getting this ring would be a sure-win deal for him. Hearing the human asking the price, he rapped the wooden board beside him with the whip in his hand. Then, with an obsequious smile on his face, he said, "Mister, it's clearly priced. Stallions cost 20 gold each, mares 40 gold each. They can all breed. You can continue to propagate them after purchasing." The gold here referred to beasthead gold, the currency circulated among the various orc tribes. Because the level of orc coinage is not high, the quality varies greatly. The exchange rate between warfare coin and beasthead gold has reached about 1:5. One warfare coin is equivalent to 5 beasthead gold. Fang Hao responded and began to walk around the horses. There were a total of 5 horses tied to one side. When Fang Hao bent down to look at their bellies, indeed there were 3 stallions and 2 mares. Meanwhile, the merchant followed behind Fang Hao with a still smiling face. "Mister, if you don't have enough money, you could also exchange items. For example, the ring on your hand can exchange for a stallion." Hearing the salesman's words, Fang Hao stopped in his tracks. The ring on his hand, while not often used, was a genuine magic equipment that could potentially unleash a powerful fireball. Was it only worth 20 gold here? 4 warfare coins. He must be joking. If magic equipment were that cheap, he would want as many as possible and fill his fingers and toes with magic rings. That would make him comparable to a strong mage. "I'll take all 5 horses," Fang Hao said in a low voice. The merchant was taken aback. He never said anything about exchanging for 5 horses. He promptly rebutted, "No, no, no, mister. What I meant was, your ring can only exchange for 1 stallion, not 5. Think about it, with such a trinket, you can exchange for such a splendid mount. What a profitable deal. If you are willing, you can even take your maid with you for a ride. The broad back of the horse could accommodate any movement of you two." The horse dealer winked and leered, displaying the typical men would understand expression. Rabbit women may not conform to the orc clan's aesthetic sensibilities, but they are immensely popular in human city-states. Everyone knows what they're bought for. Fang Hao observed the flamboyantly gesturing salesman, and Ira's face blushed in embarrassment. Even her pair of rabbit ears turned red. "Shut up. Enough with the nonsense." Fang Hao coldly interrupted the merchant's incessant chattering. Fang Hao's sudden reprimand caused the smile on the horse merchant's face to gradually freeze. Although conflicts and robberies are not allowed here, this was still the orc's territory. He, a human, dared to rebuke him while only being accompanied by a weak rabbitman. It's time to teach him a lesson about the ferocity of the orcs. "You human twerp, I was just giving you a good explanation and you dare to insult me. You must clear things up today or I'll kill you. Even Chieftain Telek won't be able to do anything to me." With this cold question from the horse merchant, several strong orcs stood up around them, staring coldly at him. Fang Hao had just taken out a few warfare coins from his pocket. Hearing the other party's words, he paused for a while. After juxtaposing the shiny coins in his hand, he asked back, "So, are you selling or not?" "Oh." The orc horse merchant, seeing the warfare coins in the other party's hand, had his anger dissipated in an instant and resumed his greasy smile. "Oh dear, of course we are." The other orcs who had stood up prepared for a fight also went back to their own places. They were seeing for the first time someone who didn't keep their money in a bag, but in their trouser pockets instead. "All right, 28 warfare coins. These horses are now mine." Fang Hao didn't wish to waste any more words with the man, so he brought out the exact amount of cash. "They're yours." The horse trader took the warfare coins with an overtly happy expression on his ugly face. He then personally unfastened the horses and handed the reins to Fang Hao. Watching the two walk away with the horses, the trader finally understood. The young human delicately unmasked his plot to snatch the ring, resulting in the sudden change in demeanor. But the man did have the money after all. Plus, the currency he had was the universally acceptable warfare comms. Interesting background, the trader mumbled to himself. Apart from these 5 horses, Fang Hao couldn't find any others for sale. For the time being, they would have to manage with these 5 and send them to the station where the carriage was parked. Their stables were available, they provided fodder, and if one wished, they could also have their horses groomed. Of course, all of this was for a fee. It was already noon. Next, Fang Hao and Ira planned to head towards the tavern. Fang Hao planned to have his lunch at the tavern and to purchase some seasonings as well. As they pushed open the door, the copper bell hanging on the back of the door let out a crisp sound. When Fang Hao and Ira entered the room, the originally bustling hall fell silent for a brief moment. Then after 2 seconds, the noise continued. There was drinking, card games, all kinds of activities. The tavern owner was an apron-clad Tauren who was currently wiping the counter with a piece of hemp cloth. "What'll you have?" The Tauren owner asked. "Water is fine and 2 servings of steak." Fang Hao replied, "Not all the orcs indulge in primitive behavior. They have their own civilization and customs." However, their dietary habits were predominantly carnivorous, with very few tribes engaging in farming. While the owner was getting them water after wiping his hands clean, Fang Hao noticed several pieces of yellow paper on the counter. "What are these?" Fang Hao asked curiously. The owner glanced up and replied, "Various information and resource locations sent by merchants from various places, 5 gold pieces or 1 warfare coin each. There's also a slave contract. Signing a slave also costs 1 warfare com. Manham Market was a city with a significant population flow. Caravans from various places and tribes would also sell some information here." However, the information was not necessarily accurate, and after purchase, verification was required. So rather than calling it information, it was more like a single-page map. 111 take them all. Fang Hao took out 4 warfare coins and placed them on the counter. The owner received these, handing him 3 maps in the slave contract. The 3 maps were of Ogre Base, Abandoned Mine, and Unknown Cave. Fang Hao put the maps away, planning to record them with the Book of Lords after leaving this place. Soon, the steaks were served. After finishing the meal, Ira bought some seasonings from the owner. As the afternoon approached, the 2 of them left the Manham Market with everything they had acquired that day. After they had put some distance between themselves, Fang Hao began to use the Book of Lords to record all the blueprints and maps. Superior Plate Armor Blueprint Green, Superior Arm Guard Blueprint Green, Wood Enhancer Blueprint, Ogre Base, Abandoned Mine, Unknown Cave Slave Contract, plus the 5 newly purchased horses tied up at the end of the carriage moving along with the team, and 24,000 warfare coins, enough for the expenses of the current territory. 1. The strategic points of a few maps were also shown on the map. Among them, the Ogre Stronghold and the Abandoned Mine were not far from the territory, whereas the Unknown Cave was at a considerable distance. Next, Fang Hao would focus on exploring these 2 closer locations. However, while their locations were known, detailed information was still unclear. The scale of the Ogre Stronghold, its combat power, whether there were dangers in the abandoned mine or if it was worth mining, etc., these needed to be ascertained before taking further action. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, it could result in huge losses. The caravan quickly arrived at the designated camping site, and after meeting up with the skeleton army, they began to return to the territory. The journey was smooth. Fang Hao returned to his territory with all the spoils of war. By the end of the journey, it was nearly dusk. While Ira went to prepare supper, Fang Hao directed the moving of warfare coins and rare ores into the master's wooden house. These were all treasured items that needed to be properly preserved. There were no stables or paddocks in the territory as yet. Currently, the horses in the territory had all been settled in the pasture. The skeleton laborers took care of feeding them. This time, with an addition of 5 horses, Fang Hao simply planned to construct another pasture as a temporary structure before obtaining a stable building. He went over to the original pasture and began constructing a new one beside it. Level 1 pasture, 1,000 lumber, 800 stone, 500 hay, 200 hemp rope. All the required materials were basic resources, and the pasture was built immediately. In a burst of light, the fences and hay sheds of the pasture were put up. Then, Fang Hao continued to upgrade the building to level 3. This was the highest level a territorial building could currently reach. The master's house was the core building of the territory. The maximum level of all buildings was contingent on the level of the master's house. Speaking of which, it had been 3 days since the bricks were mined, so they should meet the upgrading standards now. After settling the horses in the new pasture and assigning skeleton workers to take care of them, as soon as he finished these tasks, Ira had supper ready. A simple dish of steamed meat and a bowl of vegetable soup. The food in the territory was rather bland, but luckily Ira's cooking skills were decent, and under plentiful seasoning, the food tasted quite good. He casually opened the Book of Lords to check on everyone's progress. As soon as he opened it, he noticed there were 2 unread private messages. Brother How, are you there? Brother How, can you help me? Please reply once you see this. The messages were from Dong Jiayu, sent around noon. He had been too busy today, he hadn't opened the Book of Lords all day and thus hadn't seen the messages. I'm here, just saw your message. Fang Hao replied. He'd conducted a few transactions with her and gained many shadow stones, which sped up the development of his territory. Quickly, Dong Jiayu responded. Brother Hao, can you help me? If you can't, I really don't know what to do. Desperation and helplessness were evident from her words. From their several encounters, he knew some aspects of her personality. Dong Jiayu was a rather cheerful girl who could quickly adapt to circumstances and responded accordingly. When others were hiding behind protection shields, lamenting the cruel world, Dong Jiayu had already stepped out of her territory and started exploring the surrounding map. Although her development was not as good as Fang Hao's, she fell into the upper levels amongst regional lords. Yet now she expressed helplessness and despair. Don't worry, what happened? Fang Hao asked. I've been injured and my wound is not healing. The doctors in the channel say I have a ruptured organ and they can't stop the bleeding. Given the current conditions of the territory, I can only wait for my slow death. This revelation made Fang Hao furrow his brows once again. None of the lords who had traversed to this side had territories with medical treatment capabilities. For minor illnesses, hang in there. For serious illnesses, await death. This is why doctors have a high status within the channel. Some medical knowledge can be exchanged for valuable resources. Let me see if there's anything that could save you. How did you get this injury? Fang Hao continued to ask. He stood up from the dining table, signaled Ira to start eating, and went back into the wooden house to look for some items that could treat injuries. Then Dong Jiayu began to explain her experiences. There was a large ancient tomb near her territory from which she had gained significant benefit. She used the blueprints to develop her territory and sold shadow stones to Fang Hao in exchange for resources. Her development was indeed rapid. A few days ago, due to the orc blood boiling task, the exploration of the ancient tomb was halted. It was only today that they regrouped, bringing a large number of recruited soldiers to venture deeper into the tomb and gain more rewards. But this time, the number of undead within the tomb far exceeded her expectations. Although they eventually won the battle, it came with great cost. Several soldiers died, and she herself ended up with severe injuries and a ruptured organ. Such an injury, not to mention in this world, even in the originally modern world, is highly dangerous if not treated promptly. Dong Jiayu sought help from Fang Hao with a Triatout spirit. She didn't have high hopes. She couldn't think of anything that could cure her injuries. I was too anxious. I could have waited until my power improves, until my troops level up before proceeding with the exploration. But I killed so many people and now I myself might not survive. Dong Jiayu's tone was one of despair, although she didn't die on the spot. After applying a simple bandage on the wound, it only delayed death. It didn't change the inevitable outcome. Don't worry, there's no hurry, Fang Hao replied. Brother Hao. Do you have a way? Dong Jiayu sensed something. Of course, Fang Hao immediately sent her the attributes of an item. Exquisite corpse-raising coffin. Dong Jiayu sent a question mark. No, sorry, wrong one, healing potion. Fang Hao hastily sent out the healing potion. The healing potion was something Fang Hao had found in Shadowwind Castle. He had kept it in case he got injured, but now it seemed it should be used to save Dong Jiayu. Seeing the healing potion, hope was ignited once again in Dong Jiayu's heart. There are all kinds of strange powers in this world. Perhaps the healing potion can save her life. Brother Hao, I have over 5,000 basic resources here, a wall blueprint, and 12 shadow stones. Can I exchange these for the healing potion? Dong Jiayu was somewhat excited. Anyone who was on the brink of death and then suddenly saw hope would probably be as thrilled. But Dong Jiayu was also aware of the rare value of the healing potion. It's as if a person has an extra life. No one can predict when they will encounter danger or get injured. When you need it, a healing potion is more valuable than any blueprint or treasure. She wasn't sure if Fang Hao would give it to her. Just give me the 12 shadow stones. Keep the basic resources in the wall blueprint for your own development, Fang Hao said directly. He didn't lack basic resources, and getting those from Dong Jiayu would not be very useful. He already had a wall blueprint and did not need another one. It's more like a form of support, leaving a favor owed. Fang Hao was quite interested in the ancient tomb near her territory. How can that be? The healing potion is so precious, Dong Jiayu responded. Just treat it as you owe me. Give me something good later. All right then, I'll owe Brother Hao. When I find something good, I'll repay you. Okay, go treat your wound. Fang Hao put up the items for a specific trade, received 12 shadow stones. The healing potion disappeared while Fang Hao received 12 shadow stones. These precious materials have quite a high price in the orc market. They each got what they needed. It seemed to be a gain for both. Fang Hao has no use for healing potions, but at this moment they are life-saving items for Dong Jiayu. Shadow stones are useless to Dong Jiayu, yet they are rare resources for Fang Hao. It's just a matter of mutual need. Both of them got what they needed and were satisfied. Brother Hao, I have used it, and it seems to have some effect. I need to rest and will stop chatting with you for now, Dong Jiayu said again. Okay, rest well. After saying that, they both ended the chat. Fang Hao walked out of the cabin and returned to the dining table to continue eating. After finishing his meal, Fang Hao didn't take a break. Instead, he went to check on his collection of stone bricks in the resource area. He had arranged thousands of skeletons in Shadowwind Castle to work tirelessly at demolishing and gathering stone bricks. Yesterday, he had already amassed over 160 stone bricks, so they should have reached the required quantity by now. Indeed, he had 240 units of stone bricks, just enough to upgrade the Lord's Hall. Level 4 Lord's Cabin, wood 2200, stone 1000, leather 240, hemp rope 180, stone brick 200. Upgrade. A faint glow rose from the Lord's cabin as the upgrade started. The countdown began for the construction, 10 minutes. As the level of buildings increased, so did the construction time. This was something to bear in mind in the future. He couldn't afford to be without a place to stay, especially at night when he and Ira are upgrading. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and the Lord's cabin was upgraded. Level 4 Lord's Cabin Lord, Fang Hao existing structures. Level 3 Underground Cemetery, Level 3 Warehouse, Level 3 Burial Grounds, Level 3 Lumber Yard, Level 3 Pasture, Level 1 Spiritual Field, Level 3 Wall, Level 3 Arrow Tower, Level 2 Hall of the Dead, Guard Pavilion, Skeleton Conversion Field, Viscera Museum. Note, core structure of the territory. Upgrade requirements: wood 3500, stone 2200, hardwood 1200, stone brick 1000, hemp rope 550, iron 220. The area of the level 4 Lord's cabin had been expanded by 1/3 again. Although still called a cabin, from the outside it looked almost entirely built of stone with no visible wooden parts. Master, come and see, we've got a new kitchen, Ira excitedly called. Fang Hao also went inside the cabin to inspect. The first floor hall had greatly expanded, leaving a large open space where the tables and chairs were originally placed. Apart from this, a separate kitchen was added on the first floor. Ira no longer had to cook outside over an open fire. He continued to the second floor. His bedroom and study had expanded again, and another bedroom had been added. Now, there were 4 bedrooms in the Lord's cabin. After a look around, Fang Hao went downstairs, planning to upgrade the other buildings as well. Passing by the first floor, he saw Ira happily putting various cooking ingredients into the kitchen one by one. She seemed very pleased to have a kitchen. Outside, he first arranged for the underground cemetery to be upgraded. Level 4 Underground Cemetery, wood 1200, stone 1600, leather 2, hemp rope 240, shadow stone 5. The underground cemetery could be used to recruit skeleton laborers. With each upgrade, the recruitment limit increases. This is very helpful for territorial development and resource collection. Upgrade. 5 minutes later, the underground cemetery upgrade was completed. Level 4 Underground Cemetery Recruitable Limit, 2030 Recruitable, Skeleton-Free Note. Soldiers for basic work can be recruited in this building. Upgrade materials required: wood 2000, stone 2500, hardwood 400, stone bricks 300, hemp rope 320, shadowstone 10, death trace 3. Level 4 upgrade of the underground cemetery is complete. The recruitment limit has increased by 10. But the materials required for the next upgrade have also increased significantly. Available recruits: skeletons 10. Would you like to recruit? Recruit confirmed. Hundredfold amplification triggered. Successfully recruited 10 skeletons. Hundredfold amplification was triggered and obtained 1010 skeleton workers straight away. Go to the warehouse, pick up the pickaxes, and stand by outside the territory, Fang Hao said loudly. The recruited worker skeletons picked up pickaxes from the warehouse and went to wait outside the territory. With sufficient basic resources, he decided to assign these 1000 skeletons to the demolition work at Shadowwind Castle to flatten the buildings as quickly as possible and collect more stone brick reserves. Fearing that these skeletons might get lost if they went alone, he decided to have them wait for his instructions and would take them over once he was finished with his tasks. Once all the skeletons had left the territory, Fang Hao continued on to the next building. Level 4 Burial Grounds, wood 1700, stone 2200, leather 350, hemp rope 500, shadowstone 12. These burial grounds functioned as the barracks of the undead faction. Currently, they could recruit Tier 1 skeleton soldiers and spearbearers, all of which were melee units. With sufficient materials, it was an ideal time for an upgrade. Upgrade confirmed. 10 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. The only pity was that the level 4 burial grounds did not unlock any new types of soldiers. They were still skeleton soldiers and spearbearers. Next, Fang Hao upgraded the level 4 warehouse, city wall, arrow tower, and pasture in succession. By the time he had finished all this, it was gradually getting darker. He returned to his room, activated God's presence, and possessed one of the worker skeletons waiting outside the territory. With a wave of his hand, he led all the newly recruited worker skeletons towards Shadowwind Castle for the larger-scale demolition work. Meanwhile, Skullcrusher tribe, Chillywind Mountain. The great Chief Shah was waiting with a gloomy expression on his face. Before long, the orc priest walked in, looking slightly haggard. Great Chief, Kent's soul is bound by some force, and it cannot be resurrected through the altar, the priest said softly. Shah's face darkened further. Can we communicate with him? Amiri asked. If the great chief needs it, I can briefly awaken Kent's soul. All right, wake up his soul then. The priest nodded. Great chief, please come with me. With that, they left the hall and headed for the altar. The Skullcrusher tribe was the most powerful orc tribe in Chillywind Mountain. They had conquered all the scattered tribes near the mountain, becoming the strongest leader. But after unification, the tribe's development faced new difficulties. The land in Chillywind Mountain was barren, and mining resources were increasingly scarce. So Shah turned his eyes to the resource-rich plains and forests for further development. Kent was one of the pioneer armies he arranged. Once Kent managed to establish a foothold with his support, the entire tribe would migrate over there. In the previous years, backed by the Skullcrusher tribe, Kent's tribe developed rapidly. They soon eliminated several smaller nearby tribes and established a firm foothold. 2 days ago, Kent's soul had returned to the altar, meaning Kent was dead, and he could not be resurrected even through the hero altar. Soon the two arrived in front of the hero altar. Under the altar, hundreds of creatures from various races had their throats cut, their blood forming a strange glyph. Great Chief, Kent's awakening time will be very short. You must ask him quickly, the priest warned again. Yes, begin, Amiri said, indicating his understanding. The orc priest began the ceremony. The figure of Fireblade Kent gradually appeared on the hero altar. Great Chief, we can begin now, the priest said, stepping aside afterward. Shah looked at Kent's flickering form and asked directly, Kent, how did you die? What about the others? At Shah's words, Kent's expression became slightly bitter, replying, an undead base suddenly appeared near our tribe. They annihilated our tribe, and every member died in battle. No one survived. The high-ranking members of the orc clan below immediately plunged into chaos. The undead faction has always been mysterious and strange. They rarely appear in areas where living creatures gather, and each time they appear, they bring about panic and chaos. Kent's Fireblade tribe had developed in that area for a few years, but they never found any undead bases. How did an undead base suddenly appear? What's the strength of the enemy? How many are there? Shah continued to ask. The enemy is only the scale of a village, with no hero units to speak of, but they have hundreds of thousands of low-level soldiers, Kent continued to answer. But the figure on the altar had started to shake violently, unable to hold on much longer. A village has so many soldiers. Shah found it odd, even doubting that Kent might have seen wrong, or that his memory was confused. Indeed, I saw it all with my own eyes. The enemy's leader is a human. I suspect he may have a treasured item from the undead clan, which allows him to control so many undead soldiers. I can't want it to continue, but the next second his consolidated soul shattered directly, turning into points of light that slowly disappeared. Great Chief, it's time, the priest said. Shah nodded his head, but his mind was pondering over Kent's words. He didn't feel a trace of sadness for the death of Kent and tens of thousands of orcs. War and death are the norm for the orc clan. They happen every day. His only regret was the support he had given to Kent's territory over the years. Who would have thought that a group of suddenly appearing undead could shatter years of effort? While feeling annoyed, he also remembered the last words of Kent, that the enemy might have an artifact of the undead in his hands. This interested him. If the enemy really has such a treasure, isn't it destined to be his? The Skullcrusher tribe is not the same as the Fireblade tribe. They had long conquered the Frostwind tribe and had many troops at their disposal. Extinguishing a village that only had low-level soldiers was as easy as pie. As for himself, Shah was a purple level 9 hero, incomparable to Kent. Fetch someone. Immediately an orc stepped forward. Great Chief. Arrange scouts to go to the Fireblade tribe, investigate the location of the undead village, and bring me all the information, Shah said loudly. Yes, the orc took the order and quickly left to arrange things. Shah strode back, feeling much better. If what Kent said was true, a weak human possessed an item that could control tens of thousands of undead. All he had to do was send troops to extinguish them and obtain this item. The power of the tribe would greatly increase. As for the battle, Shah was not worried at all. What kind of defensive power could a village-level building possess? He had absolute confidence that he could easily annihilate this village and get the treasure from their hands. The next day, early morning, the sun shone through the window, illuminating the room. Fang Hao rubbed his eyes, stretched, and got out of bed. It was a new day. After getting dressed, he slowly strolled out of the room. "Master, good morning." Ira was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing Fang Hao come down, she smiled. These past few days, Ira had become more and more cheerful. She even occasionally told Fang Hao about the things that once happened in the tribe, as well as the orc clan's lifestyle. "Good morning." Fang Hao waved his hand. He walked out of his wooden house, scooping out some clear water from a barrel for washing up. After upgrading his wooden house to level 4, it now included a kitchen. He wondered if one day it might possess sanitary facilities with running water. After washing up, Ira brought breakfast over: vegetable meat soup and a fruit platter. Given the current circumstances, Fang Hao's lifestyle was unmatched, completely different from other lords. Ira picked up a piece of fruit and brought it to Fang Hao's mouth. Fang Hao opened his mouth to chew, the delightful sweetness and aroma of the fruit filling his mouth. "I added some sweet wine to the fruit. What do you think of the taste, master?" Ira squatted by his side, watching Fang Hao with her big round eyes. Ira still wore her ragged linen coat, loosely draping over her body, revealing an eye-catching bosom. Her short shorts tightly wrapped her buttocks, emphasizing her fair thighs that were full of sensuality. It was hard to focus on the meal in such conditions. "Master, is the taste not good?" Ira asked quickly, seeing Fang Hao remain silent. "Cough, cough, the taste is good, very good," Fang Hao complimented. The taste was indeed good. It had a refreshing wine aroma. "Hee, that's good." Ira giggled, picking up another piece. "Master, please try this one." Breakfast ended, Ira took care of the dishes while Fang Hao continued with his work. He had important tasks today: to perform a thorough check within his territory and see if there was any place that required his attention. He passed by the Viscera Museum. The main entrance was wide open, but Nelson was nowhere in sight. Ever since Nelson had told Fang Hao that he could create skeleton heroes, he hadn't come out. It seemed that the creation of a skeletal body wasn't as simple as he had initially thought. The skeleton conversion field was continuously converting orcs into skeleton warriors day and night, which significantly boosted the ranks of the undead clan. Especially the converted direwolves, many of which Fang Hao had assigned to Shadowwind Castle for transporting goods. After making a round of the territory, Fang Hao found no places requiring his immediate attention. He returned to the Lord's cabin, and after instructing Ira, lie down on the bed to cast God's Presence. God's Presence target, Skeleton Scout, compatibility 65. He cast God's Presence on a Skeleton Scout with a compatibility of 65. Presumably, his compatibility had increased from 50 to 65 because of the enlightening potion he had taken. When casting God's Presence continuously, the consumption of spiritual power was somewhat reduced. The key task he had set for the day was to explore the abandoned mine marked on the intelligence map. He did not plan to travel alongside infantry, but instead decided to take an initial reconnaissance trip with the cavalry. According to the map, the abandoned mine was located to the north of his territory and was not very near. After confirming the direction and position, "All cavalry, follow me." Fang Hao shouted, leading 101 skeleton scouts towards the abandoned mine to the north. They crossed woods, swamps, and finally approached the mine. Just as Fang Hao stopped to confirm their location, fighting sounds and angry roars came from the front. Someone's fighting. Fang Hao raised his eyebrows, and strangely the noise was coming from the place that was directly in his path. "Let's go check it out." The cavalry rapidly approached and finally saw the fighting targets. It was a squad of 10 pig-headed humans, holding their swords and looking nervous, and their foes were even more dread-inspiring. A group of rotting, head-crushed creatures had surrounded the pig-heads and launched an attack. Damn, it's like Train to Busan. The animals he usually saw had become odd-looking and fully decayed monsters. A giant buck with a collapsed half-brain encrusted with rotting pimples prowled about, even with its eyeball dangling on the side. It was still launching attacks against the pig-headed humans. Even the pig-headed humans that died during the battle, once they fell, turned into decayed animals, behaving like infectious zombies. They would attack their former companions. The whole battlefield was filled with strangeness. Giant buck carcass, prairie wolf's carcass. Fang Hao looked at several pieces of information of animal zombies in a row, and all of them showed that they were corpses, not combat units. That's not right. At Shadowwind Castle, the information about rotten corpses would display their rank and skills. Why are these just showing as corpses? Clip, clop, clip, clop. The sound of horse hooves hit the ground, drawing the attention of the pig-headed humans and the animal zombies. Seeing a team of undead cavalry approach, the pig-headed humans turned even paler, as if jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Today was their death day. The zombie animals, on the other hand, were more direct. The moment they saw Fang Hao and his group, they immediately launched an attack. Charge, kill them all. I don't believe that you, skeleton, can be infected. Fang Hao whispered, even if you are a zombie, you can be infectious, but that's supposed to apply to normal creatures. I don't believe that you, skeleton, can be infected. Hearing Fang Hao's command, the cavalry drew out their iron swords, kicked their horse's belly, and then launched the attack. The power of the cavalry charge was immense, instantly cutting off the heads of several animals. The head of one prairie wolf rolled to the feet of Fang Hao's horse. Just as it stopped, a long, thin worm burrowed out of the prairie wolf's head, trying to escape into the distance. Iron-eating worm ability. Parasite. With a light stomp from the skeleton horse's hoof, the iron-eating worm turned into mush. It seemed the iron-eating worm itself had no offensive capabilities, but attacked by parasitizing on hosts. Shortly after, all parasitized animals were slain by the cavalry. The iron-eating worms, burrowed out from the animals' heads, were all crushed to death by the surviving pig-headed humans. Once the iron-eating worms lost their host, they had no power to attack and were easily killed. The battle was over. The skeleton cavalry surrounded the remaining dozen pig-headed humans. Whether to slaughter or spare them, they awaited Fang Hao's command. Fang Hao rode the undead horse closer, scrutinizing the pitiful regiment of pig-headed humans. This was his second encounter with pig-headed humans. Excuse me, does any one of you know Mr. Fang Hao? Just as the skeleton cavalry was about to take action, one of the pig-headed humans mustered the courage to step forward. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao was taken aback. You know me? Fang Hao asked. The pig-headed human looked at the direction from which the skeleton cavalry had come from Fang Hao's territory and took a gamble. Unexpectedly, the skeleton in front of him admitted he was Fang Hao. The pig-headed human hesitated, then asked carefully, "Are you Mr. Fang Hao? I took you to the Manham market a few days ago. Do you remember?" Aha! From this, Fang Hao came to understand. This pig-headed human was Bolton, who took him to Manham. Bolton is your village nearby. Fang Hao directly called out the other party's name. He thought all pig-headed humans looked alike. If the guy didn't speak and there was no significant difference, he wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Yes, yes, Lord Fang Hao, you have saved me again. Bolton was overwhelmed with emotions and fell to his knees, thanking him loudly. He wasn't sure why Fang Hao had taken the form of a skeleton, but he didn't really care. All he knew was that thanks to their acquaintance, Fang Hao wouldn't immediately kill him and his people. Seeing Bolton kneel, the rest of the pig-headed humans followed, loudly expressing their gratitude for Fang Hao saving their lives. Stand up. What are you doing here? Fang Hao asked. Getting up with the rest of the pig-headed humans, Bolton respectfully answered, Sir, there's a mine shaft just ahead where we've been safely mining some ores. You mean the abandoned mine shaft? Yes, the shaft is quite large, but it's been occupied by these insects. No factions dared to mine it for a long time. Our village is nearby, and occasionally we send people to mine some ores safely from the outskirts. Bolton explained softly. Thanks to Bolton's explanation, Fang Hao had a rough idea of the situation. The mine shaft had been there for a long time, and many factions had tried to mine it. However, any creature that got too close would be attacked by the iron-eating worms and turned into a puppet corpse. No faction could stand such losses, so the mine was completely deserted, becoming an abandoned mine. The pigmen village wasn't far from here, and occasionally people were sent to mine some ores, but incidents like today's would frequently occur, resulting in casualties. They had no choice. The pigmen village wasn't affluent and was sometimes threatened and looted by other beast clans. Even though they knew there would be casualties, people would still be sent at the risk of mining ores. All right, take me to the mine shaft, Fang Hao said softly. Hearing this, all the pig-headed humans turned pale. Bolton reacted quickly and said, Sir, some of them are injured. Let them go back to the village and I'll take you there. All right, let's not waste any more time. Fang Hao nodded in agreement. A few pig-headed humans glanced at Bolton and turned around to leave. Bolton led Fang Hao and the rest of the cavalry towards the direction of the mine. With Bolton leading, they soon saw the entrance of the mine shaft. The mine area was enormous. You could even say it was a minefield. They could see abandoned mine carts and some dilapidated facilities. It looked like it had been specially built at some point. Lord Fang Hao, the worms are especially active today. They would attack as soon as you approach, making it hard to deal with. Bolton said softly. Fine, wait here. I'm going to take a look. Fang Hao took his cavalry forward with him. The moment he stepped into the range of the mine, he saw puppet corpses of various beasts and orcs coming from all directions in the mine. Dismount, fight, Fang Hao commanded. All the cavalry dismounted, drew their weapons, and began attacking. Fang Hao wanted to verify whether these iron-eating worms had any effects on the undead creatures. Sure enough, during the battle, one iron-eating worm left its host and tried to burrow into the brain of a skeleton cavalry amidst the chaos. But the next second, the skeleton cavalry reached its hand into his eye socket and choked the iron-eating worm to death. It seemed that these iron-eating worms were useless against the skeletons. As more and more puppet corpses emerged from the mine, Fang Hao gave the order to retreat. Retreat. The cavalry remounted their horses and moved far away from the mine area. After they retreated to a safe distance, the controlled corpses retreated and went back into the mine. At that time, Bolton came over and asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Bolton, who lived nearby, naturally knew the dangers of the abandoned mine. No one who entered it had ever come out alive. Fang Hao was the first one. Of course, as things stood, Bolton wasn't quite sure whether Fang Hao was still considered human. "Let's go to your village," he replied. Brief chaos swept over the pig-headed human village. Standing on both sides of the road, they were whispering in fear. Under Bolton's guidance, Fang Hao went straight into the village. It was clear that the pig-headed human's village was not affluent, identical to the previous Knoll camp in size. There were around 200 to 300 individuals. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will inform the clan leader," Bolton respectfully said. "No need, find me a grass hut, and don't let anyone disturb us," Fang Hao said. Sure. Bolton found a grass hut at the corner of the village. "Sir, is this place all right?" Bolton asked, afraid the other party might not be satisfied. "It's fine. Just make sure that no one approaches during this time," Fang Hao warned again. "I will tell the clan leader not to allow anyone near here." "Good." After Bolton left, Fang Hao had 100 cavalrymen enter the grass hut before he dismissed the state of God's presence. His conscience returned to its own body. Fang Hao sat up from the bed. He exited the Lord's wooden house and stretched his body in the open space. After about half an hour's rest, he began his next plan. He opened the Book of Lords and flipped to the manufacture menu. He found the blueprint for the fire torch he had before. Fire torch, wood 1, straw 2, leather 1. The fire torch was a blueprint obtained from the previous battle against Zhuang Hong. Before now, there was never an opportune moment to use it. Create 100 units. Achieving 100 times amplification, you have received 10,100 torches. 10,000 torches appeared in front of Fang Hao. He had the skeletons bring a few carts to store the bundles of torches. After making all the preparations, Fang Hao returned to the room and resumed his God's presence. Target for God's presence, skeleton soldier, compatibility 88 degrees O. When he opened his eyes again, he had transferred his consciousness to a skeleton soldier's body. He counted 8,000 skeleton soldiers, 2,000 skeleton spearwielders, and 100 skeleton giant bats. A squad of 11,000, carrying the prepared torches, once again headed towards the abandoned mine. A few hours later, Fang Hao and his team finally arrived at the abandoned mine again. The mining area was still deserted, the vegetation was dead, and no living creature could be seen. "Set up the spear formation. Skeleton soldiers, put down your shields and grab your torches," Fang Hao commanded loudly. The spear-wielding skeletons began to form a shield wall, their spears poking out from the gaps in the shields. The skeleton soldiers put down their shields and picked up the ready-made torches from the carts. After lighting up one with a flintstone, they lit up each torch in the soldiers' hands, one by one. Fang Hao's idea was simple. The worms were too tiny to grab, and it wasn't convenient to kill them with swords. However, burning them with the fire from the torches and pinning them down was effective. All the torches lit up, creating a sea of fire. "Advance and kill all living creatures," Fang Hao commanded again. The skeleton army entered the mine, where a mass of controlled animals and orcs appeared again within the dark mine. They launched an attack on the skeleton legion. The spear-wielding skeletons pushed forward, their extended spears pierced all the attacking corpses. Iron-eating worms crawled out from the bodies and began searching for new hosts. SSSSS, but the very next second a torch was pressed onto it, burning it to ashes. 8,000 skeleton soldiers, closely following the spear-wielders, chasing the fleeing worms throughout the area. Facing the already dead undead, these parasitic worms had no way out. They could only be burnt or crushed to death after their host died. Soon, hundreds of animal carcasses were piled up in the middle of the mine, and some charred, crispy worm corpses. The battle outside was over. Next was the mine. Good, prepare to enter the mine. Fang Hao started to arrange his strategy. The mine was narrow, allowing only 3 people to walk side by side. He arranged for 3 skeleton spearmen to take up the first and second rows, while the following 3 lines were occupied by skeleton soldiers holding torches. The rest of the soldiers were stationed at the entrance. After all the arrangements were made, they started to line up according to the plan and entered the mine. Fang Hao positioned himself in the 3rd row, holding a torch in his hand, closely following the spearmen. The cave was pitch dark, with cold winds making the torches flicker constantly. With the help of the faint torchlight, the walls of the mine, marked with various man-made scratches from the excavation, were visible. It seemed that during the initial phase of mining, these worms were not present. They appeared later and occupied the mine. Going further in, the ground was already covered with bones of various animals. The bones were as densely packed as a mass grave. Soon, a large number of parasitized animals appeared from the depths of the mine in front. They launched an attack on the undead troops. In this narrow mine, a fierce battle broke out. The parasitized animals attacked fearlessly. The skeleton spearmen kept thrusting their long spears, turning their targets in front into honeycombs. Fang Hao and those following close behind were also very busy. They used their torches and feet to thoroughly kill the worms that escaped. After successfully repelling a few waves of attacks, the troop continued to advance into the depths. Eventually, they reached the end of the mine. At the deepest part of the mine, there was a nest assembled from countless bones. The structure was somewhat similar to a swallow's nest, but inside the nest wasn't a swallow, it was a gigantic worm. The bloated belly was like a spider, constantly wriggling. Iron-eating worm matriarch ability. Reproduction, damn it, it's the mother worm. No wonder no one has been able to wipe out these worms for so long. The worms had already formed their social structure. As long as the matriarch was alive, these iron-eating worms would never be eradicated. An iron sword held by a skeleton soldier hit the cave wall, echoed continuously in the mine. The initially closed matriarch suddenly opened its numerous eyes, bloodshot, looking at them. At such a close range, Fang Hao could feel the fury in the matriarch's eyes. The body of the matriarch started to wriggle violently. Its tail was posed at a strange angle towards the skeletal troops. From the huge belly of the matriarch, the wriggling speed was rapidly increasing. The next second, the tail spewed out a massive amount of iron-eating worms, shooting towards them like a cloud covering the sky. Fang Hao stood at the third row. Seeing the worms swarm, as if sprayed out by a high-pressure water gun, his face instantly changed. Although the skeletons weren't afraid of these worms, he could feel a wave of nausea rising within. Raised the shields. The spearmen in the first and second rows raised their wooden shields. Slap, slap. The worms struck the wooden shields, making frequent collision noises. Spearmen, go kill the matriarch. The rest of you, clear the worms. Fang Hao issued orders after avoiding the spray attack. Ignoring the worms around them, the spearmen launched an attack on the matriarch. The others, on the other hand, started to clear out the iron-eating worms in various ways. All the worms in the cave had been exterminated. After the skeleton spearmen killed the queen worm, a silver treasure box was found at the back of the nest. They made a small discovery. After leaving the mine, the skeletons also brought out the silver treasure box. They placed it in front of Fang Hao. Clear out the mine, carry out all the bodies and bones for incineration. Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeletons began to divide the tasks amongst themselves. Some nearby chopped wood, while others entered the mine to transport all the corpses and bones out, preparing for a burning. Fang Hao himself came to the treasure box and opened it directly. Reward: Iron Round Shield Blueprint, Iron Pickaxe Blueprint, Iron Sheet Blueprint, Warfare Coins plus 65. Upon seeing the rewards, Fang Hao's pupils brightened slightly. Every reward from this treasure box was iron-related blueprints. Iron Round Shield, Wood 12, Metal Components 5, Iron Plate 2. Description: the round shield of wood is covered with a layer of sturdy iron skin, improving the defensive power and toughness of the shield. Not too shabby. The iron round shield can perfectly replace the current hardwood shield. Enhance the defense of the infantry. Iron Pickaxe, Wood 2, Iron 2. The blueprint for the iron pickaxe was something Fang Hao had been looking for. The demand of it exceeded even that of weapon and equipment blueprints. The mining speed of the stone pickaxe was too slow, and it was worn out easily due to its low durability. Now with the iron pickaxe, the work efficiency of the laboring skeletons can be greatly improved. Also, these iron axes and iron pickaxes are very popular items and can be sold at good prices. Iron Plate, Cast Iron Piece 2. Description: the processed iron plate is an important material for forging finished ironware. The appearance of the iron plate was a pleasant surprise for Fang Hao. The trade deal with the bronze bull includes the iron plate as one of the essential materials for the manufacture of the defense set. Unexpectedly, the blueprint for the iron plate was obtained here. As for the cast iron pieces required for synthesizing iron plates, although there were no clues yet, Fang Hao was not in a hurry. The delivery time vowed to Bronze Bull is still far away, and there's plenty of time. While Fang Hao was checking the rewards, all the corpses of the animals were set on fire. This was done to deal with the possible uncleaned worms hidden in the corpses. Might as well burn them all. The crackling flames consumed everything like a devouring dragon, enveloping all the corpses and turning them into ashes. The fire burned for more than an hour before it gradually died down. After letting the skeletons cover it with soil, Fang Hao led the team back. Passing by the pig-headed human village, Fang Hao used God's presence to change from the infantryman's body to the skeleton cavalry's body. God's presence target, Skeleton Scout, compatibility 65. With a pulley on the rein, the skeleton horse reared high. The noise from the stables attracted the attention of the pig-headed humans outside. A pig-headed human cautiously walked in and respectfully asked, "Is it Mr. Fang Hao?" Earlier, the clan leader of the pig-headed humans had arranged for someone to invite Fang Hao to the clan leader's hall. No matter how hard they tried to communicate, these skeleton cavalrymen remained motionless like statues, completely unresponsive. Having no other choice, they were asked to wait outside the door. "What's the matter?" Fang Hao asked curiously. He still couldn't differentiate the appearances of the pig-headed humans, but the one in front of him was definitely not Bolton. At a glance, the pig-headed man saw that the skeleton was truly speaking. His legs trembled with fear. However, not forgetting the words of the clan leader, he quickly said with a shaky gait, "Respected Mr. Fang Hao, our clan leader has learned of your arrival. Please follow me to the clan leader's hall." "Oh." Fang Hao was taken aback, then replied, "Lead the way." "Yes, sir, please follow me." The pig-headed man replied, immediately leading the way. The village was not large, covering a small area, and they quickly reached the central area of the village, the clan leader's hall. "Clan leader, Mr. Fang Hao has arrived." Please enter, Mr. Fang Hao." Fang Hao went inside the building directly. Inside the hall, there was a female pig-headed person sitting. About 1.5 meters tall, slightly plump, she was wearing a light blue gown with red flowers embroidered on the collar. Her skin was fair, and she wore a gemstone necklace around her neck. Though she was the most appealing pig-headed person Fang Hao had ever seen, the pig-headed image still did not comply with human aesthetics. But it at least didn't cause disgust, resembling a pet pig. "Honorable Mr. Fang Hao, good afternoon, I am Petty. I heard that you will be cleaning up the abandoned mine. Do you need any assistance from us?" Petty asked softly. "No need, the abandoned mine has been thoroughly cleaned. Before nightfall, I will arrange for workers to start mining." Fang Hao answered lightly, hearing Fang Hao's casual reply. Petty, the clan leader, lost her balance and directly fell from her chair. She quickly stood up. Her powdered white face flushed red instantly. She coughed lightly, then said, "Mr. Fang Hao, what did you say just now?" "I didn't hear it clearly. Did you say you plan to clean up the abandoned mine?" "That mine has been attempted by many tribes, but has always been impossible to mine, remaining deserted to this day." She believed that she had heard him wrong or that Fang Hao had misspoke. How could it be possible that the news of Fang Hao's arrival was received in the morning, and the cleaning was done in the afternoon? "No, the iron-eating worms in the abandoned mine have been eliminated by me, and I will arrange for people to start mining later," Fang Hao stated once more. Hearing Fang Hao's second confirmation, Petty was sure she hadn't heard wrongly. Disbelief and shock filled her eyes. He conquered their helpless abandoned mine so swiftly and simply. It was somewhat unbelievable. If it weren't for the undead skeleton standing before her, showing off strength and mystery, she would have thought that it was some joke. "You're not joking." "All the worms have been eliminated." Petty inquired further. "There is no reason to hide anything. If you wish to verify, you can arrange someone to check right now," said Fang Hao with a calm tone. Then he added, "I have sole claim over the mine. If you harbor any ill intentions, I will take it as a provocative act." At these words, Petty's facial expression stiffened somewhat. She could hear the confidence in Fang Hao's tone. This kind of confidence was confidence in his own strength and an indifference to the pigman tribe. "No, of course not," Petty hurried to defend. The atmosphere at that moment was somewhat awkward. Petty had invited Fang Hao because she learned about his plan to clean up the mine and had wanted to assist while benefiting from it. However, to her surprise, he had directly mentioned that the mine was already cleaned up. Moreover, he had declared his ownership forcibly. This left her in a difficult position. Just as she was about to say something, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. A pig-headed man rushed in, panting heavily. "Clan leader, it's bad. An army of tens of thousands of undead has suddenly appeared and is approaching the village," reported the pig-headed man, wiping the sweat off his forehead and speaking anxiously. Petty was even more panicked and urgently commanded, "Quick, quick, get ready for battle." Saying so, she wanted to go outside, completely forgetting about Fang Hao, who was sitting to her side. Seeing her about to rush out, Fang Hao tersely said, "Clan leader Petty, these are my troops, they won't hurt you." Petty stopped in her tracks, her eyes showing more fear than surprise. Lying. Even though Fang Hao had said he wouldn't attack the village, the anxious pig-headed humans still shut their village gates. As for Fang Hao, he was sitting in the great hall, watching a few pig-headed humans whispering in the distance. Upon finding out that Fang Hao's massive skeleton army had camped outside the village, Petty called several senior members of the tribe, claiming there were important matters to discuss. They completely ignored Fang Hao and started quietly discussing amongst themselves. Some of them were arguing so fiercely that their faces turned red. They looked like freshly cooked pig heads. Thinking of pig head meat made Fang Hao feel a bit hungry. He wondered what Ira would cook for dinner. After all, after being busy all day, having a delicious meal was quite a luxury. The pig-headed humans didn't make Fang Hao wait for long. After their discussion, Petty came directly to Fang Hao, knelt down, and softly said, "Honorable Lord Fang Hao, we hope to join your rank and become a subordinate village to your territory." The other pig-headed humans behind Petty also knelt down, lowering their heads in submission. The pigman tribe was not strong and was somewhat weak. Fang Hao's territory was not far from the pigman village, and with mining plans in the near vicinity, Petty and all the pigmen began to worry. On this continent, the only iron law was power. The battles between the orc tribes were endless. Even if Fang Hao currently doesn't show any hostility, what about in the future? Any small friction, mishandled, gave Fang Hao a reason to destroy them. By then, given the pigman village's power, it would only be a massacre, a one-sided, helpless massacre. Now, Petty only had two choices. First, migrate, taking all the villagers to find a new foothold and rebuild the village. Second, yield to Fang Hao, become his subordinate village, and let him have full control over their lives and deaths. But relocation was not an easy task. It was very likely that they would be plundered and attacked by other factions while looking for a new place. Those who died would die, and the captives would be reduced to slaves and sold. So after several rounds of discussions, they chose the second option, to submit to Fang Hao. Seeing Petty kneeling in front of him, Fang Hao realized what the pig-headed humans had been discussing. "What benefits does your joining bring to me?" Fang Hao counter-asked. Fang Hao was not really interested in the pig-headed humans. Skeleton soldiers who neither eat nor drink and work tirelessly were his ideal type of soldiers. These pig-headed humans were not strong, their appearances did not fit his aesthetic, and having them associated with him would only hold back his development. Hearing Fang Hao's words, all of the pig-headed humans felt a bit awkward. They had been debating the pros and cons of joining Fang Hao, but from their conversation, it seemed that he wasn't very willing to accept them. This was a case of their presence being offered up eagerly, yet the other party wasn't willing to take them in. "Lord Fang Hao, may I say a few words?" Bolton at the back said softly, "Speak. Lord Fang Hao, your territory is immensely powerful, but mining ores at such a great distance still presents many difficulties, such as storage after mining the ores and interruptions from neighboring forces. These are all problems you'll face," Bolton said softly. Bolton had been to Fang Hao's territory and knew that the journey was not short. Based on the distance, he proposed some potential issues that might arise. Upon hearing his words, Fang Hao was slightly moved. Bolton's words were not without reason. "Continue," Fang Hao commanded. Bolton continued to say, "The solution is quite simple, Lord Fang Hao. As long as you entrust these problems to us, the storage of ores and the defense and maintenance of the mine can all be resolved." Fang Hao didn't respond, and the others also waited in silence. The solution Bolton suggested was to make the pigmen village the outpost for ore mining. In the future, the mined ores could be stored in the village, and they would be responsible for the maintenance of the mine and the defense against surrounding powers. Fang Hao couldn't always focus on the mines since his main interest was in his own territory, but to be honest, this was a pretty great idea. Fang Hao looked at everyone and said softly, "Chief Petty, I would like to talk with you privately." The female pig-headed human was taken by surprise and quickly said, "Oh, okay." The rest left, leaving only Fang Hao and Petty. "Lord Fang Hao, you may speak now." Petty felt a bit awkward at this moment. She and her people were planning to become Fang Hao's subordinate village, but he didn't seem to be very interested in welcoming them. This made them feel a sting of rejection. "Chief Petty, one can agree to your joining, and will arrange for troops to protect your village, but I still can't fully trust you," Fang Hao said quietly. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Petty wasn't sure whether to be happy or sad. It was clear from his tone that he was reluctant. "What do you mean?" Petty asked through gritted teeth. "I need you to sign a slave contract with me to ensure you won't do anything harmful to me," Fang Hao said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Petty's face turned extremely pale. A slave contract was not the same as being a subordinate. A servant bound by a contract could not disobey any order from their master, even if it was an order to die. They must obey. Once this contract was signed, she would be at Fang Hao's mercy. This left Petty in a dilemma, and she didn't know what to choose. "Black square till give you 2 minutes to think about it," Fang Hao said. "Black square, no need, I will sign the slave contract." "I also hope that you, my lord, will not make things difficult for the other villagers," Petty said directly. "Well, you can still call me lord from now on. I won't tell others about the slave contract," he said. "Thank you, my lord." The reason Fang Hao only asked Petty to stay was to allow her to save face. Being a former chief and becoming a slave to others was not a glorifying thing after all. The Pigman clan village has voluntarily become your subordinate village. It can be confirmed in the Book of Lords. Since Fang Hao was currently using God's presence, he couldn't confirm it in the Book of Lords. All right, you can explain to the villagers. I will visit in person later, Fang Hao continued. In person? Hetty was a little confused. She cautiously stole a glance at him, then quickly lowered her head. Yes, my lord, Petty responded. Fang Hao exited and returned to his skeleton army and dismissed his god's presence. Fang Hao sat up from bed. Picking up the Book of Lords from the bedside, he checked, and indeed, the option to confirm the subordinate village appeared. He immediately selected Confirm. The Pigman village has become your subordinate village. You can name the village and control all resources of the village. Fang Hao didn't immediately rename the village, as he saw no need to do so, but being able to control all resources brought him immense joy. The Book of Lords was connected to their warehouse, allowing him to distribute and use all of the resources stored in the Pigman village within his own territory whenever he wished, which meant, as long as the iron ore was put into the warehouse, Fang Hao didn't need to transport it to his territory. He could process and use it through the Book of Lords. Similarly, he could use the resources from his territory in the Pigman village through the Book of Lords. This all greatly highlighted the mining importance of the Pigman village. Unlocked new blueprint, stable construction blueprint. With the horse stable, horses can now be raised there. When he opened the door and went downstairs, he saw Ira airing out the carpet. Upon seeing Fang Hao come out, she smiled sweetly, Master. Fang Hao also smiled slightly. He had just seen a group of pig-headed humans, and now he was seeing the sweet and adorable Ira. Such a pleasing sight. By the way, I have to go out for a while and might come back late, so you eat first, Fang Hao said. I'll wait for you to come back and have dinner together, Ira said. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Having said that, Fang Hao began to arrange manpower to prepare for the trip to the Pigman village. First, he transferred back 500 skeleton laborers and 10,000 skeletal soldiers from Shadowin Castle. Once again setting out, he led the major forces to the Pigman village. A few hours later, when Fang Hao arrived at the Pigman village, it was already dusk, and there were deep-red clouds rising at the horizon. Seeing another huge skeletal army approaching, the pig-headed humans in the village were filled with shock and disbelief. Just how many troops did Fang Hao have? Each time he moved, he had over 10,000. The clan leader had just announced that the village had become a subordinate to Fang Hao. Some young pigmen didn't take it seriously, even full of resentment. They believed that submitting to Fang Hao was a sign of humiliation for the orcs. Yet seeing Fang Hao bring another 10,000 soldiers of the undead again, they abandoned such thoughts. They could only pray that the submission goes smoothly and not anger Fang Hao into leveling their village. The village gate opened, and everyone was looking for Fang Hao. I am Fang Hao, where is your clan leader? Fang Hao came forward from the center of the troops. Wait, what? All the welcoming pigmen were once again stunned, all turning to look at Bolton on the side. Wasn't Fang Hao a skeleton? How did he turn back into a human? Bolton had met Fang Hao before, immediately stepping forward and saying, Lord Fang Hao, our clan leader is waiting for you in his room. You can go straight there when you arrive. Thinking about it, Fang Hao agreed. It would save others from seeing the signing of the slave contract. Fang Hao went straight into Petty's room. The room was dimly lit. The afterglow of the sunset streaming through the pink drapes filled the room with an ambiguous mood. Petty was kneeling on the bed, her back turned towards the door. Her light blue robe was half off, revealing her fair back. From the side you could see her two ample parts, half covered, supremely enticing. Lord, you may begin, Petty said softly, turning her head. Oh no, when Petty turned her head, all illusions shattered. Petty, there's absolutely no need for this, Fang Hao quickly exclaimed. Even if Fang Hao thinks Petty is one of the cute types among the Pigman clan, it doesn't mean that his aesthetics have changed to this extent. Pigmen do not match Fang Hao's aesthetics, just as humans do not match those of the Pigman clan. Each side believes the other's appearance is peculiar and ugly. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Petty blushed even more and covered herself up, her face full of embarrassment. Lord I, her face flushed. Petty was hoping to offer herself to Fang Hao in order to ensure his kindness towards the village, only to be outright rejected by him. All right, let's sign the contract. I still have many things to deal with. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and turned to the contract page. The Book of Lords contained 2 slave contracts in total. One was Ira's, the other was a blank contract purchased from Manham Tavern. Okay. Petty pricked her finger lightly with a needle, and when the blood flowed out, she directly pressed it onto the contract. The contract was complete. Petty from the Pigman clan, your current loyalty to me is 65. The initial loyalty is 65. It seems that Ira's initial loyalty was more than 50. It appears that Petty trusts himself quite a bit. All right, dress up, we're going to the mine, Fang Hao said. The contract ends. Fang Hao trusts the pig-headed humans more now too. Once Petty got dressed, they both left the room. Petty started summoning personnel to accompany him to the mine. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to create tools. Pickaxe, 2 wood, 2 iron. Set the production quantity to 10. Hundredfold amplification triggered. You obtain 10 pickaxes. Wagon, 22 wood, 8 hemp ropes. Quantity, 10 hundredfold amplification triggered. You obtained 10 wagons. 1,000 pickaxes and 1,000 wagons appeared out of nowhere. It scared the pig-headed humans again. It's unclear who was the first one to kneel, but one after another, they all took a knee and bowed their heads in worship. In their minds, only a divine spirit could create so many things out of thin air. Even clan leader Petty, after bowing in worship, saw an increase in loyalty. Petty from the Pigman clan's loyalty to you increased by 30. Current loyalty is 95. Good heavens, there's some unexpected gain, huh? Petty's loyalty just shot up 30 points, reaching 95. Once everything was prepared, the two of them each lead their own group and started to head towards the abandoned mine. Standing in front of the now safe mine, Fang Hao said, "You don't need to worry about the mining and transportation. You just have to maintain the road between the village and the mine's defense. The mining is taken care of by the skeleton workers, and the transportation by the skeleton wolves. What the Pigman clan needs to do is to smoothen the road between the village and the mine, and set up mining defenses to prevent any future attacks from other forces." "Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately," said Petty. As Petty went to assign work to the pigmen, Fang Hao began giving his orders to the skeletons. "You pick up the pickaxes and mine the ore here," Fang Hao ordered loud and clear. 500 labor skeletons each grabbed a pickaxe and started mining in the mining area. "Your next task is to patrol the vicinity and ensure the mine is safe." Fang Hao arranged for another 2,000 skeleton soldiers to be stationed near the mining area. The other forces or wild beasts don't know yet that the iron-eating worms have been thoroughly eradicated. As time goes on, wild beasts will inevitably come near and bother the skeletons at work. Once everything was settled by Fang Hao, Petty completed assigning tasks as well. He came over and said softly, "Sir, arrangements have been made and work will begin first thing tomorrow. Today is indeed a little late to start any work." "All right, let's head back," Fang Hao replied. They returned to the village. Petty accompanied Fang Hao for a walk around the village. The Pigman village is rather small and the village level is fairly low. According to Petty, they had moved here only a few years ago. Her father, the former clan leader, died during a hunt and she consequently became the new leader. After taking office, she began to sell goods to the Manham market. They wandered all around and inspected every building thoroughly. The buildings included the clan leader's hall, the log walls, a warehouse, 3 pastures, a farm, a stable, and several dozen ordinary residences of the pigmen. Out of all these, Fang Hao was most impressed by the stable. The stable raised more than a dozen adult and young horses. After the village became a subsidiary village, the building blueprint for a stable was unlocked. From the pastures and the stable, it could be seen that the pigmen were skilled in raising livestock. The livestock they raised were all quite well, fairly healthy. After walking around the village, Fang Hao began the process of upgrading the pigmen village. In a sense, this village is now Fang Hao's village. Petty is more like a temporary manager, acting as the village chief. Therefore, upgrading the village and increasing its defense level is a must. Upon this thought, Fang Hao upgraded the village immediately. He upgraded the walls to a level 3 and set up arrow towers at each of the 4 corners. He then upgraded all the buildings inside the village to a level 3 as well. Unlike the subsidiary territories, the building level of a subsidiary village can't surpass the region's level. It can only be upgraded to level 3. Petty watched the village expand and upgrade with an excited look on her face. This recent round of upgrades had accelerated the village's development by several years. My Lord Petty's eyes sparkled with awe. Even though the human in front of her was still rather ugly, it didn't hinder her admiration and respect towards him. "All right, I'm going to leave soon. I'll leave some soldiers here for defense. How many do you think will be required?" Fang Hao whispered. Fang Hao still needed to return to his own land. He would leave some troops at the Pigman village for routine patrols and defenses, but the specific amount would require Petty's opinion. The other pig-headed humans in the village were still somewhat resistant to the undead. "My lord, these undead soldiers, can they obey orders?" Petty asked after some thought. If Fang Hao left and the undead soldiers lost control, they could potentially wipe out the entire village. "Don't worry, before I leave I will give them orders. Besides me, they will follow your commands," Fang Hao reassured Petty in a gentle voice. "Oh, that's good, then let's leave 1,000 soldiers. They will be responsible for the village's safety," Petty suggested. The village was not large, and 1,000 troops were more than enough to defend it. "Okay." Fang Hao appointed 1,000 skeleton infantrymen and gave them the order to obey Petty's commands, besides his own. When everything was in order, Fang Hao started his journey back to his own land with the remaining skeleton soldiers. When he returned to his territory, the moon was high in the sky. The skeleton army carried torches throughout the journey, and many wild beasts closely followed them in the dark. But as the troops advanced, the beasts would run away. Following for a while, once they neared Fang Hao's territory, the beasts dispersed. Only returning to the wooden palace, Ira heard his arrival and rushed out to greet him. "Master, you're back." Ira leapt into Fang Hao's arms. Just like a kitten who has been waiting for its owner at home, she was slightly cautious and somewhat reproachful. Fang Hao smiled lightly, stroking her ears. "Sorry for being late, I was busy," he said. "Ira of the Rabbitmen clan's loyalty to you has increased by 8 points. Current loyalty is 98. What?" Simply by stroking her ears, he'd gained 5 points of loyalty. Fang Hao gently stroked Ira's ears again. Ira lifted her head, her eyes filled with affection. "Master," with a loyalty of 98, Fang Hao could clearly feel Ira's reliance on him. A stark contrast from when he first purchased her. "Okay, you're a grown woman. Stop acting like a child. Have you had dinner?" Fang Hao asked softly. "Yes, I'll prepare for you right away." Ira loosened her grip and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. They had a simple meal. It was already late, so they went straight back to their rooms. Lying on the bed, Fang Hao first called the skeleton giant bat to patrol the surrounding areas of the territory. Only after being assured there were no dangers did he comfortably go to sleep. The next day, when Fang Hao awoke, the sun was high in the sky. He had gone to bed late the previous night and Ira hadn't woken him up, so he ended up sleeping until noon. After getting dressed, he went downstairs and began to wash up. "Master, you're awake." Ira smiled as she said, Fang Hao replied, drying his face. "Just a moment, master. I'll prepare breakfast right away. By the way, there's a skeleton merchant who arrived in our territory. He said to have a look at the market once you're awake." Ira suddenly seemed to remember and hurriedly told him. The sudden appearance of the skeleton merchant gave Ira quite a scare. Fortunately, the skeleton merchant was quite polite. After introducing himself, he returned to the market area. The mention of the skeleton merchant made Fang Hao pause. He immediately glanced at the wooden board in front of his gate that marked the time. As expected, it was the time that the skeleton merchant was supposed to arrive. "All right, I'll go check him out," Fang Hao said. While Ira went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Fang Hao quickly made his way to the market area, the undead zone within the market. Ruer, the skeleton merchant, was leaning on his cane, elegantly seated on a chair as he waited quietly. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, he rose to his feet and respectfully greeted, "Good afternoon, my lord." "Good afternoon, Mr. Ruer. I was up late last night, so I overslept a bit," Fang Hao apologized. "Haha, no worries. Would you like to take a look at the goods now?" "Sure." Ruer tapped his cane on the ground again. A gloomy tunnel leading to the crypt opened once again and the bone racks rose. On the racks were 6 items as usual. Leather vest blueprint white price, 5 warfare coins. Wooden spinning wheel blueprint green price, 20 warfare coins. Forge structure blueprint green price, 25 warfare coins. Advanced hero contract blue price, 50 warfare coins. Viscera jar green price, 50 warfare coins. Blank map price, 2 warfare coins. Time left for the merchant's stay, 2 hours 12 minutes. Looking at the blueprints this time, Fang Hao was very satisfied. Indeed, shopping is the quickest way to fulfill one's needs. This time he obtained many blueprints. "Mr. Ruer, I'll take all of the goods this time," Fang Hao said with a smile. He took out 152 warfare coins from his pocket and handed them to Ruer. "Thank you for your generosity." Ruer unhooked all the blueprints from the shelves and handed them to Fang Hao one by one. The market was in its early stages, and the items for sale were all ordinary goods. Horse Ruer also had a good impression of Fang Hao. He was decisive, and he bought all the goods every time he saw them. With all the goods cleared from the shelves, Ruer slowly returned to his crypt. "Goodbye, my lord." "Goodbye, Mr. Ruer. One look forward to your next visit." Ruer gracefully bowed, and the crypt slowly closed. After bidding farewell to the skeleton merchant, Fang Hao began to examine the properties of the goods he had purchased this time. Leather vest white, iron 3, leather 5. There's a difference between a vest and a saddle. A saddle is a seat placed on a horse's back to increase riding stability. A vest, on the other hand, is a type of armor. It provides the horse with a layer of protection, enhancing its defense. It tends to be used more by combat horses. With the vest blueprint, he could boost the combat capability of his territory's cavalry. He decided not to rush the production and continued to the next blueprint. Wooden spinning wheel blueprint green, wood 22, metal parts 5, hemp rope 3. Description, an important tool for making fabrics. These were far off for Fang Hao, so he didn't hurry to craft them. Forge furnace, stone 12, clay 5. Description, let the furnace burn, where metal can be smelted into metal blocks. Metal blocks. Seeing the introduction, Fang Hao was elated. Iron ingots were the necessary materials for making iron plates. Fang Hao has always been keen on obtaining an iron block method. Unexpectedly, it was not synthesized by blueprint, but it needed to be smelted in a forge. After looking at its characteristics, he immediately chose an empty spot on the left side of the Lord's hut to start constructing. Then a forge furnace built from stone and clay was completed. Forge furnace raw material, iron 5 product, cast iron blocks 15 minutes required description. You can obtain processed metal objects by heating. It is used for manufacturing and alchemy materials. Aha, so that's how to get the cast iron blocks. Fang Hao made 5 more forges. Hey, you guys will be in charge of making the forges from now on. Fang Hao randomly selected a few lucky skeletons to take care of the forges. It takes 5 minutes for each cast iron block to be made in the forge, and Fang Hao cannot just stand there watching, so he had to leave it to the skeletons to operate. The stopped skeleton stiffly turned around. It looked at the forge and went to the warehouse to put in the iron ore. Seeing that the skeletons could properly use the forge, Fang Hao felt relieved and continued to look at the Advanced Hero Contract Blue. Advanced Hero Contract Blue description, an advanced slave contract that can be signed with the highest Blue Hero contract. He already had 2 slave contracts. This time, he actually got the Hero contract, which can be signed with a Blue Hero. It's pretty good. He saved the contract in the Book of Lords, not knowing when it might come in handy. The remaining items had all appeared before. Fang Hao knew their use. After checking the properties of all the items, Fang Hao went to the ranch area. Yesterday, after taking in the Pigmen village as a vassal village, he unlocked the blueprint of the stables. After building it, he could raise horses in the stables. Choosing a suitable place, he began to build. Level 1 stable, wood 720, stone 4.5, straw 350, hemp rope 180. Description, used for the breeding and training of horses. After building the stables, Fang Hao continued to upgrade them. Due to the need for bricks at level 4, he could only upgrade the stable to level 3 for now. The territory is currently divided into 3 areas: the city center, military district, and breeding district. The city center includes the Lord's Hut, warehouse, guardhouse, viscera museum, and the recently built forge. The military district has the underground cemetery, burial grounds, corridor of the dead, and the skeleton conversion field. The breeding district has the ranch, spiritual field, and stables. All 3 districts are placed in different locations. They do not interfere with each other. Fang Hao's territory is a little different from others' territories. Other races need to build residential houses for farmers and soldiers. Most of the space in their territory would be occupied by civilian buildings. But Fang Hao didn't need to do this. There were only he and Ira in the territory. They couldn't even fill one lord's hut. Hero Nelson lived in the Viscera Museum and needed no separate dwelling place. So even though he had these buildings, most of the territory was still empty, which looked exceptionally barren. Having finished all these, Ira had cooked the meal and was calling Fang Hao to eat. While eating, Fang Hao checked the regional channel again. He wanted to see everyone's progress. How's that guy who got attacked yesterday doing? I haven't heard from him all day. I guess things don't look promising. If my territory were destroyed one day, I wouldn't be surprised either. Maybe I should buy some weapons from Fang Hao later to increase my defense. Although they had survived the beastly blood boil, their safety hadn't improved at all. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the protective shield, more and more territories were being discovered by the local forces and were being obliterated. For a while, not only did the weapons in Fang Hao's hands sell like hotcakes, but even the meats that were difficult to sell a few days ago also started selling well. Yesterday, a dozen or so refugees came to my territory seeking to join. Damn, what good luck, free labor. What good luck, my ass. These folks don't seem like refugees at all, more like a gang of bandits. I only have a little over 10 village militiamen. I have a bad feeling about this. Why'd you let them join then? Aren't you afraid they'll slaughter you? I regret it too. I didn't realize it at the time. I need to get more soul crystals to recruit more soldiers, just in case. Seeing this, Fang Hao remembered the pigmen village he had taken in yesterday. This is not a game. The digitization of the world only makes it easier for the lords who have crossed over to understand this world. The native inhabitants are no less intelligent than you, and even understand this world better than you do. Therefore, contracts like the slave contract that restricts the other party are especially important. At least after the contract is signed, they won't make harmful decisions. He quickly finished his meal. Many lords privately messaged Fang Hao, asking for custom-made iron axes, iron spears, and other weapons and tools. Fang Hao made some directly and put them up for sale to them. Only when everyone was generally well off could he, as a merchant, exchange for better and rarer resources. Otherwise, if everyone was poor except him, all he could exchange for would be common resources like stones and wood. Next, Fang Hao had to deal with his own business. Today, his plan was to explore the second map he got. the ogre base. He opened the map on the Book of Lords to check the exact location. The base was to the west of his territory, which was the direction of the lost wooden spirit he had encountered before. It was just further away. After getting everything sorted, Fang Hao went straight back to his room. After lying down on his bed, he used God's presence to enter one of the skeleton cavalrymen. God's presence target, skeleton scout, compatibility 65. This time Fang Hao took a skeleton giant bat with him and headed towards the ogre base. With a clatter of hooves, he galloped all the way. He didn't pay any mind to the beasts he encountered along the way. He just rushed straight towards his destination. 2 hours later, as he neared the ogre base, he pulled the reins and halted the skeleton horse. This place was mainly composed of rugged terrain, surrounded by mountains, forming a kind of depression in the landscape. From afar, he could see the ogre base. Chaotic buildings and huge figures moving around. Fang Hao needed information, so he used God's presence again to change targets. He transferred to the skeleton giant bat on the horse's back. He launched into the air, flying towards the ogre's base. From a bird's eye view, he could get a clear picture of the entire base. The base was built against a mountainside and lacked any form of defensive facilities like walls. Apart from the crude and decaying tents, there were bones strewn on the ground and various skulls impaled on stakes. Ogre Tier 7 ogres, with their corpulent and enormous figure, stood about 3 meters tall. They only wore a piece of loincloth and wielded a giant mace. They were Tier 7 troops. Perched on the mountain ridge, the skeleton giant bat counted the number of enemies. The head count was not small. There were around 50 ogres. Once he had finished tallying the count, Fang Hao didn't linger. He flew back to the side of the skeleton cavalryman and ordered him to return to the territory. He walked straight out of the Lord's cabin. The existence of more than 50 7th-tier troops was unexpected for Fang Hao. No wonder there were no tribes near the ogre base. They must have either been annihilated long ago, ending up as food in the bellies of the ogres. Even Fang Hao felt some hesitation at this point. Destroying the ogre base would result in heavy casualties. It was uncertain whether this was worthwhile. Just as Fang Hao was deep in thought, a worker skeleton walked by him, carrying in its hands newly finished iron castings. Seeing the iron castings, a light bulb seemed to go off in his head. That's right, he still had the newly acquired equipment blueprint. Once all the troops upgrade their equipment and increase their defense, heavy losses may not necessarily be incurred. With this thought in mind, Fang Hao's confidence surged once again, and he decided to face off against these ogres. He checked the manufacturing column. He had received 3 types of new equipment blueprints: plate armor green, arm bracers green, small iron round shield green, a total of 3 green-level blueprints. The blueprints for the plate armor and arm bracers were obtained from the bronze bull. Since he previously did not have any iron plate blueprints, he didn't upgrade the equipment. In the chest he obtained from attacking the mine yesterday, he got blueprints for a small iron round shield and ferrous metal production. Plate armor 12 leather, 6 iron, 4 iron plates. Arm bracers 5 leather, 3 iron, 2 iron plates. Small iron round shield 12 wood, 5 metal parts, 2 iron plates. The skeleton soldiers responsible for territorial security numbered 54,000 and were assigned to patrol the area around the territory. Moreover, Fang Hao still had 18,867 wriggling spines unused. If Fang Hao desired, he could summon a sea of undead to wipe out all enemies. Of course, up to now, there hasn't been a need to use all the wriggling spines. For the time being, he would equip the 54,000 skeleton soldiers. He would produce 60,000 sets of equipment, including for the troops stationed at Pigman Village and Shadowin Castle. There were 174 iron casts in the warehouse. He would start by producing iron plates. Iron plate 2 iron casts. All were made, totaling 87. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 8,787 iron plates. Materials were sufficient, so he proceeded with equipment production. He set the production number for plate armor, arm bracers, and small iron round shield to 600 each. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 60,600 plate armors. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 60,600 arm bracers. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 60,600 small iron round shields. In an instant, numerous green lights appeared in the territory, making it appear as if the sky was falling. Piles of equipment filled every corner around Fang Hao. The quantities were much larger than those obtained from any prior enlargement. Even Ira, who was in the cabin, heard the sound of iron armor clashing, and she peekily looked out to investigate. Fang Hao casually picked up some of the equipment to inspect it. The plate armor and arm bracers were leather armor wrapped in iron plating to improve their defensive properties. The small iron round shield was a wooden shield covered with iron plating. In short, the addition of these 3 pieces of equipment increased the overall defense of the soldiers by more than double. This would allow them to exert greater combat power in battle. Once equipment production was complete, Fang Hao activated God's presence again, took possession of a skeleton cavalry, and gathered all the soldiers nearby to upgrade their equipment. After all the soldiers had changed their equipment, Fang Hao immediately set out an army of 30,000 infantry and 2,000 skeleton warriors armed with light crossbows, for a total force of 32,000. Fang Hao returned to his room and used God's presence to possess a skeleton soldier. Leading an army of 10,000, they marched imposingly away from their territory, heading for the ogre's stronghold, 3 hours later. As the troops approached the stronghold, the frequently appearing nomadic animals were nowhere to be seen. Aside from the rustling of the leaves when the breeze blew, not a hint of bird song or insect chirp could be heard. These ogres really are not to be trifled with. Even the birds dare not to approach. Fang Hao looked around and muttered softly. Indeed it was so. Rank 7 was the highest rank of soldier Fang Hao had encountered since crossing over. Neither the orc tribe nor the common Tauran warriors at Manhwa Market had reached this level. Add to this the brutal and gluttonous nature of the ogres, turning the surrounding area into an isolated zone without any beasts or villages. The team continued to advance quickly, the iron armor of the soldiers clinking with friction. Soon, they had advanced to a position not far from the stronghold. The scale of the army, tens of thousands strong, also drew the attention of the ogres. They rose from the ground one by one, huge clubs in hand. Amidst their roars, more than 50 colossal ogres launched an attack. The earth shook, leaves scattered in all directions. Archers fire at will. Fang Hao commanded loudly. Dense iron arrows whistled out, yet the ogres blocked their heads with their massive arms, their footsteps never hesitating for a moment. Several ogres were promptly riddled with arrowheads, and blood flowed from their bodies and arms. When the ogres were still 500 meters away, Fang Hao issued the command for a full attack. Everyone attack, kill them all. At the same time, Fang Hao blew the war horn. Circle after circle of faint ripples enveloped all the skeleton soldiers, amplifying their movement speed and attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 30,000-strong skeleton corps mobilized. Their footsteps gradually quickened, and finally they were running full tilt, charging towards the oncoming ogres. Aloud, the skeleton soldier in the lead was hit by the ogre's massive club. Like a kite with its string cut, it flew backwards, landing beside Fang Hao. Fang Hao looked at the skeleton in front of him, which was still wobbling in an attempt to stand up again. Its plate armor, however, had already caved in, forming an eye-catching dent. The skeleton soldier seemed to have not suffered much damage. He shook his head, paused for 2 seconds, and then continued to attack the ogre. It seemed that the plate armor played a significant role. If it was still wearing the previous simple leather armor, this skeleton, when hit, would definitely be crushed to pieces. With each swing of their clubs, a number of skeleton soldiers were sent flying, crushed to pieces. But the number of skeleton soldiers was like a swarm of locusts in a plague, fearlessly charging and attacking the target in front of them. Fang Hao didn't just watch the battle. He unsheathed his iron sword and joined the melee. Splat, splat. The skeleton soldiers desperately swung their weapons, but the ogres had thick skin and dense flesh. Although they were only wearing a covering cloth, it was difficult to inflict lethal damage on them. In contrast, with each swing of the ogre's wooden club, several skeletons were sent flying and crushed into piles of broken bones. Fang Hao slid forward, dodging to the side of an ogre. With 2 quick slashes, he left 2 cut marks on the ogre's sturdy, hairy thigh. This won't work, going on like this. Seeing that the battle turning into a tug-of-war, Fang Hao began to consider other strategies. At that moment, the ogre's covering cloth caught Fang Hao's attention. Then he revealed a cold smirk. You may have thick skin, but I don't believe it is as thick. Before his words fell, Fang Hao thrust his sword towards the ogre's groin. The sound of a blade piercing through flesh resounded. The ogre that was previously in a frenzy, roaring and wielding a massive club, suddenly stiffened. It collapsed to the ground, emitting a painful howl. Its heart-wrenching screams filled the sky, attracting the attention of all the ogres. The skeletons naturally wouldn't pass up this perfect opportunity. They launched an attack at the collapsed ogre. A barrage of shield strikes, like an intense rain, continuously battered the ogre's head. The small chance of causing dizziness due to the frequent attacks occurred more often, causing the howls to sound intermittently. Fang Hao flicked the blood off his sword, glanced at the weak points of all the ogres, and said solemnly, "Aim for their groin." The ogres may not understand Fang Hao's language, but they could feel the focus of Fang Hao's gaze. Coupled with seeing the ogre whose groin was gushing blood, their faces turned ashen, and their legs clenched tightly together. The skeletons heard Fang Hao's command. They stopped hacking wildly, and whether they had a sword or spear, they aimed from all angles, attacking the ogre's groin. Even if the ogres tried to defend, they could not cover all fronts. For a moment, all the ogres had suffered attacks on their lower bodies. Their howls filled the atmosphere. The battle between the two sides lasted for more than an hour. In the end, it was the skeleton army who relied on their sheer numbers to secure final victory. They killed all the ogres. Fang Hao looked at the scene before him and shook his head slightly. The ogres' bodies lay scattered about, and each one had sustained varying degrees of damage to their groin, blood flowing everywhere. The skeletons' losses were even more severe, with shattered craniums and broken limbs littered across the ground. Some skeletons' bodies were even flattened into an iron pancake along with their armor, pasted to the ground. Fang Hao let out a sigh. In this battle, about 8,000 skeletons had died. In addition, many of the surviving skeletons were badly damaged. 2,000 of you follow me, the rest clean up the battlefield. Fang Hao gave his orders loudly. All the skeletons began to move again, starting to clean up the battlefield. Fang Hao, accompanied by a few skeletons, strode straight into the ogre's lair. The ogre's dwelling place was akin to a massive garbage dump. The entire campsite was littered with foul and murky water, skulls of various species hoisted high on wooden stakes, hanging like grandiose banners in midair. Dismantle all the tents and gather up the beast skins. After looking at several tents, besides the beast skins on the ground, there was nothing but beds. Of course, there was nothing else to collect. Following Fang Hao's orders, the skeletons began to tear down these crude shelters, bringing out all manner of beast skins. Fang Hao continued the search. Such a stronghold with powerful 7th Order ogres surely wouldn't be without a treasure chest. With the skeletons searching and dismantling tents along the way, they finally found a golden treasure chest in a tent by a broken wall. Fang Hao took a deep breath and opened the golden chest. Acquired construction blueprint for stone processing factory, green. Blueprint for trolls, brewing barrel, blue. 11 troll stones, 120 warfare coins. The gold chest from the ogres was quite rewarding. A green construction blueprint and a blue crafting blueprint were found. Stone processing factory, wood 2200, stone 1800, thatch 550, leather 320, rope 400. Description: through processing, the excavated stone can be made into squared bricks. Yeah, upon seeing this description, Fang Hao couldn't help but rejoice. The halt in all construction works was due to the dearth of stone bricks. Consequently, aside from special positions, all the laboring skeletons were assigned to dismantle the buildings in Shadowin Castle for their stone bricks. The progress of this work was extremely slow. Now that he had obtained the blueprint for the stone processing factory, he could arrange for workers to start producing squared bricks upon returning. He continued to examine the second blueprint. This was the first blue blueprint that he had acquired from opening a treasure chest. Troll brewing barrel, wood 120, hardwood planks 50, metal parts 22, iron 5, iron plates 12, essence of wine 2. Description: a gigantic wine barrel crafted by alcohol-loving trolls. Simply add ingredients and clean water into the barrel and you can enjoy pure wine. Holy moly, with this barrel couldn't I open a tavern? Just add the ingredients and clean water and it will automatically transform into wine. That's way too convenient. Currently within my territory, Ira is responsible for preparing food, and she does a pretty good job, but all we have to drink every day is boiled clean water. I have missed the taste of beverages more than once. With this barrel, it could solve the problem of drinks. I just don't know how the wine tastes. Does it cater to human taste? After reading the information of the blueprint, I continue to check the troll stone. Troll stone category, or description: a rare ore containing the wild beliefs of trolls. Yet another unique ore. I'd better stash it away for now, who cares if it's useful later. After checking the awarded items, the skeletons have also completed their tasks. The battlefield was cleaned up, and this foothold was completely flattened. The scattered bones were buried by the skeletons who dug a pit. Load the wagon, bring back all the spoils, especially the bodies of the ogres. Fang Hao shouted loud. Upon death, the ogres dropped 12 wriggling spines, but more importantly, Fang Hao desired the ogres' bodies. By throwing the ogres' bodies into the skeleton conversion field, he could have his own 3-meter-tall troops. He could summon them by using up the wriggling spines. Swiftly, the skeletons loaded the wagon and tied up everything with hemp ropes. The main force took all the spoils and began to return to the territory. Unimpeded along the way, the large group made it back to the territory. Fang Hao withdrew from the god's present state and left the lord's hut. He first incorporated the 2 blueprints and tossed 120 warfare coins into his own money box. He then coordinated the skeletons to categorize the spoils. The bodies of the 50 ogres were dumped into the skeleton conversion pool for transformation. Whether it's because the ogres' level is high or they just have tough hides, each body required 10 minutes to transform. While waiting for the transformation to complete, Fang Hao went to check on the brick production. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the skeletons, 127 units of bricks were available. Things that have been built are really not that easy to dismantle. Fortunate for Fang Hao, he obtained the blueprint of a stone processing factory. In the previously designated industrial area, he chose a piece of vacant land to build the factory. As the light faded, the building was completed after 10 minutes. Stone processing factory place, 5 workers. Raw material, stone to production. Bricks description. Through processing, mined stone can be made into regular bricks. Fang Hao immediately selected 5 skeletons. 3 spontaneous skeletons entered the factory, while the other 2 went to the warehouse to bring stone materials to the factory. The setup of the factory was completed. The first ogre body was also successfully converted in the skeleton conversion field. Fang Hao immediately stepped forward and checked the attributes. Skeleton Troll Tier 1. Skills: Fleshless Body, Brutal Cleave, Innate Abilities, Intermediate Mastery in Combat, Intermediate Mastery in Defense. Fleshless Body, Passive Skill: It reduces physical damage received by 35. Brutal Cleave, Active Skill: Strikes the target, increasing damage by 15 and has a knockback effect on smaller targets. Note: the skeletal soldier transformed from a corpse still retains its characteristics and attack methods from when it was alive. The transformed skeleton troll dropped from a Tier 7 creature to Tier 5. Still being almost 3 meters tall with a towering physique, its snow-white skeleton is now exposed without any covering cloth. It has become the highest-tiered and best attribute soldier in Fang Hao's hands. While the fleshless body skill seems to be an undead skill, it is also related to the troll's abilities when it was alive. Fang Hao remembers clearly, the impact of physical attacks was minimal when facing the siege of the skeletal army. If not for some underhanded tricks employed by Fang Hao, his side might have suffered even greater losses. So the fleshless body skill, which reduces physical damage by 35, plays an important role in close combat. No need to elaborate on the brutal cleave, Fang Hao witnessed it personally. Skeletal soldiers were sent flying or smashed into fragments. It can be said that this skeleton troll is a powerful soldier. Opening the conversion field manual page. Unlocked entries: Skeleton Orc Warrior Tier 1, Skeleton Wolf Cavalry Tier 2, Skeleton Giant Bat Tier 3, Skeleton Troll Tier 5. The 4 types of unlocked troops can all be recruited by Fang Hao via consuming wriggling spines. When thousands of skeleton trolls appear on the battlefield, what kind of scene would that be on the battlefield? Thinking of this, Fang Hao couldn't wait to find a target to test the combat power of the troll army. While Fang Hao was thinking, the second skeleton troll was also successfully transformed. The 2 enormous bodies stood before Fang Hao, waiting for his instructions on the spot. Fang Hao slapped his forehead. Right, weapons. In the previous battle, the trolls' weapons were just large wooden clubs. Because of their huge size, even a wooden club could be very destructive. Since those were just ordinary wooden clubs, they were not counted as spoils of war and brought back. So what kind of weapons should he arrange for them now? Suddenly, Fang Hao thought of battle axes. He had received a battle axe order from the Bronze Bull. The Tauren are nearly 2.5 meters tall. Although they are not as tall as trolls, they are quite close. The battle axes that the Tauren use should be suitable for the trolls. You go to the warehouse and bring an axe. Fang Hao pointed at one of the skeleton trolls and said, "Last time, Fang Hao used a 100-fold amplification to make 30 axes. He gave 3,000 axes to the Bronze Bull and left 30 axes in the warehouse. These massive and heavy axes couldn't be used by the previous skeletal soldiers and had been left unused in the warehouse. Now it was time to see if the skeleton trolls could use them. Hearing Fang Hao's command, the skeleton troll went to the warehouse, brought back an axe, and returned. It needs to be said, the size of the axe matches the physique of the troll perfectly. Especially since this is an official weapon, it is definitely far more destructive than a wooden club. Battle Axe Green Category. Battle Axe Damage. Tier 3 Damage Description. Iron and blood, pain and roars always dominate the battlefield. Alright, you two pick up the axes and patrol the territory. Said Fang Hao, transforming ogres takes a decent amount of time, so waiting for all 50 ogres to appear is quite time-consuming. Once that's done, tasks need to be assigned en masse. Just finished handling that. Ira then moved her snow-white legs, walked over and said, "Master, it's time for dinner. Since I woke up pretty late today, most of my time was wasted on the road back and forth. After annihilating the ogre hideouts, I returned to my territory at dusk." I settled down at the dining table, and Ira served dinner. Today's main course is steamed fish and oatmeal with sheep's milk. The spiritual field on my territory has already produced several mature crops. I also never stopped trading for new crop seeds on the area channel and assigned the skeleton workers to plant them. Similarly, the unicorns in the pasture have started to produce milk, allowing me to taste the long-anticipated sheep's milk. Ever since Ira arrived at my territory, I no longer have to worry about meals. Ira's cooking skills are quite decent. She tries different things every day. Even though the food is simple, she can always make a variety of flavors. Master, try the steamed fish. Ira picked up a piece of fish and fed it to me. Her cute face was full of anticipation, and her bunny ears trembled slightly. The fish was traded from someone else on the channel. Ira learned how to use chopsticks from me. I opened my mouth and allowed Ira to feed me. After chewing gently, I complimented, "Not bad, the taste is very good." Hearing my praise, Ira's face blossomed into a smile. "Master, eat more. It won't be good tomorrow if it's left." "Okay, let's eat," I smiled and said. After dinner, Ira began to clean up the dishes, and I, leaning on the bench, lightly patted my swollen belly. Yikes, I accidentally ate too much again. While resting, I opened the Book of Lords. It's not just to pass the time. I'm planning to sell all the replaced equipment. I listed 54,000 pieces of simple leather armor and hardwood shield directly. I plan to exchange them for various resources and materials. As soon as 100,000 pieces of equipment were listed, the channel erupted. Holy shit, I'm dumbfounded. Lord Fang Hao listed 100,000 pieces of equipment. I'm flabbergasted. How is this possible? Even with blueprints, who has the raw materials for 100,000 sets of armor? This is impossible. What's impossible about it? Can the Lord be the same as you? I grabbed 20 sets. All my militia have them now. They are used, but the price is fair. I also bought some. They clearly show signs of use. Do you think Lord Fang Hao's army has already reached tens of thousands? Otherwise, why are there so many used armors? The one above me is smart, but how much food would you need for an army of tens of thousands? Even if you have enough soul crystals, you wouldn't have enough food. No, you're the one without a brain. Then explain why all the armors are used. Okay, stop arguing. When I marry Lord Fang Hao, I'll tell you the answer. The sale of my armor caused quite a stir in the channel. The squabble between those two subsided after they ran out of their 10 free chat opportunities and got replaced by other chat content. The 50,000 sets of armor and 50,000 shields I listed also rapidly dwindled amidst the chatter. Even though these are vanilla armors, not everyone has them. I closed the Book of Lords and returned to my room. As I lay in bed, I used God's presence again. The next second, I was directly in the body of the skeletons stationed at the pigmen village. They were to assist in the defense of the village. Fang Hao controlled the skeleton soldiers to descend from the city wall, coming face to face with the pigmen clan leader, Petty. "Petty, how is the progress?" Fang Hao walked up to him and softly asked. A skeleton approached head-on, suddenly speaking, startling Petty and making him tremble, his big ears rising. Then he quickly realized that Fang Hao was once again using a spell to control the skeletons. "My lord," Petty hurriedly saluted, and the group of pig-headed humans behind him followed suit. "All right, take me to see your progress." Fang Hao directly said. "Yes, my lord, please follow me." One Petty led Fang Hao out of the village. After a 20-minute walk across the forest, they reached the mining area. Outside the mine, the construction of the wall has already started, along with simple wooden houses and pigmen left on watch. "Following your instructions, my lord, the defense wall has begun construction, and the roads are also being worked on," Petty explained on the side. After officially becoming a subject of Fang Hao, the pigmen village experienced a significant development. The basic structures within the village were upgraded by Fang Hao. You could say that it boosted the village's development by several years, but these changes did not bring joy to the pigmen. Instead, their hearts were filled with apprehension as they carefully carried out the tasks assigned by Fang Hao. This fear towards Fang Hao wasn't just because he was their lord, but more so because of his ability to control the undead army and his various peculiar abilities. The pig-headed human hierarchy had private discussions about this matter. Was Fang Hao a human with special abilities, or was he an undead disguised as a human? No one could figure it out, but they all agreed on one thing. They couldn't afford to provoke Fang Hao and give him an opportunity to dispose of their village. Therefore, they didn't dare slack off on the tasks assigned by Fang Hao. All of the men, women, and children in the village were mobilized to construct defense walls and roads. Seeing Fang Hao silent, the pig-headed humans close by immediately became nervous, their manners showing their fearfulness. "Good, the progress isn't bad." After a slight pause, Fang Hao softly spoke. "Hugh." Suddenly, there were several relieved sighs from behind him. "As long as my lord is pleased, we are just doing our jobs." Petty stood by, speaking softly. "Okay, arrange for people to go to the main territory tomorrow and bring back some household items for the residents." Fang Hao spoke again. The standard of living in the pigmen village wasn't high, given its nature as a small village. After Fang Hao obliterated the Fireblade tribe, he garnered thousands of sets of wooden beds and various furniture pieces. He sold some in the regional channel but still had leftovers. He planned to give these items to Pigmen Village, which could improve their living environment. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Petty and the others looked bewildered. They quickly responded, "Ah. Oh, okay, I'll arrange for people to go first thing in the morning. All right, that's it for now, I'm leaving." After saying this, Fang Hao immediately dropped the god's present state. The uncontrolled skeleton's soul fire in its pupils was extinguished. After standing still for 2 seconds, it walked straight toward the direction of the pigman village, returning to its original position. Clan leader, what does the Lord mean by this? An older pig-headed human asked, puzzled. Petty hurriedly waved his hand in dismissal and softly called Bolton. Bolton immediately stepped forward, clan leader. Right, Bolton. You will take people to the main territory first thing tomorrow morning to collect the household items that the Lord mentioned. Yes, clan leader. Bolton nodded in understanding. All right, let's go back then, Petty quietly said, leading the rest of the pigmen back to the village. After dropping the god's present state, Fang Hao woke up from bed. He opened the window and looked at the sky outside. It was gradually getting darker. In a world without computers and smartphones, it was about the right time to go to bed. He wasn't sure whether or not it was a result of consuming the magic potion. In his original world, he was popular amongst mosquitoes, but in this world, he no longer had that concern. Even if mosquitoes appeared, he showed no signs of being bitten. Knock, knock, knock. The door was tapped lightly. Master, you're up. It's hot today. Would you like me to prepare bathwater for you? Ira's voice rang out from outside the door. This was due to her hearing Fang Hao's movements and coming to remind him. Fang Hao thought a little. A bath sounded rather good. All right, go ahead. As you wish, master. Please wait a moment. The sound of Ira's footsteps faded away. Soon after, when Fang Hao descended the stairs and arrived at the bathroom, warm water had already been prepared in the bathtub. Fang Hao shed his clothes and comfortably sank into the tub. Ah, this is great. Indeed, it must be said, Ira was very thoughtful. The water temperature was perfect. The bathroom filled with a faint steam. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and Ira, wearing a simple tube top and shorts, walked in. Her snow-white skin, beaded with droplets of mist, appeared even more translucent and lustrous. Master, let me help you cleanse your body. As she said this, she stood by the tub, scrubbing Fang Hao's back. Fang Hao didn't utter a word, just enjoyed the gentle motions of the young girl. Both of them were clear about it, the relationship between a master and a servant in this era. The intimate atmosphere continued for quite a while. After Fang Hao had finished bathing, Ira served him by helping him dress, her face flushed. Early the next day, Fang Hao was awakened by a knock on the door. Come in. Ira opened the door and said, Master, Mr. Bolton has arrived with his people. Oh, they've come so early. Fang Hao said, yawning and stretching. Ira walked into the room where she helped Fang Hao to dress properly. Master, what would you like for breakfast? Ira asked softly. Something simple would do. Fang Hao replied, all right, with what had transpired the previous night. Ira attended to Fang Hao without the previous restraint and shyness. Their relationship had become much closer. After getting dressed and finishing his washing, Fang Hao walked directly into the manor house. From a distance, he saw Bolton leading a group of pig-headed humans, all waiting on a bench. Upon seeing Fang Hao, they hurriedly stood and bowed, Good morning, Lord. Ira invited Bolton and his men to wait in the hall. However, the pigmen chose to wait outside, for the Lord to awaken from his slumber. All right, let's go to the warehouse and see what you all need. Fang Hao yawned and led the group towards the warehouse. Bolton nodded and led the other pigmen to follow closely behind Fang Hao. Thanks to Fang Hao's favorable impression of Bolton, his status in the pigmen village had risen significantly. Outside of the village's clan leader and several elders, Bolton had the highest prestige. Plus, Fang Hao's domain was truly intimidating. Outside and within his domain, barring the bunny girl they'd just seen, all that moved were well-equipped skeleton bones. This made the pigmen, who were already terrified of Fang Hao, even more apprehensive and cautious. After passing through several buildings, they arrived at a large open space enclosed by a fence. The open space was stacked with a variety of scavenged items as well as a massive amount of basic resources. Those beds and furniture there, I believe they're better than yours. Load them up and you can take them later. Fang Hao pointed out. Bolton and the others stared at the scene before them, their eyes wide. To collect so much furniture, how many tribes had their lord annihilated? Upon further thought, their decision to surrender and pledge allegiance was indeed a wise one. Thank you, Lord. Bolton and the others expressed their gratitude and started to load the items onto the cart. By the way, have you guys already had breakfast? Would you like me to have breakfast prepared for you? Fang Hao continued to ask. We've already eaten. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Bolton promptly answered. They hadn't slept until now like Fang Hao. The journey from the pigmen village to Fang Hao's domain took a few hours' travel. They'd already eaten breakfast and set out from the village at the crack of dawn. Fang Hao nodded, allowing them to load the items onto their carts themselves. 1. Bolton came over again. First he gave a small nod to Ira, then walked over to Fang Hao's side. Sir, the clan leader asked me to share some intel with you. Bolton began standing by Fang Hao's side. What kind of intel? Let's have it. Fang Hao started to feel curious. He just contacted Petty the day before, but didn't hear anything about any intel. Yet in the morning, a message was delivered. This is it, to the west of the village. There's a site held by a group of powerful elemental creatures, Bolton said, and then carefully observed Fang Hao, checking to see whether he was interested. Surely enough, upon hearing the news, a gleam shot through Fang Hao's pupils. The news of the site was quite tempting for Fang Hao as he viewed it as a unique wilderness location. Keep talking, Fang Hao said. There's nothing more, nothing more. How many monsters are there, and what kind are they? Fang Hao proceeded to ask more questions. Bolton stroked his fat chin and continued. The creatures are all elemental beings, ranging from Tier 4 to Tier 5, and quite a handful in number. Fang Hao fell into contemplation. Elemental creatures were scarce in this world. Up to now, Fang Hao had only encountered a lost wood servant spirit, which was a type of wood element creature. But wood servant spirits were summoned creatures that would completely lose their way upon the death of their masters and start attacking any nearby creatures that came by at random. Fang Hao eventually triumphed over them with his skeleton army and wiped them out. Do you have a map? Fang Hao inquired. Bolton still shook his head no, but I can find the way. Very well, once you're done loading, we will set off together. We will first visit the village, and then the site as you've mentioned. Fang Hao immediately made up his mind. Gradually expanding his territory was his plan from the very beginning. As he heard about the site from Bolton, he decided to explore it first and see if there were any special artifacts to be discovered. Are we heading out today? Bolton was somewhat surprised. Don't they need to prepare for the creatures in the site? Is there any issue? Fang Hao responded with a question. Oh no, none at all. I will urge them to speed up, Bolton said and ran over to the warehouse again. He urged the pigmen who were loading the furniture to speed up their work. After Bolton's departure, Fang Hao started to prepare for the upcoming fight. As there have been no major battles recently, he had not employed the hundredfold amplification to expand his forces. This time, he had to be ready. He first arrived at the skeleton conversion field to recruit skeleton trolls. He had unlocked Tier 5 forces the previous day and planned to test their might today. Due to the increase to Tier 5, the resources spent on raising the number of forces also increased proportionally. Recruitment of skeleton trolls. Wriggling Spine 5, Death Trace 2, Troll Stone 1, the system notified. Fang Hao increased the number of recruitment to 11. The hundredfold amplification was activated, recruiting 1111 skeleton trolls. With a sudden glow, 1111 tall skeleton trolls appeared before Fang Hao, even when his territory had expanded significantly. The appearance of these 3-meter-tall trolls still made his territory seem much more crowded. Skeleton trolls were Tier 5 forces, and also the strongest close combat forces Fang Hao had on hand. Next, Fang Hao crafted 1111 axes for the skeleton trolls. The only pity was that the plate armor provided by the Taurens didn't fit the massive bodies of the trolls. Otherwise, after equipping the metal armor, their combat power would have increased exponentially. Sir, we're done. We can set off now. Bolton and the others approached and saw the thousands of giant axe-wielding skeletons, their mouths agape. He was unsure how so many gigantic skeleton soldiers appeared while he was away from Fang Hao for just a while. The sense of oppression and death these tall and robust skeletons exuded was several times that of ordinary skeletons. Just by looking at them, the feeling of being engulfed by the aura of death was overwhelming. All right, let's set off, Fang Hao said. Yes, sir, Bolton said, and then quickly led the troops, leaving the territory ahead of everyone else. Fang Hao let the soldiers go ahead while he stayed behind to briefly arrange the situation with Ira. He would leave 20,000 soldiers with Ira. To protect the territory, they should suffice. Within the nearby regions, there was no power that posed a threat to his territory. Fang Hao was confident about this. After reminding them of the measures, Fang Hao then followed the main army out of the city, heading towards Pigman Village. This time, Fang Hao brought along 1,100 skeleton trolls, 20,000 skeleton soldiers, and pikemen. His mighty army left the territory in great pomp. All the beasts they encountered along the way scattered and fled. 3 hours later, the army reached Pigman Village. Seeing trucks of furniture being unloaded, the pigmen all wore joyous expressions on their faces. These furniture pieces were far superior to what they owned in their homes. Sir, you came in person. Petty came out to greet Fang Hao. I'm planning to visit the site. I kept the main army away from the village to avoid causing panic, Fang Hao said softly. Bolton quickly leaned into Petty's ear and whispered something. That many. Petty exclaimed in surprise. Apparently, Bolton had shared with Petty about the forces Fang Hao brought along, leaving her utterly shocked. After her shock, Petty quickly composed herself. Looking at Fang Hao, she asked, "Sir, what do you need me to do?" "I don't need the pigmen's help for the battle, but I do need a quiet room where I am not disturbed by anyone," Fang Hao replied. Upon hearing that the pigmen were not needed for the battle, both Petty and Bolton breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid of Fang Hao using them as cannon fodder. Fortunately, all he needed was a room. "There's a vacant room in the clan leader's office. It's quiet and no one will disturb you," Petty told him. "Good, lead me there, Bolton. Get ready to lead the way once I return." "As you command, sir." Fang Hao followed Petty into a vacant room. The room was squeaky clean, but it had been a while since anyone had lived there. "Sir, this is my old room. It's been empty for a while." "Do you need anything else?" Petty explained. This was her previous room. When she took over as clan leader, she moved into the main bedroom and left this room vacant. "No need. Go and inform the villagers that anyone approaching here will face attack from the skeleton soldiers." Fang Hao gave another reminder. "Oh, I'll go and tell them right away." Petty, sensing the severity in Fang Hao's voice, quickly nodded to show she understood. Petty left to tell the villagers not to approach the clan leader's office. The skeleton soldiers who were stationed in Pigman Village split into groups of 500 and surrounded the entire building of the clan leader's office. In case of a battle, the skeletons could hold them off for a while, allowing Fang Hao to awaken instantly. Everything was handled properly. Fang Hao then laid down on the bed and entered the state of God's presence. God's presence target, skeleton soldier, compatibility 88. After possessing a skeleton soldier, Fang Hao strode out of the hall. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Bolton patiently waiting. "Bolton, we can set off now." Without needing to look at any map, he could remember every location clearly. He remembered clearly where detours were needed and where monster strongholds were located. After leaving Pigman Village, the large team headed west. They crossed through forests and mountain valleys. The disturbed wild beasts let out a few roars of anger, then left. They avoided this army composed of bones. Finally, in the long march, the team entered the ruins. A clear isolation zone was formed between the city ruins and the forest. Behind them was a lush forest. In front, however, was a barren waste where nothing grew. In the distance, they could see a city ruin. Most of the city wall had collapsed, and among the rubble and rotting wood, a few weeds were growing, adding some green to the pale gray scene. "Sir, we have entered the ruins," one Bolton said. Fang Hao also knew that this was the ruins. After all, he was not blind. He could see the difference between here and the outside world. "Where are the elemental creatures you mentioned?" Fang Hao asked curiously. He looked around but didn't see any elemental creatures. He didn't even see a single mouse. "Sir, when we get closer, they will appear," one Bolton quickly replied. Fang Hao nodded. He pointed at a lucky skeleton soldier and ordered, "Go, scout ahead." The skeleton soldier walked out of the team and strode forward. About 200 meters in, a layer of mist suddenly rose from the ground. The mist wrapped around the scouting skeleton. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes, closely observing the mist. Just then, ziz, in the mist, several flashes of lightning, like electric currents, struck the scouting skeleton. Its body flew backward, and by the time it landed, it had become a scattering of bones, killed in one hit. A sense of heaviness immediately filled Fang Hao's heart. Even when they encountered a level 7 ogre, a skeleton soldier wearing plate armor could withstand a strike. However, it was killed instantly by the creature in the mist. "Attack, kill them." Fang Hao immediately ordered. The creatures in the mist were powerful, but their numbers were not high. Fang Hao's battle style was quite straightforward. For him, the strong prey upon the weak and the many terrorize the few. As for tactics and ingenious strategies, he did not need them at the moment. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers and 1,100 skeleton ogres ran past Fang Hao and Bolton, with the sound of crunching bones and clashing armor filling the battlefield. A sea of gleaming skeletons charged at the mist. Ziz, brilliant arcs of lighting shot from the mist, constantly striking the skeletons. Fortunately, the skeleton ogres were enormous and only suffered some impacts, not being killed instantly. On the contrary, the normal skeleton soldiers could not withstand such impacts. They were killed with a single strike. Soon, the skeleton army charged into the mist. The tide of the army pushed out the creatures inside the mist. They appeared in Fang Hao's line of sight. Air elemental 5th order description. The remnants of the magic dust settled and agglomerated to produce an air elemental. In a favorable environment, it will display extraordinary and frightful power. The air elemental looked as though it was made of collected clouds. The upper half of its body had a human-like silhouette, while the lower half looked like floating mist. It resembled the scene of Aladdin's genie in its entrance in a cartoon series. It's an air elemental. This wasn't something Fang Hao had expected. He had assumed that elemental creatures, based on his use of the wood spirits, would follow the 5 elements. metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The occurring of an air elemental, it made him reconsider his original beliefs. Perhaps this world doesn't conform to conventional notions. The air elementals engaged in fierce combat with the skeleton ogres. Fortunately, air elementals were also living entities, not an elusive mist. When attacked by a giant axe, they too would get hurt and cry out in painful roars. Sizzle. Off in the distance, an air elemental is relentlessly forced out of the fog by 5 skeleton trolls. Its gaseous arm points, and a lightning bolt hits one of them before immediately spreading to 2 others, like a serpent made of electricity. The 3 struck skeleton ogres stiffened slightly, and from where they were hit, white smoke began to rise. However, the skeleton ogres only sustained some damage, raising their war axes, striking at the body of the air elemental overhead. The 5 war axes repeatedly fell, completely annihilating the air elemental. It turned into a plume of smoke which gradually dissipated in the air. The battle was still ongoing. Roar. When the last air elemental was completely destroyed, the fog obscuring the view around them also gradually cleared. Are there any other creatures? Fang Hao asked Bolton, who stood beside him. I don't know, we've been blocked out by these air elementals. Bolton immediately answered. They couldn't even eliminate these air elementals, so naturally, they had no idea whether there were any other monsters inside. Fang Hao nodded and ordered the skeleton soldiers to search the surrounding area for any treasure chests or other spoils of war. Before long, a skeleton soldier came striding over, carrying a silver treasure chest. With it was tossed in front of Fang Hao. Seeing the treasure chest, Fang Hao's mood improved somewhat. He hasn't even entered the ruined city and already he has acquired a treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest. Obtain, Mist-Enshrouded Skill Scroll, Air Elemental Summoning Skill Scroll, Trace of the Sky 2, 87 Warfare Coins. There were a total of 3 rewards. 2 of them were Air Elemental Magic. This almost caused Fang Hao to jump up in excitement. Since he had taken the Magic Revelation Potion, he was able to learn various magic skills. This time, he acquired 2 more kinds of magic, which enhanced his ability to defend himself. Currently speaking, with the Hundredfold Enhancement, the strength of his territory is not weak. As long as Fang Hao had time to gather his forces, he could compete with all the forces around his territory. But the weakness is also very obvious. His personal strength was too weak. In the face of assassination or other targeted tactics, he would struggle to respond. Therefore, strengthening himself, enhancing his skill to increase his survival rate, was equally crucial to the development of his territory. These 2 skills happened to be what he needed. He suppressed his excitement and began to check the rewards he acquired. Mist Wrap category, Air Elemental Magic Level, Level 3 Magic Ability. The mist will cover the battlefield, reducing the enemy's field of vision by 75 and morale by 15. Description, ready for a game of hide and seek. Toy with your opponent in the mist, unable to distinguish friend from foe within 3 meters. This skill is identical to the mist that Fang Hao had just witnessed. It doesn't seem to have the same effect as before. In the previous situation, the density of the cloud and fog was such that only when the air elemental was forced out could the creatures inside the fog be seen. But this skill scroll seems to have greatly reduced that ability. He continued to the next skill scroll, Elemental Guard Air. 1. Ability summons 2 air elemental attendants to fight in tandem for a duration of 30 minutes. Description, war is never fought alone. Use the natural energy around you, summon attendants to launch attacks on the enemy. This was Fang Hao's second summoning skill. The first one summoned wood attendants, this time it is air attendants. He wonders whether all of them can be summoned at the same time. He secured all the loot. Fang Hao turned to Bolton again. Bolton, wait for us here. As you command, sir. Bolton immediately responded. He didn't want to enter into the ruins, and now that Fang Hao asked him to stay behind, he felt a sense of relief. Of course, Fang Hao has his own motives. He himself has secrets he doesn't want others to know, and Bolton wasn't exactly helpful moving forward either. Better to have him wait here, making both parties feel more at ease. Okay, let's continue to move forward. Fang Hao waved his hand, and the skeleton army marched on in unison, stepping towards the ruined city. Traveling along the mud-covered road, they crossed the desolate city gate and entered the city. The city was in ruins, with the remaining towering stone walls teetering, and the eye could only see debris and rotten beams. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hao has the feeling that the city has been bombed. Just then, a fireball flies in from a distance. The fireball hit a skeleton. The explosion flung its body into the air. Its metal armor was dented, leaving black burn marks behind. Fang Hao got startled and immediately looked in the direction of the attack. There can be seen elemental creatures engulfed with flames roaming in abundance amidst the rubble in the distance. Fire Elemental Tier 6 Description. Aggressive fire elementals, born from the fury of elemental magic. If you anger them, be prepared to endure a scorching inferno. more and more fire elementals emerge, occupying the entire city. One after another, searing fireballs flew towards the skeleton army. Kill, Fang Hao coldly ordered, and the entire skeleton army immediately fanned out, attacking the continually appearing fire elementals. Fang Hao himself also drew his iron sword. After dodging a rapidly shot fireball, he charged directly at the fire elemental. Approaching, he immediately unleashed a shield strike. The iron-wrapped shield directly struck the fire elemental on its head. Flames fluttered from the elemental's body, but it didn't seem to be stunned. Fang Hao dodged the elemental's counterattack by lowering his head and swiftly swung his sword twice in succession. 2 sword marks appeared on the fiery body. Simultaneously, the skeletons by Fang Hao's side continuously wielded their weapons, inflicting persistent damage on the fire elemental. Another fireball flies. Fang Hao immediately raised his shield to block. The fireball hit the shield. Its immense force caused him to stumble back a few steps before regaining his balance. He quickly moved forward, continuing to engage with the fire elemental in front of him. Having understood the attack method of the fire elemental, a cold laugh flashed in Fang Hao's heart. Thinking it was no big deal the second he thought that, Fang Hao suddenly discovered a ring of fire suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Just as he wanted to move from the center of the ring, a pillar of flame surged upward, swallowing him and other 2 skeleton soldiers. Fang Hao sat up on the bed. Taking a look at his surroundings, he confirmed that the skeleton he had been controlling is deceased. Taking a deep breath, he immediately reinitiated the God's Presence ritual. Once again possessing the body of a skeleton soldier, he rejoined the battlefield. The recent Ring of Fire was apparently a fire elemental's ability. Occasionally appearing, it burned the only Tier 1 skeleton soldiers directly into ashes. However, this Circle of Fire ability didn't inflict as much damage to the skeleton trolls. On the contrary, these trolls, adept at fighting, made the enemy constantly retreat. With a single stroke of his sword, Fang Hao completely annihilated the fire elemental before him. The rest of the battles were also gradually coming to an end. With the numerical advantage of the skeleton army, and the existence of a 5th-tier skeleton troll, several hundred fire elementals were quickly annihilated. Fang Hao was just about to give the order to clear the battlefield. A magic arrow engulfed in flames was aimed directly at him. Fang Hao instinctively raised his shield, blocking the fireball. The magic arrow shattered before him, turning into scattered sparks. Suddenly looking to the side, he saw a mummified corpse wrapped in tattered robes, quietly chanting a spell. Restless Mage Tier 7 description. Natural mages are the world's top scholars. Their spiritual power, far exceeding that of ordinary people, prevents them from resting even in death, their fragmented souls trapped in their bodies, wandering aimlessly. This long-dead mage hadn't undergone a professional or traditional mummification process. With every movement, dried and wrinkled skin fell off his face like sand. The state of decay of his body was hindering his movements. Despite his powerful magic power or ability to delay body decomposition, in a few decades, this body would be completely decayed. Seeing him chant another spell, Fang Hao immediately ordered, "Quick, kill him." These deceased mages were merely undead, who knew what major attack the next spell might incite. The closest skeleton soldiers charged towards the undead mage. It seemed the mage had sensed this. His chanting faltered slightly, and he promptly summoned 4 fire elemental souls in an attempt to block the advancing skeleton soldiers. But the 4 fire elementals weren't nearly enough to oppose the numerous skeleton army. Within moments of coming into contact, before they could unleash a simple fireball, they were either killed by a flurry of swords or chopped by a chaotic axe. The undead mage, upon seeing the abrupt annihilation of his summoned souls, began to retreat while ceasing his spell chants. "Kill him," Fang Hao urged once more. There could be a potential danger here. The skeleton soldiers lunged towards the retreating undead mage. Apparently, both the close combat ability and defense of this mage weren't too high. Each iron sword stabbed into his body, completely killing him. When the already decaying body was violently filled with sharp swords, it burst into a cloud of dust and decayed particles, not even leaving a corpse behind. "Damn it, where's the corpse?" Fang Hao cursed. "I just wanted your bodies, dying without leaving a corpse behind. Isn't that a bit too much?" With a sigh, he gave another order: "Search for the loot, avoid approaching the building up ahead." While there seemed to be no immediate danger, a reasonably intact stone tower up ahead gave Fang Hao a feeling of unease. Sure enough, the loot was quickly scavenged. The slain fire elementals had dropped some materials. Violent Marks 3 Red Flame Essence 12. Besides these, there was also a silver treasure chest. He opened the chest directly. Obtained Fire Arrow Skill Scroll, Beast Taming Contract Green, Tailor Shop Blueprint, Warfare Coins plus 72. A skill scroll should be quite valuable. Every time a skill scroll appeared, it would automatically raise the level of the loot chest. Fang Hao ordered the skeleton soldiers to perform a thorough search. But the city had been abandoned for too long, and all sorts of items had already been worn away by time, leaving nothing behind. Finding nothing, Fang Hao began to regroup the troops. The damaged equipment in the skeletons' hands was replaced with that of their dead comrades. After 2 fights in a row, the skeleton army had achieved significant victories, but the casualties were also substantial. From this, Fang Hao saw the shortcomings within the team. They lacked ranged units. Although he could force the skeleton soldiers to switch to light crossbows, their stiff and slow actions required Fang Hao's personal command on the sideline. It was a desperate measure in a desperate situation. After regrouping, the team continued to push forward. Ahead was a well-preserved building, a towering stone tower, only the top of which had collapsed, littered with gray tiles and decayed timber. The mottled stone walls still towered, appearing solid as ever. The stone tower was located in the center of the city, and combined with its unique design, it should have been a lord's mansion or some sort of administrative building. Upon reaching the stone tower, Fang Hao exhaled, "You guys and you others, come in with me." There was not enough room inside the stone tower to accommodate the entire skeleton army, so Fang Hao selected 5 skeleton trolls and 10 skeleton soldiers. Considering the large size of the skeleton trolls, they were asked to wait at the entrance of the stone tower, where the space was relatively cramped. The outer door of the stone tower was already decayed and cracked, and it collapsed with the rotting wood as it was pushed open. Despite the countless years that have passed, the interior of the stone tower still depicted its past magnificence and splendor. The carvings on the stone bricks, the rotten desks, carpets, and the rusty, teetering nightstone chandelier overhead. This city must have once had its own glory. It is unknown what caused it to become a ruin. As Fang Hao was investigating the room and looking for anything he could take, several undead mages walked out of the other rooms of the tower, knocking over the lampstand on the table and making a clear sound. As soon as they came out, they targeted Fang Hao and the others, converging various magics and attacking them. A water magic arrow hit hard against the shield in hand. Fang Hao felt a tremendous force and involuntarily tilted backward. The rest of the skeleton soldiers were also subjected to attacks. For a moment, the already decayed furniture was in complete chaos, wood chips flying everywhere and chairs shattering. "Kill them," said Fang Hao, his gaze slightly cold as he gave his direct order. The skeleton soldiers launched an attack, raising their shields and charging at the undead mages. Magic spells were released one after another, summoning one magic servant after another. A fierce battle ensued with the rushing skeletons. The intense battle attracted the hidden undead mages from upstairs. The skeleton army did likewise. Only a part of the skeleton soldiers who could enter the tower formed the army, and there were constantly skeletons rushing in from the outside, joining the battle incessantly. Fang Hao held his iron sword, cutting down a summoning ghost, and rushed to the undead mage. The iron sword turned into a flash of cold light, slashing down the opponent's raised arm. The arm's muscles were rotten, exposing the white bones. With one of the sword, the entire arm was cut off, disrupting the casting of the magic. The cut end exposed dried, grayish-white flesh, without a drop of blood. The undead mage looked a bit puzzled at his severed arm, then again raised his left hand to start casting. Crack! Fang Hao swung his sword twice more, cutting off the left hand again. Having lost both arms, the undead mage fell into a brief state of confusion. Unable to cast spells calmly, the undead mage struggled to retaliate effectively. Ultimately, Fang Hao and the skeleton soldiers managed to slay the undead mage with their overwhelming attacks. The mage's magic was highly damaging, but when enemies got close, they proved powerless. This was especially true against the skeleton army, who were experts in group combat and nearly impossible to defend against. Once they closed in, they would surround and attack. One man, one sword, could reduce an undead mage to a bloodied mess. By the second round of attacks, it would be eliminated. The skeleton army battled their way up the stairs, until they had completely annihilated all the undead mages. Some of you checked the upper floors for any remaining enemies. Everyone else put out the fire. After the battle ended, Fang Hao commanded loudly. Among the mages were a handful of fire elemental mages, who had set fire to anything combustible in the room with their repeated fire magic spells. Much of the furniture within the stone tower had been constructed from decaying wood that instantly ignited upon contact with fire magic, causing red flames to cable up quickly. The fire spread rapidly. These mages were dead, unable to feel the threat of the flames. Yet Fang Hao and the skeletons were the same, unafraid of death. They had fought through the fire until now. Only after the conflict had been resolved did they start to put out the fire. Unignited combustibles were thrown outside, preventing the fire from spreading further. Luckily, the ground floor was a large hall, and there wasn't much combustible material to begin with. After burning for a while, combined with the effort to extinguish it, the fire was finally brought under control. That's when the skeletons that had gone up to check for enemies came down, proving that there were no enemies left on the upper floors. If there were any enemies left, they would have already started fighting. Bring down the chandelier and take the nightstone. We're going to grift every room, commanded Fang Hao, proceeding leisurely. He ordered the skeletons to move anything useful to the outside, directing them as he walked. Without a stop, he quickly made his way to the third level. Upon entering the largest room, he saw a set of white bones draped in a robe, seated on a wicker recliner. Its body sprawled weakly on the chair, resembling a long-dead corpse. Another boss. Fang Hao instinctively took a step backward. However, a second later, he dismissed his initial thought. Elder Mage's skeleton type, remains description. Internal strife led the city towards destruction. Former allies turned into enemies. The elderly leader, powerless to change things, heard the cries from outside the window and slowly ended his own life. When the target was displayed as a skeleton, it indicated the opponent was already deceased. According to the description, it seemed the city hadn't been invaded from the outside, but instead had experienced infighting. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Hao walked right into the room. Behind the reclining chair was a dilapidated desk, its books long rotted and torn. Only a long, tawny leather box was still intact. He dusted off the box, unlocked the latch, and slowly lifted the lid. Suddenly, a surge of red energy burst forth, flooded the entire room. Upon examining the item in the box, Fang Hao's eyes lit up. It was a magic wand. Holy shit, it's beautiful, Fang Hao whispered in awe. The wand was exquisitely crafted. The wooden handle was engraved with intricate patterns, and a giant red gemstone was nestled at the top. If one looked closely at the gemstone, it seemed as if there was a flame burning within. Starfare Purple Category, Wand Ability, Starfare Description. Life is fragile, it can't withstand even a hint of starfire. Starfire summons a meteor to fall, triggering an explosion where it lands. This trip was indeed not in vain, yielding a fine piece of purple equipment. Having drank the magic revelation potion, Fang Hao's body began to accept and sense magic elements more easily. If there were no other circumstances, Fang Hao might well embark on the path of a magic summoner. And this purple magic wand would be perfect for him. After the excitement, Fang Hao turned his attention to the bones lying nearby. Move the skeleton outside. Two skeletons approached to lift the bone remains from the vine chair. Just as the surface contact started, the body crumbled like powder, leaving only the skull leaning against the back of the vine chair, now integrated with it. Alas, Fang Hao sighed faintly. There are requirements for transformation, and the most important is the integrity of the body. It is not enough to just retrieve a part or a piece of a limb to carry out transformation. Bury the skeleton along with the vine chair in the courtyard. At the back of the stone tower, there is a rather large courtyard. Since the deceased had been obsessed with this city and life, it should be their wish to remain here. The two skeletons didn't attempt to touch the remaining skull this time, but moved it out together with the vine chair. All right, search each room to see if there are any valuable items, Fang Hao commanded his other skeletons. The skeletons quickly scattered, conducting a room-by-room search. Soon, a gold treasure chest was tossed in front of Fang Hao. Could it be another mage skill? Thinking this, he directly opened the treasure chest. With a flash of light, the reward appeared. Received, blueprints for Mage Tower, Timber Processing Plant, Root Magic Wand, pages from the Elemental Codex, 50 Mithril, and 142 Warfare Coins. One flash of light after another invited astonishment from Fang Hao. Him receiving the Starfire Wand had already given him a huge surprise. The emergence of so many blueprints now was like icing on the cake. He had received gold chests before. But compared with these rewards, whatever was inside those chests was far less superior, whether in terms of grade or practicality. One could say that this relic exploration was more than worth it. He started inspecting the rewards from the chest. Mage Tower Blueprints Blue Category, Building Blueprints Construction Materials, 3,500 wood, 2,200 stones, 320 leather, 400 hemp ropes, 120 mithril, 20 perfect essence description. Consume faction items to recruit a ranged mage class. Upon seeing this blueprint, the soul fire in Fang Hao's pupils flickered slightly. This was exactly what he needed, a building that could recruit long-range troops. After recruiting mages, he could remedy the absence of long-range units in his army, making it more diversified. He then looked at the second blueprint. Timber Processing Factory Blueprint Green Category, Building Blueprints Required Materials, 2,800 wood, 800 stones, 550 straw, 320 leather, 400 hemp ropes, 85 metal parts. Description: through synthesis and processing, the wood that has been mined can be made into harder and sturdier tough wood. Good gracious, there it was, the last required material for upgrading the Lord's territory had finally appeared. For the 5th level Lord's Hall, not only are stone bricks required but also tough wood. Prior to this, Fang Hao had always assumed that tough wood was also made from a blueprint and could be produced once he had the blueprint. Now it seems that tough wood requires factory processing and isn't as simple as just using the Book of Lords to make it. But that's fine. After returning, Fang Hao can arrange for people to get down to processing. There should be ample manpower in his territory. Wooden wand blueprint green category. Wand materials required. Sturdy wood 1, iron 1, essence of magic 2, mithril 2. Description: a general-purpose magic wand made from a variety of materials. It is effective in amplifying magic, not bad at all, but it's far less impressive compared to his own wand. In terms of both properties and appearance, the Starfire excels. That shimmering flame gem, as big as half a fist, exudes an aura of wealth wherever it goes. Elemental Scripture Fragment category. Torn pages of the Scripture ability. Damage +1 for air, earth, water, fire, elemental magic. Number of summoned spirits +1. Description: ancient scripture fragment. Collecting all fragments will yield the complete scripture's magic. Peculiar treasures are plentiful. Another chapter fragment of the scripture popped up. Why are the people of this world so shaky, tearing up good stuff into pieces? Fang Hao sorted everything and then walked down from the stone tower directly. He looked at the sky. It was probably around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. He had been busy since the morning when he set off from his territory. The other skeletons located in the stone tower and various corners of the city also found numerous resources. Iron, copper, and other durable materials, as well as rare materials such as mithril and essence of magic, were collected. These mages seem to have collected these rare materials. All of them were moved out. Additional nightstones disassembled from the stone tower and assorted silver and copper items were also collected. Only after everything was sorted did Fang Hao wave his hand, letting everyone return with the loot. Bolton, who seemed half asleep, looked completely surprised when he saw them return loaded with goods. After identifying the skeleton possessed by Fang Hao, he immediately stepped forward. "Sir, you've returned. Yes, let's go back to the Pigman village." Fang Hao then led the large group towards the Pigman village. They all hurried along with their heads down, moving faster than when they came. Soon, the Pigman village was in sight. Outside the village, a few pigmen were gathering resources. As soon as the village was in sight, Fang Hao issued a forward command to all of the skeleton soldiers. He himself then deactivated the god's presence and woke up in his room. After stepping outside, he directed the 500 skeleton soldiers guarding the door to return to their respective posts. "Lord, you have come out." Seeing Fang Hao, Petty walked over. "Yes, this time's loot. I have reserved a nightstone chandelier for you." Fang Hao replied as he walked outside. Nightstone is not any ordinary stone. As per the market price, it's quite expensive. Most forces prefer to use candles, as natural ores like nightstone are difficult to purchase. "Oh, thank you, sir." Petty immediately thanked him. The two of them then arrived at the entrance of the village. From a distance they saw the densely packed skeleton army rapidly approaching. "Prepare the cart," Fang Hao ordered. "Oh, all right." In no time, the skeleton army arrived at the village entrance. The skeletons carrying the loot deposited their goods in the village warehouse, while the rest of the skeletons were stationed outside the village. Fang Hao picked up the obtained skill scrolls and blueprints for his personal study and also for the Book of Lords collection. Successfully learned skills: Mist Wrap, Elemental Guardian Air, Fire Arrow. Book of Lords included blueprints: Tailor Shop Construction Blueprint, Mage Tower Construction Blueprint, Timber Processing Factory Construction Blueprint, Wooden Wand Crafting Blueprint. Book of Lords Special Collection: Taming Contract Green Elemental Scripture Fragment. Beams of light flickered and merged with his body in the Book of Lords. Apart from a few items kept for the Pigman village, all the loot was loaded onto the cart, ready to be taken back to his territory. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, accompanied by Petty, headed towards the interior of the Pigman village. He planned to construct a stone processing factory and a wood processing factory here. In this way, the production speed of bricks and hardy wood could be increased. Stone processing factory: wood 2200, stone 1800, thatch 550, leather 320, hemp rope 400. He discussed the construction site with Petty, and then began the construction in a vacant area at the corner of the village. 10 minutes later, the stone processing factory was completed. Then Fang Hao continued to build the wood processing factory. Wood processing factory: wood 2800, stone 800, thatch 550, leather 320, hemp rope 400, metal parts 85. Another 10 minutes of construction time. A wood processing factory was completed. Wood processing factory placement: workers 51, raw materials, wood 2, wood enhancer 1. Production: hardy wood. Description: through synthesis processing, the harvested wood can be made into tougher and firmer hardy wood. The wood processing factory was also completed. The production of hardy wood required an additional raw material, wood enhancer. The name seemed familiar. It seemed like he had the blueprint. He immediately opened the Book of Lords to look it up. Indeed, after flipping through several pages, he found the wood enhancer. Wood enhancer, bone powder 5, tree sap 4, water 1. Description, a material that makes the wood board tougher. Bone powder can be made by grinding beast bones. Tree sap is a resource that occasionally appears when harvesting trees. There is also a certain amount of stock in the warehouse, enough for him to manufacture a lot. He set the production quantity to 50. Make. Multiplier triggered, gained wood enhancer 50-50. A large amount of wood enhancer appeared on the vacant ground. Assign people to process them. The village will need a lot of bricks and hardy wood when upgrading in the future. Fang Hao instructed softly. Fang Hao's territory needed these materials. The pigmen village will also need these materials for future upgrades. Increasing the production speed was also good for the development of the pigmen village. Okay, thank you, sir. I will arrange the manpower immediately. Happiness appeared on Petty's face. The pigmen village was relatively backward. Before Fang Hao came, the village had not been upgraded or expanded. This was not because they didn't want to expand, but because they lacked the ability and resources. Now that there is an opportunity to continue upgrading and developing, Petty was naturally overjoyed. Fang Hao nodded and didn't say much more. After taking another round in the village, Fang Hao led the team back to his territory. A few hours later, large group finally returned to the territory, and the spoils of war were sorted and sent to the warehouse. Master, you're back. Ira came out to greet him. Put this in my room. Fang Hao handed the magic wand to Ira. Wow, it's so beautiful. Ira exclaimed as she took it with both hands. Her small hand caressed the red gem at the top, which was barely wrapped in her hand. The gemstone is still warm. Fang Hao gave a slight smile, coughed lightly. It's called Starfire. It's a fire attribute magic wand. When he first saw the magic wand, his expression and thoughts were almost the same as Ira's. After all, he had been tinkering with it for half a day and wasn't as surprised as he was at the beginning. Master, you're really impressive. This magic wand must be very expensive, Ira said, still with a look of shock on her face. It should be quite valuable. Oh, Ira held the magic wand, observing it as she took it upstairs to Fang Hao's room. After Ira left, Fang Hao continued on to the military zone. He wanted to build the newly acquired blueprint in the military zone, the Mage Tower. After the blueprint was recorded in Fang Hao's Book of Lords, it became the Undead Mage Tower. Undead Mage Tower, wood 3,500, stone 2,200, leather 320, hemp rope 400, mithril 120, perfect essence 20. Description: consumes camp items, can recruit long-range mage units. He chose a location and directly started the construction. A flicker of blue light appeared, and the outline of a tall tower slowly took shape in front of him. The construction countdown of 20 minutes had passed, and the light faded away. A gloomy tall tower stood before Fang Hao. Undead Mage Tower recruit, Undead Mage sacrifices, Wriggling Spine 3. Note: the corresponding camp units can be recruited in this building. The higher the building level, the more types of soldiers and higher tiers can be unlocked. Upgrade prerequisites: Lord Stone Tower upgrade materials. Solid wood 4,200, stone brick 2,500, metal parts 850, mithril 240, perfect essence 50, shadowstone 20. The building properties were clear at a glance. However, recruiting the undead mage requires 3 wriggling spines. The rarity and rank of the recruited units likely determine the amount of materials consumed during recruitment. Fang Hao didn't hesitate, consuming 3 wriggling spines to start recruiting. Recruit undead mage. Cost: wriggling spine 3. Do you wish to recruit? Yes. 100 times amplification triggered, recruiting 101 undead mages. A flash of light flickered. 101 undead mages appeared before Fang Hao. They still had the appearance of skeletons, but they held their heads high, dressed in long robes. They were somewhat reminiscent of the skeleton traders. Undead Mage Tier 3 Camp. Undead Racial Traits. Undead Hollow Skeleton Weak to Light Skills. Dark Missile Innate Skills. Intermediate Magic Mastery Dark Missile. Unleashes a dark magic missile, causing massive magic damage and triggers an explosion on hitting the target. The morale of the affected enemies rapidly declines. Note: when life surpasses the years that its body can tolerate, death is inevitable, and all that remains is the continuous passage of time. A Tier 3 unit. Not bad. Fang Hao was very satisfied in his heart. Not only did it fill the gap of long-range units in his army, but its rank was relatively high. The skill was Dark Missile. After causing an explosion, the morale of the affected targets drops. Morale is an important potential attribute in battle. Low morale can reduce combat power, and in severe cases, it can even lead to desertion. Therefore, morale can severely affect the course of a battle. The recruited undead mages stood dumbstruck, silently looking at themselves. Fang Hao once again opened the Book of Lords and created a page. He had also obtained a green blueprint for a magic wand from the ruins of the mage city, perfect for the undead mages to equip. Rootwood Magic Wand Green, Solid Wood 1, Iron 1, Essence of Magic 2, Mithril 2. He checked the warehouse. In the few hours he took to return from Pigman Village to his territory, the wood processing factory of Pigman Village had produced solid wood, so he could start making the magic wands. Create, 100-fold increase triggered, obtained 101 Rootwood Magic Wands. A large number of Rootwood Magic Wands appeared before Fang Hao. 101 wooden magic wands are scattered on both sides. Fang Hao tells the undead mages, pick up the wands. Your task is to go to the city walls and stand guard. The undead mages aren't as rigid as the skeleton foot soldiers. They orderly pick up the wands and give a slight bow to Fang Hao before leaving. Even though they're still unable to speak, they show higher intelligence than the skeleton foot soldiers. The mages silently climb the city wall and carry out their patrol duties. Fang Hao heads to the industrial area once again. After the completion of the wood processing plant, he continues to construct a tailor shop. Tailor shop. Wood 750, stone 400, leather 220, hemp rope 120, metal parts 50. Confirm construction. Swiftly the tailor shop comes into view. Tier 1 tailor shop recruitable. Tailor's tailor, wriggling spine 1. Note, you can recruit troops belonging to the same camp in this building and carry out tasks related to spinning raw materials into yarn and weaving fabric. Upgrade requirements. Wood 1050, stone 750, leather 340, hemp rope 220, metal parts 2. What the heck? He originally thought that the tailor shop was just a simple building. Unexpectedly, it also serves as a place to recruit troops. Well, it's too late to think more now that the building is already constructed. Recruitable, skeleton tailor. Consumes 1 wriggling spine. Recruit. Confirm recruitment. Triggered 100-fold amplification. Recruited 101 skeleton tailors. Bursts of light flash and 101 skeleton tailors, wearing linen robes and leather measuring tapes around their necks, appear before Fang Hao. Though they're skeletons as well, their hollow eye sockets are ignited with blue flames. Skeleton Tailor Tier 1 Faction, Undead Racial Traits, Undead Hollow Skeleton Weak to Light. Skill, Raw Material Processing. Raw Material Processing can turn raw materials into yarn, including but not limited to linen, wool, silk. Note, from fiber to thread, from thread to fabric, from fabric to clothes, tailors can make ordinary clothing look dazzling. 101 skeleton tailors gather in front of Fang Hao and respectfully bow. They speak in unison, Honorable Lord, we are willing to serve you. They can speak. The undead mages he'd just recruited with the wriggling spines didn't talk, but these skeleton tailors can. Fang Hao's eyes narrow, but he quickly relaxes. Being able to recruit talking skeletons doesn't seem strange to him. The skeleton merchant, although not a high-ranking combat unit, is also able to speak. Therefore, it seems reasonable that his tailors can talk. Well, welcome to my territory, Fang Hao says with a smile. Hearing Fang Hao's words, the skeleton tailors straighten up. Right, are you guys able to use spinners? Fang Hao suddenly remembers the blueprint for a spinner he received not long ago. The spinner certainly has something to do with fabric weaving and should be within these tailors' range of work. The leading tailor steps forward and says softly, Sir, we can use the spinner to turn yarn into fabric and then make various clothes from the fabric. Oh, please wait a moment. Fang Hao opens the Book of Lords and uses the 100-fold amplification to make 101 spinners instantly. Hand it over to the group of tailors. The unicorns raised in the ranch also provided some wool. Although not much, it was enough to keep these fellows busy for a while. What's your name? Fang Hao asked the lead tailor. Sir, my name is Soy. All right, Soy, from now on you're the head of the tailors. You will distribute tasks to everyone from here on out, Fang Hao commanded. The soul fire in Soy flickered as he immediately bowed again. Thank you for your trust, sir. From the conversation, it was clear that Soy was highly intelligent, no less than the skeleton merchant. Perhaps those with special occupations like merchants and tailors all possess normal intelligence. Too dull, and one can't sell items like the skeleton merchant. The development of the domain still relies on everyone's collective efforts. Fang Hao gently patted his shoulder. Soy nodded in agreement. While they were chatting casually, Ira ran over. Seeing the oddly dressed skeleton tailors with tape measures hanging around their necks, she almost turned and ran. Only when she saw Fang Hao standing among them did she stop her getaway, yelling, Master, it's time to eat. All the skeleton tailors turned to look at her in unison, startling Ira once again. Come here, Ira, Fang Hao called softly. This was not Ira's first encounter with skeletons. She suppressed her worry, hiding behind Fang Hao. Her large ears drooped down. This is my maid, Ira. Fang Hao introduced and then spoke to Ira. Ira, this is Captain Soy and the rest of them are our territory's tailors. Oh, hello, Captain Soy, Ira greeted quietly. Soy responded, nice to meet you, Miss Ira. Seeing that the skeleton in front of her was courteous, Ira was a bit less nervous. "All right, you go about your business. We'll go eat," Fang Hao said, leading Ira away. After sending Fang Hao off, Soy also assigned tasks to his folks. They began making thread from cotton and started processing cloth using spinning wheels. On their way back, Fang Hao looked at Ira. Ira was still wearing the clothes she had on when she was brought over from the slave trader. Her coarse hemp garment, although clean, was still somewhat tattered. "Ira, master, what's wrong?" Ira's large eyes asked curiously. "Let Soy make a couple of dresses for you when he has time. You've been wearing these for too long." Ira was slightly startled, and when she looked up at Fang Hao again, her eyes welled up slightly. Indeed, she had been wearing this dress for a long time. Since she became a slave, she hadn't changed it. Because of numerous washes, the fabric had broken into countless pieces. She used straw to make rope and simply sewed up the worn parts to continue wearing it. Even so, this had been the best and most free period of her life since becoming a slave. She never thought she would have the privilege of such a life now. Everything in front of her felt like a dream she had while locked in a cage. As soon as the tailors arrived at the territory, Fang Hao wanted to make clothes for her. She was moved deeply. Her big watery eyes looked at her master, full of emotion. "Rabbit girl, Ira's loyalty to you increases by 2 points. Current loyalty, 100. Underneath you, Ira, whose loyalty to you has reached 100 points, will not show any negative emotions such as betrayal." The sudden appearance of the prompt made Fang Hao slightly startled. Looking at her watery eyes, he felt that the rabbit girl in front of him was extremely cute. He gently stroked her big ears, causing Ira's face to flush. Fang Hao suddenly had an idea. Should he ask Soy and the others to make a bunny girl outfit for Ira to try on? While tasting Ira's cooking, he opened up the Book of Lords and turned to the regional chat. "Buying natural gem, resources for gemstones, anyone willing to trade?" "Damn it, I opened treasure chest today and got city wall blueprints, but the material requirement is too high, have to save up for half a month. Damn, I'm still building with wood, I'm so envious. Sigh, I don't even have a change of clothes, my stockings are so smelly. Ahem, I would trade 10 units of resources for a pair of ladies' stockings, 20 units. It's been over 10 days since Fang Hao came to this world. Aside from the clothes he was wearing, he also had an outfit stripped off of Zhuang Hong. He had clothes for a change. But most other people had only one set on them, especially the one with leather shorts on. What a tough guy. Meanwhile, Fang Hao started to consider whether to have the tailor make some clothes for his people and sell them to other lords. During a clothing shortage, they could make some quick money. Once everyone's territory had tailors, it would be much harder to profit from this. On second thought, it seemed quite feasible. He'd ask Soy about it tomorrow. Closing down the regional chat, he continued eating while chatting with Ira. On the other side, the Skullcrusher tribe, Cold Wind Mountain Range. Great Chief Shah, sitting on the leader's position, looked at the tributes presented by the affiliated tribes. The gold and silver tribute session had ended. Now was the presentation of orc girls from each tribe. "Great Chief, this time 4 orc girls have been brought, all of them are here," an old orc reported softly. As soon as he finished, several female orcs walked into the hall from outside, lining up below, waiting for the Great Chief's selection. Some of these orc women were huge, with muscles bulging all over their bodies and sharp teeth and tusk. Others were of average height, but hairy all over. "Greetings, Great Chief." The 40 female orcs spoke in unison, their voices ringing out like thunder in the hall. "Ha ha ha, good, very good." Shah laughed heartily, looking at the women below. He walked down the steps, close to a female orc almost 2 meters tall whose body was covered in muscles. His big hand reached directly into her clothes. He nodded in satisfaction. "You stay, the others can leave for now." The chosen female orc had a happy expression. The rest seemed disappointed and left. When the hall was empty, Shah pushed the female orc onto a chair, her buttocks protruding. Just as he was about to have a good time, a voice suddenly reported from outside the door, "Great Chief, the scout team has returned and is waiting outside." Shah frowned and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. His large hand was still stroking the female orc's body. But eventually he suppressed his lust, whispering, "Go to my quarters and wait for me." The woman nodded and entered Shah's bedroom. Shah returned to his seat and said loudly, "Let them in." The door opened and an orc team leader strode in. "Great Chief," the orc saluted. "Speak, what's the news?" Shah's voice betrayed his impatience. "Great Chief, we have found the other side's city. They have city walls, arrow towers, and all troops are lower tier skeletons," the orc team leader reported loudly. Shah narrowed his eyes, thinking for a moment, continued to ask, "Is the other side a human lord? Any news about divine artifacts or treasures?" The Skullcrusher tribe was not particularly close to this lord's territory. The purpose of this long-distance scouting trip was to investigate the divine artifact and treasures mentioned by Fireblade. Of course, he was most concerned about the treasures, as there are too many of them and they patrolled a large area We didn't see the other side's lord. But from the smoke rising from their city every day, we inferred that it should be the human lord mentioned by Kent. The orc team leader continued. When he had led the scouting, Fang Hao was exploring the mine with his soldiers. Half of the troops were taken away to fight with the iron-eating worm in the mine. He only saw a small part of the force. As for Fang Hao, except under special circumstances, he hardly ever left the city. These orcs had no idea about the effect of God's presence. The only thing they saw was the skeletons coming in and out of the city. Upon hearing that the scouting team hadn't even seen the other lord, Shaw's face darkened even more. Add to that the disruption of his pleasure, a spark of fury ignited in his heart. He huffed heavily, like a bellows. Attendants. Shaw called out in a low voice. 2 orc soldiers immediately entered the room from outside. Great Chief. The scouting team was inefficient this time. Send them to the punishment ground and have them lashed, Shaw said coldly. The orc team leader trembled, not knowing where he had failed. He pleaded loudly, Great Chief, please spare us, Great Chief. The 2 orc soldiers stepped forward, took him away, dragged him out of the room among his cries. Lashing was not as simple as just a few lashes. One lash down was strong enough to kill a cow, and it would follow with several days of exposure under the sun. Every time after a lashing, half of the orcs couldn't survive and would die on the punishment ground. The team leader was taken away, and the hall quieted down again. Shaw squinted slightly, beginning to consider his options. The just punished team leader had gathered comprehensive intelligence, including the scale of the city and strength of its forces. Whether the other side was a human was no longer of importance. Next, all they would have to do was send troops to take over the city. Not only would they acquire the other's treasures, they could also use the city as a base to re-implement the plan of domain migration, and thereby leave this barren land. At this thought, Shaw's eyes lit up again. After uniting the entire Cold Wind Mountain range, he found a new target, a new journey. Attendant, the orc guard waiting outside came in again. Great Chief, notify all leaders, convene a meeting. The next morning, dawn. Fang Hao was having the breakfast Ira prepared. He watched everyone chatting in the channel. Then he posted a message in the chat too. Buying wool, flax, silk, private chat me for a price if you have any. The second Fang Hao's message went out. The previously lively chat suddenly stopped scrolling. Only this message remained inside the chat box. It took 3 seconds before messages started flooding in like an explosion. OMG, Lord Fang Hao is still alive. I thought you thought shit, everyone's living better than you. Wait, let me butt in. Is Lord Fang Hao planning to move into the textile industry? Why is he buying all textile-related items? Let me butt in too, Lord Fang Hao. I want to pre-order a pair of underwear. Why? The various goods that Fang Hao sells all convey a feeling of a shop. Items ranging from bathtubs, iron pots, and even iron axes and boundary markers are all selling out, indicating that they are very popular. He was selling all sorts of things, whether it's iron axes, iron boundary markers, iron pots, or bathtubs. The truth is, all of them have a durability, and when the durability reaches 0, they can no longer be used. When there are no suitable craftsmen to repair them, they need to be repurchased. So everyone turns out to be Fang Hao's repeat customers. Now Fang Hao suddenly started purchasing all sorts of textile products without a limit. Everyone was more and more amazed at the development of Fang Hao's territory. Fang Hao looked at everyone's clamor and spoke again. Indeed, our territory has been studying textile products, and if successful, we will sell them to everyone via the regional channel. Anyone who has cotton, flax, silk can chat privately with me about the prices. Damn, I just mentioned it casually, and you really started operating in the textile industry. Do we live in the same world? Boss man recognized me. Hey mister, I want to put in a tailor order for some dresses. The person above, I know you, you're a man. Why do you want to tailor a dress? None of your business. Everyone has the right to pursue freedom. So what? One after another, the messages were continuously scrolling. Soon after, someone immediately sent him private messages. Boss Fang Hao, I have some flax here. How much do you want? Fang Hao was startled. It seems like the other party has quite a decent quantity of flax. 500 units, is that enough? Fang Hao roughly burst out with a number. Enough. Oh. Fang Hao's mind stirred. He specifically looked at the other party's name Deng Bin. Could it be that this person has already started planting flax? Otherwise, how could he have such a large stock of flax? That's not right. If he can use flax, then there's no way he would sell it to me so eagerly. What do you need in return? Fang Hao continued to ask. The other party kept quiet for a moment, then replied, 20 iron boundary markers, 30 iron spears. Seeing what the other party wanted, he knew that the other party's territory was developing slower and definitely hadn't reached the stage where it could use flax. At the same time, he couldn't accept this kind of exchange. He replied, Iron is popular currently. This amount of flax cannot be exchanged for it. Iron boundary markers and iron spears are all hot-selling products in the market, and their selling prices are not low either. With 500 units of flax, Fang Hao really didn't want to make the trade, because even if Fang Hao does not want it, the flax still can't be sold, but iron boundary markers and iron spears can still be sold smoothly. The other party was a straightforward person and continued to speak. Boss man, you develop fast, you propose a price. As long as it is acceptable to me, I will sell it, and then you take care of us who develop slower. This person is smart, selling things as they should, and plans to cling onto Fang Hao for future advancement. Fang Hao made a rough calculation in his head and said, 111, buy your 500 units of flax for an equivalent of 2 units of iron. I'll restock every 7 days. You can sell to me anytime. All right, I want 25 iron spears. We can trade right now. The other party replied quickly. The initial asking price seemed more like a bargaining strategy. Iron spears can be exchanged for 4 units of iron in the trading area. According to the price Fang Hao set, 2 units of iron equates to 25 iron spears. Of course, in Fang Hao's place, there is a 100 times increment. 25 iron spears just cost 2 units of iron. Sure, list them for sale first. Soon, the two reached a deal and each got what they needed. Fang Hao continued to ask, can you tell me how you got so much flax? This made Fang Hao curious. Sure, Deng Bin discovered this type of flax plant very early. He didn't identify it at first. It was only when the villagers brought it back he found out it was flax by looking at its properties. Later, he followed the place where he found the flax and discovered a large area densely grown in a grassland. Since he had no use for it, he didn't arrange for anyone to harvest it. This time, partnering with Fang Hao, he guaranteed that he would provide a sufficient quantity of flax when trading. After the trade completed and the chat ended, Fang Hao once again obtained some cotton and flax, but he didn't get any silk. When no one else sent him private messages, he closed the Book of Lords. After breakfast, Fang Hao carried out his usual patrol around his territory. When he arrived at the tailor's shop, he saw many skeleton tailors operating spinning wheels, processing the cotton threads they made last night into cloth. Now the raw materials in the warehouse are sufficient, enough for them to produce for a while. Good morning, Lord, Soy strode over, respectfully greeted. Soy was appointed as the team captain by Fang Hao and acquired the authority to command all tailors. She assigned some workers to process cotton into cotton thread, and some workers were making cloth from cotton thread. It seemed that she's allocated the work clearly. Morning, Soy. Fang Hao greeted her with a smile. What can I do for you, Lord? Soy continued to ask. Ira, come here, Soy, make some dailywear for her. Fang Hao continued to speak when Ira came over. In a private room, Ira, wearing underclothes, stood straight in the middle of the room. Fang Hao held a measuring tape, measuring her body dimensions. This matter should not be Fang Hao's responsibility, but under Ira's teary eyes, Fang Hao had to step in and do it himself. Ira, lift your arms. Ira lifted her white arms. Fang Hao wrapped the tape from her back around her chest, creating an indentation in the middle. Master, loosen it, it's too tight, Ira said softly. Oh, Fang Hao loosened the measuring tape and noted a number. Then Fang Hao continued to measure, recording her waist and hip dimensions one by one. Ira, your legs are disproportionate to the rest of your body. Fang Hao wrapped the tape around her thigh again. Ira's thighs were smooth and delicate, especially when compared to her height. They were long and slender. If she represented in the modern world, she would definitely overshadow most actresses. Master, do you like short legs? Ira opened her eyes wide and asked softly, No, I like long ones. Of course he likes longer ones. Oh, that's good. Ira breathed a sigh of relief. A strange joy surged in her heart. Soon, Fang Hao finished all the measurements. Then it was Ira's turn, who learned by imitation and measured all of Fang Hao's dimensions from head to toe. Only after they finished all the measurements did they return to the tailor's shop and pass the data to Soy. They let Soy make clothes for them first, with the needs of the people on the channel being pushed back, after patrolling the territory. Fang Hao walked back to the Lord's cabin. He was just about to lie back onto the bed, to explore the map through God's presence mode. Suddenly, the door was knocked again. Master, Scholar Nelson is out and wants to see you. Ira's voice came from behind the door. Nelson is out. Since Nelson entered the Viscera Museum, it had been 4 to 5 days. According to him, it's about time he came out. Stepping out of the cabin, he saw Nelson leaning on his magic wand with a large skeleton hero standing beside him. Although he was an immortal golden hero, his staggering steps looked quite like those of a battle-weary elder. Next to him stood a tall skeleton warrior, his back straight and strong like an erected blade. The contrast between the two was striking. Milord Nelson bowed slightly. Scholar Nelson, Fang Hao welcomed with a smile. The more contact he had with the undead, the more puzzled Fang Hao was. Why are all living creatures so opposed to the undead clan? Compared to the Savage Beast clan, skeleton traders and Nelson were both affable like gentlemen. "My lord, allow me to introduce Fireblade." The skeleton warrior with a strong physique knelt down on one knee and said loudly, "Fireblade pledges loyalty unto death to you, my lord." Fang Hao's brow furrowed as he turned to look at Nelson. Nelson nodded in affirmation. Fireblade Kent, the orc hero who died at his hands. After being transformed by Nelson, his status had become one of the heroes under Fang Hao's command. Fireblade Level 3 Hero Faction, Undead Template, Blue Racial Traits, Undead Hollow Skeleton Weakness to Light, Army Talent, Berserk Infantry Commander, Chariot Commander. Skills, Blood Rage, Flame, Killing Intent, Cruelty. Innate Abilities, Advanced Tactical Mastery, Advanced Equestrian Mastery, Advanced Command Mastery, Advanced Two-Handed Weapon Mastery. Berserk, troops under his command gain a 1 increase in strength after killing or assisting in killing an enemy. This effect lasts for 5 seconds and can stack up to 15 times. Infantry Commander, infantry troops get an 8 increase in attack power. Chariot Commander, chariot troops get a 5 increase in attack power. Blood Rage active, enters a rage in battle, all attributes increase by 10. Flame active, swings the sword once, burning the air, inflicting 100 fire damage. Killing Intent passive, when injured, attack increases by 15. Cruelty passive, inflicts greater damage on seriously wounded enemies. Description, product of the immortal corpse witch, not recognized by the god of undead. This hero cannot progress or advance. Fireblade's attributes were quite good. During his battle with the Beast clan, Fang Hao had relied on overwhelming numbers of his undead army to bring down Fireblade. The area around Fireblade was piled high with the skeletons of his victims. Now that he has been transformed by Nelson, he had become one of the undead heroes under Fang Hao. However, while Fireblade may be a hero, he could no longer progress or advance, remaining as is perpetually. That is to say, Fireblade's potential has peaked, he could no longer improve. Of course, it's too early to consider the issue of hero advancement at this point. Adding one more hero brought a significant improvement to the fief. He proceeded to check Fireblade's loyalty. Fireblade's loyalty to you has reached to your subordinate. Fireblade's loyalty has reached 2 points. Negative emotions such as treachery and betrayal will not appear. The soul of Fireblade Kent had been bound and modified by Nelson. Although he retained his intellect, he lacked independent emotions. He had no memory of the past and would only be loyal to the fiefdom and to Fang Hao. This was a relief to Fang Hao. In this way, Fireblade would harbor no further thoughts of revenge against him. "Good, Fireblade, I welcome your addition," Fang Hao declared loudly. Fireblade rose to his feet. "Thank you, my lord." After a moment of consideration, Fang Hao instructed 2 of his skeleton guards, "Go fetch the Bloodthirsty set." The 2 skeleton warriors went into the room and brought out the 4 pieces of the Bloodthirsty set and the Bloodthirsty blade. This set of equipment had been obtained from the Fireblade tribe. Because it was too heavy, neither he nor any other soldiers could wear it, so it was kept in the Lord's Hall. "Fireblade, I entrust this set of gear to you. I hope in the future you will make a great contribution to our land." After all the twists and turns, it ended up back in Fireblade's hands. "Thank you, my lord." Fireblade donned the Bloodthirsty set, holding the Bloodthirsty blade in his hand, and his aura became instantly fierce. "All right, wait for me outside the territory. Later we will explore the nearby map together." "Yes, my lord." Fireblade responded and waited outside the territory. Fang Hao had a brief chat with Nelson and then went straight back to the Lord's cabin. In his god's present state, he took Fireblade and his troops to explore unknown areas. Dusk was approaching. The large troop returned with a full load. Although they didn't come across any special strongholds or forces, they hunted numerous beasts and found several wooden treasure chests. Animals were butchered, providing food and hides, increasing the storage in the warehouse, and the chests contained a good number of items. Blueprint for Iron Hoe, Blueprint for Stone Bowl, Natural Gem 12, Mithril 10, Springs Trace 3, Magic Power Trace 2. It was quite a rewarding excursion. Wooden treasure chests usually contained limited items. Besides materials, blueprints were generally basic ones. As Fang Hao collected all the blueprints, the skeleton crew returning from Shadowwind Castle just happened to be unloading. He had allocated a large amount of skeletons to demolish in Shadowwind Castle. During his map exploration, he had checked the progress at Shadowwind Castle. The once towering Shadowwind Castle had been reduced to ruins, and after consecutive work by thousands of skeletons, there was nothing left but rubble and broken walls. The stone brick reserves in the territory were now enough for current upgrades. And the speed of producing stone bricks at the stone processing factory was faster than regular mining, so he immediately issued the command for a full retreat. All the working skeletons were called back to the territory. Fang Hao, with 1,200 skeleton laborers in front of the territory gate, started assigning tasks. Firstly, he established 3 stone quarries and 3 logging sites outside the territory. Then he upgraded all the quarries and logging sites to level 4. Level 4 Quarry Category, Building Description, Quarry Area Stone Collection Efficiency plus 15. Level 4 Logging Site Category, Building Description, Logging Site Area Wood Collection Efficiency plus 15. Once established, it could significantly improve the efficiency of basic resource extraction. The labor skeletons began their work. Fang Hao then returned to the territory and upgraded the other buildings. He upgraded the underground cemetery, warehouse, burial grounds, castle wall, arrow tower, and corridor of the dead all to level 4. When all the upgrades were complete, the storage area for resources in the territory became instantly spacious. All was done. It was also time for dinner. Perhaps because of the new clothes on the way, Ira was clearly in a good mood. She introduced the ingredients for dinner to Fang Hao and fed him actively. As the two enjoyed their meal, the long-gloss system prompt sounded again in everyone's ears. Congratulations on surviving 13 days. In 10 hours, all surviving lords' territories will enter the compulsory task, Nature's Revenge, where all territories will be attacked by Nature's Guardians. The number of Nature's Guardians will be adjusted according to the total amount of resources collected within 14 days. Good luck, the sudden task leaves Fang Hao slightly stunned. He immediately turned to look at the wooden board recording the time next to him. Today was his 13th day after the crossing. In 10 hours, it would be the 14th day. Could it be that there's a compulsory task every 7 days? Challenge mission, Nature's Revenge. Accepted mission content, prevent the advancing Nature Guardians. Mission description, your reckless deforestation and exploited the angered Nature Guardians. They will retaliate for your actions, with a troop deployment of 120,000. Good luck staring at the mission. Fang Hao frowned slightly. An unknown force had brought them to this world. Forcing everyone to participate in this inexplicable military competition, those lagging behind will be mercilessly eliminated. Everyone was struggling to survive, constantly mining resources and developing their territories, and now they were telling him this was environmental destruction, being punished by nature. If you don't mine, you die, and if you do, they say you're destroying the environment. Either way, they were behind it. It was hard to figure out how to survive. Fang Hao directly opened the Book of Lords to see if anyone else had also received the mission. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, they were discussing this matter. It's over, I'm going to die. Tomorrow I'll be attacked by 12 of those guardian things. How am I supposed to survive? WTF, the guy above isn't content. I have over 50 guardians. Stop arguing, didn't the prompt say it? It's based on territory mining quantity, the allocation of monsters. The more resources you mine, the more guardian comes to attack your territory. Why though I traded my resources with Boss Fang Hao for food and equipment, why are they after me? Right, we should trade for weapons with Boss Fang Hao. My territory is just starting to develop. I don't want to die. Boss, I want to trade equipment with you too. No sooner had they wrapped up their discussion was the Book of Lords bombarded with numerous messages. Countless people were exchanging weapons, armor, and food privately. Right now, the equipment that Fang Hao sold externally was fairly basic. The weapons were iron spears, the armors were complete sets of leather armor. As for the more advanced equipment, such as the green plate armor, Fang Hao did not sell them. He remained cautious. In this world, even the weapons sold had to maintain superiority over his own equipment. During the recent period of peace, both the equipment and meat food sales slowed down considerably. Seizing the opportunity, they could amass a significant amount of war wealth. Trader, Fang Hao items registered. Iron spear quantity, 10,000. Required for 4 iron ore or any rare resource. Note, if there are special items, you can private chat to increase the weapon quantity. Next, he listed 10,000 sets of leather armor and 5,000 units of meat food, exchanging for various scarce resources. Fang Hao did not lack ordinary resources. What he wanted were those scarce resources. His ability was naturally limited, but with many people in the region, obtaining these resources was not difficult. The moment the weapons, armor, and food trade links were displayed, public discussions resumed. Holy crap. Listing 10,000 weapons and equipment right off the bat, is Boss Fang Hao running an armory? At the crucial moment, still have to rely on Boss Fang Hao, others just can't do it. Stop wasting time, the quantity is quickly running out. Damn you animals, you guys are all too quick. At the same time, Fang Hao received many private messages, ignoring those planning on buying on credit and the resources Fang Hao didn't need. Finally, he filtered out 2 content with the blueprints. Boss Fang Hao, I have a blueprint here. Take a look at how many iron spears can it be exchanged for. Civilian house building blueprint. House building blueprint category. Building blueprint description. can construct standard civilian houses, no special features. This type of house is different from the human faction's built-in civilian house. The built-in civilian houses are functional buildings that provide the function of recruiting farmers in addition to living, and house buildings are just standard houses, providing shelter from wind and rain but do not possess special features. I'll give you 5 iron spears. Fang Hao replied. Opposite party was silent for a while, ultimately still agreed. The battle of tomorrow is imminent and they have no resources to exchange. He had no choice but to exchange the blueprint. Even if 5 spears were a bit of loss for him, he had to persist in trading. Only people who survive can talk about the future. The two completed the trade. Fang Hao successfully got the blueprint he wanted. After that, Fang Hao successively traded for many blueprints from other lords. Bedside table making blueprint white wooden barricade, making blueprint white wool carpet, making blueprint white beast skin backpack, making blueprint white sturdy fishing rod, making blueprint green. One blueprint after another, Fang Hao reaped a lot. This trade was equivalent to him cleaning out 2 or 3 small bases. Master, would you like some fruit? After the dinner, Ira was cleaning up the dishes and politely asking. Sometimes when Fang Hao was too busy, he would leave hurriedly after eating. Yeah, sure. Oh, and first call Nelson and Fireblade over. I have something to tell them. Fang Hao quietly said. Oh, all right. Ira bounded off to find Nelson and Fireblade. The territory was not crowded, but it was quite large. Sometimes Fang Hao would wonder why the channel always had people saying they have recruited some refugees in their territories, and they even had some with special skills. Why nothing happened in his territory. If a couple of refugees came here, it could also bring a little bit of vitality to the territory. In a short while, Nelson and Fireblade swiftly came over. Upon seeing Fang Hao, they courteously greeted. My lord, you asked for us. Yeah, I have something to tell you. I just got news that the territory will be under attack tomorrow. You too should be prepared. Fang Hao quietly said. Hearing this news, whether it was Nelson or Fireblade, they looked at each other. My lord, where did you get this news? Is it accurate? Nelson curiously asked. Absolutely accurate. The attack will start tomorrow morning with a force of 120,000. Fang Hao affirmed confidently. What is the plan, my lord? Nelson continued to ask. Fang Hao rubbed his temples, quietly said, there are ample sacrifices in the territory. Tomorrow morning I will increase the force within the territory. Then Nelson, you command the ranged troops, and Fireblade commands the infantry. In fact, there wasn't any special plan. They didn't even know what the enemy looked like right now. However, as the hero within the territory, Fang Hao needed to inform the two in advance so that they can be psychologically prepared. So it won't be in a mess during the war. Rest assured, my lord, Fireblade will defend the territory to death to protect your safety. Fireblade immediately stood up and loudly declared. Fireblade was created with 100 loyalty. His loyalty was absolute to Fang Hao and the territory. Even if Fang Hao told him to die, he would immediately execute the order, not to mention leading an army into battle. Hearing Fireblade's words, Fang Hao gave a small smile, reassuringly said, it's not to that extent. The territory can handle a battle of this scale. Ira was kneeling by the bed, her fair little hand lightly nudging a sleeping Fang Hao. Master, wake up. Didn't you mention having important matters to attend to today? Hearing her voice, Fang Hao snapped his eyes open. His brain was in standby mode for quite a while before it began to operate normally. Yes, today was the day of the forced task. He had asked Ira to wake him up early. He sat up from the bed and whispered, Ira, how did you get in? Usually Ira knocked from outside the door and would not directly enter Fang Hao's room. Master, I knocked on the door, but you didn't get up. I was worried that it would delay your schedule for today, so I came in, Ira said in a pitiful tone. He had fallen asleep rather late last night, probably why he didn't hear the knock. Right, I have something to do today. Fang Hao stretched his body to wake himself up quickly. Ira immediately helped Fang Hao dress up, and after a simple washing up, they immediately walked out of the Lord's wooden house. It was still early, probably around 5 in the morning. The Guardian's attack was approximately 3 hours away. At that moment, Fireblade, dressed in the bloodthirsty set, walked over holding the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. He declared loudly, My lord, a strange cave was found in the forest 1 kilometer outside the territory, but it is protected by a shield that prevents us from dismantling or attacking it. The map around his territory was engraved in Fang Hao's mind. These sudden appearance of mysterious caves protected by shields were most likely where the Guardians would appear. All right, I understand. Fang Hao nodded. The number of enemies in this mission depended on the amount of resources gathered. Fang Hao's thousands of undead laborers, working tirelessly day and night, had successfully increased the number of enemies to 120,000. Let alone the regional channel. Even in the world channel, nobody probably had more than Fang Hao. After reporting, Fireblade returned to his post. Meanwhile, Fang Hao headed to the barracks to increase the number of soldiers. First, he went to the undead mage tower. Do you want to consume the wriggling spine to recruit undead mages? He set the recruitment number to 100 and clicked recruit. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully recruited 10,100 undead mages. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 proud undead mages appeared before Fang Hao, a dense sea of white bones. Fang Hao continued to craft 10,100 pieces of the wooden root magic wand, 10,100 suits of leather armor, and equipped all the undead mages. Combining with the mages recruited last time, the territory now had a total of 10,201 undead mages. Pick up the equipment and all ascend the city wall, Fang Hao said loudly. All the undead mages silently put on the equipment and directly went up the city wall. Next, Fang Hao continued to recruit infantry. The skeleton spearmen and skeleton foot soldiers were expanded to 200,000 each. As for the skeleton trolls, because the recruitment process required troll stones, he only recruited 5,000. These 50 troll stones were exchanged from the channel in the past few days. In an instant, the whole city was crowded. Even the roof of the buildings was covered with skeleton soldiers. This was why Fang Hao recruited early in the morning instead of last night. Otherwise, arranging so many soldiers late at night would be difficult. Fireblade, Fang Hao called out loudly. My lord. Fireblade made his way through the crowd and came over. You will be in command of these soldiers. Station them outside the territory. Yes, my lord. Fireblade led the skeletons away with a wave of his big hand. Once all the skeletons had left the territory, Fang Hao continued to make weapons and armor. He had the skeletons transport them outside using carts so they could equip the soldiers. With the troops and equipment sorted out, Fang Hao proceeded to make defenses. Yesterday, he had traded his iron spears for the blueprint for the defenses. Seeing that a big battle was imminent, he decided to craft them all. Wooden barricade, wood 12, hemp rope 8. The materials were not very expensive and were all basic materials. He set the production quantity to 100. Hundredfold amplification triggered, obtained 10,100 wooden barricades. In an instant, a large number of wooden barricades appeared again. Wooden barricade category, obstacle equipment description, sharpen the top of the wooden post, fix it crosswise to hinder the movement of enemies and horses. Fang Hao had seen this type of obstacle in movies. In some films, bandits set up such roadblocks on the roads, hindering passage for anyone who did not pay tolls or blocking cavalry. This was considered a simple and effective tool. He arranged for hands to transport all the wooden barricades outside the city and set them up on the inevitable path of the enemies. My lord, everything has been arranged, Fireblade reported again. There are no problems here either with the mages. Nelson also came forward. Fang Hao nodded and continued, Fireblade, scout around the territory again to see if there are any other caves. If there are, notify me immediately. There was still some time left before the start. Yes, my lord, I will go immediately. Fireblade quickly left. Fang Hao also went back into his room and entered God's present state. The next second, he possessed a skeleton foot soldier in Pigman village. At this time, Petty was leading the pig-headed humans and had just returned to the village from outside. Petty, Fang Hao called out. Petty, who was in the middle of a conversation, paused and immediately realized that it was Fang Hao. He hurried forward, Great Lord. Are there any strange caves or special buildings that suddenly appeared around the village? Fang Hao asked. This had just occurred to him. The compulsory task was clearly targeted at the lords and would not affect their native villages, but since the Pigman village had become a subordinate village of Fang Hao, it was unclear whether it might be affected. I'm not sure about that. What kind of cave does the Great Lord want to find? I will immediately arrange for someone to start searching. Petty thought that Fang Hao wanted to find a certain cave. It seemed that the people of the Pigman village, whether patrolling or working outside, had not noticed anything unusual. No, it's all right. If there is any danger, abandon the village and flee towards the main territory, Fang Hao instructed. Although Petty was still somewhat confused, he nodded in agreement instinctively. The next second, without waiting for Petty to ask in detail, Fang Hao deactivated his possession. The soul fire in the pupils of the skeleton foot soldier gradually extinguished. In the territory, Fang Hao walked out of the wooden house again and ascended the city wall on the west side. On the city wall were 10,000 undead mages holding wooden root magic wands. Below the city wall were over 200,000 skeleton soldiers await orders in perfect order. Moving forward, densely connected wooden barricades could be seen. While others used barricades as roadblocks to stop approaching teams or block cavalry, Fang Hao used them as if they were free. Looking down from the city wall, it looked like the great wall made of mahjong tiles out of boredom when he was a child. When everything was ready, the system prompt appeared again. The task officially starts, good luck to you, at the same time. A long-sounding horn suddenly echoed in the sky. Fang Hao sat on his chair, immediately activated God's presence, and possessed a skeleton giant bat. He controlled the giant bat to fly into the sky, heading towards the direction of the cave. 549,690,339. The view from up in the air was more expansive. To Fang Hao's relief, enemies only appeared from the west, with no signs of enemies from other directions. This allowed him to focus all his attention on the west, while minimally deploying troops for defense in other directions. Fang Hao led the giant bat swiftly forward. He finally caught sight of the strange cave mentioned by Fireblade. Rather than a cave, it was more appropriate to call it a giant teleportation gate. At this moment, a large curtain of light formed in the teleportation gate, and a massive number of monsters walked out of it. Marbled Giant Lizard Guardian Tier 2 Nature Warrior Guardian Tier 3 Nature Archer Guardian Tier 31 Nature Mage Guardian Tier 4. An enormous crowd trickled out of the curtain of light. They were not made of flesh, but rather were humanoid creatures woven from vines. They held various weapons in their hands, stubbornly advancing towards the territory. Just then an arrow was shot at him. Immediately after, countless arrows came shooting towards him. The skeleton giant bat, which Fang Hao was controlling, was turned into a pincushion of arrows in a moment. Awakening from his seat, Fang Hao glared coldly towards the west. Black, my lord, how are things?" Nelson asked quietly from the side. "They're here." No sooner had the words left his mouth, a horde of nature guardians emerged from the forest at the end of his line of sight. From a few, they became hundreds, and then tens of thousands until his entire view was filled with enemies. There wasn't much formation or lining up. The next second, all the advancing guardians roared, lifting their weapons and launching their attack. Tens of thousands of forest guardians, like a surging wave, came charging crazily forward, hacking down the barriers before them, clearing all obstacles. For a moment, the entire area outside the territory was filled with the figures of enemies. So many. Nelson's face also changed. Even though he already knew the numbers, his heart still filled with some worry when he saw so many enemies with his own eyes. "It's all right, get ready, they can't win," Fang Hao said coldly. Nelson took a serious look at Fang Hao, firmly planting his magic wand into the ground, and said in a hoarse voice, "Mage Corps, prepare for battle." Tens of thousands of undead mages raised their wands, beginning to accumulate magic. Following this, streaks of dark magic orbs flew out, exploding within the attacking guardians. In an instant, a large number of guardians were blasted away, suffering heavy casualties. The enemy's long-range troops also began to retaliate. The archer guardians and mage guardians aimed at the city wall, shooting arrows and magic missiles. In a moment, magic and arrows were whisking through the sky above the battlefield. Of course, Fang Hao wasn't idle either. Identifying an enemy concentration area, he immediately released the Starflare skill carried by the Starflare wand. The next second, fiery red meteors rained down from the sky above everyone, smashing into the ground. With the earth-shaking impact, all enemies within the range were almost completely annihilated. The magic had a fire attribute and proved particularly effective against wooden species. The spread of fire killed a large number of enemies. Below the city walls, melee guardians, having cleared all the roadblocks along the way, finally charged to the foot of the city. The skeleton spearmen tightened their formation, their shields forming an unbreakable iron wall. Long spearheads emanating a cold aura emerged from behind this shield wall, pointing directly forward. Facing the sharp spears, the melee guardians showed no fear, relentlessly ramming their way forward. Their weapons hacked on the shield wall, but their bodies had already been pierced by the spears. For a moment, light green blood soaked the ground beneath their feet. Woo! At this moment, Fang Hao, standing atop the city wall, sounded the war horn. A faint ripple enveloped all the skeleton soldiers, enhancing their mobility and attack power. At the same time, he executed the mist wrap skill. The battlefield below the city walls was instantly shrouded in a thick mist, engulfing the entire battlefield. Mist wrap was a skill that Fang Hao had recently learned. He hadn't found a use for it until today, when he realized how useful it really was. The fog covered the entire battlefield, reducing the enemy's visible range by 75 and their morale by. However, his soldiers were unaffected. This greatly increased the advantages of his army. "Advance!" shouted Fireblade, the leader below the city. Under the cover of the mist, the spear and shield wall began to resist the enemy's attack, pushing forward bit by bit. The spears cleared the path ahead, and the enemies who broke into the ranks were slain by the sword and shield soldiers behind them. Like a meat grinder, they were killing enemies far superior to themselves. Dense magic bullets exploded at the foot of the city wall. After assessing the entire situation, Fang Hao immediately descended the city wall, found a quiet place, and cast God's presence. The next second, a ghostly blue soulfire rose in the pupils of the skeleton giant bats. There were 10,000 skeleton giant bats, which Fang Hao had arranged in the jungle outside the battlefield before the battle began. Now he cast God's presence and ascended into the sky with 11 two-skeleton giant bats. After circling around, they flew to the enemy rear. Diving down, their massive, sharp claws directly struck a mage. Behind them, 10,000 giant bats did the same, diving down and fighting with the mages. Skeleton giant bats are simplified versions of skeleton bat wolves. They weren't as formidable. Otherwise, Fang Hao would have preferred to drag them into the air before tearing them to pieces. Mages have high attack power, but their defense isn't prominent. Against the attack of the skeleton giant bats, they suffered severe casualties quickly. Once the mage defenders were wiped out, the flock of skeleton giant bats immediately changed direction and charged towards the archer defenders who were still attacking the city wall. Below the city wall, the melee troops. The melee defenders launched an even more frenzied charge. The giant lizard defenders ran quickly, their bodies slamming fiercely against the shield wall like battering rams, indifferent to the spears piercing their bodies, as long as they could break the shield wall. Fireblade moved forward with the troops. He casually slaughtered 2 charging giant lizards. After a fresh assessment of the battlefield, the soul flame in his pupils flickered non-stop. Kill! Fireblade's low roar resounded from the formation. The next second, shields in the first row opened like gates, and a red flame blade light flew out, shattering hundreds of enemies in front. Then Fireblade, with his long knife, rushed out of the formation to kill the enemies. Behind him, 5,000 skeleton trolls followed closely. Under Fireblade's lead, they were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the formation, starting a massacre. The moment the shield wall opened, the entire troop was like a lion that had been lying dormant for years, fiercely pouncing on the enemy. And the spear formation behind was advancing rapidly, cleaning up in their wake. By the time most of the enemies were killed or injured, the battle was nearing its end. These defenders felt no fear. They knew not of retreat. This accelerated the progress of the battle. When Fireblade pierced the last defender with his sword, the battle ended entirely. Lord, all the enemies have been eliminated. Fang Hao nodded slightly. Very good, Fireblade, you've worked hard. Organize the cleanup of the battlefield, collect all the spoils. Yes, sir. Under Fireblade's command, all of the skeleton soldiers spread out to collect the spoils of the battlefield. There were no remnants of a wriggling spine, nor any weapons or equipment left behind. What dropped instead was a variety of rare materials, natural gems, mithril, essence of magic, and so on. The cleanup of the battlefield proceeded swiftly, and all sorts of resources were promptly sorted and presented before Fang Hao. My lord, all the spoils of war have been collected. Please review them. Fang Hao descended the city wall, taking stock of the loot lying before him. Acquired: tough wood 13,552, mithril 2,424. Trace of the earth 1,345, trace of the forest 5,422, natural gem 721, trace of divinity 12, natural essence 572, rich essence 451, essence of magic 220, perfect essence 32. These 120,000 enemies, they sure didn't drop too little. The materials that have always been difficult to gather were acquired in such large quantities all at once. The material resources dropped by the enemy, these scarce resources, are even more valuable than their equipment. They significantly hasten the improvement and development of territorial strength, just that the drop rate is a bit low. From 120,000 enemies, only these few were dropped. Perfect essence and trace of divinity are only in double digits. The highest amount, 13,000, is for the basic production materials. Transport all to the warehouse. Fang Hao gave another order. The skeletons obeyed, hauling all the spoils of war to the warehouse. Just as Fang Hao was about to return to the city and use the resources to upgrade the buildings, sudden turmoil arose on the eastern side of his territory. Thick black smoke billowed up into the sky, snaking into the heavens like a giant black serpent. This thick smoke was a sight Fang Hao had seen during the last compulsory mission. It was Zhang Bin calling for reinforcements, a way to alert nearby lords of his location. It seems that Zhang Bin is once again struggling to fend off his mission adversaries. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and, as expected, saw numerous calls for help. I can't hold them off anymore. Can anyone nearby come to my aid? These guardians are too savage. Damn it, my soldiers are all dead. I'm buying soul crystals. Anyone selling, please hurry. Phew, I managed to complete the mission, although I lost a few soldiers. Thankfully, my territory remains intact. Big Shot, can you see the smoke signals I've ignited? Could you possibly help me? The number of natural guardians was determined by the amount of resources gathered within the Lord's territory over a period of 14 days. The faster the territory develops and the quicker resources are harvested, the more enemies appear in the territory. The number of your enemies, in some sense, corresponds with your comprehensive strength. Even so, many lords simply couldn't defeat their adversaries and cried for help incessantly in the channel. Among them, one particular call for help via smoke signal was from Zhang Bin. Fang Hao considered for a moment, then decided to visit Zhang Bin's territory and harvest another batch of rare resources. No, he was going to lend a hand to a fellow transmigrator and help him through this difficult situation. Nelson, I'm leaving Fireblade in your charge. I need to step out for a while, said Fang Hao. Very well, my lord. Following Nelson's response, skeleton soldiers were immediately deployed to clean up the outskirts of the territory. Destroyed barricades were cleared out while those unscathed were repositioned on the roads surrounding the territory. Once everything was arranged, Fang Hao returned to his room to cast God's presence and embody a skeletal soldier. Accompanied by Fireblade and 20,000 skeletal soldiers, he headed towards Zhang Bin's territory. At Zhang Bin's territory, the level 2 city wall was still made of raw wood. Zhang Bin and his militia were resisting the attack of the natural guardians. Accepting a rock passed to him by a peasant, Zhang Bin heaved it down at the attackers below the wall, swearing loudly, "Take this, you bastards. My development has been miserable enough, and you still choose to retaliate." Below the city wall, more than 100 natural guardians were attempting to burst open the city gates and invade the city. The weapon in hand reduced the city gate to a sorry state. It was only a matter of time before it would be breached. Zhang Bin was frustrated in his heart. He wished he had used all his resources to upgrade the city wall if he had known about the compulsory challenge. Right now, the city wall was only at level 2, mainly constructed from raw wood logs. Just as Zhang Bin continued to hurl stones at the enemies below the city wall, several arrows whistled towards him, a sound of an arrow penetrating flesh. An arrow had run right through Zhang Bin's shoulder, and due to inertia, he fell from the city wall in an extremely embarrassing fashion. "My lord, are you all right?" The farmer quickly helped Zhang Bin up, his face full of anxiety. Damn it, Zhang Bin roared in pain, clutching his wound tightly with his other hand. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining the ground a dark red. "Forget about me, keep defending." Zhang Bin barked through gritted teeth. The situation was too critical for any distractions. The farmers held the city gates with all their might, while the militia on the city wall were both trying to evade the ranged attacks from the enemies while throwing all kinds of objects down at them. Even so, it wasn't long before the militia were getting hit by arrows, and the city gate was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Bin once again made an appeal in the channel, but his 10 posts had already been used up. All his messages were drowned out by the sea of information. Sigh, if only those skeletons could come again. At this moment, he remembered the compulsory task from last time. When he and the militia could no longer hold out, a group of skeletons suddenly appeared and killed off the attacking beast horde. If only that skeleton army could appear again and fight these nature guardians. "My lord, the city gate can't hold any longer." The farmer shouted loudly, "Prepare for a fight to death." Zhang Bin said as he picked his iron spear with his one good hand. Everyone gathered together, preparing for a last-ditch effort. Fang Hao and Fireblade, leading a large squad, sprang out from the forest. In the distance, Zhang Bin's territory was still under attack by the nature's guardians. Facing an attack from nearly 100 nature guardians, Zhang Bin's soldiers could only continuously defend, relying on the city wall to execute simple counterattacks. "Fireblade, kill all the nature guardians under the city walls," Fang Hao said. "Yes, my lord." Fireblade nodded and led 10,000 skeleton soldiers in a direct frontal attack. Fireblade took the lead, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand acting like the scythe of the death god, shattering all enemies before him. The skeleton sea was even more overwhelming, drowning the enemies. The battle was over at the first encounter. It took 2 hours to get here, but the battle lasted no more than 5 minutes. "My lord, they are all destroyed. There are some humans in the city. Do you want all of them killed?" Fireblade stepped forward and asked loudly. On the city wall, the whole body of Zhang Bin and his soldiers shook upon hearing these words. They nearly collapsed. "First, clean up the battlefield. Gather all the dropped resources," said Fang Hao, glancing at the people on the city walls and giving out orders. The skeletons immediately scattered and began to collect the loot dropped on the ground. Unfortunately, the enemies on Zhang Bin's territory were too few, and only 42 rare resources were collected. For this, the 2-hour journey seemed not worth it. Fang Hao was not satisfied. "Open the gate," Fang Hao said in a low voice. Zhang Bin remained silent, not knowing whether he should open the gate or not. Fireblade didn't give Zhang Bin time to think. With of his blade, the city gate split into 2 and crashed down. Zhang Bin was shocked and quickly snapped out of his stupor. He led the villagers to rush down the city wall and shouted, Honorable sir, please don't kill us. We are willing to follow your orders." Yet there was a clear difference between the skeletons before him and the nature guardians who had just attacked. These skeletons could communicate, they could negotiate, giving him a chance for negotiation. If he wanted to survive, he had to show an attitude of willful submission. In other words, this world was too dangerous, and relying on a powerful being might not be a bad thing. Fang Hao strode into the city, glancing at Zhang Bin, who was cautiously nearby. He walked straight towards the warehouse. It was not his first time visiting Zhang Bin's territory, and he was very familiar with the locations of the warehouse and the Lord's wooden house. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he gathered up all the gemstone materials. Then he rummaged through the Lord's wooden house. After finding nothing worth scouring, he went straight out of the other party's territory and left. Zhang Bin stayed kneeling on the spot, with a group of militiamen watching the skeleton army gradually leave. He was a bit bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Did they just leave? Lord, your injuries, a militiaman whispered a reminder. Ah, right, damn my hand. The oppressive force of the skeleton army was so immense that the moment the city gate was broken open, he thought he was about to die. The fear of death made his arrow-pierced arm feel less painful, but when he was reminded, Zhang Bin immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. The villagers immediately helped Zhang Bin towards the Lord's wooden house. The others began repairing the city gate. Having left Zhang Bin's territory, Fang Hao dismissed his disguise. With Fireblade leading, he didn't need to constantly use God's presence to navigate. As he left the room, he saw Ira preparing dinner. After a busy day and not eating lunch, dinner was served early. Master, please wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon, Ira whispered from the kitchen. Fang Hao walked out to the empty area on the right side of the wooden house. Today he had obtained a large amount of rare materials, and the buildings that could not be built due to insufficient materials in the past now met the construction conditions. Rejuvenation Spring Well Purple category, special building construction required. Hardened wood 1000, stone bricks 2200, natural gem 22, trace of the forest 12, trace of spring water 10, essence of magic 8. Description: life is nurtured in nature, the spring of life, reminiscent of the taste of mother's milk. The rejuvenation spring was the reward for the first person in the world to upgrade the Lord's wooden house when Fang Hao first crossed over. Today, all those complicated building materials have finally been gathered. The construction conditions were met. He chose a location closer to the Lord's hall and began construction. A light purple glow slowly rose, gradually forming the shape of a small pool. Plants began to emerge from the ground, leaves spreading and flowers blooming. Flowers hovered above the pool, condensing dewdrops which fell into the center of the pool. It took a full 20 minutes. The well was finally completed. The whole building looked like a flower garden pool. A green glow rose, emitting a faint vitality, full of beautiful flowers. Rejuvenation Spring Well Effect. Rejuvenation Spring Water Production. 1 unither well water capacity. 50 units. Rejuvenation Spring. The blessed spring water of nature. Drinking it can heal certain injuries, restore spiritual power, and long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. Description: life is nurtured in nature, the spring of life, reminiscent of the taste of mother's milk. Mother's milk. This description is beginning to sound more and more like an advertisement for baby formula, and it's the kind of formula that's sweetened with saccharin. The phosphorescent pool is so clear, it's like a mirror reflecting the surroundings. The nearby flowers form dewdrops like pearls, which fall into the pool and create exquisite water splashes. The rejuvenation spring in the pool is not the pool water. Rather, it is formed by the dewdrops that have accumulated from the hovering flowers above. The most important part is the healing effect of this rejuvenation spring. This spring water is a simplified version of a healing potion. Drinking a cup can treat certain injuries. Fang Hao had a bottle of healing potion in his hand before, but he later gave it to Dong Jiayu for emergency use. Now that his territory has a rejuvenation spring, it serves as a form of security for him. Moreover, consuming this regularly can enhance one's physique. This is truly a great thing. Curing diseases when sick and strengthening the body when healthy, isn't this better than health supplements? Wow, it's so beautiful. It would be even better if we raise a couple of fish in this pool, Ira excitedly said after seeing the rejuvenation spring. Fang Hao was startled and quickly said, "This is the rejuvenation spring. We'll need it to cure us when we're sick in the future. We cannot mess around with the water in it." He feared that Ira would put a couple of fish into it the next day. By that time, who could drink the water if it smelled fishy? "Oh right, master, I have prepared the dinner. It's ready." Ira suddenly remembered what she came to do, to ask Fang Hao to have dinner. "Let's go. From now on, we'll drink the water from here. It's also beneficial to our health," they said as they walked towards the wooden cabin. "Is the spring water that amazing?" Ira asked somewhat doubtfully. She came from a small orc village and had never heard of water that could strengthen the body. "Of course you'll know in the future." The pair arrived at the dining table and Ira began serving today's delicacies. Since Fang Hao won big today and obtained a lot of rare resources, today's dinner was rather sumptuous. Vegetable soup, steamed fish, and ribs. While Fang Hao was enjoying his meal, he once again opened the channel. At this point, most lords had finished their tasks. Finally, it's over. God, I almost died. This world is so fucking messed up. The soldiers I recruited painstakingly died by half, with the remaining all injured. It feels like I'm back to square one. Stop complaining. At noon, there were calls for help everywhere on the screen. It's good enough to survive. Trading special resources for healing items. DM if you have any. Urgent. Stop dreaming. Where can we find healing items now? I've already laid down, waiting to die slowly. Fang Hao's eyes lit up. Many lords or their soldiers were injured in today's trial mission. Yet till now, no healing potions had been seen for sale. There were some medicinal herbs, but the healing effects of these herbs were really poor. Wouldn't his rejuvenation spring present a big business opportunity? With this thought in mind, Fang Hao immediately posted his rejuvenation spring for sale. Trader, Fang Hao registered item, rejuvenation spring quantity, 30 units requirement per unit, 30 rare resources remark. For special items blueprints, please PM. Oddly enough, you can take a sip or even a half sip for a normal drink, but for trading, it must be listed based on 1 unit as the basis. It can't be sold by the sip or by the cup. The trading requirement is also very clear. This time, everyone got a certain number of rare resources. Even Zhang Bin's territory had 40 units of resources for sale. He didn't want any other resources but the rare ones held by others. Though 30 units is not a small amount, the majority of the lords can afford it. Besides, those who need it are the seriously injured ones. When life itself is hanging by a thread, would you still care about the cost? In the regional channel, the chatter instantly decreased. The listed rejuvenation springs were quickly being bought off. Within less than 2 minutes, all 30 units of rejuvenation springs were sold. Then the regional channel began to buzz again. Damn, that's badass. He has healing items already. 30 units of rare resources. This is outright robbery. After all the hard work today, it's all gone to him. Damn, if you think it's expensive, sell yours to me. I'll give you 30 units of resources. Everyone buying is injured, almost on the brink of death, who would care about the price. What are you talking about? What healing item, what resources, what is Lord Fang Hao selling now? Stop looking, it's a kind of spring water for healing, but it's already sold out. I just private messaged Lord Fang Hao. The supply of this spring water is limited. He can only sell about 30 units a day. Which spring water? Where did you get this spring water? This time's mandatory task. Almost every lord had suffered some degree of injury. Everyone was well aware that in this world, struggling to survive every second, an injury could indicate a catastrophe. Though the injury wouldn't worsen, it would certainly slow down their activities. The spring water, capable of restoring health, played an irreplaceable role. Nevertheless, the rejuvenation spring well could only produce so much water. He couldn't afford to sell all at once in case he and Ira faced special situations. Therefore, when facing those who wanted to trade privately, he could only tell them, the quantity is limited. You'll have to wait until tomorrow if you want to purchase. Most of them were disappointed, cursing themselves for being slow and not being able to acquire the spring water. After dinner, it was still early. Ira was washing the dishes and Fang Hao went straight to the tailor's shop. From afar, he could see the skeleton tailors busily at work. Seeing Fang Hao approach, the tailor Soy greeted him. Good evening, my lord. Good evening. When will the batch of clothes we talked about yesterday be finished? Fang Hao asked. My lord, we're rushing for it. It's estimated to take another 2 days, Soy replied. Fang Hao wasn't in a hurry. He just asked casually as he was here. All right, I plan to build some houses for you for rest and work. What are your thoughts on this? Fang Hao voiced his intentions. These skull tailors were somewhat different from ordinary skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers only mechanically execute tasks. They don't have independent thinking. Although these tailors were recruited, they clearly had their own independent thinking. They couldn't be treated as ordinary skeletons and needed to provide some places for rest and work. Having over 100 people weaving under the open sun wasn't the ideal scenario. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. It would be best if you could create a place for us to work and rest, Soy spoke frankly. The current environment indeed needed some improvement. All right, Fang Hao took out the Book of Lords and switched to the construction page. He had received the blueprints for civilian houses yesterday, which could be used to build houses for the skeleton tailors, after discussing with Soy. They decided to build 30 houses and a large factory. Level 1 house, wood 300, stone 180, thatch 120, hemp rope 80. Description: it can be used to build ordinary civilian houses with no special features. Having completed the building, he upgraded all the houses to level 4. Houses were transformed from ordinary log cabins into 2-story wooden buildings. They also changed from providing shelter to 2 people to housing 4. However, it exceeded the number of log cabins needed by the skeleton tailors. But that doesn't matter, the territory is vast, and everyone can live more comfortably. Soy of the Undead clan's loyalty to you increased by 5 points, current loyalty 85 har. The tailor of the Undead clan's loyalty to you increased by 5 points, current loyalty 75. Undead tailor, having the houses built, the loyalty of the tailors all increased. Soy as the captain inherently had higher loyalty, now reaching 85 points. The loyalty of other skeleton tailors also reached 75. Loyalty is the bond between a lord and his troops. Higher the loyalty, the faster they work and the less likely they are to rebel. If their loyalty is low, not only will the troops be demotivated and slack off in severe cases, they might desert or even act against you. By then it won't be a problem of work efficiency, but a matter of life and death. Thinking about how Fang Hao became a lord, one can understand the severity. Soy, Fang Hao called out. Soy was distributing houses to the skeleton tailors. Hearing Fang Hao's call, he ran over immediately. My lord, what are your orders? I don't have the blueprint for the factory right now. I'll arrange for someone to build one for you. It might take a few days, Fang Hao said softly. Without blueprint, if you want to build something, you need to do it manually. Many lords don't have the blueprint for city walls, so they let the peasants build simple log walls. This type of construction has no difference from the blueprint ones. However, blueprint constructions can be completed in minutes and can be upgraded, but manual constructions can take several days or even months and cannot be upgraded. Thank you, my lord, we can wait. We are not in a hurry, Soy replied with a respectful attitude. The undead are the least afraid of waiting. They have plenty of time to waste. Good. After discussing the factory's requirements with Soy, Fang Hao arranged for the labor skeleton to build the factory next to the tailor's shop. Although the two had mentioned it as a factory, it was actually a sizable warehouse. It was capable of providing shelter from the wind and rain and wasn't a difficult construction. If it were complex, they might not be able to design it, or the labor skeleton wouldn't be able to build it. Seeing the start of the construction of the factory, Fang Hao gave a few instructions and then returned to the front of the Lord's wooden house. He sat down on the bench and opened the Book of Lords again. There were new blueprints, including the bedside cabinet blueprint, wool carpet blueprint, beast skin backpack blueprint, and sturdy fishing rod blueprint. The first two didn't need to be made. They weren't lacking them and they weren't of much value. The fishing rod was also temporarily unnecessary as the pressing time didn't allow him to waste it fishing. In contrast, the beast skin backpack was useful to him. In this world, they didn't have system spaces or space rings or spatial gadgets to store items. Every time he went out, he would bring a wooden cart. He also had a simple homemade backpack. It was made of beast skin and hemp rope. Now he could use the Book of Lords to make a professional beast skin backpack. Beast skin backpack, leather 5, spun thread 2. Description: a finely crafted backpack, which can carry more items and reduce the load of the user. 1. Perfect for making backpacks. Producing quantity, 1 produce. A hundredfold enhancement is triggered. A beast skin backpack 101 was obtained. Leather backpacks appeared beside Fang Hao and fell to the ground one by one. Fang Hao picked one up and looked it over carefully. The backpack was brown, treated on the surface, and felt good to touch. Where the leather was stitched, string was used to sew it together, sturdy and detailed. All in all, it was countless times better than his previous backpack. Master, do you need me to prepare bathwater? Ira walked out of the cabin and asked softly. Fang Hao assessed himself. He had indeed sweated a lot from today's challenge task. Prepare it, Fang Hao said. Ira, take one of these backpacks. It might come in handy. Really? Thank you, Master. Ira joyfully picked up a backpack and carefully inspected it. Coming from a small tribe and having been a slave for a while, Ira had known hardship. She was always a little excited whenever she received anything. Put the rest in the warehouse, and whoever needs one can take it. Fang Hao slung his backpack over his back. Yes, Master. Ira took her bag back to her room and began preparing the bath. Congratulations, Lord, you have completed the Nature's Revenge task. Reward: all faction influence plus 50, own faction influence plus 100, a faction treasure, a special building blueprint, warfare coins plus 100. The system's voice suddenly sounded, indicating that the compulsory task was complete. Fang Hao remembered that when he completed his first trial task, there was a global announcement, and the rewards were more generous than today. At that time, the chat channel was buzzing. Now it was just a general announcement, and only he could see his reward. Fang Hao, who was about to stand up and leave, sat down again. He checked the rewards he had received. The faction's treasure, the White Bone Throne. White Bone Throne purple category, throne ability. Increase the effects of Lord's undead skills by plus 5, all undead troop attributes plus 12, natural disaster damage within territory 10. Description: the confused undead need a leader, one with a smart mind and great ambition to cast darkness over the land. the white bone throne appeared in front of him. The white bones gleamed like jade, smooth and shiny. Several gemstones were embedded in the tall backrest, and at the top was a gray, half-spherical gemstone that looked like a gray sun, spreading darkness and death across the land. Fang Hao stood up and touched it gently. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, just like jade, not bony at all. Sitting on it, it felt rather comfortable and not cold at all. Otherwise, he would really worry about getting a cold stomach. You guys, carry the throne into the hall. Fang Hao called over a few skeleton guards on patrol. The white bone throne was much larger than a regular chair. 6 guards had to work together to lift it and slowly carry it into the cabin, placing it in the first-floor meeting hall. There had always been very few people in the territory. Usually, Fang Hao would just casually give instructions to Nelson and the others. The purpose of the meeting hall was seldom realized. The skeleton guards carried the throne inside little by little. Ira, who was preparing Fang Hao's bathwater, poked her head out to watch the excitement. When the white bone throne replaced the orc wooden chair and Fang Hao sat on it, a faint ripple spread out instantly, covering their entire territory. This indicated that the attributes of the throne were now in effect. Wow, master, this chair looks so cool. It must be worth a lot due to its gemstones, right? Ira also came over and looked at the white bone throne with her wide eyes. The bones of the throne had been treated specially, making them look more like bones made of jade. Besides, living with the undead all the time had made her less fearful of the white bones. Undersell, we will be richer in the future. Fang Hao also turned and touched the largest gemstone at the top of the seat back. Although he didn't know what kind of gem it was, he was certain it must be quite valuable. Especially since it was so large. Oh, speaking, Ira also stepped forward and touched the gemstone on the back of the chair. Fang Hao sat on the throne and continued to look at the rewards he had received. Next up was the building blueprint. Magic defense tower type, special building placement. Mage 3 requires mage of the identical attribute ability, can cause magic damage to enemies within range. Description: dangerously ferocious, always synonymous with magic. When released through a magic tower, will have greater killing power. Construction required: hardwood 500, stone brick 720, metal parts 220, essence of magic 30. It was indeed a magic tower. There was already an arrow tower within the territory, which could accommodate archers for long-range attacks on enemies. But the primary function of the arrow tower was acting as a watchtower, guarding against enemies approaching the city. In reality, the attack caused by the arrow tower was quite limited. The addition of the magic defense tower, on the other hand, helped fill the region's lack in attack power. The damage of a mage itself was strong. Coupled with 3 mages operating the magic tower, the power was undoubtedly huge. After reading the description, he went outside to build the magic tower before going to bed. Master, your bath is ready. Aren't you going to take a bath? Ira asked again. I'll be right back. Fang Hao replied, and then he directly walked out. Once at the city wall, he constructed a magic defense tower on every side of the wall. Without the compulsory task this time, there wouldn't have been enough materials. 4 rays of light rose simultaneously, slowly forming a tower-like structure. 5 minutes later, when the lights faded, the magic tower was successfully built. Compared to the towering arrow tower, the magic tower was a lot shorter. It seemed more like a magic fortress sitting on top of the defensive fortification, with faint flashes of lightning at the top. 3 people per magic tower. Fang Hao arrived among the undead mages and ordered. Several mages with pale skeletal fingers gripping magic wands walked into the magic tower. As they entered, the attributes of the magic tower also changed accordingly. The lightning at the top turned black, with black electric sparks flickering. The attack attribute of the magic tower would change according to the attributes of the mages who were operating it. After completing everything he could think of, Fang Hao finally returned to the woodhouse, took a bath under Ira's service, and then went back to his room to rest. Late into the night, Shadowwind Castle. The quiet sky was suddenly illuminated by a beam of light. The light disappeared, revealing a man in a black robe, appearing in the sky above Shadowwind Castle, finally back. The man's words stopped when he saw the scene before him, showing an incredulous look. He quickly closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "No, I just had a vision. It must be the aftereffect of the teleportation scroll." After mumbling those words for a while, he slowly opened his eyes. However, what he saw was still a scene of ruins, broken stones, and rubble. "Who was it who destroyed my castle? I'll kill you," the man roared, displaying his sharp fangs. The territory is still brightly lit. The collected nightstones had been turned into street lamps, set up on both sides of the street and in important places like the tailor shop and the Viscera Museum. The bright nightstones shrouded this burgeoning city in a faint glow. The Lord's wooden house. Fang Hao was sound asleep. Suddenly, a deep bell sound reverberated through the entire territory. Fang Hao jolted awake, his heart pounding. The bell rang again. The copper bell in the territory had been struck. Fang Hao rolled out of bed, not bothering to dress properly. He hastily put on his armor, grabbed the starfire wand from the weapon rack next to his bed, and left the room. When the territory's bell was rung, it meant there were enemies. Just after leaving the Lord's wooden house, he saw a figure flying above the territory, massive bat wings spread wide, obscuring the bright moon in the sky. Batman. Fang Hao subconsciously uttered. He almost thought he had time traveled again, but Nelson walked towards him, confirming he was still within the territory. However, the figure's appearance highly resembled Batman's entrance. "Sir, this should be a vampire from the Eternal Night clan." Nelson approached. "Vampire." Fang Hao immediately thought of Shadowwind Castle. In Shadowwind Castle, he had gotten a lot of information about vampires. He also understood that the Eternal Night clan represented vampires. Could this vampire be linked to Shadowwind Castle? As Fang Hao thought, he checked the properties of the stranger. Blood Hunter Giovanni Hamilton, Bluedeer level 5, a Bluedeer level 5 hero. No wonder he dared to invade the territory on his own. At this moment, the undead mages in the territory and the mage towers were already engaged in battle with him. Magic missiles filled the sky, with black lightning from the defense towers. The scene was incredibly shocking. The Blood Hunter Giovanni, relying on his flexible flying ability, was exchanging blows evenly with the defense of the territory. "Seems like he's more of a tough nut to crack," Fang Hao commented quietly. To prepare for the forced mission, Fang Hao had recruited 10,000s of undead mages. With such a number of mages attacking at the same time, the density of the magic missiles was like a giant net flying towards the vampire. However, the intruder, relying on his flying ability and high mobility, could always evade with ease. Then he would look for the opportunity to counterattack. The undead mage team had difficulty dealing with the vampire, and neither could the vampire harm the undead mages and magic towers on the ground. Plus, there was a skeleton hero wielding a long blade and a swarm of skeleton melee soldiers on the ground. The vampire didn't dare to descend and engage in close combat. Both parties continued to exchange blows, neither able to get the upper hand. After dodging a scorching blade light in the sky, Giovanni's peripheral vision caught sight of two figures in the territory, engaged in conversation. A human and a seemingly hunched-over skeleton. Standing in front of the main hall, signifying the pair had special identities. They might even be the administrators of the city. Killing these low-grade, vast number of skeletons was pointless. It would be better to directly kill the leaders, than use his flight advantage to escape. With this thought in mind, after dodging some magic, Giovanni retracted his bat wings, dove from the sky, and attacked the location where the two were standing. Seeing the vampire rushing towards him, Fang Hao felt a tinge of anxiety inside his heart. Fang Hao raised his magic wand, ready to summon his guardian spirits to protect him. At this moment, Nelson reached out to stop Fang Hao, saying, "Master, it's better for you to stand aside and observe the battle." With that said, the magic wand in his hand was struck heavily on the ground. The next moment, Nelson's whole body underwent a sudden change in momentum. Fang Hao, who had some foundation in magic, could perceive that Nelson's hunched body had exploded with terrifying fluctuation in magic power. The magic elements in the surrounding space were converging rapidly towards his body. The ground beneath him began to transform. The leveled surface was boiling and roaring like boiling water. Nelson's bony finger pointed towards the approaching vampire. Suddenly, the ground rose like a tsunami, surging towards the sky. When Blood Hunter Giovanni, who was rushing over, saw the earth rushing towards him like a tidal wave, his face instantly changed. He opened his bat wings again and tried to slow down and turn to escape, but it was already too late. The soil had wrapped around his ankles and was rapidly spreading across his entire body. Like a spider wrapping up its prey in a cocoon, his entire body was wrapped up. This was Nelson's skill, heavy burial. The soil clod fell down and landed in front of Fang Hao and Nelson. The soil at the top slithered to both sides, revealing a pale human face. When Giovanni saw Fang Hao and Nelson, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. He never expected that such a powerful undead hero would be living in this undead territory. Two blood-red eyes surveyed the surroundings, looking at the humans suspiciously, and also looking at the undead corpse witch. When did humans start mixing with the undead? Why would such a powerful corpse witch, that could kill him in a second, appear in this small city? All of this was contrary to logic. At the same time, he regretted even more why he came alone. But now it was already too late for any words. He could only think of a way to intimidate the other party. "No matter who you are, undead or human, I am Giovanni Hamilton, a pure-blooded noble of Hamilton clan. Release me immediately if you don't want to die," Giovanni shouted as he ineffectively tried to break free. Fang Hao was slightly startled, giving Nelson a puzzled look. Listening to the other party's tone, and the fact that he exposed his clan, seemed like his background was not ordinary. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Hao, a new lord to this place, who would neither know about nor care about any family or even a king. Stop talking nonsense. I don't care what family you're from or how pure you are. Why did you forcibly invade my territory? Fang Hao said loudly, whether one's lineage is pure or not, it doesn't matter. Where he came from, the only time it mattered was during breeding, so that notion would not work here. Giovanni snorted coldly, gave Fang Hao a sidelong glance and said, "Kid, mind your status. You don't have the right to question me." He was very clear. The powerful existence in this territory was the corpse witch standing next to him, not this frail human in front of him. He assumed that this human was merely a vassal or a servant of the undead. Fang Hao frowned. "Nelson, teach him a lesson." "Yes, master." After Nelson answered, once again, a surge of magic power emanated from his body. The next second, the soil wrapped around Giovanni began to tighten bit by bit, putting out cracking sounds as bones were forcibly broken. "Ah. Have you gone mad, you undead? Why are you listening to the orders of a human?" Giovanni screamed in pain, while shooting an angry look at the corpse witch. Compared to undead and humans, vampires were closer to the undead in nature. He couldn't understand why a potent corpse witch would take orders from a weak human. "I'm asking you one last time, why did you attack my territory?" Fang Hao's eyes narrowed, his voice was gloomy. Giovanni suddenly felt a chill down his spine and a wave of fear arose in his heart. He was sure if he continued his defiance, the opponent would silence him permanently, even if he had revealed his family background. "Hey, stop acting dumb. Did you or didn't you take the things from my cat? How can you guys be so shameless? You stole my things and even stripped the castle." Giovanni became increasingly furious as he spoke, unconsciously raising his voice. "Vampires have a long life. Giovanni, who shares Hamilton's lineage, has caused a lot of trouble due to his rebellious nature. His greed for blood, looting, and stealing has earned Giovanni a bad reputation amongst all clans. Anything that Neville is interested in, be it an object or a life, he will find a way to acquire it. That's where the Blood Hunter came from. Vampire life is extravagant, and Shadowwind Castle is one of Giovanni's mansions. Many objects inside, whether part of the architecture or otherwise, were accumulated over many years, and the location of Shadowwind Castle was carefully selected by him. The forces that were pursuing him would have difficulty finding this place, not interfering with his regular life. But who could have expected? He was just gone for a while. When he returned, not only were the items in the castle gone, even the castle itself was stripped bare. Who could endure such a thing? When he discovered Fang Hao's territory, and that it was populated by low-level undead, his anger initiated an attack. He wanted to rip apart everyone here, whether humans or undead, but he didn't expect there to be a powerful undead hero present within the territory. They defeated him in an instant. Fang Hao looked at the furious Giovanni with an unchanging expression, but felt somewhat awkward. He thought Shadowwind Castle was just a deserted dungeon, and the dust inside the castle showed that nobody had lived there for a long time. Fang initially thought that no one had lived there for such a long time, and probably nobody would be coming back soon. By the time the castle's owner returned in a few years, his own territory would have developed, and he wouldn't be afraid of the owner. But just a few days later, the owner already showed up at his doorstep, and he left nothing of the castle for the owner, not even a strand of hair. Fang Hao fell into silence, while Giovanni, feeling more confident, shouted, "Release me at once, and compensate for all my losses, or brace yourself for the wrath of the Hamilton family." Giovanni was very confident in his family. The Hamilton family could easily destroy this small city in front of them. Once released, Giovanni would find a way to capture this man and make him his blood slave. Each day he would drain his blood and torment him bit by bit. Hearing Giovanni's threat, Fang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile, not to mention that the items he had scavenged from inside the castle were already almost sold. He had no means to compensate for the losses. Even if he did, he would not compensate. The rule which this world adheres to isn't about reasoning. The only rule here, might is right. Every reasoning is built on the power to intimidate the other party. Given Giovanni's nature, had he found Fang's territory first, he would not only have plundered the land, but Fang wouldn't have survived either. Fang was also grateful that he obtained a golden hero like Nelson. "Are there more of your kind nearby?" Fang Hao leaned in, asking in a low voice. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Giovanni felt a tightening in his heart, sensing that something wasn't right. He quickly changed his tone and said, "Don't do anything rash. We can resolve this peacefully. It's just a castle. I won't pursue this matter anymore. Consider those items as gifts to a friend." Giovanni was not stupid. He naturally noticed Fang's intentions. He backed down immediately to try and ease the tension between them. Fang Hao was not stupid either. He wasn't going to believe Giovanni's words. "Release Giovanni so he can go gather his family's power." "Don't be ridiculous." Fang would sooner believe that he could grow another 5 centimeters than he'd believe Giovanni would swallow his pride. Don't worry, it shouldn't be too quick and painful. Welcome to the undead camp. Fang Hao extended a warm smile once again. Have you gone mad? Your small city can't withstand the wrath of my family. I advise you not to do anything stupid. Fear was now evident on Giovanni's face. Vampires have long lives. They can enjoy life over countless years. All of them, when faced with death, exhibit even greater fear. Fang Hao didn't say anything. Nelson slightly waved his hand, and the soil wriggled, covering Giovanni's nose and mouth once more. I leave it to you, Fang Hao said in a low voice. Nelson nodded slightly and continued. A pure-blood clan member might yield some unexpected gains. With a gentle wave of his hand, 2 skeleton soldiers came over. They hoisted Giovanni, bound by the soil, and carried him into the Viscera Museum. Converting Fireblade into an undead hero last time consumed 5 days of Nelson's time. This time, who knows how many days it would take to transform Giovanni into a skeleton hero. Nelson left, and Fang Hao, yawning, returned to his lord's cottage to rest. The next morning, Fang Hao woke up from his dream. He rubbed his eyes and walked downstairs. Just as he reached the staircase, he collided with Ira, who was coming up the stairs. Ira's body lost balance momentarily, and she clung tightly to Fang Hao. The intimate contact allowed him to feel the softness of Ira's body. Master, Sir Nelson is waiting for you at the door, Ira quickly said, stabilizing herself. Fang Hao replied, heading downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Nelson sitting on a bench, with a viscera jar giving off a faint blue glow next to him. Good morning, Nelson, Fang Hao greeted with a smile as he walked over. Upon seeing Fang Hao, Nelson stood up and said, Good morning, my lord. Nelson held a special status in the territory, not just as the first hero under Fang Hao's command. His knowledge and abilities were extremely powerful. Especially his ability to transform enemy heroes into skeleton heroes affiliated with him. This was nothing short of a divine skill. Did you need something? Fang Hao asked. Yes, my lord, please look at this. Nelson handed over the viscera jar in his hand. Fang Hao had encountered viscera jars before. He had bought one from the skeleton merchant. Even though he knew they were used to hold human organs, he had never used one before and didn't know how to use it. But the viscera jar before him was different. The one he had bought was empty, but this viscera jar was already in use. Viscera jar category, container ability, revival. A viscera jar with the revival feature refills the life value of combat personnel. Description: you can place the viscera jar with special abilities in the Viscera Museum, giving troops special abilities. This, looking at the attributes of the viscera jar, Fang Hao furrowed his brow. The 2 viscera jars in the warehouse were both empty. How come he now held a heavy one in his hand that also possessed attributes? Could it be one of his own? Lord, the viscera jar contains the organs of the vampire we captured. It has now gained special abilities, Nelson explained softly. Fang Hao felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that the corpses of heroes could be preserved in viscera jars? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. Fireblade, as the first one to be converted into a skeleton hero, didn't have his organs preserved as such. Fang Hao couldn't figure it out and decided to ask directly, what are the requirements for preserving organs in a jar? Or is there some kind of rule? Nelson just made a gesture of please, my lord, please. I will explain it to you on the way. Along the way, Nelson provided some answers. My lord, the viscera jar is a magnificent invention of the undead clan. It uses curses to seal away powerful forces and bestow this strength onto the soldiers, he said. Fang Hao nodded his head in half-understanding. He asked again, does this sealing process have any requirements? What I mean is, can a viscera jar be used after anyone dies? This point piqued Fang Hao's curiosity. A viscera jar was a tool that could tap into limitless potential. It was like a skill card in a game, bestowing unique effects when paired with different soldiers. It could bring about various changes to ordinary soldiers. Fang Hao recognized the significance of these jars and treated them very seriously. Not exactly. Only those possessing ancient bloodlines or special talents can be sealed, Nelson continued to explain. This reminded Fang Hao of Giovanni from last night. The man had continuously boasted about his family and lineage. It seemed that his family indeed possessed a special bloodline. The pair chatted as they arrived at the Viscera Museum. Upon entering the hall, they immediately felt a chilling sensation that caused an involuntary shiver. Various microstructures were displayed in the Viscera Museum. There were burial grounds, underground cemeteries, halls of the dead, mage towers of the undead, and magic defense towers. All of these structures belonged to the undead faction, excluding any special buildings. In front of each structure was a circular indentation, the same size as a viscera jar. Nelson continued, "My lord, by placing a viscera jar in the corresponding area, the power of the jar will be bestowed on the soldiers." With that, he handed the viscera jar back to Fang Hao. After considering for a moment, Fang Hao placed the viscera jar of revival in the indentation of the burial grounds. Clank. As if triggering a mechanism, the viscera jar sank into the indentation, leaving only the skeletal lid visible. A faint glow spread instantly, and the attributes of the burial ground soldiers also changed. Skeleton Soldier Tier 1 Faction. Undead Racial Traits. Undead Hollow Skeleton vulnerable to light skill. Shield Bash Enhanced Skill. Revival Innate Abilities. Basic Combat Mastery. Basic Sword Mastery. Basic Shield Mastery. Note: skeleton soldiers wielding weapons raise their jagged bone arms. They have only basic combat ability, but their fragility makes them unable to withstand sustained attacks. The burial ground served as the barracks for the undead faction. Although it could currently only recruit Tier 1 soldiers, it was the building best suited for the revival skill. Revival could allow soldiers to recover their health continuously during battle. Compared to cavalry and mages, infantry on the front line needed this skill more. Okay, the power of the viscera jar has been bestowed upon the soldiers, and I must now continue with my work. I'll remain here for the next few days, continued Nelson. A skeleton hero took time to create. The previous Fireblade had taken 5 days, and this one was unlikely to be done any faster. Your efforts are appreciated, sir. It is my duty, my lord. Upon leaving the Viscera Museum, Ira had prepared breakfast. Just as Fang Hao was enjoying his food, the pig-headed human with a carriage entered the city. According to the plan, today was the day to deliver goods to the bronze bull at the Manham market. The pig-headed human, together with a caravan and 120 helpers, had set off early to reach Lord Fang's territory. "Greetings, Lord Fang," Bolton saluted along with everyone else. "Yes, why don't you all take a seat, and I'll have someone prepare the goods," Fang Hao said. Having said that, he dispatched a skeleton soldier to lead the carriage directly to the warehouse. The pig-headed human stayed behind to wait. Bolton was no stranger to this place, but for most of the other pig-headed humans, it was their first time here. Facing an army of skeleton soldiers, they sat in their chairs, uncontrollably shaking their legs. From a great distance from the city, skeleton soldiers were already patrolling. The closer one got to the city, the more skeleton soldiers there were. Layer upon layer, it had now reached a terrifying level. At this time, Ira brought over some fruits. Bolton got up again, his attitude still respectful. "Miss Ira." Good morning, Bolton." Ira also greeted cheerfully. They had seen each other a few times and were somewhat familiar with each other. She placed the fruits in front of the pig-headed human, then continued back to the wooden house to clean the room. Outside the warehouse, 30 carts are parked next to the warehouse. 20 of them were brought by the pig-headed humans, 10 were bred in the territory's stables. Of course, the warehouse didn't have much equipment. He just wanted to avoid so many people and used the Book of Lords to create. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the production page. Plate armor, leather 12, iron 6, iron plate 4. Arm guards, leather 5, iron 3, iron plate 2. The quantity of these two types was adjusted to 30. Triggered hundredfold amplification, obtained plate armor 30-30. Triggered hundredfold amplification, obtained arm guards 30-30. One piece of equipment after another appeared, completely stacking up the surrounding open space. The plate armor rolled and collided, making a crashing sound. "Load the carts," Fang Hao commanded. The accompanying skeletons took action, loading the plate armor and arm guards on the carts. After loading everything onto the carts, he led the convoy out. Bolton and the others were still sitting and waiting. Seeing Fang Hao come out, they immediately stepped forward. "All right, let's go." "Yes, master." The pig-headed humans took over the position of the cart driver. After putting the rejuvenation springs produced overnight on the carts, the convoy drove out of the territory in a grand manner, heading towards Manham Market. This time, Fang Hao brought 30,000 skeleton soldiers and 120 pig-headed humans. Ira and Fireblade of the territory stayed to guard the house and did not leave with him. After several hours of travel, Manham Market could be seen from a distance. All the skeleton soldiers were stationed in the distance, and he continued to move forward with the pig-headed humans. After the previous few visits, the Taurans had become familiar with Fang Hao. They simply inspected the goods and let him pass directly. He came to the chieftain's hall and handed all the goods to the Taurans. "Chieftain Talok, it's been a few days since we last met." Fang Hao smiled and greeted. Bronze Bull Talok also laughed and said, "Indeed, it has been several days, Fang Hao." A pair of bull's eyes once again carefully looked at Fang Hao. Just a few days, and 6,000 pieces of equipment were delivered. This is simply unbelievable, even somewhat incomprehensible. The two chatted casually. Not long after, a Tauran guard walked in, whispered a few words in Bronze Bull's ear, and the guard retreated again. Haha, friend Fang Hao, I am very satisfied with this trade. Please wait a moment. My people are bringing your reward, the bronze bull said in a booming voice. I'm glad Chief Taluk is satisfied. I still look forward to our future cooperation, Fang Hao continued. His 2 trades with Bronze Bull have made great use of Fang Hao's abilities. With the help of the Hundredfold amplification, he easily earns Warfare coins. Therefore, he hopes to continue working with Bronze Bull to earn more Warfare coins. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Bronze Bull's face became serious. He said in a deep voice, "Friend Fang Hao, perhaps our cooperation will have to be suspended for a while." Why? Fang Hao frowned. Bronze Bull thought for a moment, then decided to reveal some information. You come from the west, have you seen an undead city there? He never expected Bronze Bull to mention the city of undead in the west of the Manham market. No need to say more, he was talking about his own territory. Could it be that something is happening, which is related to his own territory? Guided by his curiosity, Fang Hao responded, "Yes, there is a city of undead." "Is there an issue with that?" "It seems like your territory is quite close to the city of undead. It would be wise to relocate further away during this period, or else there might be consequences," Bronze Bull continued. Fang Hao furrowed his brows deeper. A sense of anxiety rose within him. Consequences, this was making him think about the possibility of a war. He started to wonder if anything had recently happened within his territory that could spark a war. He even worried whether the Manham market would be affected and might have to suspend cooperation temporarily. Could it be because the news of him killing the vampire last night was leaked? Did that Hamilton family want to give him trouble? That shouldn't be the case. Given the circumstances, the vampire had been captured by Nelson and taken to the Viscera Museum before it could even fart. There was no chance for the news to spread. This was baffling. An unfamiliar sense of threat surrounded Fang Hao. It made him uneasy. "Chieftain Teluk, relocating a city is no small matter. Could you at least tell me why so I can explain it to my people?" Fang Hao pressed on. Bronze Bull fell silent. Apparently, there was something he wasn't able to elaborate on. After an extended pause in the quiet hall, Bronze Bull looked at Fang Hao earnestly and continued, "All right, in the land of Frostwind, there is a tribe known as the Skullcrusher tribe. It is rumored that they are preparing to attack the city of Undead, an orc tribe." Questioned Fang Hao. "In general, tribes are composed of orcs, not vampires." "Yes, a powerful and brutal tribe." Bronze Bull shook his head slightly. It seemed that even a powerful hero like Bronze Bull was deeply wary of this Skullcrusher tribe. So how many soldiers will this Skullcrusher tribe send, and what's the situation with their heroes? Fang Hao asked further. Bronze Bull looked at Fang Hao curiously and shook his head slightly. "I'm unclear on those details, but the Skullcrusher tribe is notoriously brutal. As a human, you might be in greater danger." Bronze Bull did not have much information. He felt compelled to warn Fang Hao due to their successful collaborations thus far. He didn't want Fang Hao to be affected by the upcoming battle and risk his life. But what Bronze Bull did not realize was that the city of undead he was talking about was actually Fang Hao's territory. There was no way Fang Hao could avoid this. Fang Hao took a deep breath and continued, "All right, when I return, I will consider it carefully." The two kept talking. After completing the inventory check for the equipment, a large box of Warfare coins was brought in. With a loud, it was placed in front of Fang Hao. Received, 180,000 Warfare coins. A large box of glittering coins laid in front of Fang Hao. The Manham market, serving as the trading hub for all the tribes in the area, had accumulated a vast amount of wealth. The reserves of Warfare coins had reached a shocking level. Possibly even the larger tribes were unable to compete with the amount of coins that Bronze Bull had saved. This made Fang Hao realize that if he was able to establish his own market, a similar result might be achieved. He received this final payment, and as Bronze Bull has no new orders, they exchanged casual words before each went their ways. Fang Hao beckoned for Bolton to help load the box filled with Warfare coins onto the carriage. As they exited the chieftain's hall, a tall and robust demon orc wearing a large robe approached them. His thick fingers were adorned with gemstone rings. He sported a golden chain around his neck. Its thickness compared to a thumb, it glimmered under the sunlight, almost blinding people. He looked like the embodiment of a nouveau rich, flaunting his wealth. "Good afternoon, human friend. I didn't expect to see you again," the orc greeted warmly as he approached. Fang Hao examined the orc carefully. He found it hard to distinguish the differences between orc appearances. Unless they had distinct features, it was challenging to differentiate who was who amongst the orc race. But he had just walked out of the chieftain's hall when he saw the orc coming directly towards him. Rather than encountering him by chance, it felt like the orc had been waiting for him. "Good afternoon, can I assist you with something?" Fang Hao curiously asked. The orc cleared his throat softly, twirled the large ring on his finger, leaned closer, and whispered, "My friend, how was the taste of the rabbit men?" "Quite nice, right?" Fang Hao's brows furrowed, and he instantly recognized the orc. He was the slave trader who had exchanged Ira for his iron sword. "What do you want from me?" Fang Hao took a step back, avoiding the orc's breath. "Hee, my friend, I have a new batch of goods here. Everything is in order. Would you like to have a look?" The orc stepped forth. "You are so strong, one rabbitman would hardly suffice." Compared to the orcs, Fang Hao was rather thin. His apparent suggestive smirk indicated what he was trying to say. Fang Hao pondered over it. His territory was indeed short of manpower. He quietly said, "Bolton, have a few people follow me. Let's go and take a look with him." "Yes, master," Bolton respectfully replied. He immediately selected 20 people to follow Fang Hao. The rest were left behind to guard the money box. Upon hearing Fang Hao's approval, the slave trader's face instantly lit up with joy. "My friend, please follow me." Saying this, he led the group towards the market. "My friend, perhaps you are not aware. In this area, our goods are highly praised. Many tribes trade with us all year round. If you need anything, we can also deliver the goods directly to your territory." The orc continuously blabbered as he led the way. He emphasized the abundance of his goods and even offered home delivery service. These slave traders were never small-scale forces of mere 3 to 5 people. Those able to capture slaves everywhere they went always had a fairly significant force behind them. Some were even part of the larger tribe's businesses. "Do you also do business with humans?" Fang Hao asked while trailing behind. Since coming to this world, he had encountered orcs, vampires, and the undead, but he had yet to encounter any of the local humans. "We do, of course." The orc glanced at Fang Hao and quickly added, "But rest assured, we don't sell humans, haha, so you can relax." It seemed like he thought of something, causing him to spontaneously clarify. Soon, they arrived at the place where the slaves were kept. An old warehouse filled with a pungent odor, like walking into a sewer. Everyone couldn't help but cover their noses. The warehouse was massive, filled with black iron cages. Dirty hemp cloths covered the cages, blocking the view. Dozens of fully armed orcs stood guard at the front of the warehouse. "Honored friend, please take a look," the orc said as he lifted the hemp cloth, bearing the rust-streaked oily iron cage and the rabbit people in it. These rabbit people were all females, their ragged clothes barely covering their vital areas. Huddled in corners, their bodies were shivering uncomfortably. The orc slave trader boasted, "My friend, these rabbits are all young and healthy, and are great choices for both labor and as pets. Where else can you find obedient slaves like these?" "What do you think?" What a human would do with the rabbit girls was the best known to the slave trader. If they truly wanted slaves for labor, they wouldn't normally pick these weak rabbits. Fang Hao said nothing, but circled around the cage. Looking at the numb, beaten rabbits, he asked, "Are you sure these are healthy?" Slaves before his eyes didn't look healthy, and they were not as lively as Ira. The slave trader heard this. He picked up his stick, banged it hard on the cage bars, and shouted threats. "Put some energy into it, or I'll bury you all tonight if you don't sell." The ear-piercing noise from the iron cage caused the curled bodies within to stir slightly. "Friend, in order to keep them obedient, I cannot feed them too much. They are just hungry, certainly not sick," the slave trader continued to explain. In order to keep the slaves lethargic, they would control the food supply, leaving their slaves in a state of not starving but too weak to run. "My friend, these slaves are young and obedient, and when you don't need them anymore, you can sell them at a good price. You really won't make a loss." Plus, the slave trader kept selling relentlessly on the side. These slaves were originally scheduled to be transported to the human city for sale, hoping for a good price. However, news of a possible war in the eastern tribes made them change plans. They had to sell these slaves as soon as possible. During their stay in Manham Market, he met the human who had bought the rabbit person before. He set his sights on Fang Hao. No matter what, he had to make the current human buyer purchase this batch of slaves, or he would be making a loss. "My friend, what do you think? Would you like to buy these rabbit girls?" The orc slave trader, with a parched mouth, asked again after licking his dry lips. Fang Hao looked at the rabbit girls in the cage, then at the slave trader. He hesitated, then asked, "What's the price?" The old price, 60 warfare coins per person," the slave trader answered with a smirk. When selling Ira, he had taken 60 short swords in exchange, so he now quoted the same price. He still believed that Fang Hao would accept it since they had a previous transaction. However, Fang Hao shook his head slightly. "One slave for 60 warfare coins. If you're sticking with this price, you can keep them." Iron swords and warfare coins were not the same thing. As far as Fang Hao was concerned, 60 iron swords were merely a day's consumption, but warfare coins were irreplaceable. Seeing Fang Hao's objection, the slave trader was slightly taken aback. They had traded at this price before. Why the sudden change? As you can see, we have always traded at this price. These slaves are definitely worth it. The slave trader continued. Fang Hao was unmoved and countered, fixed price, 10 warfare coins per person, 400 total for the 4 to 2 people. Take it or leave it, but let's not waste each other's time. That's impossible, we would not make any profit. The slave trader said loudly. The value of slaves is not often high. Especially the feeble, thin, and hairless breed of rabbit people. They were hardly fit enough to be orcs. They wouldn't appeal to orcs. Only by transporting them to human cities could they get a higher price. Yet Fang Hao's attitude gave them the impression of indifference, as if he could buy or not buy their wares. This left the slave trader indecisive. He had to clear this stock, but the price seemed unbearably low. Just as the slave trader hesitated and pondered over more pleas, Fang Hao turned and began to walk away, which gave the slave trader a jolt. He hastily replied, "Sold, my friend, I'll sell." Upon hearing the slave trader say he would sell, only then did Fang Hao halt his steps. "Bolton, give him the money." Bolton took 4 warfare coins from his bag and handed them over. The slave trader took the coins and handed Fang Hao the slave contracts, 4 to 2 in total. From this moment on, these rabbit girls were under Fang Hao's ownership. "All right, get your spirits up. This human is your new master." The slave trader boomed, herding every single slave out of the cage and in front of Fang Hao. This was a crucial step, letting the buyer see that their purchased slave was not impaired. The rabbit girls stood in a line. As the slave trader promised, these chosen rabbit girls were young, and their figures catered to human tastes. With their lowered heads and drooping ears, they looked spiritless. Wearing only shabby clothes, they barely concealed their ample chests and perky behinds. A simple movement exposes a great deal of skin. Luckily, orcs had different beauty standards. Otherwise, these rabbit women would likely not be in this place. "Take them to the cart and prepare food for them," Fang Hao ordered. "Yes, my lord." Bolton immediately arranged for people to escort the freshly purchased slaves to where the carriage was parked. Having dealt with the slaves, the orc slave trader was still counting the warfare coins on the side. "In future, if there are such orcs available, regardless of gender, they can be sold to me. It's the same rate or payable in iron swords," Fang Hao said quietly. The slave trader, who was counting warfare coins, was slightly surprised. He confirmed with suspicious eyes, "You also want male rabbit people." He thought, this human is really a deviant. "Yes, not only the Rabbit Men clan, but I'm also interested in other orc clans that are similar to humans, those who are easy to manage. I have a large territory that needs to be developed. Do you understand what I mean?" Fang Hao lightly slapped his shoulder. "Oh, I understand, I understand." The slave trader replied subconsciously, not knowing if he truly understood. Immediately after, he added, "Recently, the situation in this region has been a bit chaotic, so the matter of the slaves might be delayed for some time. When you deliver the slaves, I will pay you then." Fang Hao was not in a hurry either. "All right, in that case, I will give you a gift as a token of our long-term collaboration." The slave trader pulled out a shell from his robe and handed it to Fang Hao. Fang Hao held it and inquired curiously, "What is this, a seashell?" "My friend, this is a sound-transmitting shell, a simple and practical tool for sending messages." The orc slave trader explained. Sound-transmitting shell sun description can be used to receive messages from the mother shell. Sound-transmitting shells come in pairs, a mother shell and a sun shell. Speak into the mother shell and sound can be heard from the sun shell. In other words, the gift the orc was giving Fang Hao was only for his own convenience when he has merchandise. It was otherwise useless. The orc was quite shrewd. He knew how to do business. Fang Hao stored the shell, chatted with the orc for a bit more, and then turned to leave. He pushed open the door of the tavern. Inside the tavern, it was still bustling as usual. Beastmen of various races were drinking and chatting, shouting loudly. Fang Hao was no stranger here, and the tavern owner knew him well. "What'll you be having?" the tavern owner asked. Fang Hao came to the tavern to replenish some spices for his territory and to see if there were any new single-page maps available. "Honey wine, please, and prepare the same spices as last time for me," Fang Hao said softly as he sat at the counter. "All right, wait a moment." The owner wiped his hands with a cloth and began preparing what Fang Hao needed. Fang Hao turned his gaze to the posting board next to him. It usually had some information on it, like bounties from various tribes or maps brought by merchants. The map of the mine and the monster outpost Fang Hao got last time were obtained from here. There was a single-page map available today as well. Map unknown cave category, single-page map description, a map drawn by a traveling merchant, recording the route and terrain of unknown ruins. Interested in the map. The tavern owner came back over, placing the honey wine in front of Fang Hao. "Yes, I'll take the map in these slave contracts," Fang Hao declared directly. "This map is a bit more expensive. It costs 3 warfare coins. Each slave contract costs 1 Warfer coin. You can pay for it all when you check out, the owner said. Fang Hao nodded, sipping his honey wine as he chatted casually with the owner. Honey wine didn't quite suit the taste of adult beastmen. Considering the beastmen's fondness for alcohol, honey wine was considered more of a sweet drink. While sipping his honey wine, Fang Hao suddenly remembered the blueprint for a troll's brewing barrel that he had acquired. He was still short of 2 quintessences of wine for the crafting materials. If it weren't for that, he could even open his own tavern. He cast a glance at the Tauren owner, curiously asking, "Do you have any quintessences of wine here?" "Quintessences of wine? What are you going to do with them?" The owner asked with some surprise. Seeing the owner's surprised expression, Fang Hao was certain that the tavern must have them. "I need them to make something. Sell me 2, Fang Hao responded directly. "Ah, well, I do have 2 in the warehouse, but they're 50 Warfer coins each. Interested in buying?" The Tauren answered uncertainly. 50 each, not exactly cheap. Even though Fang Hao had done 2 deals with Bronze Bull, the owner wasn't sure if he would be willing to spend that much. After all, with 2 Warfare coins, one could hire a small squad of beastmen. "Deal. You can include it with my spices," Fang Hao agreed readily. "All right." The owner didn't hesitate, readily agreeing and instructing the barkeeper to prepare the items. As Fang Hao was drinking his wine and waiting for the owner to prepare the goods, a card game at the neighboring table caught his attention. It was a game similar to poker, using dominoes and dice to ultimately determine the winner and the loser. The winner collected the wager, while the loser left cursing angrily. "Damn, this is some rotten luck." At that moment, a curse echoed from the card table. The cursing beast-eared girl hurled her dominoes onto the table in frustration. She was a short girl, but she stood out in the tavern. Her silver hair draped over her right shoulder, while the hair on the other side was shaven extremely short, exposing her furry beast ears clearly. She wore a brown leather bustier on her upper body, her slender waist bare, revealing abs and a shadow of a V-line. Her tight, skin-fitting leather pants highlighted her athletic legs perfectly. Her waist was thin, her back was slightly curved, and her body was lean and muscular, full of wild, unrestrained nature. The girl flung her bone cards on the table with an angry expression and loudly cursed her luck that day. The rest of them just watched happily, picking up their winnings. In a moment of aimless rage, she turned her head and met Fang Hao's gaze, their eyes locking. Fang Hao tensed up inside and quickly looked away, pretending to be examining the antler chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Even so, his actions drew the attention of the white-haired girl. She kicked a stool out of the way and sat down right next to Fang Hao. "Human kid, what were you just looking at?" The girl casually asked, plopping down onto a seat next to him and questioning. "Just glancing around. Why, is there a problem?" Fang Hao replied. Fang Hao grumbled to himself about his rotten luck. Not that he was scared of this white-haired girl, but he had the feeling of stirring up trouble just by trying to enjoy the spectacle. "Angia, he's a guest of the Telic chieftain. Don't make trouble here." The Minotaur boss interjected. Turns out the white-haired girl's name was Angia. Hearing the Minotaur's words, Angia took another look at him. She swiveled her big round eyes, broke into a grin, leaned over and proposed, "I just lost all my money at cards. Lend me 200 gold coins. If I win, I'll pay you back with interest. If not, I'll spend 3 days with you, and I mean in any way you want. How about it?" Fang Hao's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the white-haired girl standing before him. She changed her attitude so quickly and spoke so straightforwardly. It almost felt like there was something wrong with her brain. "Angia, play your cards, don't bother the guests," the Minotaur boss continued, but the girl didn't pay any mind to the boss's words. She persisted. "What do you think? Want to consider it?" The people around them started to chuckle quietly, waiting in anticipation for the upcoming scene. 200 gold could get me 20 of you, no difference. Why would I lend it to you?" Replied Fang Hao. He had just bought a whole lot of rabbit men, all looking pretty decent. 200 gold for 3 days, even if she really was willing to spend 3 days with him, it wouldn't be a good deal. "HMPH, I'm a hero, no ordinary goods. You're telling me 200 is too much." Angia huffed, noticeably upset. This made Fang Hao even more surprised. He quickly checked her properties. Fighting Tooth, Angia Blue rank 7 hero turned out. She really was a hero. No wonder this humanoid beast with human-like appearance can act so arrogantly and rudely in the tavern without anyone stopping her. The tavern owner could only mention the Bronze Bull Telic to suppress her a bit when she was causing trouble to Fang Hao. But what species was this girl of? So domineering and provocative, a leopard. "What do you think? It's quite enjoyable to be accompanied by a hero for 3 days. You won't lose on this deal for 200 gold, right?" Angia said with a smile. "Tavern hero." Fang Hao stroked his chin and nodded slightly. "Not bad. You wouldn't regret this, would you?" As Angia, I never go back on my word, Angia continued. Okay, I agree. I don't have beast-head gold. I'll give you warfare coins instead. Fang Hao promptly brought out 40 warfare coins and pushed them towards Angia. All right, wait for me to earn you a fortune. Angia snapped up the warfare coins and walked back to the card table, yelling loudly, come on, watch me make you all beg for mercy. Then the crowd continued the card game that they were playing earlier. At the front desk, the Minotaur boss sighed lightly, let it go. Spending this money will save you further troubles from Angia. Hearing the boss's words, Fang Hao looked again at the card table. It seemed that Angia's card luck was infamously bad in this place. And is this Miss Angia audacious enough to create a commotion in the city? Fang Hao asked in a low voice. The Manhwa market does have special regulations. No one is allowed to loot or fight inside the city. That's why Fang Hao, a human, dared to swagger about in the city. Though Miss Angia is a hero, she's merely blue color, somewhat weaker than Bronze Bull. Enough about her. It's good enough that she doesn't bother the chieftain. You two keep your distance. If she pesters you on your turf later on, that's unnecessary, the cow-headed boss warned gently, signaling him to look out for himself. Seeing the boss's expression made Fang Hao even more curious about Angia. Apparently, even Bronze Bull Talok seemed at a loss about how to deal with this beast girl. Very soon, the bartender who went to the warehouse to fetch the spices returned. Packed neatly were all the spices Fang Hao needed, as well the essence of wine. The boss quickly calculated the cost. 220 warfare coins. All right. Without fussing, Fang Hao directly handed over 220 warfare coins. He put everything into his backpack. The trade was completed. Angia's gambling game over there was also nearing its end. The once bold and resolute attempt to turn the tide was nowhere to be seen, as sweat was already forming on her brow. When she lost her last chip, her eyes began to dodge when she saw Fang Hao. It seems your luck isn't on your side, Fang Hao remarked. Yais, it's a bit off, Angia responded. As per our agreement, you need to come with me. Fang Hao stood up, ready to leave. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Angia became a little flustered. It wasn't that she was afraid of Fang Hao, it's just that this place was Talok's territory after all. The consultation she had agreed upon with Fang Hao in front of everyone might run into Talok's interference. If she really was forced to accompany this human for 3 days, wouldn't she have no chance to run? Angia's big eyes spun around anxiously. Wait, my luggage is in the guest room, let me get it. With these words, she hurriedly headed upstairs, leaving Fang Hao alone standing in the tavern's main hall, watching her disappearing backside. Fang Hao had just sat down. The sound of a heavy object falling came from outside the window. Then a figure with her luggage dashed past the window on horseback, heading towards the city gate, leaving behind a trail of dust. Fang Hao stood by the window with his eyes wide open. Slim body, white hair, beast ears. Damn it, the girl's run away. There was a moment of silence in the tavern. Then all the orcs in the bar burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's so Angia. Everyone seemed to have anticipated that Angia would not smoothly fulfill her promises as expected. The bovine boss came out to intervene. I'll mention this incident to the chieftain, see if there could be any compensation for you. No problem, it's just a small amount of money. No need to bother Chieftain Talok. Fang Hao reassured him casually, eyeing the direction in which Angia had fled. After that, he walked directly out of the tavern, sauntering towards where his carriage was parked. Seeing Bolton, he said, "You lead, everyone leave the city." "Yes, sir," Bolton answered, starting to organize the return journey. In contrast to the 120 pig-headed humans on the way there, 42 more young girls from the Rabbitman clan were returning. The Pigman clan served as escorts. The carriage hauled the Rabbit clan girls, and the return journey began. Fang Hao lay in his carriage, exercised God's presence, and arrived on the skeleton giant bat camping down in a mountain recess. Controlling the giant bat to take off into the sky, he began searching for Angia, who had left the city. Soon he found traces of Angia. Angia didn't take the main road but rushed directly into the woods. She tied her horse to the side, climbed up a tree, and observed the Manhwa market. If she hadn't climbed the tree, it would have been hard to spot her from the air. Let's see where you're going. Having confirmed Angia's location, Fang Hao began to command his skeleton army to intercept. Angia galloped out of Manhwa, plunging headfirst into the forest. She threw a disdainful smile back at the city, gradually receding behind her. This clueless human actually wanted her, a renowned thief, to accompany him for 3 days. When you come out, I'll rob all your money and leave you broke on the roadside. Angia gnashed her teeth, unlike everyone else's fear of escape. Angia wasn't planning on running away. She was simply hiding in the forest, waiting for that human's caravan to leave the city, and then she would steal all his goods. She had heard rumors in the tavern. This human was incredibly rich, hauling warfare coins out by the boxful. Once she robbed him, wouldn't all that money be hers? The more she thought about it, the more excited Angia felt. Tying her horse to a tree, she climbed up to get a good view of the gates of Manham City, ready to wait as long as it took for that human to emerge. Time passed slowly. Chewing on a piece of grass and idly swinging her legs as she sat on a tree branch, Angia grew impatient. Did that human die in there? Why isn't he coming out? But as soon as the words left her lips, her face changed dramatically. She suddenly felt a faint vibration, followed by the sound of rustling bushes. Glancing around, she saw a dense skeleton army forming a circle, closing in on her. Angia was stunned. She rubbed her eyes incredulously. What was going on? A massive undead army here. It was impossible. But when she reopened her eyes, the undead army was still there, closing in on her rapidly. It looked like they intended to capture her alive. Bloody hell, I just lost a lot of money. I've got a lot of steam to blow off. Angia swore. She took out a pair of tiger's claw from her waist and slipped them onto her hands. The next second, she leaped from the tree and punched a skeleton in the skull. Crack, the skull shattered with a resounding break. This kind of injury didn't hinder a skeleton's movement. It raised its iron sword and swung it down at her. Angia slid her foot back, twisted her waist, and delivered a counter elbow strike. The skeleton's head was sent flying like a ball, and its body instantly fell apart, turning into a pile of white bones. Suddenly, countless skeletons swarmed toward her, and Angia fought back fiercely, punching and kicking in the sea of skeletons. But soon she realized something was off. The more skeletons she killed, the more seemed to appear as if they were never-ending. Plus, as the battle wore on, she sustained injuries and her energy quickly waned. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a skeleton with blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, flipping her off. Wait, what? Distracted for a moment, an iron shield smashed into her forehead, and she was briefly stunned. The skeleton army quickly overwhelmed her and pinned her to the ground, stacking up like children playing a game. Under the command of the blue fire skeleton, Angia was tightly bound in rope, several layers thick. Even so, Angia did not stop struggling and kept cursing, "Let me go, you trash. If you're courageous enough, unbind me and we'll fight fair and square." But the skeletons, dumb as posts, stood in place guarding their captive, unresponsive to her words. She didn't know how much time had passed. Angia grew tired from all the swearing and decided to take a break, needing to recover her strength. At the same time, she racked her brain for ways to escape. Apparently, these skeletons were like blockheads, undisturbed by her curses. She was clueless as to why they would capture her instead of killing her. Just as she was deep in thought, she heard the rumble of wagon wheels from behind. Then a familiar voice echoed, "Miss Angia, I have to say, leaving without notice is a bit impolite, don't you think?" Seeing it was Fang Hao, Angia became instantly agitated, roaring, "So it's you, you despicable villain, manipulating these undead to fight me. If you are a man, we should have a fair fight. What do you mean, despicable villain? According to our agreement, you're mine for the next 3 days. I can do what I want with you. Didn't you say that yourself?" Fang Hao sat down in front of Angia, staring directly into her eyes. I will repay you." Angia tipped her head back, the expression on her face clearly saying, "My word is my bond." Fang Hao fought back a laugh at Angia's antics. Did he look like a fool? She borrowed money from him in the bar, didn't repay and took off. And now, having been caught, she was acting as though she was wrongfully accused. Was this not an insult to his intelligence, indirectly suggesting that he doesn't appear too clever? "Give me 40 warfare coins right now, or you'll have no choice but to come with me," Fang Hao said seriously. Angia looked around at the undead army. She was starting to regret it now. Who had ever heard of a human controlling so many undead? "Who would want to go with you?" "I don't have any money on me right now, but I promise to pay back the principal amount with interest," Angia continued. She had lost all of her capital. Where would she get money to repay Fang Hao? Fang Hao sneered. "Well, there's nothing more to be said then. Kill her, she'll make a good skeleton." As soon as he said that, the skeleton soldiers nearby lifted their razor-sharp weapons. Wait, Angia yelled out in panic. Fang Hao halted the skeleton, smiled, and said, "Relax, it only hurts for a moment, then it gets better. What the hell are you up to? What good does it do you to kill me? If I'm dead, who will return your money?" Angia yelled back. Angia was suffering. Was this guy even human? Just for 40 warfare coins, he had mobilized tens of thousands of undead to surround her, and now he wanted to kill her and turn her into a skeleton. Was it really necessary? "You know my secret now. I can't let you leave. There's no other choice but to kill you." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Angia said loudly. "Kill her," Fang Hao repeated his command. The skeletons in the crowd, who had just lowered their weapons, raised them above their heads again at this point. Angia could only helplessly close her eyes. "Hold on, my lord, why not give her a chance and let her atone for her errors by becoming your slave?" Pigman Bolton came over hurriedly and suggested in a whisper. Fang Hao once again stopped the skeleton about to strike and fell into deep thought. He asked in a somewhat hesitant voice, Angia, are you willing to sign the hero's contract with me? With tears in her eyes, she gritted her teeth and said forcefully, I am willing. After saying that, the sound of Angia's soft sobbing could be heard. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, turned to the hero's contract page. He went behind Angia, made a small cut at his fingertip, and pressed it on the hero's contract page. The next second, a faint light enveloped Angia and entered her body. At the same time, Fang Hao received a system prompt that he had obtained the hero Fighting Tooth, Angia. Fighting Tooth, Angia, current loyalty, 55. That's really too low. If he didn't have the hero's contract, she might even consider killing him at such a low point. Hero's contract and slave's contract function similarly. They enforce rules to the existing subordinate relationships. That is, it prevents actions that would harm the master. Moreover, the master has the power to decide the life and death of the other party. Once this contract is signed, the signee loses their freedom and becomes at the mercy of the master. After the contract is completed, Fang Hao immediately checked her attributes. Fighting Tooth, Angia, blue 7th level hero faction, orc template, blue racial traits, living creature, poison resistance, fond of fighting, legion skills, pathfinding infantry commander, skills, fist dance, red tooth, divine warrior training, never fear the strong. Innate skills, advanced body technique mastery, advanced tactical mastery, advanced physical fitness mastery. Living creature, this type of soldier can be healed and be affected by morale, emotions, and etc., immune to bone manipulation technique and similar abilities. Poison resistance, dilutes internal toxins while in a coma after poison onset. Fond of fighting, all attributes increase in excited state. Pathfinding, the unit leading the troops does not get affected by rough terrain and marches at a normal speed. Fist dance, proficient in using physical attack moves such as rushing punches, breaking tiles, and causing landslides. Red tooth, elbow strike, deals 200 of standard damage. Divine warrior training, better control the boiling power within, continuously causing harm to the enemy. Description: what? There are still living members of the Fighting Tooth clan. The Fighting Tooth clan is the most unusual among the orcs. They fear no other clans, no matter how powerful, leading to their extinction. Angia's attributes are not bad. The describable content always feels familiar to Fang Hao. Alright then, though her loyalty isn't high, she's his hero now anyway. Looking at the silently weeping Angia, Fang Hao forced a bitter smile, feeling like he had perhaps frightened her excessively. Untie her. The pigman pulled out the iron sword at his waist, cutting all the ropes binding her. After all, in order to subdue this Fighting Tooth clan girl, she was bound layer upon layer of ropes. All right, stop crying. My territory is not bad. I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and drink there, Fang Hao persuaded from the side. Angia remained silent, wiping her tears with her sleeve. Bolton began commanding the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. This battle resulted in quite the loss of skeleton soldiers. The ground was littered with scattered white bones and dropped equipment. When everything was ready, everyone got back on the carriage. Under the escort of skeletons and pigmen, they headed towards the territory. Except for the newly joined Angia, there were also 42 bot slaves from the Rabbitman clan. Angia merely felt wronged in her heart and kept wiping away her tears. The other bunny girls, however, were scared to the point of turning pale by the platoon of skeletons. They thought they had been sold to a human master. Now they were imagining themselves being used as sacrificial offerings in some undead rituals, or even being killed in more cruel ways. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. My name is Fang Hao. I have my own territory. You can live there in the future, Fang Hao said on the side, but all he got in response was silence. Only the sound of the wheels pressing against the road and the collision of soldiers' armor could be heard. In any case, Fang Hao shut his mouth as well. He lay in the carriage, casually flipping through the Book of Lords. They moved forward silently. When the fortress-like city came into view, the faces of both the rabbit women and Angia turned even more solemn. Was this a city? Or a kingdom of the undead? Layer upon layer of skeleton soldiers patrolling around the city, their numbers reaching a terrifying level. The convoy passed through patrolling soldiers and entered the city. All right, ladies, this is my territory. Welcome to join, Fang Hao introduced warmly. A second later, dozens of rabbit girls were scared into sobbing. It wasn't that there weren't enough skeletons, but rather the finer tasks that ordinary skeletons could hardly handle. For instance, cleaning up, doing laundry, and cooking. In the dictionary of ordinary skeletons, there simply wasn't the notion of handling things gently. Sanitation within the city alone was beyond the capability of a few people. Master, you're back. Ira, hearing the commotion, ran out of the Book of Lords' wooden house. When she saw the rest of the Rabbitman clan in the carriage behind her, she looked on curiously. These are new citizens who have joined us. You show them around our territory. Fang Hao looked at the teary-eyed rabbit girls. Oh, okay. Ira, seeing her own clan, had a joyful expression on her face. In a territory filled with the undead, having a few clan members became extremely important. After speaking with Fang Hao, she went to the center of the rabbit people and started chattering away. They toured around the territory. The hero Angia glanced at Fang Hao and left with Ira. After all, being with a beastman was always more comfortable than being with Fang Hao. The rabbitmen were familiarized with the surroundings by Ira. Fang Hao, on the other hand, started preparing housing for them. With so many people, he couldn't let them all sleep outside. He chose a suitable residential area and built 20 level 4 houses immediately. A level 4 house could accommodate 4 people at the same time. Since they're all females and there weren't any married couples living in families, 20 houses were enough for them. If needed, he could add more in the future. After building the houses, Fang Hao made beds, beast skin blankets, and some daily necessities. Fang Hao wasn't a slave master, and he wasn't heartless either. Basic needs of life were still required. Once everything was done, Fang Hao continued to check other buildings. After these last few days, the production factory had accumulated quite an amount of construction materials. He could upgrade existing buildings. Firstly and most importantly, the core of all the buildings, the Book of Lords wooden house. Level 5 Book of Lords Hall, wood 3,500, stone 2,200, hardwood 1,200, brick 1,000, hemp rope 550, iron 220. He previously lacked hardwood and bricks, but now he had enough to build. Upgrade. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped the Book of Lords wooden house, and when the beam faded, a magnificent 3-story stone building stood before him. Level 5 Book of Lords Stone Tower Owner. Fang Hao ability. Production collection +2, troop movement +2, all attributes +L degrees O current buildings. Level 4 Underground Cemetery, Level 4 Warehouse, Level 4 Burial Grounds, Level 4 Lumberjack's Hut, Level 4 Ranch, Level 2 Spiritual Field, Level 4 City Wall, Level 4 Arrow Tower, Level 4 Courtyard of the Departed, Level 4 Undead Mage Tower, Market, Sanctuary Tower, Rejuvenation Spring Well, Statue of the Harvest Goddess, Skeleton Conversion Field, Viscera Museum, Level 4 Stable. Note: core building of the territory upgrade materials required. Wood, 6,200 stone, 4,500 hardwood, 3,200 brick, 4,000 iron, 500 metal parts, 320. Upon attaining level 5, the Book of Lords wooden house was now referred to as the Book of Lords stone tower. The entire structure was built from stone bricks, making the structure sturdier and grander. Apart from that, there was also an additional ability. There was a significant boost to production rates in the attributes of troops. This should symbolize the transition of the territory into the second phase. After upgrading the Book of Lords Hall, Fang Hao continued his upgrades on the other buildings, especially after hearing about the Skullcrusher tribe from Bronze Bull. Fang Hao turned his thoughts around repeatedly, but could not find any information about the Skullcrusher tribe in his mind. But the undead territory west of Manham Market was referring to himself. There was no one else. Thinking about it, he upgraded city walls and arrow towers to level 5. He looked at his resources. The undead bases facilities were all at level 4. To upgrade to level 5, the need for hardwood and brick was a given, but what was lacking the most was shadowstone. Among those left in his warehouse, there were only 18 pieces of shadowstone. Shadowstone quantities weren't enough for building both the level 4 undead hall and the level 4 undead mage tower. This was only enough to construct the burial grounds. Level 5 Burial Grounds, wood 2,400, stone 3,500, hemp rope 600, hardwood 220, bricks 150, shadowstones 15. The burial grounds serve as the barracks for the undead faction. Standard undead infantry can be recruited here. Upgrade. Level 5 Burial Grounds recruitable units. Skeleton Warrior Skeleton Spearman Tier 2. Recruitment requires 2x Wriggling Spine. Abilities: Revival Viscera Jar Augmentation, Upgrade. Note: this structure can recruit faction soldiers. Upgrading the structure unlocks new types of soldiers and higher tiers. Upgrade requirements: wood 3,200, stone 4,300, hemp rope 700, hardwood 440, brick 350, shadowstone 20. Upgrade. Upgrades recruited units to a higher tier up to 100 units. Each unit takes 5 minutes. Yeah. Fang Hao tightly clenched his fist. When the burial grounds were upgraded to level 5, the names and tiers of troops also changed. The skeleton swordsman became the skeleton warrior. The skeleton spearman became the skeleton spearbearer. All ranks from Tier 1 rose to Tier 2, which greatly improved the overall combat power of the troops. The upgrade function of the building could promote the recruited Tier 1 skeletons to a higher tier. With a direction for advancement, Fang Hao began to arrange shifts for the skeleton soldiers to upgrade. After all, patrols cannot stop within the territory. Just as he finished arranging, Fang Hao was about to continue reading the Book of Lords when he heard Ira calling him and rushing over. "Master, we're back." Ira returned with the newly joined rabbit women. The returning rabbit women no longer had their initial tense expressions. They had taken a tour around the territory with Ira and learned more about Fang Hao and the territory. They knew that Fang Hao wouldn't hurt them easily, and he wouldn't turn them all into skeletons. Moreover, he wasn't as ferocious as other slave owners. They could be well-fed and housed. By the end of it, all the rabbit women looked not just relieved but even hopeful. If things were really as Ira said, then they were genuinely fortunate to serve such a good master. Being well-fed and having a roof over their heads were not luxuries that all slaves could enjoy. Where's Angia? Fang Hao looked back at Ira, but he didn't see Angia. Miss Angia is chatting with Mr. Soy, so we came back first, Ira said. All right, there are daily necessities here, one set for each of you. Allocate the housing yourselves, 3 people to a room, said Fang Hao to the newly joined rabbit women. Thank you, master. The group of rabbit women hurriedly expressed their thanks. Ira, you take a few people to cook. Make it a lavish spread tonight. Consider it a welcome dinner for everyone, Fang Hao continued. Yes, master. Ira agreed and led the rabbit women to the kitchen. Fang Hao proceeded to the tailor's shop to see what Angia and Soy were discussing. As he approached the tailor's shop, he saw Angia sitting there big and tall, while Soy, the skeleton tailor, was cowering in a corner, looking like a hostage rather than an undead. As he entered, he heard Soy saying, Miss Angia, I can't play cards and I have no money, please don't bully me. You'll get the hang of it after playing it for a few times, Angia continued. I have work to do. I really don't have time. Soy, still sitting by the side, refused. Fang Hao was speechless upon seeing the scene in front of him. Up until now, Ira was still somewhat resistant to the undead, conversing with Soy seldomly aside from essential matters. Isn't it said that living creatures resist the undead? But Angia seemed to be quite familiar with it, having already engaged Soy in conversation. Fang Hao cleared his throat and walked to the pair. Lord, Soy greeted respectfully. Uha. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, Angia's expression stopped for a moment as she stood up, not saying anything. Angia, what are you doing here? Chatting, what's wrong with that? Can't a person talk? Said an arrogant Angia, lifting her head in response. I'm just coming to let you know that if you don't hurry over, all the good rooms will be taken by others. Then only the rooms no one wants to live in will remain, Fang Hao stated casually. You, Angia bit her silver tooth and glared at Fang Hao viciously. She's a hero, isn't she? Let alone assigning her a special room. And now, he informed her at such late notice. Doesn't it mean that the rooms are now occupied by other people? Thinking about it, she got up and rushed towards the residential area. Only after Angia left did Soy feel free, and asked, Lord, are these orcs the new members you've recruited? Yes, from now on they will be the inhabitants of the territory. You should also keep track of which areas need manpower in your work, and I will arrange it accordingly, Fang Hao said. The Rabbitmen clansmen are weak and gentle, and some powerful orcs don't recognize them as part of the clan. But in Fang Hao's view, the Rabbitmen clan is currently the best choice for territory population. The Rabbitmen clan are smart and diligent. They complete all orders given by Fang Hao meticulously. This point alone is far superior to those orcs who roar and fight all the time. As the territory gradually expands, he also needs manpower to handle all sorts of chores. Then these Rabbitmen clansmen will be a good choice. After all, the skeleton soldiers will be responsible for fighting. They are mainly responsible for rear services. All right, Lord, I will consider this, Soy nodded in understanding. Go ahead with your work. Tell me directly if you need anything. Yes, Lord. Having bid farewell to Soy, Fang Hao also returned to the Lord's stone tower. Angia was standing in front of the stone tower, seemingly waiting for Fang Hao's return. Did you choose? Asked Fang Hao as he came over. What do I choose? The rooms have all been snatched up by others, and how could you ask me, a hero, to share a room with them? Angia's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth, as if asking if Fang Hao didn't respect heroes. No matter which tribe or human city-state, heroes are quite rare. Normally, they are either the clan leader or the core members among their forces. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll build you a separate one where you can live alone. Fang Hao felt justified after hearing her reason, even though he forcefully signed a contract with her. Angia is indeed strong, and loyalty is also very important. We have to take into consideration her feelings. No need, I'll live here, Angia pointed at the Lord's stone tower. But that's where I live, Fang Hao exclaimed in surprise. I'm not taking the whole place. And I've looked, there are still many empty rooms inside. I want the one on the second floor facing south. Arrange for someone to decorate it with carpets and a nightstone chandelier from the warehouse for me. Angia clearly arranged for herself. She had even chosen furniture from the warehouse that suited her needs. Lord Level 5 wooden house once again expanded, from 4 rooms directly to 6 rooms. The building spanned a larger area and had the semblance of a small castle. The 2 new rooms were located, one on the first floor and one on the second floor. The one Angia selected was on the second floor. The height was just right, and the lighting was also excellent. Don't you consider having a house for yourself? It can have several rooms, Fang Hao continued. No need, I'll stick with this one, said Angia. Fang Hao gave it a thought and apparently didn't find any major problems. Angia signed a contract with him. Even if the level of loyalty was not high, she would not do anything to harm him. With the safety issue guaranteed, giving her a room wouldn't pose any problems. I can agree, but you have to promise that you will follow the rules of the territory in the future. Fang Hao proposed an exchange condition after giving it some thought. All right. Angia quickly agreed, and without waiting for Fang Hao to finish speaking, she rushed into the stone tower to check out her room. Fighting Tooth, Angia's loyalty to you increased by 20 points. The current loyalty is 75 points. The system prompt followed closely after Angia rushed into the room. She's that happy just for getting her. It increased 20 points directly. Among the heroes, Angia is of a ranger type, without a fixed dwelling or clan. She's prone to cause troubles, and many clans have large objections towards her. She had been living in open cities like Manham Market all along. Now that Fang Hao has given her a room, it's the first time she has her dwelling since she became a hero. It's only natural for her to feel inexplicably happy. Before Fang Hao could go in, Angia came out again, walked over naturally. Assign a few skeletons to me. I'll move my furniture in. Fang Hao called for a few skeletons, helping Angia and the other rabbit men to move the furniture into the room. With Angia enthusiastically directing the skeletons and decorating her room, Fang Hao got to take time out to continue making the Book of Lords and unlock blueprints. Giant's Brewing Barrel, wood 120, hardwood planks 50, metal parts 22, iron 5, iron plates 12, essence of wine 2. Description: a giant barrel made by an alcohol-loving giant, which can produce pure wine by adding ingredients and clear water to the barrel. Fang Hao has been wanting to do this blueprint for quite some time. He's gotten quite tired of the taste of plain water. It's not a bad decision to make some fruit wine or mead with flavor. He got 2 essences of wine from the tavern during his visit to the Manham Market, which happened to meet all the conditions for making a brewing barrel. Choose to make it directly. Ayuk's amplification triggered. Obtained Giant's Brewing Barrel 101. In an instant, 101 huge beer barrels appeared in front of Fang Hao. The 2-meter-tall wooden barrel body blocked the line of sight. There are 2 openings on the side of the barrel body that can be used to pour in clear water and ingredients, and there's a metal tap at the bottom of the barrel. These 101 large kegs made Fang Hao somewhat troubled. One is enough for everyone in the territory to use, and there's really no use for the other 100. A few of you carry one into the empty room on the first floor of the stone tower. Send the rest to the warehouse, said Fang Hao, intercepting 4 skeleton soldiers who were helping to move the furniture. The 4 skeletons immediately dumped the furniture at hand on the ground, carried the keg into the stone tower, and placed it in the empty room on the first floor. After placing it at a fixed location, they poured in clean water and fruits. Fruit wine brewing, 29 minutes, 59 seconds.